we're about to talk about.
Oh, it would be a blast.
hmm Hello, guys. Hello. Sorry for the delay. I'm having technical difficulties. So if I'm in and out throughout the night, I'm sorry. My voice is already crap. Tonight we have Shizzy Wiznut with us, and I'm very excited
Greetings,
to have him on
greetings.
the panel. Tell them a little bit about yourself, because
Well,
I
let's
don't know a lot
see.
about your background either. Like, tell me a little.
Well, let's see. I mean, I've been watching a lot of these YouTube creators, and I think that some of them have really good takes on quite a bit of topics, and it was I think it was a little more of the prodding from some of the YouTubers, like people like Nick, that were just like, everybody's got a voice. Just find your niche and do it. If you're going to do it, why not? I said, well, you know what? Why not? Why not just go ahead and throw it out there? And if people like it, then they're welcome to join in. If they don't, then they don't have to. But I just enjoy having some fun talking to really interesting people. Um, you know, and then Cool Frog has been so gracious to allow me on
Mhm.
his channel, which
Yeah, he's
was
great.
really helpful. He gave me some pointers on how to set up the stream and make it run a little more efficiently, and that it was just really helpful, and I appreciate that so much from him. And he's been on my stream before. I've had Darth Hideous on my stream. Just short little spurts here and there, and then getting on with some of his chat during the day whenever I'm able to. Most of the time I'm
Mhm.
working, so I can't do too much. But I'm actually going to probably tone down a little bit of my streams. As far as I've been doing them almost every night for quite a bit of time, and I just don't want to burn out on it. So
Yeah, and sometimes you gotta take a break. You gotta actually miss it so that you come back reinvigorated.
yes, that was a little bit of it, and also so I can spend a little bit more time because, like I said, I'm working constantly, and I don't have a whole lot of time to research some of the things that I would like to do, which is one of the reasons that I was so appreciative to come on yours. And I actually did a little bit more research and a little bit more prep to make it enjoyable. Um, and I didn't want to disappoint you or your crew, because you got a great group of people out there.
They
But
are a
I
great
do have
group
my
of
own.
people. I depend on them for a lot,
Oh, they're
a
they're,
lot
they're
of moral
wonderful.
support. Mhm.
Yes, and it started and when as soon as you were asking me what I wanted to talk about, it was pretty much a no brainer, because I think it fits into the way that we are today in society,
Mhm.
with this cult of personality. And it's not just the pure authoritarian cult that, whenever I was growing up, the cult of personality was, you had Mao, and you had,
Mhm.
the president of the United States, and the
Mhm.
Russian, premier and presidents, and it
All
was
these huge
about
figureheads.
the world leaders. But
Mhm.
if you really narrow it down, it's more a personality cult, where people get so wrapped up on one individual, like my photograph shows,
Yep.
that they make them out to be something that they're not. And that I thought
Well,
was
they
really
become
important.
legend almost. Like
Yes.
they're legendary, and you're just like, what is so great about this person? Like at some point, you stop and go, like what was I? It's almost like a relationship. You look back and go, oh my god, I was love bombed. Like I would not have done that if I was thinking clearly.
And that is one of the first signs of a cult, is
hmm
people will love bomb you. If you're
hmm
getting into a cult, you'll notice they just, you can do no wrong, and hey, Cool Frog. And then they want to make sure that you've gotten everything that you need. They're satisfying you mentally, physically, and you don't realize that they're just draining you mentally and physically.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Until you got nothing left, and then you're like, how did I get here? And it's
Right.
just like, oh, oh well, that was dumb. because we do things so emotionally driven, and they know that they tap into the fear and they tap into the idolatry, our need to be inspired, to be motivated, to have something to look up to, because
The need
it's
to belong.
yeah, it's a need to, oh, look, they think the same as me. That's pretty much the whole purpose of my channel, is for somebody to go, oh, look, she's been through a lot of the same things I have. I can find somebody like-minded over there who's going to get feelings that other people don't really get internally. They get on the surface, but they not on a profound level.
Well, and that's one of the things that, and it's not just this single person. It's not just Eliza Blue. You'll
Hmm.
see a lot of this more and more, and I've seen it really increasing. Um, a lot of these people coming over from the left to join in the fight on the right, and oh, I was so wrong, and I just, I saw where my party was going, this Democrat to deplorable. That, it
That was
was
me.
like I became something completely different than what I was. And there's nothing wrong with that. There, in aspect, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's how they're promoting themselves. Is, oh, I used to believe one way, now I believe this way. And it's like, well, what was it that made the change? Oh, because, fill in the blank here, whatever is going to get your attention, that makes you feel like they're part of you, instead of saying, well,
Yeah, a lot of
you
people can't
know
really pinpoint.
exactly. And I think that's where you can break that down really quick by
I know
having
my audio is
and
messed up, guys. You got to deal with it for a little bit.
by spotting those people out ahead of time. And that's
Hmm.
the biggest problem, is people not being able to spot those fakes and frauds out fast enough. It's it's what's causing most of this distrust and division. And these people don't care, because it's not about, they really don't have any belief. Their belief is the grift. It's making the money
Yeah.
any way that they can do it, and they do not care how they take them down. And that's
So
that's that's the cult.
from what I understood, when you gave me this topic and I looked it up, I didn't want to do like a deep dive on it because I was like, I want to be able to go back and forth and I want to learn, whatever But the takeaway I took was the cult of personality is basically like when you take a public figure, you raise them up, and you tell people all these amazing things. You make them out to be like these heroes and untouchable figures, and you give them to push your agenda and have people focus on something that's going to move you down the road toward your goal.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
and I'm thinking we do that, but we've also made the counter of that a weapon. Like, instead of cult of personality where we raise them up, we take people, we pluck them off, bring them down, and cancel them now. As the same with using the same
But
method,
but are but
but in
are we
reverse.
are we are we are we really? That's the thing. These are the dissenters that are being taken out and brought down. It's not the people that are part of the group. They're not part of the group think. Now, you're talking about someone like Eliza Blue. The reason she's being
Well, I
brought
mean, I'm talking
down,
about even like good people, like whistleblowers or something. Like, for some reason, they feel like demonizing them and turning like hordes of people against them when they're
ah,
trying to help.
but see, there's where it breaks down.
All right, walk
And
me through
and
it.
and, and let me read this through to you just real quick. For
Yeah.
people who have fallen prey to these cults of personality operating in democracies, it is likely that they take concerned friends and family to start the process of opening up loved one's eyes to those that their participation. However, you won't be able to get through to the loved one who is a member of these cults by calling them names or bluntly telling them they're being manipulated, because as soon as you do that, they they sink in their teeth even further, because they do not want to face the truth of what they've been following. They don't want it's the same way you've got like Eve Barlow that's just hardcore for Amber Heard can do no
Oh
wrong.
God.
There's she can do no wrong in her. Exactly.
I've never known anybody that I felt like they were flawless. Never.
Well, that's where the cult will will fight tooth and nail to destroy anybody that gets in their way. They will do everything they can. I mean, look at the what is the name of the Scientologist?
Oh
They've
God.
got people locked down where they will follow them. They
They
will harass them.
fascinate me because it's just the rampant stupidity. I just don't understand how people spend their entire life savings and their future fortune for what? To
For
hold on to
what?
some tin cans and get electrocuted?
No,
Going
it's not
clear.
what it is. That's not what it
I know,
is.
I know, but that's like
It's
what it boils down to. That's not what they see. That's what I see,
so
right?
you become in any sort of cult, it becomes a family like bond,
Mm,
and you're willing to engage in any sort of extreme behavior, and you'll do it all on behalf of the group because the group is the most important thing. They don't realize that their identity has already been stripped away. It's gone. Well,
no,
how do you think that the
as I
military
am
operates?
intelligence.
The military operates in the same way. They break you down because then you become completely gung ho and you will do anything that they say. And if you don't, then you will be kicked out of the group. You will receive a dishonorable discharge. You'll be considered a traitor. That's
I've
it's
seen
no
that
different
happen.
than
Yeah,
it's no different than a
I've seen
cult.
that
It's
happen.
no different than a lot of religious churches. I went to a private
Oh, I think
Baptist
churches are
school.
the worst.
Oh yeah. So I went to a private Baptist school. And because
Mm,
I didn't have the same religion that they did, I was I was just basically fodder
yeah,
constantly. And
you were
so
odd
you
man out.
see
Yeah.
well that and there was other kids like me also that were the same way. But it's just solid groupthink. You know, their belief was that if you did not bow down to their religion,
Hmm.
then you were going to burn and go to hell.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember the movie Footloose where dancing is just
Oh
an
yeah.
act of the devil. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
these people were worse than that. I mean, they
Hmm.
would literally come to students' homes, and if the girls were wearing anything other than a skirt, they were basically, you know, shunned massively.
Jesus.
Like in your own home, no jeans, no shorts, no nothing, just strict to the core.
I didn't know that. That's that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that would
Oh my
be
God,
it.
I'd be ostracized in a second.
Independent fundamentalist Baptist church is what ran this school.
Oh. See, the only Baptists I knew, they were just very like loud, gregarious people that, they were just even the
Yeah,
pastors, they were very ha ha ha, ha. Like they were just good people, I think. But
yeah. No,
living
and I'm
here,
not
we're
saying
so
that
on
they're
top of one another. We kind of have to not
yeah,
fight actively because otherwise it would be a war zone.
exactly, exactly.
So, like, what's the most recent example you could give, if you could give one, of when we've employed this tactic?
Uh, Trump.
Okay, so how did we do that? And how can
Um,
we break away from that? Because that's what you wanted to focus on, the breakdown of, breaking the
and
chain.
that's just an example. The way that you can do it is is by voting with your pocketbook, by not becoming a part of the the whole MAGA movement or becoming part of the Biden movement. Have your own free thought, your own individual thought that that these people are flawed. They will make mistakes. Just because they happen to be the president of the United States and they have a lot of sway over what happens in your country, they're not the main part of your country. They're only a piece of it,
Mm-hmm.
because there's three branches to our government, and if they're
Mm-hmm.
not working in unison, then it starts to break down. You know, it's
I mean, one
as
could argue that's been like that for a while, that it's been breaking down.
well, exactly. And I would definitely say that it has been for quite some time. And
Mm-hmm.
it goes through moves. I mean, one month you'll see people ranting and raving about how horrible and bad Trump is, and next
Mm-hmm.
minute you'll see what wonderful things that he's doing, and the next minute, if you're so focused on those individuals, you're easily swayed to go the opposite direction whenever they make a mistake. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It also makes sense that we kind of live in like an echo chamber right now. I practically lived in a vacuum during the pandemic because I didn't leave my house. So what
Right.
did I have? I wasn't into YouTube yet, so I didn't know anything about that except watching cat videos and like you do, and watching CNN. So what am I getting shoved at me? I'm getting the norm because I grew up. They watched CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox,
Yes.
whatever, because it was all very, um, it was just mainstream. We didn't really think party affiliation. But if I look back on it, it was mostly, left leaning and left telling, and oh, Reagan's gonna, do this to us, and Bush is gonna, and it was always like a little Republican bashing. But I think I was too young to really
To
pick up
notice it.
on it. Yeah, like I knew that my family was like, Republicans are bad. They're gonna all they care about is money. You need to care about family and everything. And when they grew up in the depression and everything, that is what that all stood for basically. But it changed.
Yes.
And they didn't see it change, and they kept they stuck their heels in. They dug their heels in, and they were like, no, 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 I'm a Democrat. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not. Okay, but the party that you're standing with doesn't stand for what you stand for anymore. And it's impossible almost to see it when you're in it
Yep.
because you're surrounded by nothing but that. So that is your reality. You don't have another option.
And that's what that is exactly what you're describing. How
Mm-hmm.
you manage to do it is the way that everybody should be able to do it.
Well, thank God for
Um,
the Johnny Depp trial because I wouldn't have. I really
well,
wouldn't have.
and
I got into Tug. That Tug led me to Emily. Emily led me to like Joe. And then Joe led me to Nick. And Nick led me to like all these different channels. Cool Frog picked me out of the blue. And it was just like, it opened up an entire different way of thinking that my brain was like, yes, bitch, this makes sense. Yes, bitch, this makes sense. And it was just it was aggressive for me because there was so much truth that I was like, but I've been saying believe in this. And it's really hard to change a belief,
well, and the
especially when you've held on to that long.
and
And it's
my
just,
concern is,
oh,
even for you, and I have the same concern for my wife, because I know that she's very much in the same boat that you were. Is that whenever the pendulum swings, that they swing
mm-hmm,
so far to the other side that they become unrecognizable to their
yep,
friends and family, and they basically are have fallen into another cult
mm-hmm,
like feeling. And that's the danger of it, I think,
yep,
because and I think I was probably nosing a little bit towards this whenever I was speaking with Divinity and you the other night about religion. Is it's not it's not about the religion portion of it as a whole, because
mm-hmm,
I believe that religion is really good, and people need that kind of support. There's people like me
yes,
that I don't need that religious support. I
mm-hmm,
just it's not where I'm at. And it can be really dangerous whenever you're unwilling to hear the other side, which
yeah.
I'm not accusing you or Divinity of ever being like that at all.
No,
It's
we tend
just
to listen to both sides and then just form our own opinions.
exactly. And you could stay disagreeing with me, and we're still in
Yeah,
the we're still we're still kind to each other. We don't find this pardon me, we don't find an anger towards each other.
I'm the one that's supposed to have no voice. Not you.
Oh well, I talk on the phone all day because that's part of my
Oh,
job. So
I'm
it's
not
not
gonna guess
uncommon.
what $3.99 a minute? No, I'm kidding.
No, no, not anymore. Used to be.
Oh, me
Used to be.
neither. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Um, no, but you came across very, very even, very open. You were just saying your opinion. I mean,
Yeah,
I like
that's
Dart
it.
said, I wouldn't call Shelley or Div, religious. I'm
No.
like you. I said I'm not religious as far as like organized religion. I mean, I label myself as Catholic because I was baptized Catholic and I received all my my
All confirmation and
no, what are they called,
sacraments and
sacraments. There we go. So it's like I did all that work. I'm keeping the title. It's like you go to the school and you get the degree. You say I have this degree, but you identify. It's part of my identity. It's so ingrained in me, but
right.
it doesn't rule me the way it did. Like
Exactly.
everything I did was religious based. Like, oh, is God gonna get mad at me? Is God gonna do that? Now I'm like, okay, me and God are like, girl, like life is long sometimes. Make your decisions yourself. I'm here. Just try not to fuck it up. Like that's
Well,
how I feel we are. That's my relationship with God. Like I'm here. I know you're
well,
doing your best,
and
but
also
let's just go.
there'll be those times that are probably the most pivotal in anybody's relationship with God, no matter what it is. And you'll know it because it's almost like something just reaches out and touches you and tells you this is exactly where I need to be at this exact moment in time. And as much as it sucks or sucked or is going to suck, this is exactly where I needed to be to say what I needed to say, to do what I needed to do. And you'll feel it with every fiber of your being. And that's a hard thing for a lot of people to accept. And it's not a matter of faith because it happens to everybody at some point in time that they will feel what some people say the spirit of the Lord flow through them, and they'll know that this is what I was supposed to be doing. This is where I was supposed to be. This makes sense to me now, and they will continue to search for that, and they can be very susceptible to outside forces, and that's where you run into your cults. you
Yeah, I
know,
mean, when you're clinging, when you're looking for something to buoy you up or to, give your life meaning, and somebody comes along and says, "Hey, you're looking for this? I have it right here." You run toward it. If
right?
you're that desperate and that low. If you're
And
not in your
and
feelings and your thinking, you might have flaws.
right, and that's the problem with a lot of uh, a cult of personality, is they can put you in that position where they become that endorphin rush. They
Yeah.
become that you feel the spirit flow through you, and you are just in the right frame of mind. It's a form of mind control.
Mhm.
I mean, think about what Mao did about killing off all of those people if they disagreed with the government. They would be publicly shamed, discarded, destroyed. No different than what they're trying to do with people right now.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be that constant fight back. And people like Eliza Blue will take advantage of that situation because they see, oh, I was somebody that was that kind of person that I would take advantage of people. But now what I want to do is I'm going to move myself into this position where I'm less vulnerable of somebody doing it to me, of taking advantage of any sort of situation. And now I've got the control, I've got the power, I've got the platform. What I say goes, bitch, get out of my way. I'm taking anybody that disagrees with me out. That's their attitude, and it's a dangerous position to be in. And she's got the platform to do it. She's got the ear because she's using
Mhm.
a noble effort, a very noble effort, which there is nobody that disagrees that, you know, victims of SA are not it should always be protected.
Mhm.
And she's using that
Absolutely.
abuse, whether it happened to her or not. I don't know, because I don't know her. All I know is what she presents. So she can present herself as being something that she is or is not, but now she's got the power, she's got the platform, she's using a noble cause to prop herself up. And that's where I have a problem with it. And I mean, I saw some of her stuff and I was like, you go, girl. Get these, child predators off of YouTube, off of
Mhm.
Twitter.
Oh,
I'm all
I was
for it.
right there with you.
But it
And
always
that's what upsets me so much is the abuse of the position that she's taken on the thing as a victim, like a survivor. Like I don't know that she was trafficked. I don't know that she wasn't. I personally, I don't believe she was. But
oh
I'm
yeah,
willing to like see
give her
both
the
sides. I
benefit of the
won't
doubt.
draw yeah, I won't draw my final conclusion until I see all the evidence. But my instincts tell me
Yeah.
that this is false.
Yes.
And I've dealt with many SA survivors, SV survivors. I've dealt with child abuse survivors. I've all that, and I've dealt with it myself. So I've had so many interactions with people that of different reactions, different ways of coping, and none of them ever presented the way she does. And it's not like I'm not talking about the way she talks to people. I observe the little things. I observe body language. I observe who you're talking to, your tone, how you're talking to them. Because growing up, I had to evaluate every single person I came in contact with for threat assessment. And I still do that. And I tend to go toward the more openly volatile people because I can predict what they're going to do. I don't do the sneaky thing. Like she has many things that she's like many personality traits that she covers up with that and that sets me on edge because I don't know what she's hiding.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is
I
for
don't
us
know the
guys, we
genuineness. Yeah.
us guys, we tend to not be really good lie detectors, where women they just have this natural ability if something just doesn't smell right.
Yep.
They just have that really quick, like you seem okay, but there's just something not quite right there, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's
Yep.
just something not quite right there. And women tend
Well,
to be
we're more
very
vulnerable
skeptical.
than you.
I,
So
I
we
think that
have
might
to
be
look
it.
for the snake in the grass. You guys are ready to just stomp on its head. We're like, look, no, I just don't want to encounter it at all. Like, like I'm not
Keep that
fighting it.
snake away from me.
Yeah, like no, this is why I have you. I used to tell my husband that all the time. Like, oh, you see the spider? Why can't you kill it? Why do you think I married you? It wasn't
Yeah.
for looks. Kill that spider. Like, I can't do that. I can't. And he's like,
Uh,
I'll come. And he chased me through the whole house with it because I'm terrified of them. It doesn't matter if it's like I don't. I got bit by one when I was young, and my whole hand, like the palm of my hand, swelled up this giant friggin' blister. And after
oof.
that, I was like, no, I don't want to encounter any of them, like none. Because before that, they didn't bother me. I was your
Yeah.
typical tomboy. I played with spiders, frogs, snakes, whatever. And now, no, no. I Shelly don't run, but Shelly will run from a spider.
And see,
I will sprint.
spiders don't bother me. It's the spider webs. And it's not because of the spiders in the web. I just hate that feeling on my
They
body, on my
stick
face.
to you.
Yeah.
Oh. No matter
Yeah,
how much you get them off, you still feel them. You're in the
yeah,
mirror
just
going, I know there's a piece. I know there's,
total
I just know it.
total heebie-jeebies on those. You know, the
Yep.
spiders, whatever, it's a spider, but the spider webs, I'm like, damn it. You know,
Yep.
same way with ticks. We get a
Oh,
lot
well,
of those.
yeah. See, that's why I'm like the way I am, why I'm disabled right now, because apparently I had Lyme disease and I didn't know it.
Oh, oh,
It
oh
never got
man.
treated, but it just kind of went dormant.
Yep.
And then I was lucky enough to go to a pharmacy and get a syringe with a special jabby jab that they required me to take. And
Oh,
suddenly I had reactivated Lyme disease everywhere.
damn,
Spirochetes
damn.
everywhere in my brain, in my heart, my lungs, my soft tissue, my muscles. Yeah. My ovaries are toast, man. They're if I'm like Farron Balance, like if they weren't dead, they're dead now. Now I don't have.
Oh.
She has cobwebs. I have like Lyme eggs or whatever. But it's just well, she has lemons and I have limes. But yeah, it's really last January I was fine. I was just a little emotional. February I was more emotional and I was having memory issues where I was having blackouts. But I wasn't like
Oh,
drinking or anything. I was just losing time, days. And then I started shaking and then I started with I couldn't my legs didn't have power enough to go up on the curb to like navigate a curb.
wow.
And I was just done. I couldn't sleep anymore and I was always tired and then the breathing problems and then like the brain problems really kicked in. Yeah, so it was and now I'm at the point where I can't move from my chair. When I say I gotta pee, I need 15 minutes. I mean, I need 15 minutes because it takes me that long to get up and get over there and then do that and come all the way back. And when I come back, I'm like, like because
Yeah.
I don't have the energy to ambulate anymore. And it's all
Yes.
because of a tick. So, and which they say, oh, it's not that big of a deal in the United States. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it
It's like
is.
one in every 113 people now have Lyme disease.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy because
I know.
it's the same as syphilis, only it's not syphilis. And the same
Yeah.
as MS. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, you're telling me that I played Russian roulette with my vag for all those years, never got STD, but now I have a tick borne illness that is like syphilis. How about you all go fuck yourselves? Like, because I hate life. Like, God hates me. I was like, this is not right. I was like, it's just not right.
Well,
Because I got to see the humor. You got to see the
we'll just
humor in it.
we'll just have to kick God's ass. That's all.
Right? Like, when they told me, I literally looked up in the doctor's office. I said, really? Like, I hope you're enjoying this. Are you laughing? And the doctor just looked at me. She was like, are you okay? I said, oh, yeah, I'm just having a minute with God. I was like, because he knew this was coming and I had no warning. Like, so I'm sure he's enjoying it. And she was like, you're kind of special. I was like, a little bit, yeah. I was
Yeah.
a little bit. You'll get to know me, Doc. It's fine.
And then whenever you tell the doc, can you call my cab? No, it's a small school bus.
Yeah.
Make sure I got my hockey gear on. I know I'm not on the team, but it works well for me.
That's hilarious. Just put my
Uh,
helmet on and give me a cookie and send me on my way. Like, it's fine.
I will bobbly wobbly out that door all day long.
Oh my God, I look like a weeble wobble at this point because the way I have to walk is like I literally walk through the room and I go bumpy bump, and my son's like, "You're such a jerk." He's like, "You just I'm like, what? It's
Yeah.
funny." He's like, "It's not funny. I hate seeing you like this because it
Well, I
hurts."
hate
I mean,
being like this, but I
constantly,
have
yeah.
got no choice in it.
But
So
like,
you
dude, what
know,
am I gonna do? Sit and cry over it? I did that. It didn't get me anywhere.
no, it won't. It won't. You know, it's one of my old gaming buddies. I actually met up with him and a couple other people. Well, I don't think he does anymore. Um, because he was talking about getting rid of it last time I talked with him. A little place off of Cape Hatteras that
Oh,
was like a beach house. He invited
it's
me
beautiful
out
over there.
and all of these other people, and we came out. we sit down and he was just like, I'm so glad you guys could make it. This is really good. You guys are, part of why I enjoy gaming. And, he's at the time, I want to say he's probably about 63, 64, somewhere around there, close to retirement,
Mhm.
ran his own computer shop, had everything going for him. And his wife ended up developing Lou Gehrig's disease.
Oh
And so
God.
he he goes, this might be the last time I get to do this before my wife passes,
Yeah.
because everything that I'm going to be doing is going to be taking care of her and making sure that she's as comfortable as she can be. She finally did pass. I mean, that
Oh,
was,
I'm sorry.
over 10 years ago. No, it was one of those that they became completely accepting to the fact that they knew it was going to happen, went through all
Yeah.
the tears and the heartache. It's going to happen, and they wanted to enjoy every minute of it that they had left together,
Yep.
and that's what they did. And after he's actually getting ready to do like a nice little tour of the United States with his daughter, and he's got this decked out, RV that he's hooked up. So it was something that he couldn't do with his wife because of her diminished capacity.
Yeah.
But that's, they you have to come to accept that, we are very fragile. I mean, the human race is very fragile, and it's
We feel
so,
invincible or
when we're
invulnerable.
young, we do, but it is very fragile. And that's why I can't be I can't be mean towards my picture. As you see, I can't. I can tease and taunt,
Yeah,
but
I get it.
if I was to meet her in person, I would never do anything violent or aggressive,
Oh
because to
no.
me that wouldn't serve the purpose. I probably wouldn't even talk to her. Be just like, yeah,
Oh, I'd talk
you're
to her.
like
I'd say, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I
That would be
wouldn't.
my first. That I would just want to know. Like, just come talk to me. Tell me what
Yeah,
the fuck is in your brain right now, because you're messing
it,
up a whole bunch of people's lives for what?
but I don't know if it would do any good. That's
I'm that
the
person
thing.
though that's got to try if the opportunity
Yeah,
presents itself. I'm not going to go out of my way, but if it's there, I'm like, yeah, I gotta, because I don't believe in not taking a risk. I've always, all my life, I've always taken the risk to do this, to do that, whatever. Because if I let my fear dictate what I did, or if I let society's propriety, dictate what I did, I would have never spoke to anybody. I would have never stepped out of my shell. I would have
well,
just stayed that quiet little girl who just went to church every Saturday. And it was just like, okay.
if you think about this, she was supposed to be on, I think it was Tim Pool's show with Alex Jones at the same time. They like
Oh my
double booked or
God.
something. And she like totally like, yeah, he scares me kind of thing. And I think it was because
He would have seen right
he
through
would
her.
he would have seen right through her. Cause
Yes, sir.
cause
Yeah, baby.
cause there's a cult of personality around Alex Jones too.
Oh, yes, there is.
And like I said, cult of personality is not always a bad thing. It's what comes out of it can be bad.
Yeah.
That's what worries me the most. And the same way with the way that our country is headed is, there's a lot of people that have become so divisive of, well,
Hmm.
you're blue or you're red or you're a Trump follower or you're a Biden follower, that it gets downright aggressive. And the people that are running the show, that they are just happy to let it happen. It makes their day. There's a reason why you'd have people like Charles Manson come popping up
Oh, yeah.
and be able
He
to
was
say there's going to
charismatic,
be a,
influential. He had a great line. He could charm the skin off a snake.
yeah, we are going to have race riots. Look at this. Look at how horrible this country is. I mean, this is some of the things that he was preaching. And this
Hmm.
is, back in the 60s. He's talking about race riots, helter skelter. This is all coming down on us. And you
Hmm.
see the same thing happening here. Look at Twitter. It's no different than the way that what was happening out in California in the '60s.
Mhm.
Is everybody feel that tension? They can feel it building. They can feel it coming. We know it's going to happen. People are going to lose their minds. We're going to have a second world war. Look at what Tim Pool promotes.
A third
Oh,
world war. We had the
this is.
second.
No, I meant a second civil war is what I meant to
Oh,
say.
there you go.
We're going to have another
I
civil
was.
war.
You got to keep
You
the
can feel it
numerals,
coming.
the Roman numerals straight.
Well, and people like Tim Pool, they're so disappointed that it never happens
I know,
because
because every
they
time they're going, we're closer, we're
yeah,
closer,
we're
we're
closer.
closer.
Oh,
Shut
and
up!
it's gonna
Is this
and
something you should celebrate?
then they come up with all of these little things. Well, it's going to be a digital civil war. Just like, what are you talking about? They really listen to what he has to say, and you realize that it's just to get the following. He's a little cult leader himself.
Oh yeah,
He,
he's a
he's
little
got his
cat
little
burglar. He looks like a
yeah.
friggin' burglar with
He's
that
got
friggin'
his
hat
little
on.
yeah. He's got his little group that follows around everything that he says and does. And if they disagree with him, they're out of the group. And he'll tell you he's a little
Hmm.
socialist.
Hmm. I listen to him quite a bit because I like to get I get him. I get Ranting Monkey. I think they're called.
Yeah,
I like their show. I like Benny. What is it? Benny Johnson show. This is your boy Benny. I love him.
I haven't seen
Um,
that.
I like Redacted. I like there's a whole bunch, but everybody's got a slightly different voice to them. And that even though they're all different, they're all pushing a different thing, the theme is still pretty much the same. And that's what I tend to look for, the commonalities between them. Because that's usually where you find the most nuggets of truth, is where they're hitting the same the points that maybe they don't want to say. I'm not listening so much to their opinion as what they're presenting. I'm trying
Right.
to keep their opinion as all right, that's the backdrop. So it's colored in this, but what they're really, showing me is this. These are the actual facts of what they're saying. And they're
Right.
all the same. So I guess my faith in them being actually true rises the more, they agree that yes, this is whatever. But and then their take on it is weird. But I don't worry about their take. I worry about what they're giving me. And then I do my take. But I'm more center of the line. I do so many things in extremes. I don't want to think politically extreme because I really think you miss out on so much by doing that. You turn deaf, dumb, and blind to anything else.
You miss the nuance.
Yeah, I mean, there are twists and turns and colors and shades and tones to everything. I can't just assume one person is always going to tell me the truth and one person is always going to lie, because that's just
Well,
impossible.
of course. And,
You know.
and, and as somebody pointed out in chat, and then there's Cool Frog.
Oh, chat. Wait, I'm so sorry, chat. I'm not reading you because your chat makes me lose my mic. I don't know what it is. It's only on my channel. So I see there's 44 comments, but I can't see them because you make me go mute. So it's the mic is much better for some reason when I don't have the chat open. I have a horrible computer. I mean, I'm
Oh,
poor, so
don't.
I'm working with what I got.
Yeah, work with what you've got.
Yeah. So, I
Work
mean,
it.
if only I could
Work
get
it.
out, my boobs will get me a better computer because that's the way of the world. But, it's only
Yeah,
one person was
my
getting a
boobs
new
would
one.
probably get me in trouble.
You see, you don't know until you try. You got to go out, throw them on a counter, and be like, "Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Got a computer back there? That's a little pricey." Smash. Just
well,
lay on them and push them up. They're up to my chin. It's whatever.
and I limit my interaction on Twitter. And this is one of the reasons I do stream is because it helps me limit how much bullshit I'm going to talk because I do it all
Oh,
the time.
yeah.
Yeah, I just usually
I
leave
mean,
like
you're
horrible
a
shit.
great guest to have on. You're a great, panelist to be with. I love when you jump in the panels that I'm on because I know that there's going to be, like a continued discussion, and you always have something, to add. I like that, and you're not pushy about it. Like I'm bossy. I get that.
Yeah.
I never said I wasn't. I never said I was a strong personality. I can't apologize for that. A little bit it's
Well,
me, a little bit I'm from Jersey, a little bit I'm Italian. I'm fucked either way.
yeah, that that,
You know.
that does happen. Whereas with me, I really am a complete recluse. I mean, if I could be a hermit for the rest of my life, I would be absolutely happy doing that.
Mm?
But I like to perform.
Ooh.
Always have.
Where's your wife? Where's your wife? I
Yeah,
need
not like
proof.
that. Not like that. No, I mean, being a musician, playing on stage, having the music being appreciated. I
What do you
always
play?
bass.
Oh,
I
I have
told you that.
never heard you. Why don't you play? Play us something.
No, it causes the mic to mute out. Is what
Well,
happens.
will you ever play us something? Will you promise to
Probably.
someday play us something?
Yeah, I mean, I could
Even if you have to
easily.
pre-record it.
Well, I could probably play some of the stuff that I played on. Yeah, I've done everything from punk rock to blues to you know what was that, funk? Yeah, I think I did some funk.
Ooh.
Of course, I was playing guitar doing that, which was weird. So
We have another guy that comes on and plays guitar. Have you seen him? Oh God, chat. What's his name? The guy who does amazing guitar riffs, and he just for some reason he mellows me out
nice.
so well, and it's just like I mean, music usually hypes me up. He starts and I'm just like, yeah, I'm chill, man. Like everything's good. I love everybody because it resonates inside, like in my chest, and I don't know. It's very very comforting.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
are they telling you his name? I know
conspiracy
Hideous
music.
knows. There you go.
There you go.
Have you met him?
No,
Oh, you need
no,
to check out his channel. You guys will get along.
very
Like
cool.
he's fantastic. He really is. He's going to be doing a show with Cool Frog. I forget when is it? February 2nd? No, I forget. Cool Frog will put it up there if he's there, or Darth will because Darth knows.
Well, and that's I think there's a lot of yeah. There you go. Thursday night.
There you
No,
go.
there's something about artists that I think do really well in this space.
Hmm.
And it's not just music, or it's that creative mind or that introspective mind, because all of us are broken. I'm
Oh yeah.
serious.
Oh
All
yeah.
of us have something traumatic, horrible, whatever that's happened to us in our lifetime that seeks out that release or that acceptance or
Yeah.
whatever it might be. And no, I'm not telling you where on the dial that I was touched. I know somebody will put that in there. That's why I'm catching it at a time, because that's what I would have put in there. Um,
Oh
no,
God.
it's. I always found like a really like healthy release whenever I would perform in front of people, and it was. I don't like being in the audience. I have a hard time being in the audience
Well, in
because
the
it
audience,
just
you have to receive that energy. If you're already full energy, you need to give it off
I, that's that might be what it is. I never looked at it like that. That's very insightful. I
because
never
you
looked
seem
at it
to
like
be
that.
like have a lot of creative energy to like expend. If you're taking in somebody else's, it's gonna clash with yours, number one, and it's gonna overwhelm you.
That has got to be it, because I'm just like I'm like as much as I have really bad arthritis in my left hand and
Oh, honey, I'm
tendonitis and
sorry.
carpal tunnel syndrome. No, I mean
I
it
feel
is
for
what
you.
it
I do.
is. It's
I got that
it's
now too. Yay.
it's a big inconvenience, and it really sucks, and it limits what I can do. Like I
I
used to
know.
go for, geez, we'd start up like 9 o'clock at night, finish up at 1 o'clock in the morning with like 15 minutes every hour or 2 hours or something like that. So that was,
Jam session.
a norm.
Yeah.
No, that was just playing 3 sets in a night.
Nice.
So
You
with
really did like give a like good long performance.
oh yes, and that would be like a weekend, and then on like the weekdays, I think it was Tuesdays and Wednesdays, they would do different open mics, and I would basically come in as like the only bass player because not too many people know how to play bass. So,
That's true.
and you'd always have guitar players like, you know, wanting to strut their stuff. It's like cool. They just need a bass player and a drummer. So me and the drummer, we basically that's all we did was these open mics for people so they could show off their talent. Some of them were good, some of them sucked. Whatever, each their
Yeah.
own. But it you do that for years and years and years, and it
Oh
starts
yeah.
to wear things down. Like who Medeski, Martin, and Woods are.
No.
Okay, Medeski, Martin, and Wood. If I'm sure there's a few people that are more of the hippie crowd that might know who they are. But John Medeski is a
Don't think I
keyboard
won't find
player.
out later. Medeski, you said?
Yeah, Medeski, Martin, and Woods. So
All right.
so the keyboard player for that group, I don't think they play as a group anymore, but John Medeski, he's a very talented keyboard player. He learned how to play music, like classical music, whatever kind of music you could name. He learned how to play it, and then he broke all the rules on it. Is basic the best
Nice.
description. And I saw him. Well, actually, I built a a B3 organ and did some other works on some other keyboards that he had. Um, and and brought those out to him. And I hadn't met him, but because I was doing this for this place I worked at, and this guy is throwing on these gloves, and I'm like, what's up with the gloves? You just sweat that
Hell.
much? He goes, no. He goes, I have carpal tunnel, and this is the
Oh,
only way that I can keep the pain down. So he was using like compression gloves just so he could perform.
I have them. Yeah, they're actually really good
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
paint. So like it's really hard to paint now because I shake. So that's heartbreaking
Ah,
because that was always
ah.
my therapy.
See, then
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. All of these people that you see that are doing YouTube, they tend to be artistic type. I mean, people look at someone like Nick Ricada and go, well, yeah, he paints like little figurines. No, he did writing. That's what he wanted to do. That's a type of art.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As a writer, that's what he wanted to do. Look at like Law and Lumber. That's another perfect example. What is it? Well, what Law and Lumber. Yes, he works with wood. If he's working with wood, he's got a creative spirit that has to get out. So people that you see on YouTube, it doesn't matter who they are. Generally, they've got some sort of artistic thing that just needs
Mm-hmm.
to be let out, and this is a complete release for them. That's
And that's what it has become for me because I can't do. I mean, when I used to like get stressed out and I would do an art project, it was always for the kids, like in
right.
the kids in school. So I would make like, I draw Disney characters like 8 feet high and like cut them out of cardboard and paint them and whatever. I didn't use any like projector. I did it just, I look at the picture and okay, I draw it and that's it. And I can knock them out real quick, but I would get completely immersed in it to where like they knew, okay, Shelly's in the middle of something. School is over. She'll be here till like midnight. Just leave her. And I was happy because I was in my little world. And I put everything, every angst I had, every anger, every happiness, all went into what do I want to make for these kids? And that's what I would pour it into. And then it suddenly was gone. And I was getting more upset, and I was overthinking more, and I was overreacting more. I was getting overwhelmed and overstimulated more. I was almost like autistic. Like I would have like a stimming kind of a panic attack, and I didn't understand why. And I was like, but there's nothing different. There's nothing different. But there was something different. I couldn't do what I did to calm myself and to let out all that, emotion. And I was like, well, what am I going to do? So I sat and I'm, all right, so I'll get behind a cause. That's what my first thought was. So I got behind like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. And it piqued my interest, but it didn't satisfy me. It more aggravated me. And then from there, I went on to go, you know what? This bitch, like, I have things to say because somebody needs to like call out all the different things they see that are inconsistent with a survivor. And I was like, but nobody's doing that. They're just saying she's lying, she's lying, she's lying. And nobody like that I was seeing wanted to like open themselves up to say, look, this is how I can see she's lying because I did this and I went through this, and there is no way in the world any of her reactions would be plausible in anybody's life who went through that or went through like less or more or whatever. Like, and then I started talking, and my therapist said, you know, you're very good at articulating how you feel and what causes things. Why don't you try a podcast? She was like, nobody has to see you because she knew that being sick now, I'm like, I can't like look like I looked before. I don't have the energy to do the bra and the makeup and do the big hair, and I just don't. So it's just like, I'm awake. Yay, let's celebrate that. But it was that
Well,
she was like, you can do this and talk to people and tell them your story and break it down because you have like depression, you have anxiety, but you still function. You raised your kids. You didn't raise them as a drug addicted person. You didn't like commit crimes. You lived a decent life that got you to here. Why don't you tell them like the parts where you messed up, the parts that hurt, the parts that nobody wants to talk about because they're shameful to us. And they're
well,
shameful to me too. But
and do you think that opening up, like releasing that vulnerability, has helped you out?
it has in the fact, not that it released anything when I said it, because I was so nervous about saying it.
Right.
But when I got my first few comments of people saying, that's exactly how I felt, but I couldn't put it to words. And I was afraid to let anybody see me, weak. And you're saying it's not weak to be vulnerable. It's
Oh
actually
no.
strong to be vulnerable. And I helped a lot of people like open themselves up. They started their own channels. Who was like, I feel so alone. Like nobody's ever experienced this. And then I heard you and I could hear the pain. And you're not like I'm not afraid to cry on stream. I don't give a shit. I'm a girl. I can cry.
Yeah.
But I think men should be able to cry, but not like, like you're in the
Not.
middle of public and I skin my knee. No, but
Yeah.
emotional pain should bring tears.
Oh
It
yeah.
should
Because
push
it
that out of your body.
exactly.
And I
And
think that's a testament to manlyhood, believe it or not, like manliness, to be able to do that and not apologize for it. I
Kevin
do.
Smith. Someone just
What do you
Moose
mean?
put in there Kevin Smith in chat.
Oh
It
Jesus! No,
was
Kevin
like,
Smith. No, I mean you already have to be a man for me to see you manly.
yeah,
So yeah, I
yeah.
don't.
And
Yeah,
don't
I
get me
don't
wrong,
count
I,
him
I
on that list.
enjoy I enjoy his work as far as Clerks. That was
Yes,
that
but
was
if there's a gun pointed at him and me, he's hiding behind me. You know it.
oh, you know he would.
Without a doubt, he's gonna
Yeah,
hide behind me.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shoot her
No,
first.
shoot her
Great.
first. I'm
Always
so
wanted to be a
important.
human shield.
I
Can I
am
put
so
that on my
important.
resume?
Can I put that on my
Real.
resume? How about this?
Yes. I
I
deserve
slap your
$100,000 a year because I did this. Thank you. I have trauma. My
it's
trauma
like
is that drama.
don't bother shooting him. I'm going to slap him around with my tits because he is a little bitch boy.
No, he'd enjoy it if I slapped him around my tits. My tits are only for people I like.
There you go.
They're
There you
good
go.
boobies.
Good
Right? Right, girls?
boobies.
You behaved
Right,
well. The
girls, you
twins are
behave.
wonderful.
No,
But
and that's
yeah,
that and that, I think that's what also makes makes you very real, is because you have this ability to be yourself, to say what's on your mind, and you're not looking to hurt anybody. You're looking for that release, and people see the sincerity of it. That it's not, oh, I was abused, and
Mhm.
this is why I did all of these like really scantily clad videos. Here,
I made bad decisions. I made horrendous decisions. I tell my chat all the
I'll
time,
bring her up for
I
you.
should not be able to make my own decisions. Like, I need adult supervision. Okay? I do. My best friend
I know
Christine,
the feel.
she's a state trooper. If she calls me and says, "Stop it," I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. Because I'm like,
Yeah,
did I go too far? She's like, you went too far. Stop it. I'm like, okay. And
yeah,
she
that's
listens to
why.
all my podcasts because she's like, what were
Well,
you on yesterday? Like,
well,
what is wrong with you?
that's why I married my wife, because she toned down the beast. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, in
I
in in
need
a,
that.
in a in a good way, which I needed,
Mm-hmm.
because when my wife first saw me, she was like, "Oh my god, look at this guy." Because I was, working in a wood shop. I would show up in basically a t-shirt and a jeans,
Mm-hmm.
usually like a sleeveless shirt. It didn't matter because I was going to be like dripping sweat by the end of the day anyway. And,
Yeah.
moving wood around all over the place. Of course, that just would, set her hormones in like overdrive.
Oh yeah,
And
man in a tool belt or like with sawdust on his hands with like calluses. Oh, forget it. I'd be fucking. It'd be the snail trail all across the wood shop.
yeah, that,
Mhm.
that, that
Yeah,
was my wife. That was my
yeah.
wife.
That's every
So
woman. Every woman. Don't
I
let them fool
guess,
you.
I guess.
Even the lesbians, because they don't go for like the femme lesbians. They go for butch lesbians, ones that can fix shit.
Yeah, you go for opposite of what you are.
Yeah, I don't. I can build anything. I don't wanna.
I don't want
I
to.
don't. I don't wanna. That's why when people say you could do anything, yeah, but I don't wanna. That's
Yeah,
not my
it's
job, man. It's not my job. It's above my pay grade. But I got to do it because somebody has to. Like, what the
well,
fuck?
and
I don't have a choice.
she saw me and was just like, a little heart throb started
Oh,
going off there, but she did
she
not
had
even
hard eyes.
yeah, she did not realize that I was engaged at the time. Imagine that.
Engagements aren't marriage. Just saying.
Yeah, no, they weren't. And the person that I was engaged to broke it off was the best thing that she did for me and for
Good.
her. Because
If it wasn't a good
from
fit.
what I understand, she got married, moved to like the Keys, and her husband does like boating stuff. He's like a captain of his own boat or something. Which
Oh,
I'm just like, cool.
Captain Ron.
I couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even tell you. It's and it
That was a
was
horrible
one of
movie.
those because I didn't use Facebook for anything. I still have an account. And I think she showed up in like one of my Facebook things. I was like, oh, wonder what she's doing now. I mean, I'm married. I'm happily married. It's just like, oh, she got married, changed her last name. Cool, cool. Seems like a pretty all right guy. All right, whatever. Cool. She moved on. It seems like she's completely happy in her situation.
That's
I
good.
moved on and am completely happy in my. It hurt whenever we first broke up. Oh, whenever she
Oh yeah.
called that off, because you know how she did that shit. She she shows up on New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve, and called off the
So,
engagement. Dead serious on
what a
Christmas
bitch.
Eve. Yeah,
Oh my God. Who does that?
don't worry. She got home and then she called me and asked me if I still was coming over for Christmas.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah.
See, this is why men don't trust women, why they hate women.
No,
This
I
is why they
I
hate a lot of
I
women.
did I did not hate her. I was
You would have
I
if
was
you didn't meet your
shattered.
wife.
Well, see, I was
Later, you
shattered.
would have,
Oh yeah, yeah. I doubt
but
it.
your
No,
wife was meant for you.
exactly. So she
Yeah.
so she so she shattered my little heart was broken.
Aw,
It happens. And so
too often.
I all I did was just go back to work, and focused on that. And 6 months later, my now wife comes over, and we sitting there talking. We my boss, which was her landlord. That's a different story. But we what we would do is go on these walks, walking the dogs through the neighborhood, just shooting the shit, sort of testing the water, sort of like a chaperone. It was weird, like having a chaperone. And of course, I would just randomly was like, you know what? I'm going to ask this girl out. Why not? Why not? What have I got to lose? So what? She's a high priced lawyer, and I'm just some slack ass guy that works in a wood shop.
You're a
Asked her
man.
out. She was like, "Yes. What are we doing?" Went and saw a movie. Movie we went and saw was Troy. That was the first movie we saw together.
What did you say?
And
Do you
huh?
remember? Do
Do
you
what?
remember what you saw? A
Troy.
movie.
Troy. Troy.
Oh, Troy.
Yes.
Ooh, you are confident. You took her to see Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Woo! In all his like muscular bronze oiled up glory?
Sweetie.
That's the
I
only reason I watched that movie, and I'm a huge fan of
Back in
the
the day,
Iliad.
Brad Pitt
Huge
looked
fan.
like Brad Pitt looked like Pansy compared to what I looked like.
See, that's why I said you were confident.
Yes. No, I didn't have the acting chops that Brad Pitt did, or that weird charm,
Some
I
days
guess.
either does he.
But
He just
no,
has a crooked smile. He
and
learned how to do that thing where you make the one cheekbone pop, and it's just adorable. It's very
yeah,
endearing. Yeah.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
No
He knows
fault
what
against
works.
him. But if you're talking about my body, yeah, I was.
Ooh.
You're talking about somebody that had been working in wood for decades, playing music. Only oils up on Wednesdays.
So you
Yeah,
just
but
told me
he
that, we're talking about your body and you played with a lot of wood and instruments. Mm.
played a lot of wood, a lot of
Okay.
instruments,
You
shaking it
handled your
out,
instrument.
handled my instruments. I For the longest time, one of my bass guitars had a garter belt on it.
Stop.
Oh, I joke not. This some like I guess it was like a bachelorette party showed up to one of our shows,
They threw it
and
at
this
you?
no, she got up and wanted to grind on me while I was playing bass.
Damn. Kind of
So
gets in the way of the guitar.
well, no, I just slung the bass over the front of her
He's
and continued to
like, oh,
play. So she was like grinding up against me while I was playing bass,
attaboy. Attaboy.
and she loved every second of it. And then she reaches down and pulls off her garter and wrapped it around my bass, just because she
Okay.
had a good time. It was all about fun.
Yeah, it was. Well, we
It
used to
is
know how to
she
have fun.
yes, and it wasn't like she was the one that was approaching me, and she was like groping all over me because I guess the
Mm-hmm.
bass was just getting her off. And it was like
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, come
Oh,
here,
I've been
and I
there.
just wrapped it around her and played the bass over the front of her. She got she got a kick out of it. I got a free groping. Who's gonna complain?
You counted a good night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
counted it a good night, had a good time. Everybody enjoyed themselves. She she got a kick out of it, and she went off with her girlfriends at the end of the night and had a story to tell. And here I am, you know, 20 plus years later telling the same story.
Yeah. And see, like, we have these stories. I kind of feel bad for how the kids now, they don't have the opportunities really to make these kind of memories because there's so much anger and so much, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. Is somebody watching? Is somebody got their phone out? Somebody's, recording me. I got to act a certain way. We were just ourselves.
But is
We were
there
just,
really? I mean,
it feels like
outside,
there is. Even
I
if there
think that's
isn't,
what it
there's that
is.
constant feeling of being watched.
I see I see where you're coming at with it, but I think about this: the place that I went used to play.
Mm,
This wasn't but over a little bit over 20 years ago, not very long ago. And yes, it might have been someone's mother in the chat. I don't know. Just
There
saying
you go.
that
It's
there
always
would
that
be
possibility.
there is always that possibility
Mm-hmm.
there that phones were still available. People still had cell phones. People could still take pictures. There was plenty of things around that was your social media. It was a different
Mm-hmm.
way of social media. But they also just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go and have a good time. And those places are still out there. All these people, like you've seen some of these guys that I'm trying to think who it is. Camelot. I think he's
Mm-hmm.
fucking hilarious, but he's
The shit
he's
he
like,
says.
oh
Oh,
yeah, it's it cracks me up. I'm just saying, as an overall, imagine a bunch of guys like Camelot. That's not the norm. A
about a
lot of
bunch
the
of guys
guys,
telling me how small their dicks are on a daily basis. That's great.
no,
It's like,
that's
oh, I have
not.
a micro penis. No, you don't. Want to
No,
look? I'll show you. That's his opening. He's like, you want me to prove it? Come here. No, 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 no.
but
I fell for that one.
that's not the norm. The
Yeah.
norm is that people go out, they hang out with some friends, they look over, they see somebody, and they go, "Hey, she's pretty cute." Do you
Mm-hmm.
think him looking over at that girl, thinking that she's pretty cute, whether he's concerned what her Snapchat ID is, what her social media is, he's not caring about that. He's looking at that, going, "Hmm, I want to go
Mm-hmm.
talk to her." She looks at him and says, "Oh, this guy's coming over. Is he going to be a creep or is he going to be
Uh-huh.
like a normal guy?"
Am I
And
in
uh,
danger? Am I going to be annoyed? What am I going to feel? Yeah.
exactly. So whenever he comes over, maybe he ends up being just not quite what she's looking for, but there's just something about him that she's going, "I'll give this guy a try. I'll
Mm-hmm.
go out with him again. Here's my number. Give me a call." And then next thing you know, 20 years later, they're sending their kid out into the world. It hasn't changed. It's just people's perception of it has changed. And I think that was one of the things that like Megan Fox was getting into. It's like, oh, you meet a girl at a mechanic shop. Yeah, but why? I understand where you're coming from. I don't think she was
I
articulating it
understood where
enough.
she was coming from. No, I
Right,
understood where she was coming from, but it just wasn't coming out right. And
right.
I was cringing for her because I was like, oh, I
That's not.
see your point, but you're not getting there. Like
Yeah,
you're
you're
you're not getting
close.
there.
You're close. You're fem-splaining. Stop fem-splaining.
Yeah, like stop.
I
Especially you're
mean,
surrounded by men with huge egos.
oh
Like to
yeah,
tell him to go to a bookstore, that's not
no,
manly. I'm a race car driver, god damn it. Like it's like, come on.
yeah,
You're gonna send Camelot to a bookstore?
no.
Oh,
He's
auto
he's
parts
gonna
store
laugh at
then.
you.
That's what I really
He's gonna
laughed
laugh
because I
at you.
was like, do you know what women you're gonna find in an auto parts store? Ones that are married to other women. Like you're not gonna find somebody, dateable in an auto parts store. Where you going?
Well,
Oh, I'm going down to Napa. Oh, okay.
well, I mean, let me tell you a really quick story. This sort of ties into it. I had a position where I needed to have a roommate. And one of my friends said,
Ugh.
"Hey, I know this guy. He's like wanting to move out of his mom's house. He's over 21. He should not be living there. He needs to move out." And this guy was a complete slob. He did not know how to
Lovely.
care for himself in any way, shape, or form because mama never let him do it. It was a bad situation. But get down to the the nitty gritty here, the nuts and bolts. So he ends up becoming a roommate of mine, and I get
Oh,
this
poor
call. It
thing.
was just like, "Hey, we're down at this bar. I won't name it, and they're just it's pretty cool. Come on and hang out." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll come down." I show up, and here's these two guys that have been friends for a long time, hanging out, and they're chatting. And I sit down, and they go, "Oh my god, have you seen our waitress?" this waitress is so gorgeous. I'm like, cool. Did you talk to her? Just like, well, what do we say? I was like, are you kidding
Hello.
me? I was like, do you find her attractive? Yeah. I was like, have you asked her out? No. Okay. She comes over. What can I get for you? I was like, first of all, you can give me your number. Second of all, I'll have a Guinness. She was like, okay.
I love
She
Guinness. Oh.
she leaves. She goes and gets a Guinness, comes back, sets down her phone number, and sits down a Guinness. And these dudes lost their freaking mind. They were like, how did you do that? I said, but what are you talking about? If you're interested in somebody, you can ask for their phone number. If they're not interested in giving you their phone number, they'll give you some fake phone number to get you off their back.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you going to sit here and beat around the bush and oogle them? Because then you just look fucking creepy. Just ask the girl out. If she's not interested and she's going to go, no, I'm not really interested. And don't be butthurt about it. Just
Mm-hmm.
go, okay, that's cool. And go about your day. It's really simple to get a fucking date if you want a date. If you're
Mm-hmm.
interested in somebody, let them know that you're interested. Don't be creeping. Once you have presented yourself, you say, and that's you're very vulnerable, and I can understand why guys don't want to do that. You become very vulnerable, and you're just basically opening yourself up to be to get that rejection. And if you're
Absolutely.
willing to take that no, because you can get 100 no's, and all it takes is
Mm-hmm.
just that one, and that might be your future wife or your
Mm-hmm.
future husband. And it was just like, oh, that was pretty cool. Gave
Yeah.
her a call, hooked up, whatever. But it's the act of getting out there and presenting yourself, saying, I'm interested in you. I find something
Yes.
about you attractive. And
Absolutely.
it's I I don't know if it ever sunk into him. I do know that he ended up finally getting a date,
Oh.
and actually seemed like he was having a good time with his wife. But,
Oh,
that
there you
was
go.
after he moved out. Like I said, he was a horrible roommate, but,
Yeah.
you know, I
He
think
wanted
that
him to
he
get a
finally
girlfriend so he'd get the fuck out. Here,
no, it
go
wasn't
get
even
married.
that.
Out. Like she'll clean after you at least. Get a girlfriend. She'll come over and clean up.
Oh, Darth, I agree. Those 5,000 no's suck ass, but you also grow a thicker skin whenever you get those 5,000 no's. You really do.
Well, the no's
Be-
are a lot different now than they were before. Like before, I think we tended to be less brutal and like public about it. Like we tried to be like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like I have a boyfriend or I'm not looking for anything right now. Now these chicks are like, oh my God, look at you. Like, why would I do that? Oh no, you did not just talk to me. They
yeah.
make like this
And you know
big
what? You know
spectacle out
what?
of it.
You
These
know
women
what?
are stupid.
No, let them make the spectacle out of it, because although you're going, oh my God, look at that girl. She just totally rejected him. And the guy is thinking, oh, I feel like shit.
I
All
just
he
want the
has to do is
ground to
just
open
look
up
at
and
her.
swallow me. Yeah.
You know what I do? Whenever I would get those kind of, because I've gotten those rejections where it's just like, what, who in the hell do you think you are asking me out? You're
Mm-hmm.
looking at my tits.
Yep.
I understand what kind of person you are, fucking
Uh-huh.
pervert. And you just look at him and you just go, really, really, are you? Do you have that low of self esteem that you're gonna act like this? What a twat! Just walk off. Just shake my head. It's just like, I don't have to put up with your kind of shit. And I guarantee you that girl over there, that's like, wow, he actually had balls enough to go up to that girl, ask her out, and she totally acted like a complete asshole to him. He's not
Mm-hmm.
an unattractive guy. I find something about him. That's the girl that comes over and talks to you because you had the confidence to actually
Yep.
ask the girl out and say something to her, and not be like, walking off in a crying ball of pus, that you that you that you that you kept your dignity about you. You took the blows like a
Yes.
man, and you said, "Yeah, okay, you know what? I thought you were something. I thought you might be something special, but I see you're no different. You're just scum and walk off. That
Uh-huh.
that other girl sitting over there is paying attention to that, and you don't ever see it. You don't ever see the ones that are paying attention.
That's usually me.
You're sitting
I'm
there
the one
looking,
that's
you're going,
observing from the corner going, "Aw, let me go talk to him."
yeah,
I usually don't do it as like, "Oh, let me go hit on it." I'm like, "Oh, let me go talk to him. He doesn't that wasn't right." And it's just
yeah,
like maybe yeah, but then I feel the fear of, "Oh god, what if he's going to like take that anger of that rejection and throw that at me?" But I have to take that risk most of the time. And for me, it's not that big a risk. I'm like, "All right, if you yell at me, I'm not going to die." That's my whole
yeah,
thing. Did you die? Like, no, it passed. Relax. Let's have a beer. Let's do this. You want to go for a walk, you want to have a talk, you want to whatever. And that's usually appreciated, but there's always that fear for me of, oh God, please don't be one of those, like, I'm holding it in until I get the next person and I'm going to unleash it on them because I hate that. And it does happen. It's human nature.
yes,
But I feel like these girls are very, what's the word I'm looking for? Delusional when it comes to their prospects. Because for some reason they have lifted themselves up and said, "This is what I want. This is what I deserve." I hate that word.
mm,
This is what I deserve, and I'm not going to settle for less. Okay, boo, you could do that, but you're going to be alone a very, very, very long time because the chances of you finding that an Adonis with the perfect temperament and perfect job and all that, that's slim to none chances. You got like a 0.5% chance of hooking up with that person. And if you did meet them, who's to say that you'd be up to their, standards? Because
exactly.
you're going for the top of the barrel, like you're going for the what is it, the cream of the crop. They
And
have a
you're not,
choice to make too. You're not
well, and that's,
shopping.
well, and that's the thing. The women that go for the cream of the crop generally are not cream of the crop.
Exactly. And they swear they are. I want this.
And
Okay,
that's
I
the
want a
same,
lot of
and
things too, but I'm also
that is the
realistic.
same thing with men. There's men that are just only going to go for the cream of the crop, and
Hmm.
they are not cream of the crop. And
I think
what
cream of the crop
happens
should go
is,
for each other because they're shallow to even think
yes,
that way.
exactly. I was, I had a great body, but I was not worth a freaking dime whenever I met my wife. Whenever I met my wife, I was in debt, and
She saw something in you though.
she actually offered to pay my debt. She was just like, "I
Aw.
see you got this. I'll pay for it." I was like, no, no, not a single penny ever."
Because there
And
go
and
your
it,
balls.
well, no, because after being a touring musician for so many years, I basically could get women to pay for. I never bought a drink myself. I would get women to buy me
Oh,
drinks.
I've never bought my own drink. Ever.
Yeah, no, I
I have tits. Why would I
some
do that?
I was I was working at a place in Kentucky, and I was sitting at the bar, and this girl comes up and she sits down and she's all chatty and she's just like, "How about you buy me a drink?" I was like, "How about you buy me a drink? Because I'm much better looking than you, sweetheart."
Oh shit.
And she just looked at me and she was like, "Asshole." I was like, "Yep, that's
I
right."
love it. There
Go.
is asshole in you. Oh, I knew I liked you for a reason.
And the dude that was sitting at the bar next to me reaches over and he goes, "Dude, I am buying you a fucking drink because that was awesome." She does nothing but walk around the bar and get guys to buy her drinks. And you're the first guy, because she's hot. She's absolutely, she
Mm,
was smoking hot. He goes, "You're the first guy that said, how about you buy me a drink? Because I'm much better looking than you." I've never seen that kind of bravado. And so he
nope.
called his girlfriend over that happened to be the bartender, and they celebrated me all freaking night long because they had to deal with this little princess that thought she was the bomb. It wasn't intentional. It's just I've never felt that I owe anybody anything because of who they are, that they don't have to prove themselves to me. They just be
Absolutely.
themselves. It's like same way with my buddy that had this issue with women. We go into a Waffle House, we sit down, and he starts bitching and moaning about every single thing about his food. And as we get up and leave, I walk over and I sit down, a $20 tip for the waitress. And this is what, 1990 something. That's a lot of money at that time.
Yeah,
And I
but
was
I
like,
love men that
I'm
take care of their
I
waiting
was like
staff.
I was like, I'm so sorry, my
That's a
friend's a
deal
complete
breaker thing for me.
asshole. And she was like, unexpected. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I was
Aw.
like, yeah. And we walk out, and I laid into him. I was like, you left no tip whatsoever. He goes, well, the food wasn't right. I was like, dude, it's a fucking Waffle House.
Like it's not gonna be like it's like frozen food.
Yeah. I was like,
Everything
chill.
is sticky in a waffle.
Yeah, it's
Like
it
they should
has
hose it down at
three
least once a day.
it has three colors. It is brown, dark brown, and light brown. Every single thing in that fucking Waffle House is light brown, dark brown, and medium brown. It's
Mhm.
brown.
With strings
And
of syrup keeping it in place.
when the syrup is brown.
Yep.
Their
All
hash
syrup
browns are
colors.
brown. Everything. It's brown.
But I tell you,
You,
it's good
you,
at 4 o'clock in the morning when you've been in a truck all damn day.
exactly. And so I lay into this guy just like, dude, if you're gonna be an asshole, at least own up to being an asshole and and pay them. Because, you had her running left, right, and center. And
Mm.
it's not right. Next time he went in there, he was much more appreciative because I cooked at
That's
Waffle
good.
House.
Yeah.
I know what those waitresses had to go through because I put them through like 10 times worse than any customer ever could. But
Hmm.
my favorite thing to do was cook a bunch of food. We're talking like eggs scrambled with cheese, hash browns in the ring, smothered, covered. It did not matter. I would just cook up a whole bunch of this stuff and then I'd throw it up on plates and I would go order up and walk off. I didn't even pay attention to what they were calling out. You do that on a Sunday morning whenever the place is completely slammed. You got four
Oh
waitresses in
my
that little tiny Waffle
god.
House, and you just watch them panic, go back and sit in the back room because that's two-way mirror back there. You sit back there in the back room and just
Oh
watch them
shit.
like, that's mine. They wanted a well done waffle. It's not
Oh,
well
those
done.
waitresses will fight each other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's entertainment. It's pure entertainment. Of course, working like the afternoon shift and taking a couple hits of acid is never good. Never good because the bacon talks to you.
Bacon talks to you. Okay.
Oh, trust
It
me,
talks
it
back
does.
and wears like, a long blonde wig and whatever.
No, it's just the sizzle. It makes certain sounds that are a little bit creepy.
Ugh, that's gross. What you call it? Now the treating of wait staff, that's a huge tell for me. Like I've always, even like friends, I've like watched friends, and I'm like, if they're not nice to the waitress, I'll wait a minute until the waitress walks away and go, yeah, what are you doing? Well, she needs to hurry. She has like 30 tables. She's by herself. If you want your
Hmm.
coffee so fucking bad, the pot is right there. Get up and go get
Walk
it.
over and get it.
But do not take an attitude with this lady. She's exhausted. Look at her. Because I did that. I waited, tables in a pizzeria Friday nights after like football games. Oh dear Christ. It was just like I did what I could not to get groped here or whatever. And you never knew who was touching you because it was always so packed because it was a little pizzeria. Everything was like right on top of one another. And I'm 19 and I'm just like, this is too much. And I would have guys that would leave me a penny as a tip. And I'd look at them like, you just had me bring you like a million fucking refills and I get a pen. Okay. Next time you come in, I'm not even going to see you. Like, I'm not going to wait on you, nothing. Like, get the fuck out. Because that's just rude. You just took up a table for like 3 hours and you give me a penny? No. I'm not saying you have to tip, but if you're going to, don't be insulting. That's insulting. That was meant to be insulting. And that's just,
My
oh, I can't. So
my
yeah, you got
first
to treat them well.
my first job was cleaning floors in like supermarkets and stuff like that. That was my very
Ugh,
first job. Minimum
that's a
wage at
lot
that
of
time
mopping.
was
Jesus.
that no, it was a big buffer that you would use. So
Ah.
that was my first job, and I was still in the military. I got back from basic training, first job that I could possibly get, paying $2.20 an hour. That was minimum wage, and I worked my ass off. And I ended up getting a job working pipeline construction. Made an ass ton of money working pipeline construction and got burnt out so quick. The year that I quit working pipeline construction, I went to go wait tables at a local place. And a strip club was right up the street. And me, being
Ah.
19 years old, rather good looking, still had that buff military body.
Mm.
All the strippers would come in on a regular basis. They would sit down. I would walk out of there with an easily $300 in a hard on every night that I worked, because those strippers would they would walk over to the guy that was buying them dinner and go,
Mhm.
you're leaving him $5? No, it should be 20. It should be 100, whatever. And they would pull it out of his wallet, walk over and like stuff it down my pants and get it groped
Oh
while
my
they were at
God.
it. It's just like, oh my God, this is
Turnabout is
heaven
fair
right
play,
here.
baby.
It's like this is heaven right here. I'm getting groped by strippers. I'm 19 years old.
That's all
I've
that matters, man. Living
and,
the
and
dream.
and I don't have to sit here and like come home covered in sweat at 4 o'clock in the morning to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go back to work again. Oh my God, this is heaven. God, what happened to those days? Where did they go, Shelley?
I
Where did
did get a lot of dates when I waitressed. I did. It was
yes,
always, what time you getting off work? You want to go catch a movie? You want to go play mini golf? Like whatever. And my boss would be
yeah,
like, "Go, just go. It's fine. It's slow. Go. Thank you."
yeah.
But
My
yeah, I
my
mean,
fr-
they were
my
local guys, so I knew them, but they didn't ever approach me like that before. And I don't know, maybe it's something about being served by a woman that they're like, "Hey, she's serving me. Let me take her out." You know, like I can see this working. I like the way she serves me. That doesn't mean I'm going to be all smiles when I'm handing you your Coke when we're, at the mini thing, but whatever. Um, but yeah, no, it was nice back then. I remember guys just coming up to me. My best
yeah,
friend of 30 years just walked up to me in the hallway and said, "You're Michelle Manitella." I was like, "Yeah."
yeah.
And he was like, "I've seen pictures of you." I was like,
Yeah, you hadn't
what?
seen those
I was
pictures.
like, in my head. I was like, what pictures? And he was like, "Oh, at Nancy's." I was like, "Nancy's? Like, what?" Like, I got real serious real quick. I was like, "What pictures did you see?" The ones under her bed. I was like, "Fuck my life." I was like, "Okay," because she was my ex, and I was like,
Ah,
"Crap!" I was like, "All right," because and
called
back then
out.
you didn't talk about it, so I was just like, "Well, you didn't see what you saw, or I'm gonna like pluck out your little eyes." He was like, "Ooh, you're feisty." I was like, "No, I'm serious." And he was like, "I like that." And we became the best of friends. Like we dated and everything, but I would have never looked twice at him because I didn't look at guys when I was in high school and go, "Oh, I want to date him," because I was afraid. I was just so afraid of everybody. And when he came up to me, it took balls because my first defense is being a hard ass. Like everybody says, "Oh, you come off intimidating." There's a reason why I come off intimidating, because I'm 5'3". I'm very easy in real life to go, "Oh, we'll pick on her because she's all tiny and everything." Okay, I'm tiny. My personality is like 8 feet tall. So you want to go, we'll go. But it took me time to develop that because I needed it. So like I come off like very gruff and very like, "Rah, I'm abrasive." I will literally do anything for you if I care about you. And it doesn't take a lot for me to care about people. It really doesn't. A little kindness, and I just, okay, this one under my wing, that one under my wing. I'm the mama. I like to take care of people. I like to build them up. I like them to feel good about themselves because I see genuine goodness in them. I don't want to see the negative, so I don't, like exacerbate the point. And it's such a juxtaposition for me because I know I'm soft. I know it, but I can't let strangers know it. So I have to, like, for my own sanity and my own protection, I project this like real prickly persona. Like, oh, I'll kick your ass or whatever. And the deep voice and the Jersey accent, they help because I
Oh
can
yeah.
make myself sound way worse. Like I can come off like anybody would be afraid of me.
Well, it's like
But it's not really true.
it's like Marissa Tomei in My Cousin Vinny,
Oh god.
where she just loses her shit. He's like, "I'm so sorry. I'm scared of you." At this point, you can see the fear in his eyes that she is going to stomp him. This tiny little petite woman is going to
Uh-huh.
stomp you in the ground if you do not pay attention. And
Yep.
it's some of the control that women have over men of this little girl, this little tiny thing is not scared of me in one way, shape, or form. She she puts the fear of God in me. She
Mhm.
is like, I do not want to get on the bad side of that. And more women need to use that kind of power of like, you will not get away with this bullshit. And you see more of that coming from women. Not that they're sitting there slapping them and smacking them and being assholes to them. It's just
Mhm.
like, it's like, I have put my foot down. I am acting like your mother. If I'm having to act like your mother towards you, you know you fucked up
Yep.
because mama don't play. And when
Mhm.
mama don't play, you need to back your shit down. You need to double think what you're doing and straighten your act out. And that's a
Mhm.
really important lesson for you young men out there. Whenever she says whatever she's saying, she's put her foot down, and it's not a game. She's not taking a swing at you.
Nope.
She's giving you that mom look. She's going, you are the stupidest fuck in the world
Mhm.
for doing the stupid shit that you just did. You need to pay attention to that because that right there is a woman that knows what she wants. She's going to get what she wants. And you just have to decide whether you're going to be part of that shit.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
And it's not making you
Absolutely.
beta or any crap like that. It's just knowing that there's certain boundaries between the sexes. It would be no different than a woman coming up and taking a swing at a man. There's a boundary that you don't cross. You don't come up and take a swing at a man and expect
No.
him to say say, "Oh yeah, hit me," unless he's some little bitch boy.
Yeah.
Then
No. If
yeah.
you step to a dude like a dude, be prepared to be treated like a dude in return. That's my
And
thing.
I personally I wouldn't, because I would walk away before it got to that point. But
But the person
if
issuing it should expect something to come back. If it doesn't, great. If it does, though, you asked for that.
yes,
You went into that going, I'm going to do this. Did you not think of
I'm
the
gonna take a
consequences?
swing at him.
Yeah.
It's like my wife wouldn't take a swing at me. Well, mainly because my hands are the size of baseball mitts, and she knows that if she took a swing at me and I took a swing back, that someone's going to be hurt and it won't be me.
Yeah, I know.
I, but I'm not the kind of person that's going to take a swing at my wife.
No,
It
and
just
she doesn't feel threatened by you. She feels protected by you.
exactly. Now
She's
someone
safe
comes
with you.
comes in and starts something that they're I will die before
You'll
I let
finish it.
anything happen to my
Hmm.
wife.
Yeah.
Anything. But also my wife isn't gonna she's not gonna jump up and start talking shit
No.
for something that she can't back up.
Yeah. No.
She's not that like fuck you asshole, my boyfriend's gonna kick your ass. No, no.
I've
My
never
wife does
done
not
that.
do that.
I've
Mm-mm.
said I'll kick your ass, but it's like my boyfriend's going, mm-mm. Like,
Mm-mm.
and that's the thing. Like you said, that little girl standing up to him, and she's not afraid of him. I'm a little different in that I am afraid, but I'm not going to stay shut. I'm not going to, back down from you because I'm not going to let you bully me. I got bullied enough. I'm done. I am old enough that I can stand up for myself and say, hey, no, you don't treat me like that. Don't come at me like that, or you're going to get like a really shitty response in return. You're not going to enjoy. I tell people that all the time. We're going to have a little, conversation you ain't going to like, because I'm going to tell you about yourself and you're going to feel bad.
Yes.
I'm not going to hit you. I'm 48 years old. Who's hitting somebody? But I will read you head to toe and have you crying for your mama.
Yeah.
Like, don't go there.
You'll wish that I took a swing at you after
Yeah,
this.
like you'll wish it because at least that would have been over. This shit will live in your mind till the day you die. At
Well,
some point, you're gonna look at the mirror and go, "Shit, she was right."
and you
Like,
were a school teacher, right?
oh yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I had so
I
much
could deliver
respect
it
for
with a
my school
smile on my
teachers.
face,
I
which
had
is really
so much
scary.
respect for my school teachers.
I,
I
I love teaching. It's not what it was when I started. They are so restrictive and they are so everybody has to teach the exact same thing at the exact same time every day. There's no there's no teacher input. There's no, you know, like all of the teachers that I know, we each have very strong areas that if we work together would benefit all our students. But we're not allowed to collaborate like that. Because say I'm really, really strong in like narration and breaking things down for the kids so that they understand, like gesticulating, getting the printed material to become real for them. If I'm good at that, but I'm not so good at them now going into making visual representations, I mean, I am, but say that's like someplace I'm not
right.
good. If I have somebody else who is good at that, but she's not good at the stuff I'm good at, we should be able to pair up and really work our strengths so the kids get the best education we can give them. But we're not allowed to do that. I had teachers who sucked in certain areas and they'd tell you, this is not my strongest subject. So we're going to go by the book, but I promise the next subject, we're going to have fun. It's going to be whatever. I can't promise that because they make it so not fun that I fall asleep in the middle of the day
Just
because it's that
remember,
boring.
every single school has the same design as a prison.
It really does. It really does. And believe me, I worked in one that felt like a prison. It felt like a mental institution.
Yes.
Like it
I,
literally made me anxious to walk through the door every day.
so the place that I went to school, there were very few white children in this
Mhm.
particular school. There were 1,500 students just in my eighth grade class.
Jesus.
Just in my eighth grade class, we had 1,500 students, and it was only eighth and ninth grade. The school has long been shut down. What they did is they had two
Was this in the
schools on
South
no,
or
this
the
was this
Midwest?
was this was actually in Illinois.
Oh,
There were two schools. There was one on the east side, there was one on the west side. And what they did is they integrated those two schools into one. The high school was a pretty large high school. So there
mhm.
was no east side, there was no west side, there was just high school on one side of town, junior high on the other, 1,500, 1,800, something like that. In each one of those classes, it was massive. It was, imagine taking a full high school and turning it into just two grades.
Oh God.
So I went from this basically, imagine a Catholic school to going into like hardcore, you know, public school
I
or
did that.
public
So
prison.
yeah. Yeah, I did that.
And and and
All
me
girls
being
Catholic
like,
school, 14 kids
me,
in my class. So
me,
now
yeah,
260.
so I was probably 5 foot something, maybe 110 pounds wet in eighth
Oh,
grade. I was skinny, tiny. I was easily beat upon by guys that were, 6'4", and they looked like pro linebackers in my eyes at that time. And it was not uncommon for me just to take a pounding. And of course, I
Aw,
grew up with my older brother beating up on me. It's just like, yeah,
yeah.
whatever, older brother beating up on you. And so I would fight back. I didn't, so what? I'm 5 foot and I weigh, this little scrawny dude. I'm gonna fight you anyway. I just didn't care. And
That's
of
how you
course,
get respect
well,
for yourself and from other people.
and the bigger kids that were just like, didn't think that was cool. Those were the guys that would stand up for me and be just like, yeah, you're not messing with this little guy because he's gonna fight you and he's gonna lose. He's gonna fight you because he doesn't know any better and he doesn't care. He's got
Mhm.
nothing to lose. You've taken every bit of what he has, and you're going to take that away from him. It's just like so. I had lots of guys that would stand around me and be like, we're not going to let you beat up on the little guy. Yeah, he's a
That's
smart ass
awesome.
little white boy, but we don't care. And also, it was
You leave
it,
Dennis
it,
the Menace alone. Just
it
leave him
was
alone.
it was good conditioning because it was not uncommon for me to get into a fight. And then whenever I moved to New Mexico, like within the first week, I had the biggest bully get up in my shit and like slam my books down on the ground, start fucking with me. And I just turned around, grabbed him up, slapped him against the, the lockers and was like, yeah, you're not doing this. Fuck off. I'm just doing my thing. Leave me the fuck alone. I'll leave
Good
you
for you.
alone. And he ended up becoming a really good friend.
Isn't it
He would
funny how that happens?
he would give me a ride home every day because he
Yeah.
was just like, I've never had anybody stand up to me. Hell,
Mhm.
I got back from basic training and here's this guy comes rolling up in a wheelchair.
Oh my god.
He had snapped one of his vertebrae and he was paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his
Jesus.
life. And he was just and he's like, I was an asshole to you, and you're the first person that jumped up, got in my shit, didn't put up with it, and I had so much respect for you and I felt bad for you, and I would give you a ride home, and here I am, paralyzed from the waist down,
And you're
and
out there defending the country.
and he's just like he was like and because of you I changed my attitude towards people. I stopped being a bully. And I've
Aw.
got such a great support team now behind me of people that I treated like shit. But because you changed my attitude towards other people, I stopped being a bully. I started being nicer to people. And now I've got a good support system. I just want to thank you. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm sorry that you're like in a fucking wheelchair. I was like,
You were
what the
stuck on that point.
I'm just like, dude,
You're like,
I mean,
"He's
I
in a
wasn't
wheelchair. He's in a wheelchair." What'd he say?
I'm just like, dude, this sucks. He was like, yeah, it
Right.
sucks, but I've, it took me a couple of years to like get over this shit, and
Mhm.
it's like you don't realize how you can touch somebody just by not really touching them in a weird way, and and that's
You
part of
changed you changed the flow of their energy.
yeah,
You throw something in there that maybe they never encountered before. And
and
like we're going back to the energy talk. You don't like to sit in the audience, one, because of the energy thing. I think two, also because your body knows that you're not meant to be there. You're meant to be up there. So your mind is
yes,
saying, no, this isn't our place. This no, we're not as comfortable here as we are up there. We do more good up there. And like that, your body just knows what it wants to do, and your mind knows. So it resists the things
but
that it
also on
doesn't.
that same aspect, I'm happy. I'm happy whenever people are doing really well.
Yeah. But
It's
you're a performer. So that instinct has to be there like all the time.
well, and but you also see someone that is like has really good talent. I mean, I've sat there backstage and watched Les Claypool play. I've
Mm.
seen I've actually had the opportunity to meet Ray Charles before he passed, and
Oh
to
my God, that's
be
amazing.
oh, dude, he was. I did not realize Ray Charles was so tiny.
Georgia? I
I
love
always
him.
thought
Oh,
I thought he was I
Georges.
thought he was like so much larger than life, and to see
No,
this
he's so
frail,
tiny.
yes, here's
Oh my
this
god, he was
frail old
always
man.
tiny. Yeah.
He's sitting there in front of me. I'm just like, oh my god, you're
But that soul of
Ray
his is
Charles.
huge.
Yes,
Yeah. He's
and just to
oh, ooh, I have
and
chills. I wish that was me. I wish I would have met him.
yeah, Chastain
Huge fan.
Park. Oh, it was
Hmm.
so awesome. I've got to meet Casey from Casey and the Sunshine Band. I met Ray
Oh
Charles. I got a chance to meet Rick James and his son and his
my
wife before
god.
he died.
Super freak. Super, she's super freaky.
Because Casey and also Rick James were doing like a collaborative show. They were touring together, and each one would
Wow.
open for the other each night, and they could never keep up with who was doing it. So there was like arguments and shit.
Oh
But
god.
you get to meet all these people, and these are people that have a lot of charisma, a lot of talent. I have never seen so many like hot naked dancer bodies come running in front of me, except being a Casey and Sunshine Band show. My God. Yeah, because they were doing like clothes changes in between each set. If you've never worked like runways and stuff like that, these girls are walking off the stage and they're getting butt ass naked to get into the next outfit because they're getting ready to walk back out on stage again. That's how impressive it is. If you've never seen a dancer body, then don't ever, 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 ever date a gymnast because oh my God.
I know.
I've
Believe
I've
me.
I've had I've had my world rocked by a gymnast, and it is impressive.
Yeah.
As much
I
as I
remember
love my
those
wife,
days. Hmm.
as much as I love my wife, I've seen things that gymnasts can do, and I will tell
My
you right
hips
now.
are double jointed, so doing
Yes,
a bridge wasn't your standard bridge. I
yeah,
could literally like fold myself over and walk on my hands through my legs and flip over. And it was just, it's weird. I can't do it anymore, obviously, but when I was
well, yeah,
younger, oh, I was great. You could bend me any which way. I would just sit there rocking on my hands with my feet crossed behind my neck. And my girl was like, "Don't that hurt?" No, feels great. Because my arms would be in front of my legs. My legs would be tucked behind my arms. And I'd just swing. And
yeah,
she's like, "You're comfortable?" Yeah. Can't do that
yeah.
now. Fucked up my knees. But
No, no,
yeah.
no.
No, gymnasts they're wild. I
Yeah,
dated a couple of those and I dated a lot of athletes. Because I like, a strong partner. I don't want somebody
exactly.
who's weaker than me because no, I'm the girl. I might not sound like it all the time. I might come off kind of gruff. Trust me, put a B in front of me. You'll see how much of a girl I am. Like I literally do that and I run. If there's a mouse, I can jump vertically 4 feet straight up in the air and land on whatever surface is near me. Like, and they're like, that's not physically possible. Yes, it is. I'm afraid of mice. Like,
Well, see, I
no,
tried doing the emo thing, but it wouldn't work. I actually tried. I was like, oh,
I
maybe
don't
this will
like the
like.
emo thing on
No,
guys.
no, no. Women generally don't. I tried it.
No,
I
they're
was like, oh, I could be
wimpy.
like the brooding musician, and it just wouldn't work because I couldn't carry it off. It felt so fake.
Hmm.
It was like
Like
anytime
two of
some
us can't
girl,
be moody.
yeah. Well, and
That's
sometimes you get these girls that are just like, it's like, oh, you have this look of like this total emo guy, and I'm just like, oh, cool, cool. How do you do that? Because I don't understand emo. I met this girl in
I guess you
what
were
was it?
quiet.
I
Quiet
was
guys
I
tend
was
to
very
come
quiet.
across as emo.
Yes, but if you get me going, oh geez. So met this girl out in what was it, Tampa? Yeah, it was Tampa. Met this girl in Tampa, and she was like, "Oh, let's go hang out. There's this cool spot on the beach. I like to hang out." I was like, "Cool, go out." Just a little bit of, making out, whatever. And of course,
Mm.
like these guys come running up and started, just causing havoc. And of course, they didn't realize that, I'm close to 6 foot. Actually, no, I'm 6 foot. I'm
How
close to
close?
being. I am 5'12". No, literally, I'm 6 foot straight up. I like to make that joke because I find it funny. Because my wife is like, "How tall are you?" I'm like, I'm only 5 foot something. She's like, 5 foot what? I was like 5'12". She was like, that's 6 foot. I'm like, no,
Very good. You passed the test.
I am straight up six
You're
foot.
not an idiot.
There is no like 5'10",
Oh.
5'11". No 6'1". No, I'm not 6'2". I'm just straight up 6 foot tall. But
Oh, the sad part.
whenever you've got like 8 inches of mohawk that stands up on top
Mm.
of your head, and you stand up, and these little punks are coming up and they're starting shit, and you're wearing a pair of like jump boots. If you don't know what jump
Uh,
boots are, they have like this nice big steel plate in the bottom of them, and they will stomp someone's head very, very painfully. And
yeah.
they started some shit, and I just stood up and looked at them. I was like, do you have a problem here? And they'll look at me and they were just like, man, no problem. We'll see you later.
Nope.
Bye.
Nope. Johnny Rotten. I don't. Thank you very
And,
much. You stay over
and,
there.
and of course, that scared the girl off because she thought I was this emo kind of guy that was going to
Oh
be like
God.
into getting his ass kicked or something, I guess. I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not that way. I may look like that, but no, I'm not scared to throw down because I learned how to kill people in the military. It's one of the first things they teach you. It's
Hmm.
scary. I don't like that. I don't want to ever hurt anybody, but I will defend myself if I need to.
Yeah. Then that's the
Darth
thing. At least
Hideous
you know how
misses his
to.
mohawk. Oh,
He had a
but
mohawk.
you have to ask Darth.
Lord. Like I
It
said, I can't
likes
open the chat. I have 230 comments to read later because my mic has been okay as long as I'm not. I don't have chat open. So it's like, all right. But
well.
well, what?
So back to that cult of personality.
Yes. Well, here, like the thing is, you were saying something about the cult of personality and breaking free, and I kind of like, you know how you met your wife. It was meant to be that you didn't have the, you know, engagement that you had, and then you moved on to your wife. That was like it was meant to be. It was meant for you to meet the guy that later wound up in a wheelchair. Everybody's life is affected by other people, and I always said it's for a reason. And I think like a lot of people, like people that find out when I'm sick, that they find out I'm sick, they, oh, I'm so, it's fine, like it's right now it's an annoyance for me. I'm not afraid. I
Right.
was afraid.
At
you
this
know
moment in your life, it sucks, and
yeah.
you appreciate that people understand that you've got this pain that
Yeah.
you can't get rid of, and it's so trust me, it's like whenever I snap my leg in two, I had so many
Hmm.
people with all this outpouring. It's just like I appreciate the outpouring. It's not
Yep.
making me any better,
Yeah.
and and
I
and
know.
I'm thankful for it, but I'm not incapable of being a human being.
Like, I'm
Come
still
hang out.
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm still
come
here.
hang out. Come
While
talk.
I'm
Come
here, come
chat
talk to
with me.
me. Yep.
Yes.
And that's the thing, like, for the break, like this, for a couple months before I started like really YouTubing, I used to sit there and I was so depressed. Like I couldn't shower, I couldn't eat, I couldn't move because it was just, the doctors had all said, well, it's progressing really quickly, and the prognosis isn't good. So I had this doctor telling me, you're fine. I had another one telling me you have a year. I had another one telling me, at the progression that it's going 6 months. I had another one 3 months. I already beat that. So it's like I I have all these things coming at me, and I sat down and I said, all right, Shell. I was like, this fucking sucks. And we've been through like a lot of bullshit, and we don't deserve this, but here we are. So, like, what are we going to do? And I started to think, okay, they keep telling me, it's likely to kill you. Okay. I, I'm not going to think about that right now. What I'm going to think about is, okay, if I'm going to, I need to do something now. I need to make the most of my time now the way I want it. I no longer gave a shit what anybody said about how I lived, how I worked, how I, made my money, how I had my kids. I pulled my son out of public school and started homeschooling him. Best thing I ever did. His
Yeah.
anxiety levels are like nothing now. No depression. He's your standard moody 16-year-old, but it's
Yeah.
normal. Like it's
Yeah.
typical 16. Whereas before he was like he was getting ticks because he was getting like his anxiety was so high. And I couldn't deal with it because that was stressing me out. And then I was like, if I'm sick and I can't, like get around like I could before, how am I supposed to get to his school if something happens? And then like I started hearing people and ideas and this and that. And I was like, you know what? Let me look into homeschooling. And as soon as I looked into it, I was like, I'm doing it. And I did it and I changed his whole curriculum. Like he learns all the things that he needs to know now. Like we
Yes.
talk about philosophy. We do music class. We do film class. We do graphics class because he has like a graphics program that he works with because that's what he's into. I We sit there and we discuss how pop culture was different then, but it's still the same messages now, but it's not
Yes.
acceptable now. So it's like how people have changed. I try to teach him different social, like reactions because he's autistic. Social cues are not his thing. So we talk, we role play, and I try to get him to where he can anticipate how people are going to react because that's impossible for him on his own. So I'm trying to build him up to be self-sustaining in case I'm not here. My daughter, I know somebody's going to step up from my family to take care of her, but still, I've started teaching her how to do laundry, how to cook, all the things that I said, oh, she can't, it's too much for her. Well, now it's too much for me. So everybody's got to chip in and you all got to work as a team. And I don't want to hear bitching. Like, I don't want to hear nothing. Mommy said this and that's it. Because what I say goes, I am the boss in this house and they know it.
Well,
But
and at some
I
point
wouldn't have
that
done that before if I wasn't
at,
stuck in this chair,
at some point all of that's going to end. They're going to have to be completely self-sustaining,
Yeah.
and it's a realization that I don't think a lot of parents tend to realize
Because
until
you think he'll
it's
always be here.
right. Well, and also they don't realize it until the kid's not any longer in the home. It's just like, well, I did all the cooking and cleaning for them, and I never said go clean your room. There's a big difference between telling your child to go clean your room and then walking in there. Yeah, it's not perfect because they're freaking kids, but it gives them sort of that, and they don't realize it at the time. It's like, oh, my mother was actually teaching me something, and
Mm-hmm.
now I'm going to take it to heart. Maybe it's 20 years too late, but
Yep.
now it's just like, oh, this makes total sense. Of mom was saying, you know, you're starting to smell a little skunky. You need to go jump in the shower. As compared to the mother is just like, oh, well, just spray some air freshener and maybe it'll go away. If you're covering up the problem and not addressing it,
Yeah.
man, there's such a
Oh
big
no, I
difference.
hug my son and I'll sniff his neck and go, full. And he's like, I need a shower. Yes. And he's like, okay. Because he has no sense of smell.
Oh
So,
no, darn,
boys, they'll
darn!
go
I've got
forever.
to address this right now, Shelley.
What happened?
No, there is no Jordan Peterson shit here because I do. That motherfucker is nothing but a cult of personality. As much as I appreciate the shit that he says, and does have some really good points. That
He does.
if you're
Not all of
following
them, but
that
some of
kind of
them.
crap, if you're following that kind of crap, it is it is not gospel. It is
No.
not gospel. It is it is a good, and that's
It's a
it's the same
conversation
way.
starter, even with yourself.
It's the same way with the Bible. It's like
Yes.
there's certain things that you're told, and you
Mm-hmm.
have to suss that shit out for yourself. If you've got low IQ, I understand you're never going to understand this. But those of you that have an IQ that's at least
Mm-hmm.
above that of a goldfish, you're going to
Mhm.
understand that what Jordan Peterson does is he gives you his perspective on something, and you can decide whether you're going to take it at face value. If you take it at face value, you're a dumbass because it's
No,
all
you gotta
fucking
find the
terrible.
nuggets.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta find the nuggets. And I heard him like, I like him because every once in a while I'll find something that he says and I go, "Oh." Yeah, and he said something one day about why he believes women are so anxious and depressed in this generation and like this time frame, because we're no longer taking care of families and children. Like, that's not our main goal. Now we've switched and we've become introspective. So we're not really good at taking care of ourselves as much as we're good at taking care of other people. It gives us like that purpose. We have that maternal instinct, that, drive. And I think it does come naturally for a lot of women, not all, because, there's always going to be exceptions. But I do tend to be more anxious and depressed because I'm not in the role that I wanted to be in since I was little, because that just didn't work out for me. And
You just have to
I'm
let
on
that
my
go
own.
though.
I don't have a partner, you know? I just have to
But
what?
you have to let that go.
I have let it go many times, but it's always, you're reminded of it when you see happy people and you're like, you feel so good for them, but you're just like, God, I wish I would have had a taste of that. And
Mm.
it's heartbreaking.
Well,
It
let's
really
put it
is.
this way. My wife and I, we actually planned on having children.
Mhm.
That was one of our goals.
Mhm.
And she, she had a miscarriage, and I was like, I don't want to see you go through that again, ever.
They're horrible.
Absolutely no.
Yeah.
It was painful for
Oh,
me.
absolutely.
It was heart wrenching for me,
Yeah.
and maybe that was a little bit selfish. And when we started trying again, it was just like I I said, I do not know personally what it's like to have a father. I don't know how to
Yeah.
raise a child because I didn't have that relationship with my father. My father was a complete anomaly. And
Mhm.
it wasn't that I was raised in a one family home or a one parent home
Mhm.
until later on in my life. But I was like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to be a father. And that
Mhm.
worries me. And like, so maybe having this miscarriage was a bad a bad way of going about me saying that I'm not sure if I want to do this. And she was just like, well, I don't know either. And, having that conversation between, two partners of going,
That's a hard one to have.
it is
It
like,
is.
is this going to be, are we going to be just basically old and not have any sort of family to come take care of us in our old days.
Mhm. No, it's a concern. It
And
is.
so and what
It
was
wasn't
it
one I thought about till now, like,
and
recently.
of course my wife is like, I was never more impressed than whenever you were just like, I don't know if I can do this because I don't know how to do this. I don't have a good role model for it. And I was like, well, I never really thought about it that way. I was just sort of throwing it out there as just like, I may really suck at this. I mean, I'm willing to keep trying because, sex is great. That's one of the best parts about being a human.
Yeah.
But is this gonna, am I going to be a horrible father? That was a big concern because I didn't have that role model. I had role models as I got older, but as a child
Yeah.
didn't have that what does a father do? Did they play catch with their sons? I mean, my father was old as fuck whenever I was a child.
Yeah.
He still
Well,
is.
my
He's an old
grandmother
fucker.
raised me, so, I was raised by Depression era people, and it kinda shows,
Well,
I
my
'cause all I worry about is a family and making ends meet, and are they gonna have, like, I don't throw anything out. It's that mentality of, I could
Mm,
have nothing tomorrow, and this is all I have. Like, I'm not a
right.
hoarder, but like when it
No.
comes to like food, I cook for an army, and then my kids, they're not too good to eat leftovers. Like that
Yeah.
because that's what we ate. I know people that are like, "Oh, I don't eat leftovers. I throw them out." You wasteful fuck. That's like it's just I can't even imagine it because of who raised me. You know,
Yes.
and I didn't have my mother. My mother was like a, see you on the weekend, mom, we'll go shopping. And my grandmother was too old at that point to really do the mother thing. I mean, she did the, raising me thing as my grandmother, but she was never my mother. And that was, I think, why I dreamed of being a mother from so little, because I knew I want to do this different, because this isn't right. This is not how life should be. And when I had my kids, I never turned from one responsibility. No matter what I had to sacrifice, no matter what I had to go through, I didn't care. My kids came first. And I had no idea what I was doing. But I knew I wanted to do this and I wanted to learn. And I was going to be better for them because I chose to bring them into this world. I needed to give them the best I could of myself.
Oh yeah, and I mean, my mother was horrible. And just and anybody that's ever watched my channel, I've said it before. My mother was a horrible mother, and not. It's not that I didn't love my mother, but I will never have a personal connection with her ever again.
I feel you.
Uh, imagine having Amber Heard as your mother.
Yeah. I don't have to
I mean,
imagine it.
would you
Trust me.
would you want to be around a person that is completely like psychotic in like the worst possible ways? It's just like my mother-in-law was very concerned whenever I started dating my now wife. It was just like, wait a minute, he doesn't talk to his mother. And my wife had to explain to her the situation. There was a big concern that my mother would actually show up at our wedding and it was not going to end well because we did one of these marriage, like, what do you call it, registries
Uh-huh.
on the interwebs. And of course my mother decided to start posting stuff and my wife actually took it down because it was just really freaking creepy,
God.
because my mother was stalking me, which I didn't know. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I don't
just
care.
just ambling through life.
I didn't find out about it until after we were married. She was like, yeah, your mother was sending all these kind of weird texts. She was going to show up and blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, she's crazy. I mean, I don't mean like there's normal chick crazy that's just like, okay,
No, that
that's
I've seen the
my mother's a
they
little
call them
kooky.
bipolar Bettys.
No,
Yeah.
this is worse than bipolar. This is a person that she was pouring aloe vera juice in our milk because she thought that it would remove the devil from us, that kind of
Oh
stuff.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So if you've ever seen what aloe vera juice does to milk, it makes it curdle. It's pretty
Mm-hmm.
disgusting, and yeah, you'll throw up pretty profusely.
Yeah, pretty
This is the kind of
quickly
stuff
too.
that I grew up with. And there's a reason why that I was removed into foster home.
Boy,
Just
you've been
saying.
through it.
No,
You've been through
every,
it.
like I said, people go through a lot of shit. And
Oh, I know.
was I the worst one that got affected by it? Hell no. I would say that my little brother and sister, because it was my older brother left home after he had an opportunity. There was just a big fight between my parents and he was out of there. He went to go live with my grandparents, which basically raised him. I didn't find out about this stuff until much later in life.
That's how it
Found
always
out that
happens.
he went back to the parents that he knew, which were my grandparents, and he actually ended up becoming a pretty bad addict to PCP, and he did end his life in a most tragic way. I won't go into that here because it's really depressing. But my older sister, which sort of went through the same trauma, ended up, moving out, marrying the man that, she lost her virgin. Well, no, I can't say that because she was violated as a young child. I'll put it that
Oh,
way.
I
So
was too. So
the
I
man
get
the man the first
her
man that she
first,
dated, the first
really.
man that she dated, she ended up marrying, and they ended up raising two wonderful children, and then
Hmm.
they divorced, and she's
Oh,
now remarried, and she's completely happy with the man that she's married to. And she's, she's much older than me, not that much
yeah.
older, but older than me. And so, whereas I had a brother that went off and couldn't get control of his own mind and ended up, using drugs,
Hmm.
to self medicate, to a sister that you give her two drinks and she is like completely knocked off her socks. you Literally, she doesn't
We call
handle
them two
liquor
can
well.
Sams. Two can
Yeah.
Sam. Hmm.
Yeah, and we're talking like Bud Ultralight, White Claw, something.
Yeah.
She's ripped. So,
That would be me now, because I
and then
haven't
of
drank
course,
in like
then of
years.
course, I have a half brother that was given up for adoption that we've recently connected with in the past like
Oh,
10
wow.
years. Yeah, half brother. Imagine that, you got a half brother that's given up for adoption, and his father, believe this or not, and I'm not talking about biological father, because of course he was given up for adoption, but his biological father was a Nazi defector
Jesus Christ.
that's that spent time in prison in England until the end of the war. Married his wife, which was from Canada. Family wanted to take him away, and he moved his happy ass. She moved their happy ass down to Florida, where she drank herself to death, and he ended up,
Lovely.
he ended up a very happy person. He's married, doesn't have any kids, but he is living the best of his life in Florida. And here I am, some dude that was born in Illinois. Believe it or not, yes, I was a fucking Yankee. Born in Illinois, moved my ass to New Mexico, toured all across the southern states, and ended my ass up in Georgia to find out that I have a half brother that lives one state away. Within 10 hours, I can be hanging out with my brother. And I call him up on his birthday. He calls me up on his. I send birthday wishes to his wife, and we have some of the most interesting conversations. And he is no different than anybody out here in chat that is completely just a random person, and we just happen to share the same biological mother,
Yep.
and we have an absolute blast every time that we get on the phone and talk with each other.
Hmm.
I would love to have him on one of my streams, because his story is, I can't even begin to touch the tip of it, because it is so interesting. I was like, man, the shit that I went through is nothing compared to the shit that he had to go through as a child. As crazy as my mother is, at least I didn't have two crazy mothers. I only had one.
Oh, Jesus.
So, you
Jesus.
know,
Double trouble.
yeah, double trouble. But he's a well-adjusted human being, as much as any of us can be well-adjusted. I've got a little sister and a little brother. I haven't talked to my youngest brother in probably over a decade. Don't know why. He just sort of disappeared off the face of the planet. It might be the drugs, but I don't know.
Hmm.
I mean, there's only so much you can do for any one person,
Yeah.
and then it becomes like a strain. And I'm a cold-hearted son of a bitch. At least I've been told.
I don't
You
find you
know,
that way at all.
no, I mean, let's put it this way. Being a musician, of course, you don't
Hmm.
have a whole lot of money, so you get a bunch of roommates. Of course, I've had roommates that do really stupid shit, like getting
Hmm.
getting high,
I
get
think
pulled
that's a
over for,
prerequisite for getting a roommate.
yeah. They get high, they get DUIs, and of course, girlfriend that's living there, or maybe she's the one that paying the rent, but the roommate isn't,
Hmm.
and they get hauled off to jail one night because they started mouthing off to a cop. They weren't driving. They just start mouthing off to the cop. Cop asks what their name is. They run their ID and find out that they're wanted for a warrant in another county. So they haul them off to jail. Of course, girlfriend comes home and says, "Oh, we'll just use the name Steve. How's that, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Steve got thrown in jail last night,
Steve is gay.
and yes, Steve's gay, and of course, Steve. I don't want him to spend the night because
Oh,
he like does
God.
dirty things to my body. So can you
I'm
find
paying his
some
rent. He's
way?
not fucking me tonight. What the hell?
Can you help like with maybe getting him out on bond? My first answer was like, sweetheart, we're going to have a serious conversation here. You're not going to like what I'm going to have to say.
Yep.
But today is the 27th. Tomorrow rent is due. Where's our part of the rent?
Oh, shit.
Because right now he's getting 3 squares and he has a roof over his head. But I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, if
And
we
that's
don't
likely to
pay rent,
continue.
yeah, if we don't pay rent tonight, sweetheart. If we don't pay rent by the end of the month, Steve is going to still be getting 3 squares, but we are going to find all of our shit out of this place.
Yep, on the lawn.
So you need to decide: do you want to bail him out so he can come and leech off of you some more, or do you want to make sure that rent is paid? That has always been the
Those are
type
the
of
adult
person that I am.
priorities, man.
It's not even that. You realize that I ate ramen, literally ate ramen for 6 months straight, with maybe a little bit of meat, maybe a little bit of vegetables
Mm-hmm.
here and there. You know how much ramen costs? You get a whole pack for 10
Yeah, I
bucks.
did son
Like,
was on formula because it was so
yeah,
goddamn expensive.
yes. So I did ramen for 6 months just so I could get LASIK.
80 cents.
Yeah. I did that for 6 months just so I could get LASIK. Men tend to think about these kind of things where it's like, oh, am I going to die or am I going to suffer? You
Oh,
know, it's like let's see. I broke my glasses in two. They got snapped in half. I can't see. What do I need to do? What do I need to do to get this taken care of? Now you can do this whenever you're young, dumb, and you have no money at
Mm-hmm.
all.
Yep. And
People
your body
people
can
have
bounce
been
back.
broke. Yes.
Because
So
now
what?
the sodium would just kill me.
Yeah.
I have like ramen once a month because I miss it. And I'm like, oh, but it's
Oh,
so
one of the
salty.
one of the best things is you get that ramen in, but see, I learned this trick. You can get some like ground sausage, roll it
Mm-hmm.
into nice little sausage balls, and
Mm-hmm.
you cook those up just nice and tender. You throw those in there. You can add a little bit of scallions, which doesn't cost very much. You can
Mm-hmm.
add steak. You can add chicken. You can add any number of things. All you have to do is just cut it into smaller pieces, cook it up, and you add that to the ramen. You've got like the perfect meal. I had friends that they
Sounds
would
good.
order McDonald's late at night while I
Oh
was cooking steak and broccoli and
my
potatoes,
God.
and they would just like, oh my god, that just looks so good. I'm like, how much did you pay for your dinner? And they would go, it was like $7. I'm like, I just paid $5 for this.
Mm-hmm.
I've got steak, potatoes, eggs, whatever,
Yep. I love
broccoli.
to cook. I love to cook.
Oh,
I miss it so much. I
dude,
can't
I
stand long enough to cook now.
I mean, I did a 15 bean soup just just
No,
Sunday. My
I can
wife,
only stand up straight for about 30 seconds.
it doesn't
I
take
have
long to do a
degenerative
15 bean.
disc disease, unfortunately, in my
A
back.
15 bean soup, Jelly, does not take long. All you got to do is just chop an onion, get
Mm-hmm.
yourself some smoked sausage. You could use some kielbasa, whatever you want to use. You cut that up. You get your beans, you throw it in there. Get about 9 cups of beef broth. Pour it in a
In a
slow
regular
cooker,
pot or a slow cooker?
slow cooker.
Oh,
Let
okay.
it cook. All you have to do is rinse your beans, get all any sort of
Yeah.
chaff off it.
Mm-hmm.
Throw that in the slow cooker. Make sure you got about 9 to 10 cups of fluid. You can use water, you can use beef broth, you can use chicken broth, you can use vegetable broth. Pour that
I have
all in
bone
there.
broth that I want to use,
That
and I haven't
works
had a
perfect
reason to
too.
use it.
That 15 bean soup, it's perfect.
Wow.
And cut up some sausage, cut up some garlic, throw that in there. I prefer to get it in the can because it's just much easier to get the little jar of it and just throw a couple teaspoons in there.
Oh yeah, I have
You
the
could,
jar of the mince. Like
yeah,
I'm fucking with trying to do that myself. I used to do that. No.
yeah. It
Oh
just
no.
takes so damn long. Cut
Yes.
up the onions. You throw that all in a pot. You let it cook for 8 hours on low, or better way, 5 hours on high, 5 to 7 hours. Test the beans, make sure they're good. Throw some. You make some cornbread in a cast iron skillet. You ever
hmm
done that? Cast iron
Yeah.
skillet cornbread.
Oh yeah. Oh
Boom.
yeah. I season my skillet and everything.
Yeah, you're good. You're good to go for
Like I
like a
said,
week.
depression era.
Yeah,
I have all the old accoutrements.
Debbie.
My iron has a cloth cord. That's how old it is.
Yeah,
I don't use
yeah,
it, but I won't get rid of it because it was my grandmother's.
yeah. At
I
some
just
point,
I
you'll
look
have to
at it, I
get
go,
rid of it.
wow,
Whenever
it's
it catches on fire, you'll get rid
no,
of
I
it.
don't use it at all, but I won't get rid of it because that's part of my childhood. Having like the clothing. She used to have the ironing board, and I used to sit there watching her like iron all my grandfather's handkerchiefs and what. And she used to tell me stories while she did it, so I loved it. I'll never get rid of that iron. I'll never use it because I know it's flammable, but I'll never
Well,
get rid of it. And it's that ugly like 1960s green. Like
oh yes. Now
same color
see,
as the phone. Like everything was
see,
the same color.
my grandparents had the wood burning oven in their house.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a furnace, but they
No.
had a wood burning stove that would,
Mm-hmm.
cook everything. My grandmother, she could go from like walking over, she'd grab up a chicken, she would
Mm-hmm.
smack its head off, and she would have it completely plucked or defeathered by the time she got
Mm-hmm.
back to the house, rinse it off, gut it all out, and the guts would be used to like feed the animals and the hogs and stuff like that. And then she would like slice up this chicken. She would cook up this chicken. That was just what you had for dinner. Of course, she was
Yep.
like cooking cornbread and beans and all
Mm-hmm. It
grains,
was always like
whatever.
5 dishes on the table to choose. Like take a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. So you had a nice big meal, and then you just went to bed because you were
Yeah,
full and you're like, I gotta go to bed, and you slept great.
but me growing up around my grandparents, they didn't have hot or cold running water. They had a
Mm-hmm.
well that they would tap into. There was an outhouse that whenever you got up in the morning, that's sort of walking through the dew and the grass and like getting out there and you're just sort of relieving yourself.
Yep.
Ah,
Uh-huh.
so much different. They didn't have hot and cold running water until 1980 something. I want to say it
Well,
was around
my
1985.
my great grandfather, his job. Now he went to World War I, but when he came back, his job was in the spring, summer, and fall. He would carry the big blocks of ice with those big hooks on
Yeah,
his back up 4 or 5 flights of stairs to deliver them because they had ice boxes. That was you uncorked something.
you
And
like
in
that?
the wintertime, he delivered coal and the lamp oil and stuff like that. But I mean, it was physically like it was a lot of freaking work. He never complained.
No,
Never
my
complained.
no, it's the same way. My grandfather was World War II,
Hmm.
and ooh, wow. So his ship that he was on, and this was in 1940 whatever, because he was in the South Pacific. His ship
Hmm.
was sunk. It was just a small PT boat. I think there were 13 men
That's what
on
they
his
shot
crew,
for.
something like that, and that got sunk.
Mhm.
and then there was a boat that picked him up, and that got sunk.
Oh,
And
Christ.
by the time my grandfather got out of the water, because they were hit at night whenever he was asleep. By the time that he got out, and I didn't find out about this until I was much older because he wouldn't talk about it as children. But as he he got out of the water, he was wearing a pair of dungarees that were like 3 sizes too big for him, and
Mhm.
he took off his life vest and it sunk to the bottom. It just disappeared. But he
Jesus.
said that every morning they would wake up and there would be another person gone from their
God.
crew because a shark would have gotten them,
Mhm.
or they just passed.
Mhm.
And he comes back, and this is a man that came from Virginia. We're talking about hillbilly. We're not talking about,
Mhm.
oh yeah, Virginia high class. We're talking about people who lived in the fucking hills.
Mhm.
And same way with my grandmother. They were straight up hillbillies. And he went from that to, getting a degree in business. And whenever I just remember this so clearly, him walking into a car dealership and them going, "Oh, you want this car?" And he would look at him and he would give him a sort of stare, and he'd go, "Yeah, but I don't like the price." And they'd give him the price, and they would knock it down, and then he would just whip out a wad of cash and throw it
Mhm.
down and pay cash for it and walk out of there with a
Yep.
brand new car.
That was my grandfather.
And
Lincoln was his favorite car.
my
The Lincoln
grandfather's
Town
was
car.
Ford. My
Mm.
grandfather was a Ford man all the way
Well, we
through.
had Ford for the gas station, but his
Uh,
personal car, he liked the Lincoln Town car.
yeah, and he had gotten an offer from the county to cut trees down in the area that
Mhm.
were offensive to Indiana, whatever. They're just like, hey, we'll pay you to remove these trees. And he goes, well, what do you want me to do with the lumber? And they said, we don't care. So what he did is he took the lumber, the smaller branches he would cut up
They
into
don't
smaller
care.
pieces. Yeah, they
Wow.
didn't care. They were just like, whatever, just get rid of it. These trees are in the way. So he
Holy
would go out
shit.
and it was mainly like roadside cuts and stuff like that. But he would go
Mhm.
out there, he'd cut these trees down, and he would sell the lumber,
Hell yeah.
use the smaller pieces, cut them up into firewood. Because we're talking about trees that you can't even wrap your arms around. These are
I
some
know.
big freaking trees. That's what snapped his leg in 8 places whenever he was 70.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, it was plates all up and down his leg. I remember that. That was
Christ.
insane. So he would sell firewood because everybody was pretty much in that little area, just
Mhm.
using firewood, and he would just turn around and sell all of that. $100, and
That's
I
an
will
amazing
I'll
side
I'll
hustle.
deliver it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and for free,
Yeah.
free shit that
All
that the
profit.
government was paying him.
Yep. All profit. Double profit, really.
I was so impressed finding that out. My grandfather was such a humble man that
He
he
was
wasn't like,
smart.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
resourceful, the older ones.
Oh,
My
did he
grandfather
hate the
quit
job?
school at second grade. He apprenticed the rest of his childhood because he knew he wanted to have his own business, and
We
school was
the
not teaching him shit.
Well, the way my grandfather got his degree was that he was given an option, and it was just because of where he was at in Indiana. They said, "Well, you can either become a teacher and we'll pay for your college,
Hmm.
or you can become a school bus driver and we'll pay for your college. Um,
Damn,
or you can just, you've pretty much finished and you're going to go find work," kind of thing. So he took the opportunity and got a business degree by driving a school bus. That's it.
that was
That's
the
all he
better
did.
choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Teaching
agree.
will
Because
drain you. I love teaching, but oh Lord, there's nothing at
he,
the end of the day.
all
Nothing left.
those kids would have been killed. My grandfather was so harsh. He did not play. I remember the
Those were
first
my
time.
favorite teachers. Oh my god.
I remember the first time reaching across my grandfather to grab like the salt or pepper, and my grandfather
He
he
grabbed
would
you.
smack your hand with that goddamn knife. Oh my fucking god! It wasn't like the blade of the knife. He would get that
No,
big,
the
thick, heavy end
handle.
and just whack. Oh my
Yes.
god!
Oh
My
god,
knuckle,
yes. Oh my god.
my knuckles. There was never a
That's when you
reason.
all
Oh,
right. You could have just told me. Like
my grandfather had
sorry.
shotguns. We're talking about 10 gauge, 12 gauge. He
Mm-mm.
had fully automatic rifle. Ugh. He had a gun collection. And those things set out in the open. And I guarantee you even looked at those things twice and you'd feel those knuckles getting broken. He did
Yep.
not play. Whenever people are going, oh, gun control, we need I'll tell you what, you bring my grandfather around, he'll show you gun
Yep.
control. You touch that thing, he's going to bust you apart. He did not play.
Nobody wants to take the time to teach people what not to do and what to do. I mean, I grew up in a gas station. I knew what to touch, what not to touch, where not to be when I heard certain like machines running because nobody was going to babysit me. If you're going to be here, you got to be responsible. You're responsible for you.
Yeah.
Don't do this, or this. And if you do, oh well, don't cry to me. That was the big thing. Don't come crying to me. Okay. And like the one time I got hurt, I was like, fuck, I can't tell anybody. I was like, God damn it.
Oh,
Because I wasn't supposed to do that shit. And my grandfather always knew. He'd be like, oh, what'd you do today? Nothing. Really?
uh-huh.
How's your hand feel? Feels fine. Let me see it. And then he'd like, oh, does this hurt? I'm like, it does now. Shit.
Yeah, I bet you
Remember that.
shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
Bet you
Yeah.
shouldn't have done it. Bet you shouldn't have done it.
He was like, the worse something hurts, the more you'll remember to never do it again. Okay. And he wasn't wrong because
No.
even emotionally, that's a lesson. The worse it hurts, the more you're like, yeah, I'm not going to do that again. Like, I got to be smarter next time.
Well, and people might think that, oh, I've got this animosity towards. No, my mother, whenever she was growing up, she had it rough.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say rough, she rode a mule to school.
Jesus.
All right, that's how out in the boonies they were, and she was
Mm-hmm.
in charge of my uncle, him being the younger, just to get to school. She would have to ride a mule just to get to the school bus that would take her to school. So she saw some rough shit. I
Yeah, that's
mean,
very old country.
we're talking hillbillies. We're not
Yeah.
talking anything other than these are
No,
straight
but
up
like
hillbillies.
that reminds me of like my great grandparents in Italy because that's what they had to do.
Yeah.
Like my great grandmother came over because somebody stole her shoes while she took a nap
Hmm.
off her feet. They stole them off her feet,
Yeah.
and she was like, "No, like I can't live like this." And she was young. They came here as like early teens because they were like, "No, I need to come to America." But
Yeah.
I mean, your grandfather sounds like he was an amazing person. Is he still like?
Oh no, no, no.
No, he passed.
Let's put it this way. My grand hmm, let's see. My grandfather on my mother's side, he died at 88, and that was 20 years ago. My mother was born in 1943. My father
I
was
was
born in
born in
19
'42.
My father was born in 1934.
Oh Jesus.
And he has I have two half brothers that
Mhm.
I've only met one of them. Is I have two half brothers that are the same age as my sister's children. He married a 35-year-old woman after my parents divorced, and the divorce was not his choice, it was my mother's,
Okay.
because she is crazy. She's cray
Yeah,
cray.
I
When I say
know.
cray
I
cray, I
got
mean
that.
cray cray.
I got
Oof.
that. Oh God.
I mean,
Well,
I always wish the best for her, but it's just one of those situations where you're like,
see,
nope, nope.
yeah, like that. I did a podcast about that recently because I was like, I I have a confession, like, and this is not something that you hear like any kind of, victim or survivor say. And I'm like, my father was an evil, evil, horrible man. He made every single moment of my childhood torture. He was violent, he was horrible, he was a pervert, he was like a drug addict. But at the end of the day, as much as I never wanted to see him again, I loved my father because I
Yes.
didn't have the ability not to because he was my father. Like, I always had that hope that maybe, no, maybe tomorrow, like next time it won't be like that. Like, he'll be different because he loves me. And I loved him. I wanted him to love me. And when you don't get that back, it's devastating, but it's not devastating enough for you to stop loving them. And you feel guilty about it because I'm like, how do I love this man who's so horrible? And then it's like, but he's your father. Genetically you're predisposed to be, want to bond with him. But I didn't want to bond with him. I just knew I loved him. I just couldn't be around him. I knew I didn't like him. He was a terrible person, but I couldn't stop loving him. And I punished myself for years for that.
Yeah, what is it about that? I mean, because you know,
Because you feel
I
stupid.
I
You
don't
feel
know,
stupid loving this person who's horrible.
but you also could see the good in them.
No, there was no good in my father. I can honestly tell you that.
No, there
I
was something
he
there.
complete no. He was
No,
very charismatic. He's the one, like, when I say you could charm the skin off a snake, he absolutely could. And I have that ability. I don't use it because it
so
reminds me
there
of
you
him.
go. There was something good about him, but
Well,
but you
I wouldn't
also
call it good.
realized that
Like, it was
no,
not negative.
there a positive quality about him, something that was attractive about them, no matter what it was.
Something that gave me hope.
Same way with
Yeah.
my mother. There were certain aspects that were absolutely wonderful, but you have that balance of like, do I deal with this good part of them, knowing that if I deal with this good part that I enjoy about them, that I'm going to get totally shit upon,
Hmm.
or do I just go, you know what, the balancing act is not worth it, and at this point in my life I have just got to let that shit go, and they're going to do their thing, I'm going to do mine, we're going to go our separate ways, and both of us are going to be better for it because one of us is going to end up dying and it's not going to be me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's how it was with mine. I mean, at
Well, I mean, you're
19.
you're a guy and it's your mother. I think there's a slightly different dynamic. You kind of she needs to be a little redeemable, right? Because how else would you ever trust another woman if
Mm,
you can't find
no,
something redeemable in her?
there's no redemption for her. I just made sure that I found women that were not like her at all, in any way, shape, or form,
So
at all.
smart. You're so smart.
No, I saw what kind of. Let's put it this way: I started dating this girl, and everything was fine. She actually asked me out, which I'm impressed. Woman asking me out, because I'm a
Ballsy.
total,
There you go.
yeah, ballsy. I was like, oh, like this
Hmm.
girl. And one day she comes home, and all of a sudden I hear this smash of a dish. I was like, oh shit, she broke
Fuck.
something. And the first thing I do is walk over, and I'm like, are you okay? And she was like, yeah. So she pulled another dish out and smashed it on the floor,
The
and
fuck?
had a blank look in her eyes as she pulled another dish out and smashed it on the floor. It's like, I'm just absolutely fine.
Oh no, danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah,
No.
my shit was packed so fast,
Yep.
and I was out of
You
that
stand there,
place
you're like, Mom?
so quick.
Like,
And then
Mom?
she's calling me going, "What's wrong?"
Hmm.
Absolutely nothing. You do you, I'll do me. We'll be just fine. Fuck off.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't and that was the same kind of shit that my mother would pull. And I
Hmm.
was like, "No, we're not playing this game. I don't play that. I'm self-aware enough that I just do not play crazy." Crazy is not good.
No.
Crazy is bad. My wife,
My flag is
luckily,
the
is not.
well, the way you talk about your wife, she must be amazing. I
She
would love
is.
to have her like say hi. But no,
Mm.
she sounds like because you have like this little like I don't know, it's this admiration and adoration that it's a tone in your voice. Like I said, I tend to read people's tones and intonations, all that, because it tells me a lot of about how they feel about people, like their
Oh,
genuine feelings. You can't hide that shit, and you do. You actually like you perk up when you
oh yeah.
even mention your wife. Like when I see you
Oh,
on screen, your
she's.
shoulders go back and you sit up a little straighter, and you're just like my
Mm,
wife
mm,
because you're
mm.
proud,
Oh,
and it comes
I am,
across.
I am so happy to be married to the person that, like I
Do you
said,
know what that does for my heart? I
sh-
mean, I
she made,
love that.
she made me so much better than what I was, because it wasn't that I had low self esteem. I just had no direction. But she was the one that was just like, she was like, why are you working for this place that pays you hardly any money?
Mhm.
And whenever you know so much more, I was like, it's a living,
She believed
you
in
know.
you more than you did in yourself.
Oh yeah, exactly. And
That's what you
and
need.
she actually was like, why don't you go like work for this Geek Squad thing that's starting up? You know so much about computers. I was like, yeah, I don't know that much about computers. And she was like, no, why don't you go? And I did, and I found out that I knew like 90% more than half of those fuckers did. I
Mhm.
worked for Geek Squad for years,
God,
and that
that's
that led to me getting hired on by an ISP, like a little
oh,
boutique
nice.
ISP.
Yeah.
So I was setting up like, you know, massive radio stations to actually project shit across the country, and they got bought out, and I got shit canned. I was there for 6 months. I was
God.
making good money, and it was just like come in there, just like, yeah, we're gonna end this. That was so devastating. My wife was just like, yeah, it's all right, no big deal. You'll
You'll
get
get
over this
something
shit.
better.
You get something better.
See?
Next, next thing you know, I'm taking my car in to get some work done. I'm sitting there talking to this guy. I'm like, what's taking them so long? Well, we're sort of short staffed. I was like, do you need somebody to come in here and rotate tires? He was just like, yes.
I do
I
it.
was like, well, I'll tell you what, you pay me this much money, I'll come in here and work. He was like, really? Next thing you know, I'm back working on freaking cars. God damn those bastards.
I love working on cars. I love getting
Oh,
greasy and like that first time you turn over the key and the engine turns over and oh, it's such a good feeling.
oh no, this was like simple shit. All I was doing is hired on as like tire mechanic, fixing fucking flat tires and
Oh, well, I mean,
doing
like I said,
tire
we hit
rotation.
a gas station. My grandfather was
But
like
they
9 years old. Get out here, you're working.
well see
So,
they didn't realize. They didn't realize whenever they hired me that I knew I could actually tear an engine down and rebuild it.
oh
But
my
I
god.
didn't want that. I was like, because it doesn't pay good money.
Hmm.
So I was getting paid, X amount of
And it's
dollars, and
labor
here I am.
intensive.
Yeah, it was just like I went from being slightly overweight to being back down to my fighting trim body
Yeah,
again.
because you
Wife
weren't
was like,
sitting all day
huh,
long.
exactly.
Yeah.
And from there I got hired on to work at Honda. And the first day I come in and these guys are sitting there like, oh great, we got new blood, let's fuck with them.
Oh
That
god.
has never worked for me, because I just see through the bullshit. So these guys come over and they're just like, yeah, we got this one here. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm fucking clueless on this. Why don't you tell me how it's done? I was like, I didn't try to fake it. I was just like, I'm an idiot. I've never done this before. I went from
Technically, you didn't know
doing
how they did it.
well, yeah. It's like I've been working on like Fords and Chevys and Dodges and Mercedes and all this other bullshit. I have never ever seen a Honda, maybe once or twice in my shop. only reason they hired me is because they needed a body in this seat, and because I'm not afraid to learn it. If you know how to do it, you show me, and I'll be happy to do it. They're just like,
Mhm.
oh fuck, this guy's this guy's not going to bullshit us. He's not going to sit there and fuck with us. And I made really good friends working over there because they, they all told me whenever I left, they were just like, dude, you came in here like acting like a complete idiot, and you're like smoking us on all this kind of shit. I was like, it
Mhm.
was not intentional, trust me, because I still feel like a complete idiot, and I admire anybody that knows so much more than me. And these guys, they've been doing it for many more years than me.
Yeah.
It is the skill level that some of these guys have, and that's where I learned how to do this stuff. Is like, I've never done this before. Show me what I need to do, and I'll make it good. And you only had to show me once, and I was spot on. I mean, and make mistakes. Oh God, yes, I made so many mistakes, but that was that's sort of the culture of men, as compared to a lot of women tend to break down other women and trash them and treat them like shit.
Every female
I
boss I ever had.
I and I,
Everyone.
I, I don't
I hate
understand it
working for
because
females. I hate it.
why? Why?
Because they're so bitchy about everything. And it's the men are more like I mean, I was having a meltdown one day and my principal came up to me, put his hands on my shoulders. He goes, "Breathe, find your patience, and then land soft shell." And I was like, "Bro, take your patience and shove it up your ass." And he goes, "Do you feel better?" I said, "Yes." He goes, "Okay, go back to work." And I was like, "All right," because that's my type of interaction. If a female came and said, "What are you doing?" You can't just like let the kids run around. I'm not gonna get better from that kind of like beratement. You're gonna break me down more, and I'm gonna quit, or I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, gotta go home," and because I'm gonna get spiteful. Like you're gonna push my bitch button. He did it to where he got me joking because he knew I was gonna react like, you don't come up to somebody who's having a really hard day and go, "Find your patience," because you're gonna get my lack of patience in return. And he
Yeah,
knew
you're gonna
that.
find out my
Yeah,
patience.
yeah, but he was like, "Go ahead, shoot one off at me so that you can get back to the kids." And I was just like, "Yeah, shove your patience up your ass." And he was just like, "You feel better?" "Yeah, I feel better." "Okay, go." And I was better, but I've been in that situation where like a kid cut off my hair. I was so upset. I was so upset. And my principal came in. It was a woman this time, and she was like, "Well, what were you doing? Why weren't you paying attention? Why did he have a scissor?" You put me in fourth grade for a day and this little motherfucker just cut off my hair. Like, no, like, this is not my fault. This is not my grade. Like, I was doing you a favor and you're yelling at me, bitch. And then it was just like, then it was confrontational and it was, let's go.
Yeah.
And, who's going to win this? With him, I didn't have that. And I am not, and I'm going to get so much shit for this. But when in a situation where there's a hierarchy, I will always be more submissive to the man who's a step, above me. I'm not going to be a sycophant, but I will defer to him and I will show respect. I'll give him shit, don't get me wrong, because I am who I am. But I will never do it like publicly. I will never like go against him publicly because my role is to support him out here and then go, come here. Yeah, you know that thing you said? What the fuck is wrong with you? But that's one on one. Like, I'm going to give you my take one on one, not for the masses. That's not for their entertainment. And it's always been like that when I worked for somebody. And for a
So
woman, it's more combative because they come at me hard. And my first instinct is fight back.
yeah, so that always intrigued me because my wife, she is a really good attorney in a very specialized field that there's not too many attorneys that are actually in this field. She actually can teach people how of what she knows, her knowledge. She could be an
Hmm.
excellent teacher. The company she got hired for right out of college, they hired her very low rates, and she had an awesome mentor that had a foot fetish. It was really freaking
Oh,
weird. But
God.
my wife always had like wonderful pedicures because they would pay for her pedicures. Literally, joke not. I was
Wow, he
like,
had a foot fetish and paid for her pedicures. That's not a conflict of interest at all.
No, you would pay for her pedicures. And so she was like, dude's going to pay for my pedicures just so he can look at my toes. I don't care
Yeah.
because I'm getting a free
Like
fucking
your wife.
pedicure. I was like, damn.
If it's
I was
for
like,
free, it's for me.
it's free for me. I don't care. He gets to look at my toes and I don't care. I get my pedicures done for free.
Yep.
So
Mhm.
she worked for this place right out of college, and it got to a point where it started getting like tension within the corporate world or whatever. So she got
Uh,
hired on by a much larger firm, and that was because
oh,
she went out and she was she was being like headhunted, and
yeah.
the place that she chose was like, there's really good people here, and they were impressed because she brought a book along with her. She brought clients that she had worked with,
Mhm.
and they weren't expecting that. They were thinking this associate coming hiring in, we're just going to hire some smuck that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing
Yeah.
off the street, and we can basically use and abuse them.
Yeah, load
She
all
got
our
hired
crap
on.
to them that we don't wanna do. Yeah.
Right, and she came in
Mhm.
with her own book of clients, from working for this place, and they were just like, "Oh crap, I guess we're going to have to pay her more." And she got up to the
Yeah.
point where she was partner, but she wasn't a named partner, which, it's like, "Oh, okay, I'm making X amount of dollars." But my wife has always made more money than me because, I never went to college. I'm
Mhm.
just a blue
Well, you
collar
don't have that
worker.
debt.
No, no, don't have that debt. I think she's still paying off her debt. And we've been married
Mhm.
for quite some time. So, and I keep
I
telling her,
still
just
have
pay
my
that
student
shit off.
loans. Yep.
So she's working for this place, and she actually entrusts herself into this other man that's had already run a company, and
Mhm.
they or run his own firm, and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna, join up with him." And I'm just like, "Okay, that's cool, if it's gonna work, because I know how difficult he. Oh, I can control him." I was like, "Okay, whatever." And of course,
We always think we can control them.
then he started getting flaky.
Mhm.
So he starts sort of flaking out, and I was just like, "That's not cool." And then another person that she was like, "Well, he's getting flaky, but this person, I want to bring in. I want to have him work for me. I'll make him an office manager." And I was just like, something doesn't seem right about this. I was like, "What I want you to do is whenever you go into work, I want you to start downloading the files that you need." This is like basically like forms and stuff like that. Just
Uh-huh.
start downloading them. And she got locked out while she was at home, logged in remotely. She got locked out. She was
Why?
like, "What in the hell? I think the IT is bad." I was like, "No, they're on to you." I was like,
Um,
somebody's talked some shit. I was like, "You need to be prepared because you're going to go in and they're going to fire you."
mhm.
I can see the writing on the wall. She was like, "No, no, 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 no. It's too soon," because she doesn't want to believe that this is going to happen.
When you're good at
And
what you do, you don't think people are gonna just throw you away like nothing.
exactly,
You feel like they're gonna value you, and then you
exactly.
find out nobody does.
Well, she comes home, and I want to say it's like probably like a Wednesday afternoon. And she calls me up. I'm at work, and she was just like, "I got something to tell you." I was like, I already know what you're going to tell me." And she was like, "Yes, that happened today.
Aw,
They loaded my stuff
what
out, and
assholes.
I'm out." And I was like, "Okay, you've already got your business plan set up. You've already got figured out what it's going to cost you for office space." And she was like, "Yeah, but I just don't know how I'm going to make ends meet, and I'm the main breadwinner, and blah 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 blah." I was like, "Okay, that big fund that we've been setting aside,
Mhm.
That big chunk of money that we've set aside that would last us for 6 months
Mhm.
if something drastic happened that we had to take care of ourselves. Like if both of us lost our jobs, that's what it's there for. That's what we
Yeah.
set this up for. I said, what I want you to do is I want you to go about setting up your business because you've already made the contacts, you've already put the word out of what you're doing, except you're just one less person because this guy was a fuckwad.
Mhm.
And he actually got thrown in jail for a DUI, and that's why he
Good.
wasn't able to show up for some of their stuff. I said, you've got enough good reputation because she's a straight up lawyer. She's not one of those like shyster motherfuckers that is like
Yeah.
trying to pull shit. She like does straight up legal work. She's a
Mhm.
righteous lawyer, and yeah, she has to deal with shady ass fucking clients, but that's all lawyers have to. Said, just put it
It's
out there
hard to
that you're
find
on
those
your
lawyers. It really is. I have one,
oh
my Mr.
yeah.
Levy, only because he was like my grandparents' lawyer. So that's the only reason that I like trust him. But my grandmother
Uh,
went through quite a few before she found one that she was like, okay, he's good.
he's good.
Hmm.
Yeah, so she sits down and within by the end of the week, she's not only set up her LLC, she's already figured out what she's going to need. She's already made the appropriate logins and created all of the information that she needs to run her own business. After the first year, we realized that she only took out a small portion of money from our slush fund, and she's already paid it back 100-fold of what she took out. And she goes, oh my God. I was like, yes, this is what I told you about like 3 years ago, that you could strike out on your own and do
Yep.
this because you've got the skills. She was like, I just never realized. I was like, now she's pulling in so much money that she hired my sorry ass. I'm serious.
That's amazing. Well, I believe in working for family.
And she was like, does it sort of make you feel inadequate that I'm always going to be making more money than you? I was like, no. I was
No,
like, why would it make
but
me
you're
feel inadequate?
secure as a
I
man.
was like, you've got the skills that I don't have. You've got the talent that I don't have. Now, if you're needing something built, then you're going to be deferring to me. But if you're
Mhm.
looking to make ass ton of money, my wife, she knows how to do it. She is
Yeah,
on top of it. She is organized. She is completely self sufficient. If I
she's a
was to,
machine.
well, and if I, and the thing is,
She's a legal machine.
if I was to leave this world tomorrow, well, God help me if I ever do, I'll
If
probably live
I
to be like
leave here
here
tomorrow,
tomorrow. I've actually played that live. That's pretty funny.
I love
Um,
that song. That's a great smoke a bone and just chill song.
well, I'll tell you a story about that here in a second. But if I was to go tomorrow, I know that she would be fine. I mean, she'd be
Yeah,
heartbroken and all that kind of stuff. Emotionally, she'd probably be wrecked.
but
But
she'd have resources.
she has resources, and
Yeah,
she has, I mean, the people that reached out to her just because of her not being like a shitty lawyer and like trying to pull one over on her. I
it's
mean, she
rare.
she ended up with so many people that were just like, can I give you work? Like,
That's
really?
the best compliment ever when people refer people to you
Yes.
because they're putting their own name on the line. They're like, "Oh shit," especially a lawyer. That because you don't call a lawyer just to say hi. I was just wondering what you're doing today. You're like, "Hi, I'm in trouble. Save me. Like,
No,
help me."
no, they were calling her up going, "Oh, I'm so glad you're not working for that company anymore. How much work can you handle?" And she was like, "Give it
It's
all."
amazing.
And then she got to the point where it's like, "I don't think I can handle all of this." And then I went to go work for her, and I actually left working as being a mechanic because it was just like, wow, I can actually get a bonus this year.
Yeah.
I can I'm currently making
And you have
like
eye candy all the time.
3 times the amount of money that I
Mhm.
was making before. And we write it off as tax work, you know. The
God,
taxes
pretty
are
much
completely
everything you do, you could write off, can't you?
pretty much, yeah.
That's
I
amazing.
mean,
Oh my god,
my
that's amazing.
my computer, everything that I own was written off by my company.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
just,
see, as a teacher, I couldn't do that. If I had to buy a laptop, oh well.
yeah.
It was like, oh well.
I mean, but also you have to be conscious of like the money is never ending. The money does end.
Oh yes, all money ends.
And I'm just like, I'm because I'm so budget conscious. It's like, there's certain things I've got to watch out for, and I have to tone her down too because she was just like, "Oh, this looks so wonderful." I'm like, "Do you really need it?"
Do you
Like,
need it, or are
no,
you gonna want it in a month, in 6 months?
yeah,
What? Yeah,
like
I've
she's
had
got,
to start doing that. I never had to do that before because I always had money coming in,
yeah,
and now it's just like, okay, you know what? These sneakers will last me another 3, 4 months. I could probably get 6 months out of them if I just, walk barefoot around the house. But it's a real concern for me because I got to worry about them first. They come first.
yes, yeah, and that's the same way with us. It's like, she'll go, "Oh, I want to do X, Y, or Z." It's like, well, can we afford it? Everything that we do gets budgeted down so much. I mean, she was like, "Oh, I've got direct TV and all this kind of crap." And
Hmm.
I was like, "All right, when was the last time you watched something on direct TV?" I don't know. And that was one of the things I did at the beginning of the year. I was like, "All right, what do we need to get rid of? What do you use? What do we need to get rid of? Because things are going to start getting tight. And we both know it
Hmm.
because you've seen the way the economy's going. It's just like, sweetheart,
Yep. You got
do
to
you need
pad yourself
this?"
as much as possible.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and sure enough, she was just we ended up cutting out like a sizable chunk of crap that we've been spending money on that we didn't even use.
Yeah. I said to my mother, I said, I really need to go through all the shit that I pay for monthly because
Yeah.
I don't use HBO. I don't
Nope.
use and my kids don't. I don't use cable. I only use the internet, and so do my kids. And
Yep.
I was like, I asked my kids, I said, "Do you even watch the things that you made me buy, like Disney Plus and all this shit?" No, we watch YouTube. And if we
Yeah.
want to see a movie, like we know where to go for free. Well, fine.
So
Then why
so
am I
what?
paying like $150 plus a month?
Yeah. You cut all that shit off and you go,
Mhm.
you know what? I'm going to increase my internet speed. I'll
Yep.
I'll I'll pay the extra bit so I don't so my internet speed is much better, and then I'm going to buy like a decent computer instead of like some second rate piece of shit, which is everything that I've ever bought was like second
Shizzy's
rate
like, hint, hint, hint,
garbage.
hint, Joe. Better internet, better computer.
No, and it just fits in with what you're doing.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. And it's a more valuable, useful trade-off.
Yeah,
Like to get rid of one
because
that's not adding to my life or benefiting me in any way, to
exactly.
investing in a better business. Because that's the way I kind of have to look at this. I'm not making money off of it, but I still want to get my reach
But you
out
will.
there. So
I
I
think you
need to
will.
think of it like a business.
I think you will. I really do. I really think that you can get your business up and running and you can have it running smooth because when did you first start streaming?
August 29th,
Of
this 22, 2022.
and how many followers do you have?
421 at this count.
How many months has it been?
It's been 5 months now. So
So in 5 months you've gained. close to 500 people.
Yep.
That's
And a lot of
100 people a
experience.
month. Exactly. So
Hmm.
you've gained that amount in that amount of time, and another 5 months, if you double
Hmm.
that up, you're going to be right on the edge of 1,000 people. You get that one breakout,
I know.
that one wonderful show that everything clicks in. Everybody is like, holy shit, this
Hmm.
is awesome. I love this content. This is the person that I enjoy listening to. You hit over 1,000. Next thing you know, you're monetized, and you're in the same position that Cool Frog is in, where people will say, I love you, Shelly, and I am willing to donate a little bit of cash towards you because I like what you got to say.
Yep.
And
I
you've
want to
already
support
fine tuned your message.
Yeah.
You've already found your place. You're in the groove.
Hmm.
And I that's the best part of it right there.
Oh, yeah. I
That
feel very at home with them. I'm not
and
uncomfortable at all. I
right.
could be strong. I could be vulnerable because I know one of them is going to be like, I get it, and stand shoulder to shoulder with me, whether it's going
Yes.
to be Div or Darth. I mean, and support comes from the most unexpected places because people are like, okay, she actually like cares about me no matter what I throw at her. All right, like let's do this. And it really forms like a very strong bond because I tell them, listen, I'm inappropriate. I'm wildly inappropriate. I curse like a sailor. I'm very caustic. My voice is not the best because I smoked all my life, you know, but I will never lie to you. I will never
But
not
you're
be.
also you.
Yeah, I
That
will
that
never
that's
not be me.
that's 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 the most beautiful part of it is you're you. It's like you got Cool Frog. I mean, he is by
He
far
is
not the
so
most
him.
attractive guy whatsoever, and he has no
Aw.
shame about it. No, I mean, I
He's got those
it's
rugged good looks. He's got the
he
biker good looks.
does have those rugged good looks, but he's like, me shave my beard, go kiss my ass. I'm not
Uh-huh.
shaving my
I
beard.
love
I
that.
don't care if I look like a wild man out in the jungle and I am going to eat your heart out tonight. But he is Cool Frog. He is so chill,
Mhm.
he's so calm, and although the little shit that goes on, he deals with it so perfectly. He's just like, this is how I'm going to handle this bullshit, and I'm done. I'm over with it. This is how I'm going to do it. This is how I'm running my show. And he goes, I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm not sure about the content that I'm going to do. And I was like, just keep doing what you're doing because you're hitting it.
Mhm. Yep.
There's a reason why you have over 1,000 followers, because you're putting something out there that people are actually enjoying, whether you know it or not. And it's the same way with music. That was one of the
Mhm.
biggest problems I had with a lot of the bands that I would play in. It's just like, okay, you want to be like the big local band. You're so awesome.
No.
It's just like, you're really not that great, but I'll tell you what, if you get out there and go to Alabama and New York and Kansas City and Wisconsin, and you play all these places and you get these all different perspectives, you're going to find out that you're really not that great, but you've got something really good to offer. And
Mhm.
people enjoy it because you're putting on a show, and that show is so entertaining. You have so much fun. And there would be so many managers just like, well, I've sort of got my bills paid. It's just like, fuck your bills. Take the
Mhm.
risk. If you don't take the risk, you're not going to get the reward from it. And the
Not at all.
reward is so much better. And I,
Yep.
I would see it out in California. So many bands were just copying other bands. And that's
Mhm.
that's part of that's part of my cult of personality is these people, they're copycatters, they're fakes, they're bullshit. I
They
will
don't find
cop
their own sound.
I will copy people until I found my own voice. And I hold no qualms against that. It's just like,
No, but I mean, you learn to take this from here and that from there and that because
yes,
you're never gonna completely copy somebody. You're gonna take the
no,
things that appeal to you most.
Exactly.
and I did that with like comedians like Don Rickles, John, Robin Williams, who was the other one? Billy Crystal. Like I
Billy
like
Crystal.
the
Oh
way,
God, those
yeah, I
guys are so
love the
funny.
adaptability and the changeability, the spontaneousness, the off the cuffness, and they all did it with like a smile, and I tend to do that. And when I do my little heckling, I'm enjoying myself because I know I don't mean any of it. It's just shit you say to make people laugh. And I warn you usually ahead of time, like, I say things just to make you laugh. You might get
Yeah,
mad at me, but you're still gonna laugh. Like I just want you to like be better, like be okay. And that's my way of doing that. But I'm not just like Rickles. I'm not just like Williams. I'm not just like Crystal. I take the little bits that suit me at that moment. Like, do I have to change my voice and do an impression, or do I have to be like, "Wow!" Like, just like scare them awake,
well,
different things.
and think about this. You've got and I watch Cool Frog and see the stuff that he's doing is just and it's no different than some of the stuff that Mighty Meat and Valhalla are doing.
Mhm.
In a slight sense of like they've created like this little niche part of,
Yes.
he's got his like afternoon delight. And yeah, that is so awesome. It's just like so whenever you see that, it's just like he might think it's a little bit cheesy, a little bit cringe,
I love it.
but but it's whenever somebody like me that goes, "Oh, he's got that is such a great idea. How can I
Mhm.
incorporate that without like being like the total rip off of it?" It's just like,
Yep.
yeah, I don't have enough followers to do that at this point, but it seats back in the back of my mind is just like there will be a time that I will be whenever I'm not I'm not having to work as much as I do, that I'll be able to incorporate something like that into it. And that's
Yeah.
and it's not like I'm sitting there ripping off what he's doing. It's like I'm taking that idea and I'm expanding it. And he had the
Mhm.
idea, and I would always give him credit. It was just like the way that Cool Frog and Mighty Meat, the way that you've got like Kinky Corner for
Mhm.
Aussie
Plus,
Overlord. It was just
yep.
like it's just something that just happened, and they
Yeah,
came up with a
go with
great
his
idea.
rants. Yeah.
And I will just get I would give them all the credit for coming up with that idea, although they didn't come up with the idea because other people had the idea and they took it from somebody else.
But
But
it's
it's
about
just
taking what you really enjoy
and
and
making it your own.
making it your own, making a profit from it, and making other people go, "Ooh, that's interesting." Like, because all you want to do is pique somebody's interest so they look your way, and you figure
Yes,
once they look your way, you'll reel them in. And the
yeah,
thing with the afternoon delight, I think that is the perfect thing for it. Because did you notice
it
how
is.
many people sang it all throughout the chat? Now they're
Yes,
going to leave and be like, dun, 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 dun. What are you singing? Afternoon delight.
like
Why?
yeah,
Well, because Cool Frog just started a like afternoon thing called Afternoon Delight, and then word of mouth, bum, 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 bum.
yeah,
Afternoon Delight, that's interesting. I'd love to see that. What does he do? And then go in.
exactly.
Yeah,
I
it's a
was like,
conversation.
I was, and I was just like, that is so perfect. And I'm sure that Cool Frog is like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, dude, you're speaking like a true artist because that's how artists act.
Oh, we all
And
like equivocate on everything. We're like, oh, I don't feel right. Like that's why
yes,
I won't listen to my streams after I make them.
mm-mm, no,
I'm like at the end, sometimes if I'm like because I have, brain issues. So I don't always know when I fall asleep because
oh,
it'll literally happen in mid sentence for like 20
ah,
seconds and then I'm up and I'm talking again and they're like, what? Like what just happened? And I talk gibberish when I'm sleeping. So I'll tell them, I think I fell asleep at some point in this stream. I'm not going back and checking because I don't want to know. But if you hear
Shelly,
gibberish, I'm
let
fine.
me ask you,
Thank you. Love you. See you tomorrow. Like,
Shelly, let me ask you,
what?
do you like my voice?
I do.
What do you find attractive about my voice?
Um, it's a deep voice. It's got really, I don't know, would you call it vibrato? Because it does have a vibrational quality to it.
Okay.
And it's very soothing, it's very grounding, and it's very, very, very masculine, which
Wow.
men scare me sometimes, but masculinity does not. And people don't
So,
realize there's a difference.
so let me tell you how I view my voice. I view
Hmm.
my voice as broken, slow, and not able to enunciate very well. That's how I view my
Oh
voice.
my god, I think your articulation is amazing.
See, I can't even listen to my own voice. And
Mhm.
whenever I would sing, I couldn't listen to my own voice. And
Actors
we're
can't watch their own movies, musicians can't listen to their own music, yeah,
no, it's so weird because no, I can listen to my own music whenever I'm playing like
but
an
not your voice.
instrument, but not my voice. I do not like my voice one
Mhm.
iota. And so whenever people are just like, "Oh, well, smooth voice," I'm like, "Yeah, to me it does not sound like a smooth voice. Smooth voice would be one of those nice, deep, dark, shallow-minded voices,
It would
the
be one of
announcer
those
voice."
earthy
But
kind of
to me,
things that
I
call
do
up
not.
people to hear. Yeah, I know. Mhm.
I
I
to
know.
me, I don't feel like I have a good voice. Like my natural
No,
speaking
I love
voice
your
to
voice.
me,
I loved it from the very first moment I heard you.
that's
Your
awesome. No,
voice actually turned my head because I was like, "Wait, who's that?"
who's that?
Because I heard
Who's
like a
that
whole
guy?
cacophony of noise, and then all of a sudden I was like, "Ooh, that
That
stuck out." And
that
I
cut
went looking.
through.
I was like, "Shizzy? What kind of name is Shizzy?" I was like,
Shizzy is
like
the
the name
shit.
is kind of peppy and everything, but then he's like, "Bo, bo, 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 bo." I was like, that's
Yeah,
like
see,
that don't go together. And of course, I was intrigued, and so like I stuck around
yeah,
and
see,
I paid a little more
even
attention to you.
I'm looking at the chat and Lena says, I don't get it. I don't like my voice at all, and I hate it when I have to listen for work. Yes, yes. That's the same way I feel. But I know for some reason other people like my voice, and I'm like, as long as they like it, I'm fine with that. Me personally, it drives me up the wall
Hmm.
because I don't enjoy listening to myself talk. I can't even watch myself talk
I
because I'm
hate
like,
my
oh,
accent, but I'm
that's
not gonna like.
no,
I own it.
it's unique.
I
It's
know I
so
do
unique.
hate my accent because other people sound polished and like they, but my voice gives me an edge because people tend to underestimate me. They hear the
Exactly.
Jersey and they go, "Oh, this one, whatever." And my husband used to be like, "Do people know that you're like really well versed in like everything?" And I'm like, "No." Like, do they know you're an English major? No. Why not? Because I don't want them to. Why would I tell them what I'm good at? Let them come at me weak and I'll just overpower them and that's it. Like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
see,
show my hand.
my
And I like,
my
yeah.
wife, she was a linguistics major. She knows 7
Mhm.
dead languages that are not spoken anymore. Whenever we took a trip to England, you know what she wanted to see? The first thing that she wanted to see, the main thing that she was interested in seeing.
Tower of London.
Thing Tower of London. Come on, sweetheart. We're talking about someone. We're talking about someone that studied dead
I know
languages.
she wanted to see Parliament or whatever, right?
No, she
No?
wanted to go visit the Museum of England because in the Museum of England they have the
Oh, I didn't know
Rosetta
that there
Stone.
was like such a thing. I've never been out of the US except to go to Grenada.
Sweetheart, sweetheart, let me tell you. Take a trip to England. Go visit Dr. Lawrence. He's a real person.
Hmm.
His mother is an archivist at the Museum of England. We had a private tour by Dr. Lawrence. You can look him up online, Dr. Lawrence,
Hmm.
and he's an archaeologist. He's probably about 6'4",
Jesus.
very intimidating, and he is the best tour guide that you could ever imagine. The first thing that he asked us, very first thing that he asked us, he said, "What do you believe as far as religion? Because we're going to have a really difficult time seeing the things that you want to see if you have this belief that the world started 2,000 years ago." And there's people that believe that.
I
You
know, it's
don't
sad.
discount it. That there's highly religious people out there. He said, I am going to walk you through a
But
lot of
science,
things. Yeah,
damn
but science. No, this is real science. I'm going to show you a lot of things that might be very disturbing. I just need to know where you're at in your beliefs because I don't want to offend you. I want to give you the best experience possible. And he walked us through like maybe 1/10 of the Museum of England. And my wife was so concerned about me going, I mean, I studied this kind of stuff. How are you going to enjoy it? I was like, sweetheart, I loved history. This is going
yeah,
to be a blast. I'm going to
yeah.
enjoy every single bit of it. I'm going to soak in as much as I can. I'm going to have the best time of my life. And he was such a gracious tour guide that we just within 2 hours, it was like our podcast where you're sitting there going, oh my
Um,
God, we've been going this long. We've been talking this long.
we've been talking 3.5 hours.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
And
feel like it.
that was the kind of tour that we had. And that was just a small part of visiting London. And then we got out in the countryside and just complete and utter chill. That kind of quiet that you just don't get. Those are the
That was
things,
actually
Shelley.
my dream, is to go to Ireland, to like a just a very grassy area high in the hills, and just stay by myself, in a nice little cabin, and just have like the cats and the dogs and the animals all around and neighbors that are, nice, and just be able to at night put a fire on, sit in a chair, have a cup of tea, and go, I don't hear anything. You just hear like land settling and like animals in the distance or whatever. But um there's no barrage of sound like I have here.
It's still
Like
there.
you get to just turn off.
And
And
the thing is
it's what I always wanted.
you don't need to go that far to get it. You really don't. There's places in Virginia. Man, you're not far from Virginia at all.
No, I'm not. I love Virginia. I used to go there all the
And
time.
the amount of money the amount of money that you don't have to spend to find a place like that is unbelievable. And people underestimate. They go, "Oh, it's so glorious to go visit another country." Yeah, you're
Mhm.
visiting another country, you're getting a different culture. That culture was brought to these shores of this here glorious United States of America. It was dropped off here from every end of the earth. This is the melting pot. It is all there. And you
Mhm.
all you have to do is just say, this is where I want to be. My
Yeah.
sister packed up from living in Illinois, and it was, I think, the last blizzard that she lived through, and she was like, I'm done. And
I know that feeling.
she moved to Arizona.
I told you I lived in
She,
Kansas for 2 years. I loved it,
yeah,
but I was very lonely. And I had to get away from my ex-husband, so I came home, the only place I knew. But I told my kids, I said, "Listen, I'm preparing for the worst, all right, because I have to. But I'm hoping to recover and be myself, or at least, like 75 fucking percent of myself would, make me happy right now. But once I am and I'm able to move around, we're gone." I was like, I already told you, grandmother, start looking in these places, because she won't let me leave without her, and it's like, all right, whatever. But she's just that clingy. But like, that's what I want. And I told him, I said, I need a slower, more relaxed way of life. There's too many people here. I can't let my kids just go. I can't let my daughter go downstairs in the wheelchair, because something could happen to her, because people are crazy.
yeah.
I would love to have a place where I could have a porch. She can go sit on the porch, play with a dog, feed some chickens. Like, I am very animal centric. I would love a life surrounded by animals. I really would. I
Shelley,
worked for a vet for like years. I loved it.
Shelley.
What?
let me tell you something.
But I got
There's
kicked.
there's places that you can find in just about any state that you could buy a house with an acre of land
Hmm.
for under 100,000.
I know. And I keep telling my mother about all these places because I've been looking into it a lot. Because, like I said, I'm planning for the worst, hoping for the best. But I don't want to have, no information on if, shit turns around. I don't want to have to start then and start on the back foot. Like, I want to be prepared. Like, okay, we're good. Next step. And move into like that newer life. Because I really think it would be good for my son. He would be able, it would be a lot less, like overstimulation from outside, and he wouldn't have
Yeah.
to deal with like such rude fucking people. And, I want a life where it's us, and not contending with everybody around us. Because in an apartment, you got to deal with who lives above, who lives behind, who lives on the side, who lives underneath you, who lives across the hall. It's a lot of people,
Yeah.
and they're always changing, and they're always
Yes.
bitching. You know,
Yes.
it's like,
They're always angry. They're always
yes,
frustrated. It's just like
and
they've got
it pisses
somewhere to
me
be.
off.
They want to
Yeah,
get
like,
there
I
as
don't
quickly as
bother them. What
possible.
the fuck?
I want to get there as soon as possible. It is so urgent that this is done. You know,
Yep.
I did a because I was doing some backline for this company here in Georgia, and they sent me up to, God, I don't even, it was like Wisconsin, Minnesota,
Oh,
something like that. It
Christ.
was,
So fucking cold.
well, no, this was a summer tour, and it was for a country. I think, what did they call it? Country Stampede. So I got to meet like
Okay.
the nitty gritty dirt band and a lot of these Rascal Flats and stuff like that. It was, I'm chill, and I come rolling in, set up my equipment, and they had this thing set up in a horseshoe shape, and the stage was sort of at either end of it. And I'm just walking, and I'm just sort of moseying along, and I realize that this is horseshoe shaped or circular. So you
Mhm.
basically walk around in a big circle. And I just took my time and just watched people. And all of these people were in a rush, like
Uh-huh.
constantly. They were like shoving and pushing and moving, and I've got to get here.
You could
And
feel the
and
stress rolling off them, right?
yes, and I was
Mhm.
just like, you realize that this is just a big loop, and you'll
Yep.
get back to the same place, and there's no rush to get anywhere. Just the amount of stress. And I was like, yeah,
It's the
this
hamster
is,
wheel.
yeah. I was like, this is why I do what I do, and I enjoy what I enjoy. I enjoy being just so relaxed and chill, and I don't like the rat race. My wife, she likes to go to big, parades and stuff like that. Like here in Atlanta, they'll have Dragon Con every year, which is,
I don't
this,
really like being around people.
same here.
I just don't.
So what happened was is we step off the train, and it was, we were good getting off the train. She was like, "Oh, let's go check out this party, with some friends." And we get about a half a block, and I reach over and I touch her arm, and I was like, I'm heading home. She was like,
Mhm.
What's going on?" I was like, "Yeah, this isn't. I don't feel comfortable here.
Mhm.
I'm this amount. My head's constantly on a swivel. It's a military thing.
Yep.
My head's always on a swivel, looking for a threat. And whenever there's that many people confined to an area,
Yep. Alert and
it,
fight or flight.
yes, and
Mhm.
I go faster to fight. And
Yep.
I was like,
Me
somebody's
too.
going to get hurt because they're going to touch me the wrong way, and I'm going to lose my shit, and I do not want
Mhm.
that to happen because it's going to spoil your day. I'm going home. She was like, "Well, meet me at the train station later." "Yes, dear. I will be there later. You just call me whenever you're
You
done.
have
You
fun.
have a
I
good
just
time."
can't. Yeah.
No, and
It's
she
good though to know your limitations because you would ruined her time.
yeah, I don't want to do that. Like they
Yeah.
actually gave me, what was it, Volume, because we did Universal Studios, because they were concerned I was going to lose my shit.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
I was like, yeah, I can feel the stress coming on, but it actually helped out.
That's why I
I
like
don't.
the weed. I don't feel as like jumping out of my skin because I mean the thing with me is I've literally experienced very violent like abuse and sexual abuse since I'm 3. And
It's rough.
I grew up just always going through that. And nobody to protect me. I was always on my own. It was just I had to look out for me. So at once I hit like my adult years, I didn't realize that I used my anger as a shield to put, distance between me and everybody else. But I also didn't realize I was always alert. I was always assessing. I was always head to toe. Where are the exits? Where are the windows? Where is this? Because I need to know where people are located. If they're behind me, I still can't have people walk behind me. I will
Yeah.
literally, if I feel you and my peripheral vision is perfect, if I see you, you're way too fucking close. I will literally turn, stand to the side, and say, "Go ahead." And they're like,
Yep.
"No, no, no, you're fine." No, I'm sorry, I can't walk with anybody behind me. So just
Well,
go.
and learning that about yourself is what makes you feel also more powerful
Yeah, because I'm aware
because
of it, but I also don't know how to stop.
and you shouldn't have to. It's that's a defensive mechanism that I think a
Hmm.
lot of people don't have. Like, there's I've gone through some pretty major shit in my younger years as a child,
Hmm.
and it sticks with you. And I will tell you that
It
my
never leaves
wife
you.
that never had to experience a lot of like really bad shit, just sort of oblivious to it.
Yep.
And but I'm not. And there's been times that, shit's getting ready to go down and I'm just like grabbing my wife. I'm like, time to go.
Yep.
She was like, well, what's going on? I was like, no, it's time to go.
Yep.
Simple as that.
You got about 3 seconds before shit hits the fan. We gotta go.
Yeah,
Yep.
just because I could see it coming.
Oh
I've
yeah,
had
you could
I've
see it
had
in an
guys.
eyebrow twitch. Like if somebody looks at somebody like sideways, raises their one eye, and you're like, "Oh shit, what's next?" Because you know what the progression looks like. You know
Yeah,
all the danger signs,
you,
and
you,
it
you can
makes
see it
everything
building.
dangerous. To me, everything is dangerous. Everything has a potential danger for me, and so I'm always just like, "No, wait."
Always on alert, always aware, always ready to go at a drop. And
Yep.
you just either you're going to have to fight your way out, or you're going to run before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not a
And
hesitant kind of fight. Like when
mm-mm.
once that switch flips, I'm not even aware of what I'm doing because I'm in full on beast survival mode. Like it's me or you and I like me better. And nothing else matters. It's just at the end it's going to be me standing. It has to be.
And
And
it
that's the
was
goal. That's the only goal in my head. Just
so
you have to stay standing.
I had this beautiful military ring that I got whenever I first got in the military. I was like so proud of it. It was like a class ring size thing.
Yeah, I've seen them.
And yeah, uh,
My brother has his
I
from the
don't
Marines.
I don't have it anymore because I broke the stone on someone's face
Oh my god.
because they just the shit that they pulled was
Mhm.
uncalled for. And
Mhm.
me at the time, I think I probably weighed about 140 pounds, but being in the military, and this guy did something towards a female private that was hanging out with me, and before I know it, I'm getting pulled off of him, and I busted the ring, the stone
Yep.
in it, busted
Been
it,
there.
and I don't remember what happened because I just snapped.
Yep.
Don't know what he said. Don't know. Don't even. They were just like, "Yeah, you just jumped up and you were all over the guy." It took 5 of us to get you off of him, and we were in danger ourselves of getting hit by you because you were not going to let up. But she was my buddy. She was my pal. It wasn't
Mhm.
even a sexual relationship there because I wasn't attracted to her.
No, but you were protective.
Yeah, that, and
Yeah.
I didn't
When I'm
realize it. And
protecting somebody I care about, I go way harder than I go for myself.
it makes you reassess whenever that
Mhm.
happens too, because it's just like, okay, what just set me off, because I do not want to ever do this again,
Yep.
because this is dangerous,
Yep.
and this could be dangerous to other people, and I do not want to be a danger to other people. I like being chill. I've always been, not always, but in my older
Not much
years,
to me that's like, "Meh, alright." Like,
I,
whatever. Like,
I like being
whatever.
mellow. I don't like to be violent towards other people. I don't see that there's a good outcome for it. I mean, I had this little 20-year-old punk when I was at work get up in my face, and I was just like, dude, fuck off. And he kept getting up in my face, and next thing you know, I've got him wrapped up like a hockey player, and
Mhm.
I'm laying into him, and I've got four people dragging me off of him. It's just like, why did you do that? It's just like he took a swing, dude.
Yep.
It's like you realize that you landed more blows on him. He had no idea what happened. And afterwards, the guy's like, I've never been in a fight before. I'm like, God damn, I feel like just
You
such a
picked the
fucking.
wrong fucking one now.
I'm like, dude, I felt bad. I
Yeah,
mean,
I know.
I really felt bad because, you know,
But
I'm
there's that
go
part of you that goes, "But you made me." Like, you had it coming. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you
I
opened that door. Yeah. Mhm.
no,
I
it's
feel
worse than
bad,
take your
but
swing. Darth,
yeah.
Darth, trust me, it was worse than take your swing, because there was no take your swing. There wasn't anything that
You
provoked it.
said take your swing.
It was literally, dude got up in my face. And I told him, you need to back the fuck off.
Mhm.
He got up in my face again, and dude, I'm telling you right now, back the fuck off. And he took a swing at me, and that's all it took. It set
Yeah.
me off. I just
Yep.
like, back off. I'm standing my ground. I'm not dealing with this shit. You're also talking to a man that carries on a regular basis. So at any point in time, I could have pulled a gun out and
Oh, yeah.
shot this man dead, and I would have had to live with that for the rest of my life, knowing that I
Mhm.
just killed a person over absolutely fucking nothing.
Nothing.
It is not
Mhm.
worth it. It is
Yep.
not worth it. I don't ever want to be in that position. And it takes a lot to get that kind of anger under control, because it's like lighting a fuse, and I go blank, and I don't
And now
like
you
that.
know why I left Cool Frog's stream that day.
Yes, that's
Because
that.
I could feel it coming. I was like, I can feel the crazy coming. No, I gotta go. It's not my channel.
Yes,
And yeah,
because
because I was just
you
like,
don't
no,
want to harm
nope,
somebody else in the
no.
process of what you're processing.
I would never hurt Cool Frog intentionally. I would never
And
want to
and
hurt him unintentionally.
and I don't think you have any real animosity towards her.
I don't. I really don't.
It's just
It's just
she
you.
said something that set
Yeah.
you off,
Hmm.
and
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 then doubled down.
yes.
Which just give me. That's like I was saying. It's not your channel. Not your channel. Just back off. Back off. And then it kind of is. And that was it for that. Just the fuse was like that long, like a half an inch. I was like, gotta go before I blow. Like, nope,
Well,
no, no, no.
I had to
Like
go
it's
back and
Bullfrog's
watch it
channel,
because
not
I
yours.
didn't understand what it was, and I actually sent a message to Cool Frog. I was just like, what does this mean? Because I like Shelly. I like everything that she's saying, and she's brash. She's
Hmm.
she's so much fun, and I understand that this person tends to talk over people a little bit, but it's also just not knowing the space,
Yeah.
not having that spatial awareness,
And I kept
and
telling her, talk to us. Talk to us. Like, concentrate on the panel. Like,
but
that's what
you
they're
figured
here
out what
for.
the problem was, right? Though it took me a minute of watching it back, and I figured out what the problem was. Is she was watching the YouTube version of it, so she was responding to things that happened earlier, like 30 seconds earlier, and
Yeah.
that's why she was
Because of
talking
the
over
delay.
everybody. And it happens.
Mhm.
It just absolutely happens, and no offense against her. And there was people that got on my channel that night, or the next night, were just like, oh, blah blah. I was like, listen, I don't know what all that went down, but I think that every single person deserves a chance for redemption.
Mhm.
And all she has to do is say sorry. I maybe I was tired, maybe I wasn't paying attention, maybe I did things completely wrong, and everybody's going to be cool. Everybody's going to be fine. Everybody's going to get along. If you're letting something this minor like separate out like good conversation, then what kind of person are you? Because you're not giving them a chance. You've become that cult of personality that thinks that everybody else should be like crapped upon, that you're higher than them, that you're better than them. There's
I
none
don't
of
think so
that.
at all.
No, I don't think you do either. That's why I was like, because
I even
and
told her
I
in the stream, I said, if I say something that could be taken 2 ways, and one of them offends you or hurts your feelings, I meant the other one. And she was like, "Okay." I don't think she took that to heart
well,
because,
and
there is also the language thing. Like, we have different idioms than they have,
yes, well, and
so there
I
it
did
can
see
be a
that she was
miscommunication.
I did see that she was back in chat with on Cool Frog's channel and completely engaged. I was like, that's excellent. That's what I want to see, because I was concerned, that Cool Frog had like pushed her completely out, and he didn't. I was like, that
No,
is that
he
is
wouldn't unless you really crossed, like, the ultimate line for him.
well, I think he was upset for having you like, because it takes a lot to get you like to be set off to the point where you're going to
Mhm.
leave.
I mean, I
And
spent, like, 9.5 hours with Dark by myself, with Divinity, like, dropping in every once in a while, and we got along just fine.
yeah,
I don't I like idiosyncrasies in people. I
yes,
appreciate them. I really do. They amuse me. They just make me feel better about my own idiosyncrasies. Like the way I say everything like I'm telling a story because that's the kindergarten teacher. Like that's just it's such a part of me now. I can't not do it. And like, yesterday I corrected Cool Frog. I told him how to say a word and he was just like, "Yes." I know. I was like, "I'm so sorry."
I'm so sorry. I
It
feel
was
like
like I'm just so used to when I hear that pause, I'm like, "Here's the word." And he was like, "Mhm."
yeah,
He's
that
like, "I
that
really
and
didn't know how to say the word."
yeah, my wife has to do that to me also because I'm horrible with it. So I
But
can
I
I
feel
can feel for
bad
Cool
when I do
Frog.
that. I'm like, "Oh shit, Shelly, don't edit.
No,
Don't edit." Like
no, don't feel bad, because that's you. That really
I'm
is.
always
And
trying to teach. Always.
and I appreciate it. And this is me personally. I appreciate it whenever someone says that's not how some. I think it might have been actually Leanie that was on the channel the other night with me, and I had Cool Frog on, and we were
I
just
love
sort of
Leanie.
rambling off, and she goes, words are escaping you, because I think there was just a very long pause there, because I couldn't put in words what I wanted to say. It was just
Uh-huh.
like it's just like words. You
Uh-huh.
can say them. Get the thought back. It'll
That's
happen.
when
There
I go,
was
"Forget it. Words are not my friend today." Like,
yeah.
I can't word today. I can't do it. It's
Oh,
just not
it was
coming.
it was it I did not take it as an insult. I was like, "Yep, I'm a moron. It happens. I trust
But
me,
that's
it
what friends
happens."
are supposed to do. Like when you're friendly with somebody, they can call you out and then be like, "What
Yeah,
happened to you?" I do it to Cool Frog all the time. He'll do something. I go, "The hell was that?" And he's like, "What? What? What was your
what?
like? You sound like you're drunk. What's wrong with you?" Like, snap out of it. That was the whole thing that day because he sounded
Yeah.
out of it, and I was like, "Give me the link. Give me the link.
Yeah,
Give me
because
the link. Give me the link."
everything was going so smooth, and then all of a sudden it was like boom, and Cool Frog it was not really paying attention. He was just like, what in the fuck just happened? What did you do?"
Mhm.
And the playoff was like, oof. And I think that she realized afterwards that, she did wrong the way that she handled it. And I think that Cool Frog, the the wise and genius that he is,
The
or the complete
yogi.
moron,
He's a yogi.
or
Okay,
the
he
or the
looks
or
like
the
a yogi.
or the complete moron that he feels he might be. I think that he will go, you know what? There, I can cultivate my audience in other ways.
Mhm,
And and it was so humbling to see how he reacted the whole situation. And I was like, dude, I don't know if I could have handled it any better. And I actually had a couple of questions for him. He never answered me, which that's fine. I don't expect him to. And I was just like,
he might have missed them. He misses a lot,
yeah,
like a
I'm
lot.
not,
Like
like I
you got
said.
to go back.
Well, and I did it privately because I don't want to,
Oh, yeah,
I don't want to cause problems in anybody's
yeah.
channel, because it's their channel and they'll
Hmm.
run it exactly how they want to run it. It's like I've got, and like I said, there were people that got onto my chat and were just like, well, how do you feel about this? I was just like, listen, everybody, I think everybody should have a chance for redemption, no matter who they are.
Hmm.
If even this Eliza Blue character, I think she has a chance for redemption. Whether she chooses to take it or not, it's up to her.
I
She
would
doesn't
love
have
for
to
her to be a better person. I would. I would.
she doesn't
I
have
would
to
love to be
explain
able to
herself.
believe her. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. You don't have to explain anything. All you have to say is, yeah, that I was I was incorrect in what I did, what I said. The way that I reacted to this was inappropriate, and I'm going to try to do better, because we're all human. We're all flawed. We're all screwed up. We all make mistakes. And that
Yes.
was sort of my point that I made to Cool Frog, and I hope I he understood it, was that, you know, I would hope, because I say a lot of stupid shit, that someone, that I offend, except for Darth, because I really don't care if he's offended by me or not. I'm just kidding. I
Is
would
he
I
in
would
the chat? Because I can imagine him being like,
yeah,
"Fuck
you
you."
probably would.
You could
Yeah,
just go
you
fuck
probably would
yourself.
say that. Go
Hmm.
fuck yourself. I would hope that if I say something that's truly offensive and really, cuts someone down, that
Hmm.
they call me out and say that was, I didn't appreciate it, and that was wrong. That
Same. Because
that
I would
they
like the
that they
chance to
would
apologize.
exactly, that they would allow me
Because I
the
don't go
chance to
out being
say,
malicious.
mm-mm,
But if you
no,
push that malicious bitch button, that's what you're gonna get. Like,
yeah.
tread carefully. It's really, really hard to push me over the edge, but once it's done, it's done. Like, I'm there, and you're gonna be here for it whether you want to be or not. But my whole thing is, I only have so much energy in the course of a day,
Yes.
and I don't want to expend it on stupid shit. So,
No.
like, if you want to have an argument or you want to do something, I will literally, unless it's something like a hill I'm willing to die on, like something protecting kids, I will be like, you know what? Okay, and that's it. You win, because I don't need to win the argument. I really don't. Like, if you feel the need to win, where you're gonna like get petty about it, just take the win and go. Because I don't have time for all that. I just want to relax and enjoy my friends. That's it. That's all I want
Well,
to do.
I just noticed Jessica Reloaded came in here.
Came in where?
Jessica,
I
into your
can't see
chat.
shit. Well, I
Oh
can't see
well,
shit.
I will say, Jessica, appreciate your stuff. I really do. I actually got a chance to see you on, what was it, Legal Vices. It was good stuff. It really was. And don't let the Sims get you down, because they will embarrass the shit out of you 9 times out of 10. And you know that you're an attractive lady, so just smile and enjoy it all the way, because it was so fun, and you had some really good insights. So let them simp for you, Jessica, because that's how you're going to get your following, and you've got a lot to say. That's all I want to say. Sorry.
She does have a lot to say. She
She
does have a
does.
lot of interesting takes.
She's
Yes,
fun.
she always did. Yeah.
Oh,
She's a lot of fun. She hasn't been
I,
around a whole lot. And
I think
unfortunately, I hate she knows I hate video games. I won't watch them. Like I just can't. They actually
I
give
think
me headaches. My son plays them all the time. He's like, play with me. I'm like, yeah, 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh my God, my head. I don't know what it is. And it's only like the last few years. It never used to be like that. Shit, I was Tetris queen. So I was glued to that freaking. You can't
oh,
look away when you're playing Tetris. So, but
I,
now it hurts. And I don't know what
well,
it is.
I think I think it was Mighty Meat was saying some stuff, and she kept getting like completely embarrassed and like exiting out. I think because she was probably laughing so hard. It was so hilarious to watch. Just watching her, just like, and then she would get in chat like, "Stop it, Mighty! Stop it,
She
Meat!"
does. Yeah, she gets flustered. I love it.
It was a blast.
I used to
It
love
was,
her, but she gets back to me. Guys tend to make her go, no. Like she hides behind
yeah,
her hands.
yeah. I completely get it. But
Yep. But then another
Mighty
girl is
Meat
like, you wanna go, bitch? Come on, let's get raunchy. All right, let's
Mighty
get
Meat
raunchy.
was getting her so good, and he was having fun with it. It wasn't malicious or anything, but you could just see her just going, "Oh my gosh, I don't know how to respond to this." But you did really well. Yes, yes, I understand. And on the camera, we could not tell you were blushing. Yes, he is a total jackass. Darth is like, he's a jackass. Yes, he is a complete jackass. It was the same way with you, Shelly. You can tell whenever you're getting a little embarrassed.
Sometimes I
Yeah.
don't do compliments well because we're not used to them. So it's just like, all right, all right, all right. So anyway, because I turn around right away with the joke. I'm like, oh, that was nice. Thanks a lot, ass. And it's, because I gotta not be affected.
You and
My
I will
mother say,
tell
"You're
you,
too cool for that." No, that's not it,
no,
Ma. Like,
take the,
it's really not.
and I will tell you, Shelly, though, taking those compliments, especially for women, is very attractive because it's you don't have to get flustered or blush. And I'm telling this to you also, Jessica, that you don't have to get flushed or freaked out or anything like that. And if
Mm,
you handle it with a thank you very much, that was very kind of you to say. I really appreciate it.
I
They
try.
tend they will men will tend to back off and not be such dicks about it. But if
Really?
they see that they're getting you frustrated because you're like, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed," they will lay into it 10 times even harder because this is how guys do it to each other. Whenever they see a guy getting a little bit flustered because you embarrassed them, oh, they lay into it 10 times harder. So Jessica and Vicky and all those other young ladies out there, whenever they start embarrassing you like that, the way to handle it is, oh, thank you. That was so sweet. You're such a sweetheart. I appreciate it. And just let it lie right there. And it calms them down really nice.
Wow. Learn
It
something new
does.
every day. That I never knew that.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm flushed. Like I could feel the heat in the apples of my cheeks, and I don't know why. It's just I don't know. I just
And whenever you're flushed, you just say, "Oh, thank you. That was so nice of you to say." And
Yeah.
my
Unfortunately, face to face, people notice blush because it goes all the way down.
ah,
So,
but you're not
yeah,
face to face. That's the
I know.
beauty of it.
I know.
Is
It's just funny
is
because they're
just
like, "Oh, she blushes a
it's
lot." Oh,
just
how far down does that go? It's like,
well, Shelley, you also have to understand it's just you and I right now.
and a whole
Mhm.
chat full of people I can't see.
got got the whole
Mhm.
exactly. So you can't see what the chat is saying. So you know that I'm just talking to you, darling.
And I know how much you love your wife, darling. See, that's important
see,
information to have.
see. See, that's what I'm talking
Mhm.
about. And I know how much you love your wife. And that right
Yep.
there, like, ended that conversation. Because me, I'm just messing with you, and you
Oh, I
just came
know.
back
I
with the
know, but I'm
perfect.
the type of person that this could spin wildly out of control because
But
it's
you
always the
came
one up,
back
one up, one up, one
but
up.
you came back with the perfect response. That was the one up that could not be one upped.
I'm glad. I
See?
wish I didn't have a history of saying it to people. Oh God. I used to sit there and go, why is it always the married ones? I'm like, how's your wife? How's the kids? They're like, they're good. I need a beer. I'm like, all right, bye. Like,
All right.
bye.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yes, I know you're married, you ass. I've met your wife. Like, what?
Yeah.
And what about me screams? It's okay to like hit on me when I know you're married. Really? Like, do I strike you as that person? Because I
Oh,
don't think
thank
so.
you.
Thank
Thank you,
who?
Jesse.
What's she
Thank you.
saying?
She said, well, at Shizzy and Talking Trash and Truth, I got to go back to doing homework. Just wanted to say hello. See
Get
you.
those books, girl. Get those grades.
I'm telling you. Telling you. No, this
Do it
is.
because you'll feel proud, proud, and proud and proud at the end. I know I did.
And Darth
Work
wants me to
every
ask you if this is going to be a closed stream because she did speculate about opening it to certain hideous heads after some number of hours.
Oh, did he want to come in here?
That's absolutely fine. I have no
Oh.
objection to that. I I will not take up all your attention or your time.
Well,
like
I mean,
like
I
Darth.
did give you my undivided attention for 4 hours, which is, not bad. Where the hell do I even have Discord open?
You can
Oh, now I got to.
bring in Darth. That's fine.
Uh,
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate it. And
I think
everybody, make sure that you
he
hit
hit
that
this.
like. And if you're not subscribed, you need to subscribe to Shelly because she is awesome. Talking trash and truth because,
You check out because there's some interesting things with surprise.
yes.
I like the way you go through. You speed right through. I
your, your,
I have
your
not been able
Discord is.
to watch for days because it's like watching paint dry. I can't. Like I physically.
Oh, you talking about the trials that everybody else is doing?
It's just so boring. It's horrible. It's
Oh,
a
how do you
Murdoch
think
case.
they
It's just the
feel?
case doesn't make sense.
It does to
No
me.
justice.
Well,
It
maybe what
makes
I'll
it,
do is do a speed run through all of it.
uh-huh.
You're breaking up.
Like
You
so far,
must
like up
open
now
Discord up.
because that I sure did.
Yep, it is fucking your computer right now. Discord is like treating your computer like a female dolphin. you
That's
can't.
gonna be my thing because everybody mentions an animal and I just make the noise.
Well, and Pixel said, I
Because
like
it
your way of
literally
watching.
busts everybody up.
That's
It's like Darth
awesome.
asking me, make the sound of an emu makes. I don't know what the fucking emu sounds
An emu
like. Okay, then a
sounds.
pigeon. Okay.
Just say that
Oh,
an emu sounds like it should be being shot with a with a
an
rifle.
emo sounds like trouble, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. And I posted something because Aussie said something about his car, and I was like, wait a minute, I thought Australians like rode around on emus and kangaroos and threw boomerangs at each other while drinking Fosters. He didn't
Oh my god.
respond.
I sent I sent Darth a link, so I don't know
There
where
you
he's at.
go. There you go.
And then I closed Discord completely. So I'm back to normal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you still got a little bit of crackle in there, but it's definitely
I
not like
really
when you
need
had
like a whole
Discord.
new setup, but it's like
Yeah,
okay.
those are always a son of a bitch to build and repair. Once you get once you get like monetized and you start making a good amount of money, then you can invest in like doing it because you can use it as a tax write off. You can call it a business.
Yeah, I mean, not right now, but
Oh,
I have to do simple taxes this year. Next year, I can do
uh,
complicated taxes. I don't have the head for it, to be honest, and I do my own taxes. I do my mother's. I do so many people's taxes because they just don't want to do it.
I understand. I mean, I did my taxes up until what was it, 1990 something, and that's whenever I had somebody else doing my taxes up until the 90s. It was H&R Block that caused me to end up owing the government a lot of money because they filed it as unemployment while I was employed, and the amount of taxes that I had to pay on that was so fee intensive. Mm-mm-mm. I don't trust those places anymore.
No, I H&R Block was the only time I ever got audited.
Yes,
Hmm.
because they're horrible.
Yep. That. Oh, good God.
Just find the high school dropout.
Hmm.
That's all you have to do. Just find the high school dropout and give them
Yep.
all your tax information and say, "Here, file
Be
these for
trusting.
me."
Here you go. Here you go. I'll let you turn this into the most bloodthirsty agency we have. That's fine. It's fine.
Yes. God. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I was like, "Yep, never again. Never
No.
again."
And my mother was paying like $300-$400 to get her taxes done. And I was like, why? And she was like, oh, well, it costs a lot. And I only get this much back. Like she got back like, I think like $200 or $300. I said, that doesn't even cover what you're paying to get your taxes done. Give me your paperwork. And she was like,
Yeah.
well, I said, just let me run the numbers. I said, I'll do them and we'll see if my numbers are better than his. And sure enough, she was like, oh my God, so you could do my taxes? Mm-hmm. How much? Nothing. Like I don't use a paid
Like
program. I,
buy
I
me a
just
nice
do it.
steak. Buy
Yeah.
me a nice steak. How's that? Yeah. I mean, the
Oh, there he
time
is.
that I did that H&R Block, it was it was so horrible because I went back and they were just like, yeah, we'll guarantee blah blah blah. I go back in and I'm just like, yeah, you guys fucked up my taxes, and now I owe X amount of dollars. And they were just like, well, let's take a look. Oh, look, we fixed it, and they just fixed it in their system. I still owed the same amount of fucking money. They just basically said, oh, we've got it fixed, so we're not held liable for it anymore. That was about the time that I tore their place all to fucking shit. I mean, I walked out of there just trashing every single thing I could on the way out. I was like, yeah, fuck you,
But what
assholes.
sound does a penguin make? I'm sorry. I
Actually,
also
you son of a bitch. Actually, I watched a video that had a baby penguin that saw its owner that it hadn't seen in a year. It went up, and the lady was like, I'm getting this on video. And it went up, it rubbed against, and it went
yeah, it
like
makes
that.
a squeaky noise very much like
Yes.
that. Actually,
Yes.
correct.
Because I
I'm
saw it
sorry.
and I was like,
Discord
oh, wait till I get that man.
also gave my computer the cancer as well, so I was lagging really hard getting in here. But I am here now. I greet you both with the best of tidings,
Thank you,
and
Darth.
Are you here with
and
bells now?
I'm I mean, do I sound jingling to you?
No,
A
no,
little
not at
bit.
all. You sound
A
Yeah,
little
fine.
bit. But
I
then
did
again, I hear
as I was
bells.
lagging, as I was lagging, I caught back up, and that is just inappropriate. some of the
What?
things that were said while I was trying to get in here, just inappropriate. Not you, Shelly, Shizzy, with his
Oh,
inappropriate words. Oof. I was like,
You're
oh, I want
welcome.
to say so many things right now, but I'm stuck in limbo
I
because it won't pick
know.
up my microphone.
Isn't it glorious? Oh, Darth. You bring so much joy. You really do. As much as
I
you
tell
like
him
to
all
be
the time he's special, but not in like that short bus kind of way.
no, not in the short bus kind of way. As much as I will poke fun at people, I only poke fun at people that I actually admire and enjoy. So take
Well,
that.
yeah, that's the thing. If I don't fuck with you, I don't like you. Like,
Absolutely. And
it's like I just won't talk to you.
I definitely don't have such qualms. I will fire shots off at everyone, and anyone.
No.
I if I love you, you'll understand that my shots are out of love. If I don't
Yep.
like you, you'll understand the other side of that too.
Exactly. Like what was it? What
Like
was that? Was
meatwad.
yeah? What was that? Was it legal vices or it was one of them.
I mean, I've
And
fired
and,
shots at
and
mindset and vices on the regular because I love them both, and I don't want either of them to think I don't. But dear God, they say some stupid stuff sometimes. It's just like, well, now I have to roast you. I'm sorry, you did this to yourself.
exactly. Well, and you said something. You're like, "Hey, Bay," and I was just like,
I do that too. I mean, I've said that to you a couple of times, haven't I,
exactly.
Boo? Like,
I call
And what
you
did I
babe
say?
all the time.
What did I say back? What did I say back? That you were just like, "Ooh, that's a good one." I'm
oh,
gonna
I
think
can't
about my
remember.
next outcome on this one because
I,
I
I
got to
might
one up
I
it.
might have had to block that out because it might have been that good that I'm just like, well, if I
Ooh.
remember this, then it's gonna be like, I mean,
Yee.
bad girl room at 2 in the morning.
Oh.
Very
It'd be
gay.
it'd be like three girls in a cup instead of two. Oh,
Mm, yee. You're doing way too much. I'm going to die. Uh,
no,
uh,
it's all in fun, and
it
you know
is.
and that's why I can't. I mean, I've got like Shelly. You have a wonderful chat, and they are so cool. My chat can get really vicious, especially whenever Darth gets in there.
It's
But
literally
Oh,
the
my chat
same
is very
chat.
supportive. They
but
tend
they
to be
Hey,
all
very like, they're very base, my
Shell-
chat.
Shelly's variation of Darth just happens to be a lot more fond of Shelly than Shizzy Wiznut's variation of Darth is fond of Shizzy Wiznut.
Aw.
oh
But see, I
no
love my
we
Darth just as he is. It doesn't matter if he's
Aww.
yelling, but you know that. I've told you that. Sometimes you just need to yell. And if you need to yell, but hopefully not at me, but in my presence,
And
I'm okay.
sometimes I
Just
just
warn
need
me.
to dance, but
That's right.
there's
Sometimes
no
you need to
music.
sing. Miss Sally,
Oh,
I feels like singing. Yeah.
Outpost got so worried earlier on
About what?
because he was
about?
well, it was you and Cool Frog
Uh huh.
and Outpost, and you were
Uh
all in there, and I was just listening, and then you just all of a sudden were like, "All right, I'm out of here," and you were like gone, and
Oh,
of course
yeah.
Outpost was there by himself, and he's like, um, um,
I
um,
literally
um,
did just bail on nerd.
yeah, he
My
was like,
bad, nerd.
and then the Cool Frog comes back, he's like, "I didn't say anything bad, I don't know what happened, he just left," and he was going off on a rant, and he just left, and I didn't do anything, I didn't say
Oh no,
anything.
I realized at that moment that I was too wasted for this anymore, and I was not going to log any of this in my memory. So I'm just gonna have to, like, I know when to see myself out. I know when I've had enough,
Yes.
and I literally was already in a really really bad place in my head at that time. And while I was gone, I got to get everything right, and I was like, holy shit. I am all of a sudden gone from like being the grade A worst to being on top of the world, all in the span of like an hour and a half. Wow, this must be a new
Mhm.
record.
Well,
No, I got
he
my
was
best friend
I'm
back.
sure Guinness will be calling you any minute
he was
Uh,
he was
to have a
really
beer.
worried about it at
mm,
first, and a Cool Frog was just like, yeah, I don't care.
yeah,
I
of
Mhm.
mean,
course not.
that's
Because
Darth.
Frog knows exactly how I do. Like he knows.
Yeah.
Like I will just, oops, gotta go. Like don't take it personal.
No, no,
It's
don't.
if it's personal, I will make a big ass scene so that you know it's personal before I leave. But if
Exactly.
I
Mhm.
don't make a big scene and I don't come at you, like this is just me being me.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Sorry,
and
I don't mean to be rude.
I don't think he knew that off the top
I mean,
of it,
nerd
but
doesn't know me well enough. Like
yeah,
I wish
exactly.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first met Nerd, I was wasted, and he annoyed the shit out of me. So
I love Nerd. I love him too.
that was our like introduction, and it stayed that way for a while until I started showing up more on the stream sober, and I'm like, wait, Nerd actually knows. Like, I sat and listened to Nerd stream with Shelly about
Yes,
a bunch of random ass movies that I've only ever seen like 25% of them, and I'm like,
that was
Nerd knows
and
what Nerd knows. Like,
Shelly. I will tell
and
you right now, that
and
was a
Shelly do
really
too.
good stream. That
It really
really
was.
was. It
11,
was. And
11 and a half hours.
oh my
It was
God.
worth. Like I watched some hours of it, and I normally wouldn't watch a stream about movies, especially most of the movies I haven't seen. But it's like Nerd actually gives a good synopsis for a lot of these, and
Mhm.
I don't have to watch them now.
Yep.
Absolutely.
He's very
I
passionate about them. I'm very
Hmm.
passionate about them.
Oh yeah.
I gave kudos. That was one thing that and it was actually after that stream that I reached out to you. I was like,
Mhm.
yeah, that Shelly is got
Yeah.
it going on. She has got the like she does not discriminate. She is like, if this
The
person is a
Shelley is one of us.
yes,
100%.
just so
Aw,
awesome.
thank you guys. I love
Yeah.
you guys. Thank you.
No,
It's
Oh,
amazing. It
well,
took me 48 years to find a place to fit in.
but that's the thing is know that
Like, oh
you
wow,
are
they actually value me. Look at that.
you are appreciated. You are highly appreciated, and I will tell you that whenever
And I feel
you're
that,
on
which is
you're
new.
on with Cool Frog, and Cool Frog, he's just like, oh,
Mm.
he is so like kind to every single guest that he has, and it takes a lot to get him
oh
like worked
man.
up.
I've never
Yep.
actually like I've done a lot to get him worked up myself, and I've never seen him get worked up at all. He's just like, yeah, come back later. You're you're clearly douching it up right now. I mean, he don't say those words because he's way too nice for that. But he's like,
Yes.
you're
Mhm.
always welcome back, brother. That's what he tells me, and it's like,
Yep.
well, I've been the worst brother to you tonight. I feel awful about it. Don't sweat it. You're
But
welcome
he
back.
understands that you go through
Yeah,
shit.
I do. And
That's
I
sometimes
people.
get
I
it.
That's
do
life.
it on
That's
his
the
stream. I don't
interwebs.
like doing it on his stream though. Like I really do
I
hate
know.
that.
But
I know
you
because
also
you
have
do
to
have a good
remember
heart.
that Darth,
Yeah.
him not shaming you, him not
Hmm.
being a complete ass to you, also makes you respect him more because he understands you're in a place that isn't comfortable and
Mhm.
you lashed out, and that is like a father. A father
Yeah.
that is like,
Definitely. Like I mean, a good older brother.
yes.
He's got that same kind of energy. I'm not ever going to
He's
give Frog
basically
Daddy props.
telling you, Cool Frog is
But
Yes,
not my daddy.
I'm
no,
not giving
no,
Frog Daddy
I'm not.
props. That's
I,
not
I'm
happening.
not.
Like
I'm not. I'm
he
not
He
talking
he
about like that.
knows
but
daddies.
he is like a brother to me, and
But
he really is. Like I mean, I
but
wouldn't have a YouTube channel if it wasn't for Cool Frog,
but
because
in
Cool Frog and
hindsight,
Divinity
Oh my
were the
god.
ones who basically kept sticking me with the stun guns until I went and made a YouTube channel, and they still both prod me like, you're gonna get back to doing that because you were doing great when you were doing it. Like And it's like I hate it. It sucks.
Oh
but
shit,
I
but
mean, my
Chris Rock gets
also
content's
his own show
trash.
now, don't he?
but also because of his kindness, the shame
Yeah.
that you felt for the bullshit that you pulled makes you want to be a better person and not pull the same bullshit. Am
I
I
mean,
correct?
absolutely,
Because you're like,
absolutely.
because he's not calling you out. He's not saying, "Oh, you were an asshole or you were a shit."
No,
He just goes,
no.
"It's okay." And you go, you look back and you've got that kind of introspective to go,
Oof.
That was really shitty and damn it, I
Yeah, I
want to do
mean,
better. I want to be a better person and I'm not going
I'll,
to do that shit again."
I'll be the. Well, I mean, I'm probably gonna do it again, but I'm going to try to mitigate how often I do it. And I'm
Like
probably
I'm not
like,
making any
if
promises, but
if I'm really like hell bent on bringing the heat, I'm just gonna like beg Frog for a Rumble exclusive because if I really got to go off,
get off
Rumble
YouTube, get off.
exists for a reason, and I can say all the words that I can't say on YouTube. Like when he got
Whoa!
monetized, I was probably one of the most happy people for him. Like
Oh yeah,
gotta love Frog because that was very important to him, and I knew it was like getting to
absolutely.
the level where he could actually be a monetized channel was a goal of his. And the last thing I would want to do as a friend is contribute to screwing that up. I can't.
Absolutely.
I could never. Like, I mean, if we're just BSing around on like a channel like mine, which even if I get 10,000 subs, 100,000 subs, I'm still probably not going to pursue monetization for religious reasons because I hate YouTube that much that I wouldn't want them even touching money that I put in my pocket. And I know they're going to take their big old chunk out of it. It's like I'd rather just not have that money. I've got money. I'm not worried about monetization. This is not something I'm doing for the money. Like I did start my channel because everybody knows I had a lot to say. So I was opening up talking, and then I realized I can go talk with everybody else on their channels, and that's way easier for me because all I have to do is click a couple of buttons, and I can in and out whenever I feel like it. I don't have to feel the pressure of
Hosting.
hosting a stream. Yeah,
Yeah, and that is a little bit of a stress. So
it is.
because
I didn't realize how much it was going to be until I started doing it.
absolutely, I mean, I was like, okay, I can do this, and then
Mm-hmm.
then I just did like your basic StreamYard stuff. I was like, oh, okay,
Right.
well, I'll do this, and within like less than a week, that time was up.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
You either have to pay the extra money to get the good stream yards, or you
Yep.
have to learn the other apps like Restream.io. And if you're really
Not
got
worth it.
time to kill,
I just paid
OBS is
25
actually the
bucks.
way to go.
I've got OBS, but the problem with
Yes.
OBS is you cannot get guests in.
Yes, that's true.
You cannot
That
get
is true.
the amount of guests. I was like,
Yeah, you can stream all you want. I mean,
yeah,
but you can. There are ways to do that. I will actually ask.
yes,
I got a really good buddy named Finity who has been running the Reality Skewed Gamers channel for like 5 years. He runs it through OBS, and he has it set up so that every single person in the RSG crew, which there are a lot,
yeah.
can end up in the stream.
Well,
I don't know how he does it.
you can do it through Zoom. You can
I think
set
that's how
you
they do it. Actually, is through Zoom. Now that you
yeah.
mention it,
Yeah,
well,
so basically you can set up a
but you need
Zoom
to, yeah,
channel
you need
and
a
load that up in there, but
right.
it can be really super difficult. And it's
Oh
just
yeah.
like it's like I don't have a whole lot of time.
Hmm.
If I had more time, yeah,
Yeah,
I could do some
that's
really good stuff. I just don't have the time. Like if you look at my thumbnails, I don't put any tags on it or anything. I don't like type stuff in. I just pull up like some random picture of
hmm
whatever and I throw it in there and I'm like, here we go, we're going live. Kind of thing.
Eventually she's
And
just
see, I
gonna
love
show
my
up with a
thumbnails.
random picture of me.
I love to make my thumbnails. I don't know why. I have a
uh,
ton
Oh,
of them.
that's so awesome.
I just have
I
them.
I love to contribute funny stuff to Divinity's thumbnails
Oh, Divinity is so much fun. I enjoy her
because
so
she
much.
really she really does the thumbnail game like wonderfully, but sometimes like I just have that perfect thing to say. It's like, you can steal this. I'm not gonna tell anybody which ones on your
Or
channel
mine.
are mine. But I'm going to laugh when I see them come up.
I enjoy Divinity so
Oh yes,
much. I
she is the best.
Well, and
Really is.
whenever I would first was seeing her pictures come up in the like on Cool Frog stuff, I was just like,
Hmm.
I wonder if that's really a picture of her. And then I saw what she actually looks like. I
Yeah,
was like, that is a
100%.
that is a very attractive young lady. I was like,
Uh,
that's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. It's funny that you call her a young lady because to you she is a young lady. She's older than I am though.
Yeah, I mean,
Younger than
to me,
man.
she looks like she's in her late 20s, early 30s.
Yep,
That's what I would say too. The
she
fact that
does.
she's in her early 40s is like, wow,
Hmm.
that's a testament.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
with with multiple children, I might add. Like, well, then they must just have something in the water down there in California, don't they?
probably.
Well, I mean, that's yeah. I'm pretty sure that's true, but I
Hmm.
don't
I'm
think it's
pretty
the way
sure it
you
is too.
mean it.
I mean, they have to reuse it quite often, so
Hmm.
you might be getting a little bit of embryonic,
I mean, I mean, that stem cell research isn't that great?
Oh,
Sure is neat.
makes me feel very happy
Ah.
from my arsenic lead laden New Jersey tap water.
I mean, I'm pretty
It's all right.
sure.
We still got well water here in Georgia, sweetheart.
I'm pretty sure all
Oh,
the tap
my
water
uncle
in
has well water.
Michigan is very well dosed in estrogen, so and
Oh,
other birth
maybe I
control
should go
chemicals.
there.
Oh, Shelly, if you went to California, you would be so blown away. And I'm not talking about the big cities. I'm not talking about
Oh, I'd
going
avoid the
into
big
Oh no,
LA.
cities.
she said Michigan. Because
I
I
No,
thought
said
he
you
said
Michigan.
about estrogen.
I thought you said
The
LA.
the
Oh
estrogen
no, I would
water
love to
is
go to
is
California,
in
but not
in
LA.
in Michigan.
I have no desire to see the studios or any of that. I would love to see like the plateaus and like the dense forests and stuff like that. I'm very like outdoor.
Nature
As much as I hate,
oriented.
well, I
Shelly.
hate bugs, but I
Shelly.
love being outside. So
Shelly. I got to meet the skipper. You know who the skipper is, right?
seriously,
Yes.
are we
And the
talking about the
next
same
year,
skipper like the
Is
SS
that
Minnow?
Gary Oldman?
yes, SS Minnow.
Ah,
And
yeah.
it was one time because that guy right there would come down to Hollywood Boulevard and he would wander Hollywood Boulevard just so people could take a picture with the skipper from Gilligan's Island. He was so kind and
I always
generous
wanted to
and
rub his
just
belly like Buddha.
So kind, generous, and absolutely had nothing going for himself after Gilligan's
He
Island
was
was
my
over.
favorite. Gilligan annoyed the shit out
but
of me.
yeah, but
Oh,
he
Him
was
and Marianne, I
no,
loved.
I mean, you
he
know
was
who my
rich.
favorite is.
Yeah,
He
I'm
was
sure.
rich.
I know.
Hmm.
He was rich?
Yes,
Well, then why did he hang out with the regular plebs?
because
He had nothing better to do.
he enjoyed
Yeah.
that kind of adoration. He
Mhm.
enjoyed giving people putting a smile on people's face. He
Like
Well,
really
us.
that's
did.
a piece of nostalgia that's still alive.
Like us,
There's
only
Exactly.
not a
famous.
lot of that left. Like,
Oh, wait. There was a stabbing in my town. Holy crap. Tuesday? Who got
there's
stabbed?
violence
I was
in your neighborhood. I'm shocked.
Uh huh. Imagine, At a brand steakhouse. Oh, dear. That's,
with the steak knife. I'm hoping
Oh,
I
because if
please!
you were
mean,
using
Yesterday I was on
anything but a
stream and I heard
steak
pop,
knife
pop,
at a
pop. I
steakhouse
was
to do a
like, "Oh crap!"
stabbing, just saying.
No, there was
No, I
somebody
mean,
shot off like 3 rounds outside my house like last week, and I was
oh, dear.
sitting
so
here and I heard pop, pop, pop. I was like, "Oh no!"
so
I was like moving away from the window, moving away from the window. I'm on the
so
fifth floor. They ain't hitting me.
did they use a gun or were they
Hmm.
playing with themselves?
No, they actually made that pop pop sound. It was a pew pew instead of a. So yeah,
Instead of a yeah.
there was not a whole lot. It was gang banging, but not the kind that's fun. So
And There was a gangbang happening, but it was not fun. Trust me on that
Yep,
one.
nope, nope. This one left holes
Or,
instead of just
or
using the ones that
yeah.
were already there.
Ooh, oof.
Well,
Ooh,
and you have to understand that
hello,
back
child.
in the 80s, 90s, everybody goes, "Oh, it was such a gentler time and more chill." It's like, no, it
Not
wasn't.
really. Not really.
I mean, you had Lat Kings, you had the Vice Lords, you had
I
the
mean,
Bloods,
back
the
back
Crips.
then, Detroit, Flint, and Saginaw were the top three most violent cities in America. Now it's Chicago, but nothing has really changed. Like the violence
No,
is still
it's just
going on.
location changes. That's
Right?
all.
Yeah, it's moving around. Oh, hi, Div, in the
Hey,
chat.
Div,
Is just talking about you. Funny enough.
we were
And now we're
actually
talking
You're
about
like,
how terrible Detroit used to be.
Divinity. We were actually talking about how
Admiring.
attractive you are,
Well,
and we
you
I
figured
are.
that it
mean,
was it was probably all of the wonderful drugs that they put in the LA reservoir that has made you attractive.
I don't think Div is anywhere close to LA.
And she's in California,
Yeah,
so she could
California's,
be.
yeah.
She,
I
I
mean,
mean, let's see.
I
I
mean,
because I've
California
been up.
flooded. Everything moved around.
What I used to do is I used to walk up to the Hollywood sign because whenever I get off work, I would walk up to the Hollywood sign or I'd go down to Venice Beach. It was not uncommon for me to go to Santa Monica Pier, which is like really gay. Trust me,
yeah.
trust me, really
Yeah,
gay.
I believe you.
I also lived. See, she's in L.A. Reservoir. So it was not uncommon for me to
Ooh.
go because the place that I lived off of was off of Las Palmas, yeah, Las Palmas, and Santa Monica Boulevard, which was about a block away, which is definitely whenever you see a bunch of men riding around in Jeep Wranglers with doors off, wearing like jorts, you know what those are, right? Like
Yeah.
jean shorts, yeah, yeah. They would be wearing jorts that would make Daisy Duke blush. Yeah, it was a little weird. California is a strange place.
Yes, it is.
It's a very strange place, but you know what?
And so is
There
New York.
was there was one of those, and I've been to
Ha!
both.
Gay?
Yeah.
Hmm.
There is you like that. So whenever I would actually step off of it was coming into Hollywood the first time I've been into Hollywood, there was an energy there that that is undescribable. Just coming
I mean,
across the
disgusting is a
mountains.
word.
No, no, I'm not talking about disgusting. I'm talking about there is an energy that starts filling your entire being in your soul
Well, they say
that you've
LA has a
never
beat to it,
Whoa.
like
yeah,
it
it's
pulsates.
it is you come rolling in and all of a
Throbbing.
sudden you're
Mm.
it is
Tell me
almost
more.
like this muse that fired up from nowhere, that just like all of a sudden the creative juices just start flowing. But if
Hmm.
you stay there too long, is you find out that
Yep.
it's actually a succubus that is trying to rip
Hmm.
your soul from your body.
Hmm.
I mean, that's how I've always
Well, that's how
envisioned
they
it,
do
which
it.
is why I'd never gone there.
It
Well,
seems like a very active but very um high price place to be. It just seems to me like the people that stay there, they pay a higher price than anything they're getting back.
I put this picture up for Divinity. There you go.
Did she see it? Did she like it?
Oh, is it the
Oh,
Murphy
oh,
blue?
oh, oh, oh. it's
Ooh,
it's the cuck blue.
gross. I meant to say that in chat earlier. This is
That's
like
actually a skill of mine. But
sexually disgusting.
that was me vibrating my whole throat. You be quiet.
Hey, all you have to
Oh,
That's a
say
oh no, I
skill.
was
is,
talking about the picture that he's got up, not
Shelley,
Oh,
all
all
you
right.
have to say
anything you're
is
doing.
boots and cats.
Boots
And
and
if you
cats,
Tin
boots
cats.
and
boots
cats.
and cats and boots and cats and boots and
Boots
cats
and
and
cats
boots
and
and
boots
cats
and
and
cats
boots
and
and
boots and
cats and
cats and
boots and
boots and
cats and
cats and
boots and
boots and
cats and
cats.
boots and cats and
Mhm.
boots and cats.
There you
Oh,
go.
I
That's
used to drive the guys
Look at me
at work that
beatboxing. The white girl
we,
version.
we we were having fun with the beatboxing last night.
so there was this guy that I worked with. He was really weird. He was a ginger, so gingers tend to be
Oh,
weird
I mean,
anyway. So
soulless
I
mutant is
so
Ginger broke
I
my
hilarious.
heart, bastard.
I come rolling in and I was just like, hey, I need an oil filter. And he was just like, okay, get your oil filter. I was like, hey, have you heard this new song? He was like, well, what's the song? I was like, well, let's see, it's cats and boots, cats and boots. And he just looks at me. It was just like, cats and boots. I've
Duh.
never heard that. I was just like, yeah, it goes something like this: boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. He was just like, you're an asshole. You're an asshole. 3 days later, he was like, dude, I cannot get that out of my fucking head.
Can't get out of my fucking head yet.
I hate you. I hate you because every time I see you, you come in and get a goddamn oil filter and you're going and you don't say a word, but all the first thing that pops into my goddamn head is that
Cats and
boots and
boots and
cats
cats and
shit.
boots and
You
cats.
asshole.
Cats,
Cats and
boots,
boots and
cats,
cats and
boots,
boots and
cats,
cats.
boots, cats.
I love it.
Yes,
I had one of
yes.
those songs I used to sing in school when I was pissed off.
Wait, wait, Chris.
You know,
Wait
Manamana?
a second. Did you just say that you wore a thong in high school?
No. I said I had one of those songs I used to sing
Mana
in
mana. Do
school when I was
do
mad.
do do do.
Yep.
Mana mana.
I'd pass by
Do do
people.
do.
I'd pass by their doors and sing it.
Mana
So it would
mana.
be stuck in their head all fucking day. Because that song is horrible to get out of your head once it's in there. I would fluctuate between that and Baby Shark because those two, they're such earworms. Oh my God.
Baby dart do 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 do. Baby
And they'd be
dart
like,
do
why do
do
you
do
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 this?
do do.
I'm in a
Baby dart
bitchy
do
mood. If
do do
I'm
do do
suffering,
do.
so are you.
Baby dart.
Nope.
Yeah, see,
Misery
I don't
loves
know that
company.
song, so it
Join
never
me.
gets stuck in my head. But like the Mana
Oh,
Mana song,
Phenomena.
my wife
Do,
and
do, do, do,
hi,
do.
Rabbit.
Mana
Phenomena.
Mana,
Do,
Rabbit's here.
do, do, do.
Mana Mana.
Phenomena. Do, do,
Melissa
do,
Jane's here
do,
too.
do, do, do,
What did
do,
we
do,
get?
do,
I
Like
do.
a? Did we get a viewer dump from somewhere?
I had no
I know.
idea.
Oh,
She had that corn song in her head, Leanie.
corn
Leanie.
song.
Corn
Well,
song.
Corn.
she likes to say that I do the corn porn. Corn porn.
The corn horn?
Corn porn.
Oh, corn porn. Oh, how? What the
Corn
fuck is
porn.
corn?
Porn.
Corn porn.
Yeah, I know. It's
Corn.
like what is corn
Pornographic.
porn?
Oh, do you really want to know the answer
Do
to
you
this,
really want to
James?
know?
Of course I do. I
Shut
once asked somebody what a blue
Oh,
waffle was. Of course I
shut
oh,
want
up.
to know.
oh
I'll
Do you
regret
dear.
really
it
want to
later.
know?
Yes, you
Do you
will.
really want to know what the corn porn is?
Oh, this is terrible.
It is me talking about Benito Mussolini of Italy and Vladimir Putin of Russia are often associated with cults of personality, as are totalitarian regimes such as the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin, Germany under Adolf Hitler, and North Korea under Kim Jong Un. Yeah, it drives them nuts.
Okay.
Yet they make no
Why?
mention of the United States under Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Okay, the
And,
thing
Hmm.
and
about
You
Mussolini
forgot
is
somebody.
most Italians fucking hated him. Like they
I
really,
mean,
really did.
yeah, but it was really effective.
Yeah, it was.
oh yeah.
Jeez.
And
Shows.
and something that our wonderful tour guide in England pointed out is all you have to do is find the person that's wearing the weird hat, and they tend to be the leader of that country.
Yeah, I mean, and in a
It's
lot of
true.
places, there are like levels to the hats. Like, no matter the bigger your hat is, the more important you are. Like
Fucking
the
Yes,
Vatican.
Napoleon with that hat. I can't. I can't.
the Pope,
Huge.
Yeah,
I know.
like
Well,
literally
I
the
mean, look
Vatican.
at Nick.
Trump.
Yes. I mean, he had
Well, Trump
a
has
ball
the
cap.
hat.
He had a hat.
Yeah, the hat. Yes.
that everybody had to wear.
If
So
you if
they
you
were
if you
You
if
know
you
who's
instantly
got
recognizable.
you know who's got a hat though? Joe has a hat.
Yes, he does.
Joe Neerman with that NYPD hat. What the
oh, that's
hell
so
are you
You know how
doing?
much
hilarious. I
trouble he
love
must
He's
get
it.
out
so.
of with that hat?
I mean, that's why he says he wears it. It gets him things
I
that
told you.
he wouldn't
The
get not
cop
wearing
stopped
that hat.
talking with me when he saw the state trooper hat I had on. He came over
Mm,
all like, Mr. Big Bulls, I'm gonna rock out with my cock out. And we're just like, what? And he just looked in and he was like, hey, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead. And we were like, what the fuck just happened? And my friend was like, you have on a state trooper hat. I was like, do I? I was like, I forgot. I was like, oh well. Because I didn't do my hair. I was like, lucky I brought the hat. That hat went everywhere with me after that. If we were in the car.
Joe makes me feel really good. Joe Neerman makes me feel really good.
oh
Ooh,
yes.
tell me more about it.
Ooh.
I will tell you
Does he
why he
rub you the
makes me
right
feel
way?
really good, because he is about a year younger than me, and he boomers it worse than I do.
Oh,
Oh
he's
yeah,
so a boomer.
So that makes me feel
I
so
love that
much
about
better
him
about myself. Oh,
because
absolutely.
he just goes,
Joe,
I don't know what I'm doing.
I
I
don't
don't
know. I'm a
know.
f-
If I lose you,
it,
I'll come back. Stay here.
Joe
exactly.
and Jeff.
I I enjoy. He is like my spirit animal in
Mhm.
so many ways, and I've never seen a single episode that he's done that has been disappointing. It is always
No.
something so much fun. He gets on his rant like,
Oh yeah.
"Arr," and it's just like, yes, Joe, you
Yep.
tell him, you tell him.
Yep.
It's so much fun,
And I'm on
so
Twitter
much
going,
fun.
watching Joe rant right now, and I'm here for it. It's like, oh my god. But
Joe,
when I find out that he's like really, really drunk, if I'm not already watched him, I'll go watch just so I could be like, oh my, because I worry. I, I really do. Because he doesn't know when to stop drinking. And I've literally been on stream where I'm like sitting there in chat and I'm like, oh my God, he's puking so hard right now. Because you could hear him. Because he's at like 2 rooms away. And I'm like, that sounded like his boots came up out of him. Like, Jesus. Because he was just
Mm.
like, we were like, oh my,
Ooh,
what happened? That was the night that he got like $1,000 to do like 10 shots in a row.
my
oh
man, my
And
wow,
man, my man.
it was really bad liquor. I was
oh
like, ugh, he got so sick.
Dependosaurus Rex is in the chat on a full docs. Ben
who
Who's in
is
the
it?
Jamin.
chat?
My buddy Ben, who is literally the guy who talks me off the ledge when I'm standing on it.
Hey Ben, good to see you.
He's actually the
Oh, very
best.
cool. Very cool.
Dependosaurus Rex
Very cool.
from Nick's Locals. He's actually a superhero in real
Oh
life.
yeah. Oh, all right. The yes, the artist. I love his drawings. He was showing them one day in locals, and I
Yes,
was just like, oh
that
my
guy.
God, dude, this is amazing. This is amazing. Yeah, he's a real stand-up dude. I like him a lot. And
Yep.
please, chat, be reminded, I cannot read you. I can't see who's there
This is
because
why I'm
if
doing
I
it for
open the
you.
chat, I lose my mic, and I don't know why. So, but we figured out that was part of the problem.
Well, and
That
I
and
feel that
Discord.
I probably should have been paying attention to chat, but I just enjoy
No,
talking to
it's
you
all
so
right. They're all
much,
right.
Scotty.
They're
I
all
really
grown.
do.
They're grown.
Uh,
They
I
know we're
just
here. They know I love them, and I have shitty, shitty, shitty computer equipment. So
You're
it's like
fine.
I do what I can with what I got,
I
man.
mean, if
hey,
chat needs to say
what is
something, I'm gonna catch it because
is
I
I
can't
figured.
not look at it.
No, I know. That's why I love having you here because you're always like,
Yeah,
omnipresent. He's a
I get
really good
around.
co-host. He really
who's
is.
that?
Like Darth, you
Who's that?
really are. Darth is an
Oh,
Yes,
amazing co-host when you're doing a show, like
oh,
because he's all over the place.
yes.
Like he's looking in chat, but he's still like got an ear on you and he's still like participating. I cannot multitask. I'm horrible at it. I know my flaws. That's one of them. Chat knows my flaws. I cannot
Well,
do it.
and I engage with chat a little bit more on my channel because I can bring those up, but you
Yeah, when
know,
I'm by myself, it's different because
oh,
I could always
absolutely.
just, it's just me.
well, Yeah,
Like,
well, when you're by yourself, all you have to talk to is chat. Like that's one of the hardest parts
yeah,
for me about doing streams is I don't have anyone to stream with.
I would
I'm gonna
always
have to
stream with
stream
you. You
with
just
chat.
gotta ask me. You
Yeah,
don't even
that's
have
all
to
you gotta
ask.
do.
Just
Just
tell
reach
me.
out.
Shelly,
Yeah,
you
but I
busy at
mean,
2 o'clock at such and such a date? No. All right, I need you to be my co-host. Okay.
See,
Dude, anytime.
I could probably get everybody to stream with me. I'm just too lazy to actually do it. That's the real reason you've done beat on me. That
Then take
wasn't
your little
necessary though.
complaint, turn
I'm
it
taking my little cry,
sideways, twist it, and
stick it.
shove it right up your ass.
Do I have to shine it up real nicely first so that it's
Yes.
like,
yes,
I
yeah,
you
want it
must
to
you
sparkle.
must have it polished,
Sparkle.
polished.
straight
But
up
I
my
enjoy his
candy
honesty.
ass.
If not, then you end up
Puppy!
if not, it ends up hurting. It ends up being really sore and rough. You don't want to do that.
Well, I don't do that
Yeah.
anyway, so I will pass on your knowledge to someone who could use it. Who is the puppy? You change your avatar. It's a
Oh, you
puppy.
like that? You
Oh my
like that?
god, it's so cute.
Yeah, that's
That that
Shizzy Whiz Pup.
that was my puppy whenever he was a puppy. He is all that you see that is brown there is now white.
Oh my goodness. How old is
That
he?
is that is speculative dog right there because if you see his face, like he doesn't have an Xbox controller, but he's pressing X anyway and
Yes.
very full of doubt.
That is a true side eye right there.
Yes, like when I first saw this photo, I was like, wait, this is the most doubtful puppy I have ever seen. He
Oh
trusts
no,
you
that
not even a little bit.
no,
I can picture him saying,
that is
"What you
him.
doing, Willis? What you
That
talking
is
about,
him
Willis?"
2 seconds away from like I am gonna screw something up. I'm gonna get
Oh.
into the worst kind of trouble that you could imagine because that is the kind of dog that I am.
That's my cat. She just closes my friggin' laptop when she wants the attention. She don't care.
Well, he was a puppy whenever my wife had her cat, and he found out really fast those claws are faster than his mind. He had never experienced anything like that in his life, but that did not stop him from giving her all kinds of shit, which she
Yep.
absolutely enjoyed. She was like,
Mhm.
"Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to
Playtime.
climb in places you can't get to me, and then I'm going to pounce on you when you least expect it, and I am going to mess you up, and then I'm going to run off, and this is going to be like playtime all the time."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she had
Yep.
fun with him.
Oh, what's his name? The puppy.
Oh, that was Loki.
Loki. Oh my god, that's my favorite.
I
I
was
love
gonna
Loki.
say Eliza
Do you know
Murphy,
that I
but
cried when Loki died in the movie? I cried so bad. Everybody was like looking at me. I was like, because he's my favorite.
No, yeah, he was good in that.
I
You know,
identify
it
with Loki. He's
you
as
not
know
as
who I
cute. He's
liked?
just,
Floki.
Floki, yes, Floki, and that was really good. I enjoyed that.
Yes, that's Vikings. Right? I'm pretty sure
Yes,
that's Vikings.
Vikings.
Yes, yes, Floki. That dude
He
was
was
nuts.
he
I
was
am a
so much
Marvel
fun.
girl.
But definitely the most hilarious character.
Shelley,
What
Shelley,
happened?
just find the TV show Vikings and watch
Oh,
It's on
it.
I've
the
watched
History Channel. Yes.
It was so much fun. It was so
it.
much fun. Now, see,
I love all that stuff. That's all I do is watch. Like, I don't watch really
now,
like emotional things. I'm not that like chick flick
well,
girl.
if you want to wrap it back a little bit, and you get a little bit of eye candy for you, Shelley. So if you
Mhm.
want to wrap it back a little bit, there's this movie that came out that had Billy Bob Thornton in it. It was called Friday Night Lights. Now, I thought this was
Football
an
movie.
actual, yeah, a football movie. So I was
Mhm.
like, my wife was like, what's this? I was like, oh, Friday Night Lights. I was like, I've seen this movie before. And she was just like, oh, okay. And so I actually had turned it on and started playing it. And it was not the movie that I knew, it was actually the TV show.
Oh, I've seen that too.
And she was just like,
The
this
first 2
is actually,
seasons.
she was like, "This is actually pretty good."
It was.
She watched every single episode of that because, you know, it is a little bit more of a chick flick kind of thing. She was like, "Why did you turn this on to me?" I was like, "Well, guess what? I've got another one I'm going to turn on to you because I've watched like 2 episodes of it and I think you're going to like it." And that was Sons of Anarchy. And she
I
started watching
love
Ooh,
that.
that.
She was like she was
that
like, "Oh
was
my god."
actually one of the
Mm,
very last series that I ever watched, like end to end.
Yes.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Oh God, it was amazing.
I feel like they carried it out just a little too long, but the ending was just chef's
Yeah.
kiss
Yeah, the
magnificent.
ending
Well,
was
and
amazing.
because my wife being, you know, a major in mythology kind of stuff,
Hmm.
that was that is a story, and I couldn't tell you which one it is because I don't follow mythology that much, but that is an entire story. Just it's not even condensed; it's stretched out over multiple seasons. And she was like, "Oh my god, this is so good." Where did you find this? I was like, I've been telling you I wanted to watch this for like the past year and a half. I think we ended up watching like 3 seasons in 1 year. It was insane.
So
But that
you
was
caught it on Netflix then, because I actually watched it when it was still airing on FX.
no, it was on FX. It
Oh
was
yeah.
just I was recording all of them, you know,
Oh,
because
gotcha.
you had the
I
DVR
saw
and
it
I was
on
recording
Prime.
all of them.
Yeah.
And she was just like, "Oh my god, this is so awesome!" She could not stop watching. It was like the worst like
I
drug
mean,
that she ever hit.
Oh no, I used to look forward to it. Like I would sit there for 6, 7 hours and just marathon
I
it.
was extremely disappointed because they did a Mayan spinoff and it was horrible.
It
Oh, it
was
was.
horrible,
It was
Yes.
so
horrible.
awful. And I was just like, I
Oh
can't
my God, and
even.
I was so excited for it too, and then I was just like,
Me
"No,
too.
it's not this it doesn't have the
Yeah,
magic."
Benjamin was not into the Sons of Anarchy.
No, but, like,
Yeah.
Sons of Anarchy, it was believable. Like, these guys were
No, it wasn't.
believable.
I
It was for
actually,
the
I,
first, like,
I
4
was
seasons.
actually, yeah, I was actually in a motorcycle club. It was a little bit of a stretch, like
Yes.
Well, I mean,
because
of course,
being
there
in a
was
motorcycle club, I
exaggeration, but these
associated with
guys
a
were guys that
bunch of
you
others.
would meet on the
Yeah,
street. They were guys that you just knew. I grew up knowing
yeah,
guys
that
like this. That's what I mean.
right, right.
Like, you
Except,
knew who ran together, you knew where they were, you knew what they were good
Well,
for, what they were bad for, whatever.
the characters were all
yeah,
relatable. And
Yeah.
yes,
that's what
definitely.
makes
Uh,
a lot of these TV shows or series or anything is they end up being related. Have you seen Wednesday?
I
I have
mean,
not.
I have not,
Okay, I
There's
will
been
but
so much
tell
that
you
was
hype
right
Game
about
of
now.
it, I don't
Thrones
wanna
for
do it.
me.
I was so skeptical about it to start out with. I was just like, and it was one of those like on Netflix, and I just happened to see this preview, and I was like, this is dark, and it's actually funny.
It's
She
on
doesn't
Netflix
really
and it's
look like
not trash.
Wednesday, and I was like, okay, I'll save this, and I'll come back and watch it. I actually watched like 3 or 4 episodes before I was like, okay, I'll show this to my wife because I'll watch stuff, and sometimes she's just like, yeah, this is stupid. I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's sort of how I felt about Andor. I was like, I really don't
I
care.
haven't seen it yet. I
See,
Oh,
I didn't watch She-Hulk, I didn't watch Andor, I didn't
I
watch,
really, I really, really
any of
like
the
Rogue
Marvel shit that
One.
came out in the
you
last
liked what
So
probably
Rogue
year.
One?
Rogue One, yes, that was the last good Star
No,
Wars movie ever made, and there were movies made
I
before
enjoyed
that
it
that
a
were
lot
god
better the
awful.
second.
But I mean, just as a movie by itself, even if it wasn't in the Star Wars franchise, Rogue One was a very good movie. So I have avoided Andor for the exact same reason that I
Mhm.
didn't go watch the
Yep.
ninth uh, actual movie, whatever the name of it was.
yeah, I lose track of it because you have to understand the first time that I saw actual Star Wars was in a drive-through theater. sitting in the back of a 1969 Cougar convertible.
I mean, you were sitting in a cougar, huh?
Sitting in a Cougar.
Oh, who
Yes,
called
sir.
me a predatory cougar? I'm sorry.
You are not. You are
Who
Was
not.
that
called me
me?
that?
Was that
Not
me?
Yes,
I.
it was you.
I'm
Chat
almost certain it was
love
me.
that one. I am a predatory cougar. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
yes.
what? I was
Yes,
like, let me get
I
that
did
shit.
say that.
You
I
really
That's
mean, have
did.
you heard yourself talk?
well. Well, Darth
That
just
doesn't make me a predatory cougar for
you
predatory.
also have to understand that Darth is going, okay, I'll be your prey.
No, I won't. I am not. I am
No,
not tall enough to
no.
ride that ride.
We are literally like brother and sister. Like,
Yep.
literally. Like, I look at him and just shake my head sometimes. I go, what the fuck? Like, really? God.
Yes. So
I'm really going to have no voice tomorrow.
I mean, the Wednesday, if you get a chance, it is you have to give it a little bit of time, but it is that dark humor that's subliminal, and you have to realize that it is not it is not an adult drama. It is a comedy. It's stupid. It's supposed to be silly. And I do
Mm.
not like Gomez at all. The actor that plays Gomez does a really good job, but it's just horrible because I'm so used to, the original Adams family with the suave Gomez,
Mhm.
not the fat dumpy kind of Gomez that
Even
doesn't really
Raul
quite
Julia,
fit.
he made at least, like an over exaggerated Gomez.
Devil's
I
on
like
Top
Yeah.
Raul Julia.
Chat like a beta? Oh, beta.
Beta.
Um,
Who was on
I
Top Chat?
Divinity was made a funny face because it was
Ooh.
on Top Chat. Definitely beta.
Yeah, I don't care.
Not
Hilarious.
sure what
He's like, I
Mahler
got
had me convince me away from all of the new Star Wars. That's not words. Ben, come on, words.
Mueller
English.
can I think he's saying convince me away from all the new Star Wars.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, but I was just giving him shit.
Well, and the way that I look at it is find something, and if you don't like it, then just don't like it.
Yeah.
Like, let me put this into an
Mhm.
example. Whenever Matrix first was released, all of
Uh huh.
my friends were just like, "Oh, it's going to be fucking horrible. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be boring."
One of the
And
best movies ever made.
I don't
so
IMO.
I went on opening night, and I sat in there, and there is probably 30 people in there in the movie theater. I
That
joke
was
not.
lovely.
It was completely empty, and I got so enthralled by the experience of a movie. I was like, "Holy shit. That was awesome." So I called up my friends, and I was like, "No, this is a movie that you're going to come see." And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, we're really not into it." I was like, "I will pay for your ticket. All you got to do is buy your own fucking popcorn. Come see this
That shit's
movie."
expensive.
I
Oh,
mean,
back
that's a
when
I
it
serious
know.
first came out,
undertaking.
it was like,
Oh.
$5 or $6. It wasn't that
No,
Yeah,
expensive.
it
but
was
I'm saying like concessions.
1999. But the
They
popcorn
break
was
you here
expensive.
at concessions
Even then, it still
in
wasn't that
Minecraft.
expensive. So they brought their asses down. They were just like, "Yeah, okay, we'll come hang out." It's actually two good friends of mine. They're both brothers, and they come down. They sit down and they will start watching this movie. And halfway through the movie, they're like, "Oh my fucking god, this is so awesome!" I was like, "Okay." I said, "I guarantee you that this movie is going to do really well. So you better enjoy it while you can because you're probably not going to be able to get in another theater to see this." We ended up paying for tickets again and watching it a third time so they could catch the stuff that they missed
They
the first
missed.
time.
Yep.
So
And
I
it's so
watched that 3 times on opening night with a crowd that was less than 30 people in each showing.
oh God.
At the end of the month, you couldn't
Yeah.
even get fucking
Mhm.
tickets to get in there because
You
it
can't
was
get near the
completely
place.
packed.
Yep.
I was like, holy shit.
I didn't watch it
Holy
for
shit.
years because it was too popular. And I don't like doing what people tell me to do. So they were like,
It's
you gotta see it. No, I don't.
It
the
wasn't
Matrix.
popular
No, I don't.
because they
The
were asking
Matrix
me,
was
well,
just
so
dope,
what's it
though.
about? I was like, I can't tell you what it's about.
Nope.
So what's the Matrix about? I was like, I can't tell you. You have to see it. If you
Hmm.
don't see it,
It's a
it's not going to
movie.
make any sense.
It's a movie about your life. You should watch it.
Exactly. Oh, how far have we gone down that rabbit hole? Yes.
I mean, take the red pill or
Hmm.
don't. But is the red pill actually the pill you want to take, knowing what you know now? Like, why oh why didn't I just take the blue pill? And I do understand Cypher's point of view on that. Like, put me back in my box of not knowing what I know.
Yeah.
Ignorance is
Because
bliss. Yeah.
because he's looking at it as like, I would much rather be fed something that and be completely ignorant to it. I don't want to remember any of this
Yep.
because life, real life, is
It's hard.
difficult.
Yeah, it's awful.
But man,
I
oh
still
man,
would rather know than not know.
would you really though?
I would.
If you were to wake up and find out that you were being fed, spoon fed by a creature that you create, or your grandfather, your great grandfather created, you don't even know what year it is, that you wake up and the best nutrients that you get are going to be some sort of like Purina, cream of wheat, grits. That's going to be like, and that's the only sustenance that you can get. You're not
Uh,
even going to see daylight for the rest
Di-
of your life.
Divinity said ignorant bliss. Yep, Shelly. And then she'd
How
take the
long
red
I'd want
pill.
to know.
She'd take the
Yes,
red pill. Oh
Yeah.
dear.
there's a lot
And
of
I still
people.
would.
There's
I
a
mean,
lot of people that wouldn't. There's a lot of people that would say, I don't even want to know that this exists.
having
And
taking a few too many like real life proverbial red pills,
Hmm.
I kinda am understanding why the blue pill is so attractive. Yeah, because once you see stuff, you can't unsee it.
yes,
Oh,
it's like seeing my
But
grandparents
if
have
this is
sex.
the life that, oh God. Anyway, if this
I'm just
is,
saying. It was
if
like,
this
oh,
is
what the
the
fuck
life
was
that
that?
I'm living in the Matrix, fuck that. Like you're giving me a fake life where I suffer. At least let me live my real life on my own terms, knowing everything I need to know. And if I suffer, it's my choice, not yours.
uh,
I have an issue with anybody taking my choices away from me.
But
well,
Shelly,
And that's what that does. The
that's
Matrix
Shelly,
cute that
takes
you
your
think you're
choices
fully
or
red
stuff,
pilled,
whatever
but you're
you give
also
me.
a woman.
but Shelly, think about this.
Yes, but I was raised by a lot of men, so there you
Well,
go.
I was
Shelly,
talking to Div. You can't see her in the chat, but she said she
Oh,
understands the blue pillars, but I only really understand it after being fully red pilled. And I'm like,
yes,
oh, it's funny that you think you're fully
right.
red pilled, but you're a woman.
Shelly,
what
think
happened?
about this. If you could take the blue pill and
Hmm.
be able to
Benjamin wouldn't go back.
walk and dance and have the activity that you had before, would you take it over being in a wheelchair and not being able to walk ever again? Which
Would
one would you
I
take?
know that that life is fake?
No,
Of
no,
course
you wouldn't
not.
know that it's
You
fake
would have
because
no idea.
you have no idea. You'd be completely oblivious to it. Would you take the blue pill and say, I
If
get to go
those are the
back,
conditions, yeah, I
You'd be the
probably would
lie.
because I'm not
Yeah,
of any
give me the
use
lie.
to anybody like this.
Yeah,
I'm
but
really
you
give me
not.
the
are?
lie.
You're a
Eh,
great use to people exactly like you are.
That's
And
true.
that's the problem with the blue pill. And the point that he's making is
it's
like
an easy out.
you get to go and you will never, you'll wake up tomorrow just like none of this ever happened, and you will be walking, you'll be in perfect health. Nothing's going to harm you whatsoever. You're just going to be existing, but you'll always have that little tickle in the back of your mind that something isn't quite right. But are you fine accepting that? Or would you rather wake up and know that you're actually paralyzed from the waist down? You're never going to be able to experience sex the way that a normal person does. That you're going to be stuck in this
You,
little zone
I mean, my
of
mouth still works, right?
I mean,
no,
uh,
not even that.
to
Oh
address
my god!
to,
Because someone
to
has to
address
spoon
that,
feed you. Just imagine
you,
the worst possible case scenario that
I
but
mean, if I'm gonna
but
be
you
a
but you're
vegetable or
also
I'm gonna wake up
aware.
in like La La Land, I'd just wake up in La La Land because
But you're
I don't
going to
want
be
to be a
aware of
burden.
everything that's going on. You're going to know that everything
I
is
mean, you're going to
existing.
suspect, like Neo did in the Matrix, like you're always gonna have
Mhm.
that like
That
follow the white rabbit
yeah.
inkling, but the only downfall you have is pursuing that. So I would recommend ignoring it.
Well, in
Honestly,
Divinity,
I don't think I'd be able to go back now. It depends on
yeah,
how dire my situation got. Like if I was a burden on everyone around me and I was like totally out of it, yeah, go ahead, just use me however you want. Just it's just like, put me to sleep.
yeah.
It's a form of, I guess, like euthanasia. Like, oh look, I woke up in heaven and I'm fine. Um, if I was at that point, maybe. But for the most part, no, because I experienced way too much deja vu to ever be comfortable
Mm.
with having to choose that. Like I don't want to go and live a life where I'm like, yeah, everything's great. I live that like that reminds me of something I dreamt, and like, I can't because I know there's something else, and I'm too inquisitive not to uncover it. I'd ruin it for myself.
You know, one
So
of the
you would
beautiful
you
things, and I'll say this really quick, Shelley. One of the beautiful things that I've found about deja vu for me
Mm.
is that it lets me know that I'm at the right place at the right time in my life.
Yep.
And it's the strangest thing because, I don't experience deja vu. It's not like all of a sudden it happens just like it's just this all of a sudden there's like this culmination of things and it's just like, oh, I saw this like
Yep.
I where would I have seen this before? I've never experienced this one particular thing before. And it affirms to me that I'm in the right place at the right time. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, whatever design that might be. And it sort of gives me like this little lift, in the soul. Like deep down, you're just like, so I was supposed to be here because if I wasn't supposed to be here, I wouldn't have had this deja vu. So
And
weird.
see, for me, the deja vu is more of a okay, like I'm going through the day. Oh, like oh, I dreamt that
Oh, that's
like
so
however many years
so
ago, or
well
oh, I've
said.
lived this. It
it is
reminds
very
me
well said.
that time really isn't linear at all. Like time really doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. You don't know what's out there. You don't know what's existing alongside you. You don't know what's like a second off. It just opens up a whole lot of possibilities that I may never
Oh
know
yeah.
about, but I love to be curious about. Like you just
Well,
like it's an imagination
let me
for
read
me.
what Divinity said because this
Yeah,
is beautiful.
Divinity said.
Divinity said, "Deja vu is a confirmation that you sat with God before the beginning of forever, and He wrote your story. You are in the right path indeed."
Well,
That's so
good
beautiful.
because I have it like every couple days. There's a little episode. I'm just like my son always knows because he goes, "What happened?" I'm like, "Deja vu," and he's like, "Yeah," because you stopped and was like, "Wait, yeah," because I do. I
Yeah,
go like stock still.
it is a path. It is a.
Mhm.
It, I've just always found that as peaceful where some
What
people might be a
energizes
little
me?
bit freaked out. It'll freak me out for a second. I'm just like, no, I'm in the right path that I need to
It's a good
be
freaky
on.
feeling, though.
Yeah, it
It's that
is.
mystical kind of feeling, like, ooh, like, all right, not everything is black and white and boring. Like, let's go. Like, there's something doing this. I don't know. It's a little touch of the divine sometimes.
Yes,
I feel that way about a lot. Like when an
and
animal stops and just looks at you, and you make that eye contact, and they just like look you up and down, and they're not
you're
afraid of
like, yeah.
you, but they're like, okay. I just that
You're
I
like,
don't know
you
it.
exist, I exist, we're here at the same
Mhm.
point in time. Everything's cool.
I do not
It,
exist.
oh yeah, you do.
It's
No,
Don't
like an
tell me some secret.
acknowledgement, though, like across species. I mean, that's a wonder in and of itself. The fact that two completely different beings can look at one another and be like, "What's up?" And they just look at you like, "Okay," and just on their way. Like they knew that there was a little greeting there. All right, nope, not a threat. I'm just gonna whatever. I love it. I do. I love that when people like talk to their dogs and I talk to my cats. To me, it's not crazy because they need attention. I need to vent. We're here for each other. If they're willing to listen to my bullshit, I'm going to talk to them and I'll pet you the whole damn time. Here we go. You
So you
scratch my
might
back.
as well talk to weirdos on the internet, right?
oh, I had a guy whenever I was gaming. I didn't realize that my mic was open on the TeamSpeak, and I was singing to my pets.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I got back on, and he was just like, "Dude, that is fucking weird. You're so strange." I was like, "Yeah, and what's your point?"
I would have
He was
loved
like,
it.
he
Oh
was
my
like, "That's
gosh.
so weird. You're like singing to your animals." I was like, "Yeah, they're my animals. They're like my
They don't
buddies and
sound
my
too.
pals." He was like, "Dude, you're fucking weird." I was like, "What? You
Oh,
don't sing to your
Benjamin sings
animals?"
to his animals as well.
I was like, "You don't sing to your animals?" He was like, "I'd never admit to that," and I never heard from him again after that. He just like exited and was gone forever. I was like, "Well, sorry, dude, but yes, I sing to my pets. I sing to my wife. I sing to myself. Sometimes I sing in the shower. Sometimes I sing
Yep.
naked.
If you're in the
Doesn't
shower,
matter."
I hope so. Unless you're washing
I'm
clothes at the same time.
I'm too busy
No, sometimes I
masturbating
just
in the
walk around
shower
the
to
house and
sing.
sing naked. I might
Oh,
sing a
nice.
cappella. It doesn't matter. It's my house.
Men
What the
won't
fuck
walk
does
naked in
anybody
my
else
house. I
business?
have cats. It's
The fat
dangerous.
cat.
They like dangly things. Like, no.
No, the cats, stay away from that dangly thing.
I mean, I do gotta give Ben that actual like big up,
What did
like
Ben say?
being the one to. He said animals and being the one for all to vent to a day in his
Yes.
life,
Yes.
and
Yeah, same.
Animals don't judge you at all.
No, they don't. Although my cat does look at me
Unless you're
like, "Oh,
cruel
you're an
to them.
asshole" sometimes.
Ben doesn't judge you either. Like, I
I mean, be
mean,
real, cats judge you. A cat will look at you and give you that, "Oh, you're an asshole" look. Like,
he
they're
might
just
call
so
you an N
disgusted.
word and an F slur, but he's not judging you. Trust me.
My
No,
cats,
he's
I
just going to
exist
make
for
make
pets
sure
and food.
that no, your cat's going to make sure that it's there by shitting in one of your shoes.
Oh, thank God mine don't do that. Mine hug our shoes. I don't know why they just love our shoes. They sleep with their arms around my sneakers and their head like in the thing. I'm like, okay.
My
You
sister's cat
weirdo.
likes to throw up on her pillow. It's hilarious.
Oh God. No,
Because
I had a cat that was super jealous
I don't have
when I
to
got
deal with
pregnant.
it.
Oh my God, he pulled back the covers and peed on my bed right where my face goes because I
Oh,
was pregnant with my
dear.
son and he was so jealous. I actually had to give him away because he used to sit and stare at my stomach and growl. And I was like, see, no. I was like, we're not doing that. Like, no, this is my baby. And I was like, I love you, but no, I love him more. Like, he's my first priority. He went to a good
You're,
home, but
Yeah,
you're just a
it was
stupid
just
cat.
ooh,
my
scary.
sister had an Akita, and after that Akita bit somebody the
Uh-huh.
second time, she was forced to get rid of that Akita. I was like, you realize that that is a dog that is bred to kill.
Mhm.
Simple as that. No different than a chow, no different than a pit
Yes.
bull. And
Yep,
everybody can say, oh, well, pit bulls can be sweet and wonderful. And
they
yes,
can,
they
Yes, they
absolutely
can.
can.
but
And
it's still a
my
dog that's
brother,
bred to kill.
my brother-in-law has two mix breeds. They
Mhm.
might have a little bit of pit bull, and they are the sweetest, calmest dogs. And they're also very old, and they have never shown any aggression, although they at this point in time by now they would have shown any sort of
Yeah.
aggression. And he still has to keep an eye on them because you never know,
Yep.
because they've got that gene. And you got to understand that is a
I mean, you
that
have a
is a
less
mixed
chance if they're
breed of
scatterbred.
well that is a mixed breed of a
Yeah.
terrier.
Oh,
And
Christ.
terriers are, there's a reason why they're called pit bull terriers, is
Mhm.
Yeah.
because they have that gene bred into them that once they get attached to something and attack something, they will not let go. It is
Nope.
it is like,
Shizzy, don't you have a
imagine
Yorkie?
a Yorkshire Terrier is the same way.
The
Yeah.
Once
only
they,
dog that ever
Don't you
bit me
have
is
one though?
I had my wife, whenever I met her, she had a Yorkshire Terrier, and
Uh,
this was the chillest dog that you ever met. He was the ladies' man. We called him the little man because he would walk into a room, he would find every single lady, and he would lay down across her shoulder, and he would just be
mhm.
the snuggliest thing. But I will tell you, this little Yorkshire
he had game.
Terrier, at and he was about 15 pounds whenever he was in his fighting weight. That's a pretty big dog. He
That's
was
a
he was
Mhm.
fat Yorkie.
No, it was not fat. It was all muscle.
Oh dear God, that's a giant dog. Like
Yes.
Yep.
I got a
Yes,
Yorkie 5 pounds.
he was
Mhm.
Soaking wet.
purebred, but he was also bred to be a pet, not to be a show dog. He would never
Wow.
pass for show dog. I saw this dog come walking into the backyard, come into the house, and he was covered in blood. I mean, I'm talking
Oof.
Oh
head
my God.
to toe.
Oof.
And I thought, because he had been out there barking, I thought maybe he got in a tangle with a raccoon or something. And I take him in the shower and I'm washing him off. And as I'm rinsing all this blood off of him, I realize there's not a single cut on this dog. The next
Nope.
Oh,
morning
That's
I
not
go
his blood.
out. The next morning I go out, and he found a possum. And he had not
oh.
only killed the possum, but he had opened the possum from stem to stern
Mhm.
and rolled around in his entrails
Uh-huh.
and
Ugh.
was just completely covered in that
Yep.
gore. And that's what I was washing off of him. And that was not
Mm.
his first kill. I had seen that dog take out rabbits. He's taken out
Yeah.
squirrels. He was,
Terrier's another word for psychopath, I think.
but he was the chillest dog that you ever saw. But whenever he got on something, it was it
It's
was
over.
it's
It
over.
was his. Yep.
Yeah. He taught my dog some really bad habits, because my dog comes walking in every so often. He'll be like carrying like a 2.5 pound rat in his mouth
Oh.
and just looking at me like, what did I do wrong? What did I do
Like,
wrong?
here,
I'm
I
so
brought you a
cool.
gift.
You
Yeah,
did everything correct. Just don't bring that to mom.
Mm.
pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just keep this between us. You did a
You
good
know
job.
you did from the scream.
Exactly. So
God.
my dog, he doesn't he's not like the Yorkshire, where he would torture the animal just to
No,
see it be tortured. My dog will take a rabbit and rip it in half and then swallow half of it and then come in the house and throw up.
no, that's gross.
Oh. that's
That's
lovely.
disgusting.
Just like you little bastard. Damn it. I'm going to clean all that
Here,
up.
walk over. There's just a rabbit head. Be like, but I needed a foot.
No,
Where's
it's
the
like
foot?
the lower hindquarters. It's like, you
Oh,
little
so you had a
bastard.
foot.
No, we're talking like 2 feet and then like
Yeah,
tail and
make
everything.
keychains. Your lucky rabbit's foot.
Yeah, here's two of them for you, you little bastard.
Oh.
No, but my dog, as he's grown older, has become more sweet and gentle because he comes
Mm,
over and lays his head across my wife's shoulder and looks up at her with those nice little brown eyes, and
mhm.
and
And
they
she
don't
melts.
they don't they don't look like this blue hair thing. Just imagine this little guy right here. Let me show you. This little guy right here
Uh-huh.
comes rolling up, lays that little head down, and he
Mhm.
just gives you that look. Am I sweet? Am I kind? Am I
Uh-huh.
gentle? Don't hit me. Dogs are so damn obedient. So
They
obedient.
are. They are. I completely agree.
I love my little dog. He is he is the best companion.
Mhm.
My little dog is
He
the
is having sex.
exact same kind of a-hole that I am, so you're not going to get obedience out of him for nothing. He does what he wants.
God.
And rather than try to instill discipline in him, I just let him.
Nice. Nice.
That
What
is
what
awesome.
kind of dog do you have?
I mean, an actual Yorkie 5 pounder. Also got a
Oh,
blue marrow Pomeranian who is my adorable. She's the most obedient thing you'll ever meet. I mean, I
the little
other
Pomeranians
than
are cute too. They always look like pick me up, love me, love me.
that's literally her whole vibe. But
Uh-huh. All of them.
she was she was a rescue from a puppy
Yeah,
mill.
I've only ever
She
had
had
rescue.
Hmm.
Yeah, she had lived for like the first 5 years of her life with no human interaction whatsoever. So
Oh,
Oh,
she
it's
was a
rough.
tough case. But she finally came out of the dark hidey hole and decided that she was going to be a dog. And she's the
mhm.
best damn little dog ever. My
Aw.
pretty's Sadie.
Oh,
Nice.
that's a great name for a dog,
It
especially a
is.
little one.
It came with the dog.
Yeah, my cat was
Well,
named Ashley, so I had to change that shit.
Mm,
No.
yeah,
Just no. She
I like
snipped
Sadie.
after a
She's
sucker.
definitely she's definitely a Sadie.
Mm,
and I will say that having a pet really shows the ability to have that or be accepting of an unconditional love because animals, believe it or not, they're going to love you no matter what. I mean,
oh
they'll
yeah.
still be skittish if you're like abusive to them,
Mhm.
but overall, they're going to do anything they can to please you. And
Yep.
if you give that same kind of
Dogs will,
care,
cats will not.
My cats will. My cats are
yeah,
very dedicated. They're very in tune
yes,
with my moods. And if
I
I have
had
Almost
like
best
a
I ever
flare up
met
day,
work for
they
themselves.
won't leave me.
oh dude, I had a friend of mine that he had this cat that he would literally slap off the counter, and the cat
Mhm.
was like, "Spank me harder,
Yep.
daddy." It
Mhm.
was like that cat just loved being smacked around. It was its favorite time of day. It's all interaction, and oh, that cat was so cool. Its name was
Mhm.
Evil because it was an evil little shit. But
We were
but
just
when it,
talking about how loyal
I love
cats
when
are.
people name their evil pets like really cutesy names. Like my uncle had a horrible cat he named like Whiskey, and it was like whiskey, but it wasn't supposed to be like whiskey to drink. It was like Whiskers, but like shortened. His daughter named it,
oh no.
and the cat was just it was just mean. It would stay on top of the door jamb when the door was
Like a
open, like
whiskey drunk.
and jump on your head when you walk through the doorway. It was a horrible cat, horrible. Cat
I had a
hated me.
friend of mine give me a Maine Coon
Oh my
that
god, they're
was
Ooh,
pregnant.
huge.
No, this was a female that got
Mhm.
bred with a Maine Coon. That
Uh,
she was really
Sad
small for a Maine
Georges.
Coon, but she had a litter of, I think it was 6 kittens, and she ate 2 of them.
Oh my god.
ooh,
Yeah, like literally ate 2 of them.
that's
Half
not
of
So
the
good.
gerbils do that.
one of them we gave away, and we
Mhm.
had actually had 3 of them that that were around for the longest period of time. It was Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Oh.
Now, Huey ended up going to a really nice home. Louis went to a really nice home, and Dewey went to one of my bandmates.
Mhm.
And
So hell,
Dewey was about, just imagine holding this little kitten in the palm of your hand. And I had given this cat to my bandmate
Uh-huh.
because his girlfriend loves cats,
Mhm.
and now they're married and they have like 2 kids. But outside of that, it was just like, yeah, I want to get this cat. I was just like, all right, well, I've given these other ones really good homes, so want to make sure cat gets a good home. So like, yeah, we'll give him a good home. So Dewey, spelled DUI.
like that
Okay.
gay Larry.
Oh no, DUI, for we named it
D-
after one of our friends that actually
Yeah.
DUI
had
gay.
about 3 DUIs.
Oh,
Mhm.
Um, she was a special kind of person. Um,
Was it my ex-husband?
no, it was a woman. She was special. Trust me.
Ah.
She's absolutely a sweetheart. So we give Dewey to my friend, and I come over, and I was just like, I hadn't seen Dewey in a while, and of course Dewey comes rolling out. Dewey was probably about 3 foot long, tail
Oh
included.
dear
Oh
God.
my God, this cat was so huge, and it had this big, huge, like fluff of fur. And he goes, well, what we do is in the spring, we take Dewey down and we give him a haircut. And they give him a haircut and shave him almost completely bald, or give him a lion cut or crap like
Yeah, the
that.
lion cut.
And I
I
was
had
just like,
Persian.
you've got to be kidding me. He goes, you don't realize this cat loves this so much.
Mhm.
She will lay back and just like, as soon as you break out the clippers, it is like somebody purring in her ear.
excuse me.
This cat, if it jumped on you, you would think that you were being pounced by like a 40-pound dog. This thing was so freaking
Uh-huh.
huge. I have never seen.
I had to work with Maine Coons before with the vet. Holy shit.
They're so enormous, and
Heavier than
this
half the fucking dogs I worked on.
oh my God. I
Yeah.
was so impressed. I was like, this cat, and of course it remembers me. So it's like, you're my buddy, you're my pal. Let me come
Mhm.
over here. This thing was just this big fur ball. I've never seen so much fur on a cat,
Mhm.
and so heavy. And it would
Mhm.
use that weight, just like
The
pounce on you. And
fucking paws.
you're sitting there
Holy
going,
shit. It's
you're
like
like,
getting slapped with the human hand.
yes. Oh my
Oh,
God.
it's like, Jesus. Okay, I got you. Yeah, all right. Make
They
yourself
would, they would,
comfortable because I can't fuck with you.
I would
they
shoot
would,
that cat.
and they would shave this cat down every year, just like shave it bald. Cause,
Yeah.
and the cat just loved it. Just like, oh, this is
I
awesome.
did that with my Persian. She loved it. She was very into grooming. Like, she loved
Yeah.
getting her hair brushed. She loved getting it taken
She
off.
was a groomer. Groomers go on the wall.
No, she was a grooming. She liked being groomed. She was the groomee. Groom. Yeah, I guess groomie. Whatever.
Groomer.
Anyway, groomer. But fine. She was a groomer. She's a
On the
groomer.
wall.
I'm a boomer. Whatever. But yeah, no. She had a lot of hair, like a lot of hair, and unfortunately, it was all that hair that hid, like, she wound up with breast cancer,
Oh,
and I couldn't see the tumors because she had so much hair, and she never let you pet her tummy, like, ever. So it was nothing new. And then when she got, like, she was real lethargic and everything, I took her to the vet, and he was like, "She's bad." And I was like, "Why?" And, oh, I had to put her down, and I never cried so hard in my life. She had just tumors in every single mammary gland, and it was
oof.
just, oh. And I loved her to death. I had her since my son was born. She was like a 6-week-old kitten when I got her. She was one of my mother's cat's litter.
Oof.
And, oh,
Yeah,
her and my son were the best of friends. He was devastated.
well, my
Devastated.
wife, whenever I met her, she had a cat. Of course, she had the Yorkie,
Mhm.
but she had this cat that was a demon spawn.
A cat.
Can't imagine
Yes.
it.
So this cat, because it had this little like piece of white on her chest, she was called Sister Ray. And Sister Ray was, whenever she got this cat, she was dating somebody that was just like, oh yeah, we'll take the cat. Well, and Sister Ray had 2 litters of kittens before they got her fixed.
Jesus.
And once they got Sister Ray fixed, of course, my current wife,
Mhm.
she broke up with this guy, and it was his idea to get the cat, but left the cat with her. She didn't
Of
want the
course.
cat. She was like, I really don't want this. I'm not a cat person. You wanted the cat, you take the cat. I don't want the cat. So she ends up with the cat because
Of course.
she's
Shoot the
nice.
cat.
Mhm.
So she keeps this cat. We get married, and she's already had the cat
Oh,
for several years before then. We get married. Before we get married, of course, whenever I go, okay, this is going to sound dirty, but it's really not.
it's dirty. I
I
guarantee it
was I
is.
was sent over to go fix my wife's plumbing.
I'm sure you
Mm-hmm.
are. I'm sure
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
you laid a
see
lot of
now.
pipe that day.
No, she had a leaky faucet.
Right.
That's a personal problem.
Just like I said, it's going to sound dirty. It wasn't. Of course, this cat is sitting
But
up
her
on top of the
faucet leaked
fridge.
only for you.
So
Oof.
And you had the only
she
tool to fix it. There you go.
my tool was very large and tight.
Oh,
There was a
dude.
small space to put that in.
God, I'm choking on your window.
Don't choke too hard on it because
No, I
nobody
try
else
not to
does.
choke ever. See, it's an accomplishment.
It is an accomplishment.
Be proud. We'll get you a shirt.
so
I made
so
Shelly choke.
so she has this big huge black cat that's sitting up on top of her fridge, and I worked in a pet store at one point in time and had a cat that had ringworm so bad that, yeah, that cat was full grown before it was ever like sold, and I'm the one that sold it.
Oh,
So
God.
I walk over, I grab this cat, I set it up on my shoulder, and this cat just curls up in a ball on my shoulder while I'm fixing her plumbing. Sounds so fucking wrong.
All of us
And
sound wrong.
so this cat's chilling out, and I fixed the faucet that's leaking, and
I'm sorry, Divinity just killed it in chat again.
yes, you broke
Why was
Shelly.
he right?
She said you have no gag reflex. You broke Shelly.
Oh, she pays attention to what I say. Thank you,
She
honey.
does. She does.
So I
Tis
fixed,
true. Tis true.
and I
Uh,
come walking out with this cat on my shoulders, and my wife looks at me, of course, before we even started dating, and she was like, you realize that that cat is the most violent cat and actually hates people with a fucking passion, and the
doesn't appear
fact
to.
that it's completely chill with you, there's something wrong with you. There's got to be something wrong with you because that cat does not react to people at all like this.
Or is there something
I
right?
was like, I don't know. The cat is just pretty chill, and I'm like cool with it, whatever.
He broke his wife's cat. What did you say his name was? Asshole face?
No, the cat's name was Sister Ray. It
Oh,
was a
Sister
female.
Ray.
Sister Ray.
She
So
liked it.
Sister Ray had gone from Athens, Georgia to Atlanta, Georgia, and was locked in a
ooh.
closet for 3 days because she was so freaked out.
Ah.
And and then whenever she moved from there, we moved to our new place. The cat was completely freaked out, but she actually broke in, three dogs. She's pretty solid cat. Like, yeah, don't
She
fuck
can
with the
hold
cat.
her
Those
own.
claws hurt. And then one day before we moved, well, it was about a year before we moved, Sister Ray disappeared. And she was already at this
Aw.
point about 10 years old, if not older, because they didn't know her correct age.
Yeah.
And she disappeared for 3 months. And then we pretty much wrote off that she just found a place and curled up and
Gone.
decided not to exist
Expired.
anymore.
Was
Yeah.
gone.
Well,
Expired.
And then
three
she
months
comes
later,
strolling again.
3 months later, she rolled back into town. Here she is, comes rolling back in, looking like skinny as all get out and not looking too healthy.
Aw.
Had to go on a
So,
diet.
She went to a
so
fat
we,
farm.
we fed her and took care of her and made sure that
Mm.
she was good. And then about 3 months after that, we actually moved to the place where we live now. And she was coughing up blood and all kinds of stuff. It was
Oh.
horrible. And so we took her into the vet to find out what it actually was going on. And most of her like skull was gone and exposed nasal cavity. She was just in really bad shape.
Oh my
And
God.
we had to put Sister Ray down, but the beauty of this story is she got to spend the best times of her life in the garden that she actually patrolled. She would kill every single little creature that came in there. She
She had
was
a good time. Yeah.
she had
Did her
an
job.
absolute blast. So she was she was such
When
a
you love what you
bitch.
do.
She was
Mm-hmm.
such a bitch. I mean, we're talking like an absolute bitch. Like if you got on the wrong side of her, she would like stand on your head and like pee on you
Yeah.
if she didn't like you.
Oh my God.
She was she was vicious and mean, and and
Jesus.
she killed unrelentingly, and sometimes she would just kill for the pure joy of
For the
killing.
joy of
And
it.
That
Why not? If I was a cat, I'd
you
be
know,
killing everything.
she
that
would
is
she
the
would
one I'd feck.
she would grab a chipmunk and bring it inside the house just because she knew that there was nowhere else that it could go, just so she could chase it around and like tear it piece by piece, limb by limb, and drive the animals nuts, the dogs nuts, because they're like, let us get a piece of it. And she would be like, I'm going to fuck you up if you come near my pet. I am going to torture this little creature until it's like submissive. She was horrible. She was a creature to behold. So
Uh,
she
Reminds
found
me of my childhood.
in her death that a rhododendron was her peaceful place.
Oh,
Aw.
So that is where she is. She is currently buried, and she's actually shared the same urn as her Yorkie brother that she brought into this world. Yeah,
Aw.
she was good. Sister Ray was a shithead of a cat, but
Those
she
are the ones you
was
remember, though.
oh god, yes. Now, as a child, I always wanted a cat, and I didn't realize that you could get some really bad diseases from cats.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
oh,
never got a cat as a kid, but as an adult, I've had two of them, and both of them been absolutely psycho crazy, crazy,
See,
crazy
I
cats.
don't get crazy cats. I guess because I rescue them. I don't know. They're just they tend to be wild and scared for the first like couple days, and then they're fine. but I know how to give them positive reinforcement.
Jesus, Div, what?
What happened?
Mm.
Uh, uh, Div said something about he ate zero box brain and then realized we're talking about a cat. It was picturing a human.
Oh,
And that story,
Andrea,
that story gets
and
so bad if you forget that that's a cat and
Andrea is saying a guy here
supposed to
makes
be human.
hats from feral cats.
oh
No,
my
no,
goodness,
no, that's not right.
that's not
I
right.
mean, they do things a little differently there.
So are those like pussy
Who the
hats?
hell is? Yeah.
You guys have to remember you guys have to remember that Andrea is from Biodome number 3 in Akron, Ohio. So
Oh, so it's not real.
Ah.
no, it's definitely not real.
Who buys the cats though? If he makes hats, is he making them for him? Does his wife have a cat hat fetish, or does he use them for nefarious purposes? Or
No,
does he sell
you,
them?
you no, he just sends them to all those like little like women that want to protest and say the
It's not
matriarchy is killing us all.
these women. I watch these marches on the computer. I'm just like, really? You thought it was a good idea to leave the house looking like that? You have a vagina on your head. You have rainbows all the fuck over your body. You're carrying a sign with like a uterus on it. What about this screams dignity to you? You want to be respected, but you're dressed up like a fucking clown. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Now
I'm
see,
pretty sure Crockett wore a raccoon skin hat. Or was
yes.
that it was that
Yeah.
Daniel Boone? Yeah, Davy Crockett
No, it
wore a
was Davy
raccoon.
Crockett.
Yeah. Div
Davy
wants
Crockett.
a hat with cattail, foxtail, raccoon tail, and definitely skunk tail.
Who wore that?
Davy
No,
Crockett.
Div wants one
Oh,
with all the tails. She said all the tails, so I just made up a bunch of tails. I didn't make them up; they're all valid tails: a
She
foxtail, a
wants a
deer.
Grizzly
cat hat
Adams
with
wore
a
a
tail.
raccoon tail.
Oh, just
A
different
raccoon tail
cat
hat.
tails.
Yeah, cattails.
You're gonna need to kill a lot of
Cattails.
cats for that.
Ooh.
No, you don't. You only need one cat tail and one cat.
All
That'd be
different
like
cats.
instead of a hat and a cat, it would be a cat in a hat or a hat and a cat.
A hat and a cat.
Cats and cats and cats and hats.
Boots and
Boots and
cats and
cats and
boots
Have
and
you
boots
cats,
had a
and
boots and
hat?
cats
cats
and
Cat?
and
boots and
cats.
cats and
Have
boots
you
and
had a
cats.
cat hat? Cats and cats. There we go. God. We missed like Cool Frog's whole show, right?
I
Did he
mean,
have a show?
he did, and I saw the Rumble notification for it. I didn't get a YouTube notification for it because YouTube has the gay, but
Uh-huh.
Oh,
YouTube has
I
issues
did.
lately.
I did get the
I'm
yes.
so
Rumble
sick of getting
notification.
notifications 6 hours late.
Well, it's really weird. I saw because I'm not some sort of big creator or something, but I was like, oh, okay, I've got like somebody said, I think it was Crystal said, oh, you've got this many like followers. I was like, oh, cool, awesome,
I,
sweet. And then like the next day, it dumped like 10 followers. I was like, oh, okay,
oh, that
cool.
hurts. That
No,
actually
Oh,
actually,
I,
it
sucks.
I
didn't.
lose one or two a day. I
I
Uh,
don't.
gain
I
one, I
don't.
lose one. I gain one, I lose one.
I've been sitting
It's,
at 76 for several weeks now.
well, at least it's not 69.
I mean, I really wanted this to be 69 though.
Just Just like I'm going to start booting people that keep me at 69, you fuckers.
Because in a 69, my Humpty nose will tickle your rear. My nose is big, big like a pickle. I love that
76
song.
is good for not posting.
That's one of my very few feel good songs. Like, no matter what mood I'm in, that will cheer me up. That and Walking on Sunshine.
I'm walking on sunshine. Oh.
Mhm.
Walking on
You can't be
sunshine.
all like "Meh," when that song is playing. You just can't.
I mean, they've been trying to get me to sing on Cool Frogs for like a week now, and I almost just sang on your stream after denying them all on Frog Stream. No
Oh,
songs from Darth.
don't do that because you know what it feels
I'm
like to
walking on
ask somebody for something
sunshine.
and they do it
Oh,
for you.
oh, oh. And don't it feel good? Yeah,
See, there you go.
Yay!
Yes, that is
suck
what
it,
it's
Cool
all about.
Frog.
Yeah. You know, it's really interesting as a
Ribbit,
young
ribbit.
young child and not knowing any better. You hear that, wake up, a little Susie, wake up.
Wake up, wake
But
up,
you know what that's
little
all about?
Susie, wake up. Yeah, they
Think
like.
about the
I guess they
lyrics.
were fell asleep like doing shit.
You wasn't doing shit while she might have been getting packed, but that was a little bit different.
I
She
thought they had
just,
sex and fell asleep, and then like he had to like try to like
yeah,
get her home.
that's
Yeah,
pretty much what it is. But as a little kid, I had no idea what that
I
song
didn't
was
either.
about.
No,
And then, of course, you get older, you're like, "Oh, that's a little harsh." Yeah,
I didn't know what
what's your
Sounds
daddy
Shebop
gonna
was about.
say? What's your mama gonna say? Oh my gosh,
Mm.
wake up,
I
little
mean,
Susie, let's go. Come
Cyndi
on.
Lauper Shebop. I had no idea what that was about, and I used to sing it all the time.
Cyndi Lauper has no ass.
Shebop
no
is
ass at
about
all?
female masturbation.
I don't care. She still has no ass.
No
I
ass at
know
all.
because I've seen it from
I
behind.
well,
She
I
has no
never.
ass.
She was never attractive to me. Like
She has
I don't
got
like all
such
the
a
extra.
beautiful voice.
Oh yeah,
She has got
but
such a
physically,
beautiful
all the
voice.
color, no, it's too
She
fruity
but
for
she
me.
has no butt. She has like the butt of
Oof.
like a like a 90-year-old man. It's
Oh
Or a
like
Jesus!
13-year-old boy.
no, like a 90-year-old man.
That's
It just
worse.
doesn't exist.
That's
Just
But
flat
terrible.
and
on the
saggy.
other hand, I will say
But, on the
that
other hand,
Gwen Stefani has a round booty like you would not
Yeah,
believe.
she does. That I've
I
noticed.
mean, actually, everybody would have believed that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't see a single person in this room that's doubting that at all.
No. No. It's actually not really it is big enough that it's not like really attractive. Of course, I'm not attractive to large
Andrea,
booted women.
Andrea is actually pulling out the big guns in the chat.
I
That's a
just said
whole
fair
thing.
and low with a ring, call it hubby.
What she
Uh,
say?
they're talking about vibrators in the chat. Div and Andrea are, and and she said she should send one to Farron with a ring on it.
I will
You
I will
better send it
I
with the
will
ring and a post that she could put it in the ground so she don't lose that shit.
I will
It'll just
also
get
say
sucked up
this.
inside and come out her head.
As as far as Pamela Anderson goes, as everyone
Hmm.
goes, "Oh my god, Pamela Anderson. Oh my god." No, Pamela Anderson is not very tall. She does not have a really great body
I
at
always
all.
thought her face was kind of gross.
Yeah,
Am I the
I'm
only
just
one?
talking about like I what was it? I think she was dating Chris not Chris Rock, but
Kid Rock.
Kid Rock. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
She was dating
Uh,
Kid Rock and I actually got a chance
Gross.
to meet her at a festival and I was like, okay, she's like 5 foot nothing and
Yep.
she is I guess on camera she might look attractive, but she has like a total mom bod. Like I'm not
Ugh.
attractive, not attractive at all.
I mean, she was
mm,
probably attractive back before Tommy Lee, so
Yeah,
25 years ago.
yeah, but it's all angles, and I'm just like, okay, this is all angles. So just
angles
about
and plastic
any,
surgery.
and
Hmm.
you could find the most random person that is like, okay, they're okay. I would give her an easy like 2 as far as
Ooh,
attractive goes, really.
wow. That's
And
harsh.
and that's that's like, okay, well, you'd be about a 2. I mean,
Mm.
I've seen like some really hot celebrities, and also I will say,
Okay. It. In that case, who would you classify as a 9? I'm
Would
very
I
curious now.
classify as a 9?
Because there are no 10s. 10s are a myth.
No,
And just
if
like
I had to
unicorns.
classify someone as a 9 that I found attractive, not only just physically but mentally, I would say India Ari in her heyday.
And I have no idea who that is.
India Ari is a local Georgia musician. Actually, her mother has much better voice than she does. If you know who India Ari is, all you have to do is just search her out. She has a beautiful voice, very attractive young lady. I mean, I was like, wow, she's actually really gorgeous, had a nice body, nice, attractive smile, and very kind to everybody that she would interact with.
That is probably my biggest weakness is a pretty smile. Like that will get me every single time
Oh yeah, she
because
was.
it's always sincere. Like when a lady has a pretty smile, you know it's real.
Mhm.
I think she did like one of the James Bond movies with Jack Black, like did a duet with him on one of the James Bond movies.
Hmm.
So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person, and just a great smile and very, very enjoyable. I had just enjoyed her company, and the funny part was I knew the drummer for her band, and he was a like total Tommy Lee fan, and we would sit there and joke whenever he was doing shows, and he would like do the stick twirls and stuff. The yeah, look up India Re. She was awesome, awesome, awesome,
India.
awesome, awesome person,
Hmm.
and
And
just a
you like her
beautiful.
body.
Whenever she was younger, yes, she had a really good body. She had a
I
really
can't
good
even
body.
spell that.
A R I A R E
Arie.
A
It's too
R
many
I A.
vowels. That is way too many vowels.
Let's see. Yeah, Indiare. It's actually Indiare Simpson now.
Oh,
But whenever she was
married
young,
married Bart Simpson, huh?
or
Interesting
Mary Barson.
choice.
No, whenever she was young, she just absolutely attractive as all can be.
Hmm.
And her music was so wonderful and glorious and just chill. Her mother,
This sounds
she got
gay.
she got her mother up to sing with her, and her mother blew it out of the water. Just like, and she even acknowledged it. Was just like, yeah, this is my mother, and she's gonna sing this. And her mother got up there and also just blew it out of the water. I was impressed. And if you got a chance to meet her, you would say that that is like a peaceful soul because she was just completely
Oh,
chill.
literally 4 Grammys and 23 nominations.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Sold over 5 million records, and I have no idea who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
What? Is this real life?
Yeah. There's musicians out there that would blow your mind away. Here, let me give you an example. Look up Danny Dudak or Mudcat.
Man, these are names. I like Mudcat better, so.
Yeah, just look up Mudcat, Atlanta, Georgia.
See, there's another name, Demi Hines. I don't know that name either.
you want to hear an awesome musician that died of an OD at a very young age that
Mhm.
actually has had won multiple awards for his guitar playing that would blow uh, think of your 20 year old blues musician. This guy would tear them apart, and ended up ODing. Sean Costello. Sean
Man,
Costello.
need to write all these names down.
So Sean Costello is a local Atlanta musician. Tinsley Ellis, which I actually met Tinsley Ellis, ironically delivering pizzas to him. He was a pretty cool guy, blues musician. First time I saw
Cool.
him perform was on Austin City Limits, and I actually got to meet him in person. He was a really nice person, still is. And he introduced Sean Costello to his studio and his record label that he was working with. Sean Costello released a few albums solo, but before that, he played with Susan Tedeschi from New York. So Susan Tedeschi, which was quite a bit older, took advantage of him. Susan Tedeschi actually married um, Butch Walker's son, which Butch Walker was the drummer for Allman Brothers.
Oh,
Um, so he was actually dating Susan Tedeschi whenever he recorded that album. He ended up winning a Grammy for her her first album. And Sean was less than 20 years old whenever he recorded that album. And he's an impressive guitar player that pretty much got pushed under the rug because of all of that shit. And it eventually ended up doing a mixture of cocaine and heroin that put him under the ground forever.
Yeah, that's a speedball. Don't do that, kids. This is legitimate medical advice. I know I am a urinalist.
Urinalist. So Sean,
did you guys tell Divinity that I gave her a wrench?
there you go.
Divinity, you have a wrench.
I
So
thought I had
That
already
means
done that.
so
that means you're gay.
Sean, the nicest person that you've ever could have possibly met, and a phenomenal guitar player. We gave him 3 sets worth of music, and he listened to about half of them and said, "Oh, I've got the other ones figured out." This guy came in and just dominated on guitar. Imagine having Jimi Hendrix before he became Jimi Hendrix, before he became the
God,
rock star, come in
new
and
and
sit
raw and
down and
everything.
play.
Yeah.
And just the flair and the style and the talent that he put in there. And this guy did it for free. Just we're talking about someone that's won a Grammy for best like independent artist ever. And he just comes in and beautiful, sits down, plays with us, sits in for a night. We actually ran through one practice, and he had so nailed. The amount of talent that is out there as far as musicians
Oh
would
yeah.
surprise so many people. And to get to the level of, and I'll just use this for an example, to get to the level of Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Black Crows, um, just name your artist. It
Hmm.
is
I mean,
90% luck and
look,
being in the right place at the
Oh
right
yeah.
time.
Oh yeah.
unless you happen to
Absolutely.
be Joe Satriani, in which case you just
No,
make your own luck.
no, no, not even with Joe Satriani, because
That's
even
Who's
with
that?
Joe Satriani, it's just being in the right place at the right time.
one of probably the most legendary guitar players I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, I don't know
Yes.
names. You know that.
Well, Joe Satriani is an awesome guitar player, but he also just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And one thing that really solidified this to me was whenever I was out in California, in Los Angeles, working at the Taft building. There was a little tie dye place right down the right underneath, and there was this old hippie in there. This guy, just chill as all can be, and I come rolling in there, and I'm just like, oh, cool, tie dye. I've never owned any tie dye. He's like, yeah, tie dye isn't going to work on you, because he saw the mohawk and he was just like, yeah, tie dye isn't going to
Oh,
work on
that's
you.
bullshit. That's
No, he
so.
was
I've
he was
seen a
he
lot
was
of
being
guys with
serious.
mohawks and tie dye.
I wear
Yeah,
so much tie
yeah.
dye,
This
and
you also have to understand this was 1990. That was not
okay,
No,
common. So he
it was
looks at me and he was like, you must be
you're
new
not
in
one of
town.
us. You don't get my shirt.
No, it literally was like, you must be new in town. I was like, yeah. And this was about the same time that the Doors album came out. And
Oh,
everybody was ranting and raving about Val
Doors.
Kilmer doing the Doors and the Doors and the Doors. And he just smiled and he said, you know what? He goes, I was here whenever the Doors first came into town. And he
whiskey a
goes,
go go.
he goes, I can tell you that within the next couple of years, they will have a band that reminds you of the Doors. Within the next year, Pearl Jam released their album. All right, pay attention, because he goes, there were at least 50 to 100 bands that were doing the same kind of music that the Doors were. He goes,
Mhm.
I know because I was here. They were doing the same music. You had a keyboard player. You had that same sound. You had that same thing going on. You had the same broken poet artist. He goes, they just happen to be the ones that signed at the right point in time. He goes, this
Hmm.
is what Hollywood is all about. You're looking to make your mark. Guarantee you, there are 100 musicians right behind you doing the same exact thing. And it was a little bit disheartening, but it was also gave me a little bit of that. I need to bust my ass a little bit harder and get there
Yep.
before the next
And
This
person
ain't
this is
gonna
why
does.
come easy.
YouTube is my love, because I would have never discovered somebody like conspiracy music if YouTube wasn't a thing, because that guy, no
I
one would
love
know
his
who he
music.
is.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I mean,
it's
you really
definitely
have to experience it, Chizzy, if
it's
you
def
haven't
it's
already.
yeah, it's
Like
different from what I'm
it
used to, but
resonates through your whole body, and it's just very like it makes me so chill, no matter
Nice.
what my fucking mood is. There's something about the way he plays that I'm just like, oh yeah, and I
it's
just
a
like lay
it's a
back. I'm like,
sound
oh, good,
it's a
and I
sound
get
unlike
lost in it.
anything I've ever heard. Really,
Mhm.
there's nothing I can quite compare it to that I'd be like,
There's
yeah,
so much
he
soul to
plays
it.
like this. Oh, look at
Steve
look at
I, Joe Patruni, yeah.
look
Ingve
at them.
Malmsteen, yeah. I mean, you also had, and I mean it solidifies as you get a little bit older. You think about people like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan was absolutely second best compared to his brother Jimmy Vaughan, which played with the Fabulous Thunderbirds.
Hmm.
So Jimmy
Never heard
Vaughan
of
was
him.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. You never heard of? Okay, come
I've
on.
heard of Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've never heard of Jimmy Vaughan
You've
or
heard
the
of
Fabulous
you've heard of the
Thunderbirds.
Fabulous Thunderbirds, right?
I have not.
Oh,
Really?
look up the
You
Fabulous
you, for,
Thunderbirds.
you
Oh,
forget
they
So
have
I'm
such good
38.
music.
so Jimmy Vaughn was playing with the Fabulous
No idea
Thunderbirds.
what any of this
Stevie
is.
Ray
You like
Yeah.
was doing his own thing,
Nope.
and then you had him playing with I can't remember the name of his backup band, but his backup band has done other stuff but beyond that, and it's just basically a drummer and a bass player, and these guys are a solid rhythm section. Stevie Ray Vaughan came out, ended up ODing like
hmm
really hardcore on heroin, and cleaned his act up, and he was just back on the right track. And then of course that terrible tragedy happened where he was in a helicopter and died. Stevie Ray
So many
Vaughan,
of them go out
there
that way.
were, but Stevie Ray Vaughan was not anything special in the Texas scene, because there were a lot of musicians that were playing the same kind of music, the same kind of rhythm section. He was just in the right place at the right time and was able to catch the right amount of attention. You have to understand, in California, just in California alone, you've got over 60,000 musicians that are playing the same kind of music. And what you hear coming out of there might be one out
Gay.
of those that becomes really big. It's a really tough market. It's no different than actors and actresses. I mean, you think, oh well, this person, this actor actress happens to be really popular. Your Amber Heard's, your Johnny Depp's. They just are at the right place at the right time,
Well,
doing the
she
right
fucked the right person.
thing. Well, and that's how it happens in California.
Mhm.
You just happen to be in the right place at the right time to get noticed. Do you think Amber Heard, just a girl off the street, would have
Literally.
ever gotten a job doing Aquaman? I mean, do
No.
you think she
No,
had the talent for that
she has
outside
no
of
talent. None.
that's what I'm talking about.
At anything except lying, and even that she's not good at. She's just good at making them up.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she probably at some point in her life sucked a mean dick.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure she probably still
Unfortunately,
does,
now she
but
don't shut up long enough to do it. Well, no, she's all
that's
about
but
being a lesbian
that
now.
is and that's and back to our cult of personality there.
Oh,
Oh,
all the
look
way
at
back to the
you
beginning.
doing a roundabout. Ooh, at the
That
6 hour
is
mark too.
where it all ends back up, is because people will, and you look at Eliza Blue, and
Mhm.
what do you see in this person? What actually like brought out the attention of this person? It wasn't just, oh, she cut her hair short and she dyed it a little bit blue, and she's speaking the truth that everybody else is saying at the same time.
Mhm.
And that's no different than Amber Heard saying the Me Too thing. Well, I was violated by this horrible person. And
Yep.
everybody in the
Vandalism.
know will put the two and two together and assume that it was Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
No different than everybody putting two and two together with Eliza Blue saying, well, she was associated with these people. So who was it out of this group
Mhm.
of people that was doing bad and evil things to her?
It was
And
me.
so
I,
I'm,
I
I'm
admit
sure
it.
you did.
Sorry, Eliza.
But then whenever you actually say, okay, so this person did awful, horrible things to you, why are they not in jail? Why have
Yeah.
you not why have you not filed charges against them? Because it's
Oh,
unless they happen to be way beyond being able to prosecute because of
didn't they
whatever,
do away
it
with that now? Like,
just seems a little strange. And that's
Bill
and
Cosby
because
kind of proved that statutes of limitations aren't really
that's
a
what I
thing
was looking
anymore.
for, the word.
Yeah. Bill
It's
Cosby
beyond the
proved that's not
statutes
a
of
thing anymore.
limitation. But what, or is it because she's making this shit up? She's saying something that is not, it's partially true, but they're not going to talk about it. But why are you not talking about it? Because this is what made you jump out and do this. And you would
Mhm.
always see every interview that she's done, she's avoiding answering
Yes.
the question, well, who did this? Because if this person is still out there, they're going to do it again. And we need to be protected against this kind of predator. But she knows that if she calls one person out, they are going to have her ass
Oh,
in
that
court
house of
so
cards will come down
fast,
so fast.
so fast. And
Mm.
that's what you're seeing, Shelley. That's what
Yeah.
you're seeing. That's the lie that you're
That's the
picking up on.
unease. The unease that
Think about this.
watching
What
going.
happened?
That this is not. It's not fitting for me. Like it's just not.
Well, what happened the week before? Think about this. What happened just the week before Eliza Blue's ship blew up?
Oh,
What was
you're
the big
asking me to do a
story?
timeline because I don't know what today is. I know
It
today
doesn't. It
is
doesn't take
Tuesday. I'm
much.
sorry, I do. I know today is Tuesday because I had to do this with you, and that's how I remembered what day it was.
No, think about this.
Mhm.
Steven Crowder was blowing up right before this.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, the shit with the Daily Gay and
Mhm.
Chowderhead, yes.
Yeah. So
And now nobody's talking about it.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yep.
Now, what makes you think that some of that isn't a little bit tied in?
Oh, that it's not like planned like that? Yeah. I
Because
believe they have an entire game plan using the art of distraction for probably years ahead that we don't even know about. That's what they do.
when
Sleight of hand. Look over
oh,
here, not over here.
and that's how I felt about this confirmation of what was it, McConnell or whatever, the dude that just got confirmed to be the Speaker of the House,
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Kevin
You
McCarthy.
people
Yes.
don't remember McCarthyism, but whatever.
Yeah, I
So
know.
McCarthy,
I did. Every time I say his
mean,
name, I think of it.
yeah. So McCarthy,
we
and
should
there's this
go
big
back to that.
ordeal. What was the big ordeal? Who was holding this confirmation up? You had 4 people holding up this whole
Lauren
confirmation.
Boebert.
And what happened as soon as they did this? Everybody's eyes were drawn to this one particular matter. Like, what's going on? Why hasn't he been confirmed? How come they're doing this? All the speculation, all of the eyes are on this particular thing, but you're not seeing what's going on the other side. What in the fuck is going on with Joe? What's going on with all of the other shit that's going on? Why are you not talking about Ukraine so much anymore? Why are you distracting us with all this bullshit, because this really doesn't matter whether
Why
it
is
gets
Elon
confirmed
not
or not.
addressing this?
Yes, it's just
That's what's been bothering me.
and that's it's a
He
shell
addresses every
game.
little fart, but not this.
Exactly.
It's bizarre.
Like people are did he address anything about Amber Heard?
No, but she had a lot of shit on him too. So there's that.
And who do you think has a lot of shit on him now?
Well,
You
I
know
mean,
he's into the freaky
he's into
chick.
that scene. Yeah, he's into that whole scene, and I'm sure she was into that whole scene because
She
rappers do it all
still
the
is.
time. Yeah,
She's still into that freaky shit.
and I think
I
they're all
guarantee you,
connected. That's why I just wish
I've
this group of people would go the fuck away.
I
and
mean, as soon as we
that
stop
is
talking about them, they will.
no, they won't. No,
No,
I
because there'll
mean,
be
until
another
they've done
person
their
talking
mission.
about them. There'll be
You know
yeah,
how
another
but I
Farron
person
mean,
says
talking about
it's
them.
the mission. It's the mission.
they'll be
It's the
gone
mission.
from us, though. Like, we don't
They
have
think they're
to
Buffy.
acknowledge their existence because
I
they're
love Buffy, by the
stupid.
way.
You'll only have a few people that actually acknowledge their existence. The rest of it is the cult of personality.
Indeed.
And how do we break
Because
free from that?
how do you break free
Mhm.
from it? You empathize. You
Go ahead.
empathize and realize that they are never, ever going to break away from it. They won't.
Well, that's disappointing.
I mean,
You
you
have
get
to
stuck
remember.
in these kind of
You have to
lanes.
remember.
It's set up that way. I know.
People have a need to belong. Always.
Yeah.
There is always that need to belong to the latest trend. Why do you think Gucci has become really famous? Why do you think Versace is really famous? Why do you think that YouTube has become the platform that everybody uses, or Twitter that everybody uses?
Because this current thing.
It's the current thing. It is the carrot on the stick. And
Because I
everybody
could get my
says,
Gucci
"Oh,
on. I
yeah,
could get my Louis Vuitton.
exactly." No, it really is. That's
Song.
what
I
it
love
is.
that song. As soon as you said Gucci, I was like, I could get my Gucci on. I love when they do
So,
that.
so here's the recommendation for people who have fallen prey to cults of personality operating in democracies. It will likely take concerned friends and family to start the process of opening a loved one's eyes to their participation. Don't yawn, Darth. I understand. However, friends and family won't be able to get through to a loved one who is a
Sounds like
member
Darth
of a
Vader.
personality cult by calling them names or bluntly tell them they're being manipulated. Instead, the key is displaying empathy and asking questions without
The
condensation or judgment.
condescension is not condensation.
It's condensation because it's bullshit. It's hokey bullshit. Call them out every
Is
single time they
isn't
do stupid shit.
it? Yeah. I mean, you was right about that asking questions. I have a younger. I will respect the cult of personality and say I have a younger sibling
Mhm.
who is a part of the like non-binary pan
God.
L,
Yeah.
LGBT super like super far left, super definitely a communist.
Is
And
that
I've
your mic?
actually
Yeah, it
am,
says.
Oh,
is
you're
it?
crackling
Am I
bad good.
broken?
Yeah.
Hmm, let me
Shut down
Chicken
your
wire.
Discord.
yeah, let me go kill the Discord. Oh wait, no, my phone. That's what's doing it. Oddly enough.
So you have someone that's on that far left.
Yes, extremely on the far left, and I have managed to have a bunch of really good, like, philosophical conversations. Not because I tell her how retarded communism is and how it never
Mhm.
works, but because I ask, like, okay, how do you make it work? And then you really have to think about it.
Yep.
And once you suddenly have to start thinking about what your ideas actually, like, how you can apply them in the real world, you start realizing pretty quickly that the system we have is just as imperfect as you've been told. But
Yes.
there's a reason that it's the best system we have because systems have a inherent human problem. And there is no universe where we can have like ideal perfect communism or capitalism because people are not perfect. People are terrible
Well,
in
we also have this horrible thing we use
most
labels
cases.
too.
Yep.
Well,
That's not good.
and now I will say that so people have tried to solve this problem, and it
Yep.
has failed also because they call it because that's one of the problems with a lot of this is actually defining the I'm not like a big Jordan Peterson fan, but I will tell you one of the
Mm,
things that he called out,
Peter
one of the
shit.
things that he called out in one of his debates was like, first of all, we have to have the definitions to be the same.
Yep.
Mhm.
Because if I'm saying equity and you're saying equitable, they're two different words that have two different meanings.
Yep.
Especially if you're using equity and equality, which are two completely different words that don't even root the same.
Exactly. Then that's what I'm
People
saying,
don't
and
understand what you're saying.
that was one of the points that he made
Yep.
was I might be saying that the sky is blue, and you're looking at it as blue as far as wind. So a big difference where you have to have those definitions to be matching up, or it starts falling apart before it even gets started, and that's the
Mhm.
problem that we're running into right now. Is that whenever I say it is absolutely horrible that people want to have children chop their shit off
Mhm.
and change a sex or do damage to their body, how much damage that does to them mentally, and
Mhm.
someone comes back and says, but that's how they feel, it's like, wait, let's
But
get
it's a
past this,
child.
because you're changing the dynamics of the story to fit your
Mhm.
terminology. and
Yeah.
and I did this as a little test thing before I actually got on with Shelly here. I was like, I pulled up GPT,
Oh
and
dear
I
God.
was just because I wanted to see what
I
Chat
love that
GPT
thing.
was actually going to say, because it was so hilarious. Because I brought up, name one society
You're
that
playing with the
socialism
AI.
has worked, and then it goes into the same political bullshit that you hear people say, well, because it's a sociological ideal, and I'm like, no, this is not an acceptable answer. you're misconstruing and saying, now you're throwing extra parameters in there. The parameter is where his socialism worked, where his communism worked. Stop avoiding the question. And
I
Because
that's
will
you had
the
an
tell you
biggest thing.
I will
equivocating
tell you
AI.
exactly where. I will tell you exactly where communism works.
He said
In
socialism, didn't he?
communes, in small communities where everybody agrees on the terms and everybody
But then
does
it's not.
the
But then it's
communism.
not. But then it's not communism.
It's not
And they're
scalable.
also not sustainable.
It's
They don't
no,
last
it's
that
yeah,
long.
Well, and that was my point of
yeah.
all of this is,
Flash
this, if you, and the same way with capitalism, where has capitalism ever actually worked?
for the rich people.
Name one society that capitalism has actually promoted society to its extreme. If you're
I
taking
mean,
something to its extreme, and we're not
Singapore is
talking about,
nice. I'm
Singapore
just
might
gonna
be
say,
nice, but it's not full on capitalist,
of course, there's no such thing.
because it becomes a totalitarian system at some point in time. And that totalitarian system is no different than your cult of personality,
All
where you
systems seek
have
to prove their own power.
a bunch of people that are so against another group of people that they will fight and die and kill. No different than the Civil War, that they are steadfast in their belief that these people are evil and horrible. They've done the most horrendous things. And it's no different in any sort of religious war. It's no different than any sort of civil war. It's no different
I
than any
mean,
world war. There's somebody that's saying your ideas are wrong. And those ideas, always, the winner will write how history happened.
during
Hmm.
World War II, the Nazis thought they were the good guys. I'm not
I
They
talking
know.
did.
about the German soldiers, but the actual like the Nazis, the SS. They
Yes.
thought they were the good guys.
I've
They
always
thought
said
they were
that.
doing
Look in the
good in
comic.
the world. Oof.
Villains aren't villains because they want to do evil. They think they're correct. They think their way is the right way, and anybody who stands in their way has to be, taken care of.
Eliminated.
Because I
Yeah.
will save everything because
Yep.
I'm wonderful. They thought they were right. I've never
And
seen a villain that didn't think they were in the right.
or someone that's good that thinks they're in the right.
Hmm. Look at Game of
I mean,
Thrones,
that's
the way she said that when she was
it's
like, "We'll tell them what's good," and he was like, "Oh no." Like, no, 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 no. He was like, "How do you
no,
know
no,
what's good and what's not?" She was like, "We'll decide
because
what's good." He was like,
because
"I
it's
no, no, no. You got to go."
because it's good for me.
Hmm.
That's usually where the definition of good comes from is what benefits me in the moment.
Exactly. And that's the biggest part of breaking free of that cult of personality, is to be able to say is am I following something for what I believe, or am I just following something so I'm not disparaged by other people? And that's a personal decision. I can't tell anybody what right or wrong is, because that makes me do no different than that horrible entity that's trying to do it to you in the first place. But you have to be aware. You have to be aware of people like Eliza Blue. You have to question them. If you're not allowed to question them, if you're not allowed to question their motives, or or
You
the
should be able to
crappy
question
things that they've
anyone.
done to people, you have to be able to do that. You have to be able to call these people out at all times. And if you're shut down for doing it, then it has become a cult, because they've shut you down from questioning them. No different than Elon Musk. Everyone's like, "Oh, Elon Musk is gonna break us free from
I was so
this,
disappointed.
and make
And then
our
he turned
make
out to be
our
the exact same thing.
make our Twitter wonderful. He's gonna supply us with electric cars." My wife is still confused on this, because she was like, "Oh, solar and all this kind of." I was like, "Do you realize how much you have to dig out of the ground just to create one solar panel that is only going to last you about 3 years? Do you realize
And,
how much, and you can't dispose of it? And she
oh,
looks
that's
at me
toxic as
like
fuck.
I'm
Yeah.
stupid or crazy. I'm like, no, you
No.
don't. As much as you're saying, oh, this is wonderful and great, it's just like, okay, so you're storing up energy. How do you think that energy is stored? It's not stored in the ground. You're storing it in a battery pack. What does that battery pack consist of? A very minute material that is not readily available. I guarantee you, you could
Lithium.
build a nuclear plant that is going to last you 100 times longer than any of these battery packs and power up much larger cities for a lot cheaper, but because there's people that do not want this to happen.
Hmm.
They
God
create
forbid we
these
have cheap renewable
scare
energy.
tactics. It amazes me, and I'm just like, how do you explain to somebody that you've fallen into this trap of everybody else, that you didn't question it, you just
That
looked
you're
at it
being
and said,
subjugated of your
that
own
sounds good
stupidity.
to me.
Yeah.
It sounds good to me that I need to wear a mask every place that I go, that if I take this injection, that I'm not going to get sick. Like all these hundreds of millions of people that are dying every day. Oh my God, it's a global pandemic. But if I take this little shot, it's going to make it go away. Oh, well, guess what? This little shot doesn't make anything go away. But you just took a
Careful.
shot.
This
Careful.
is
I'm careful. I'm careful.
this is literally the biggest example of human experimentation in human
Yeah,
history. That's
absolutely.
what
Exactly.
happened. And we all watched
And
it
I've
happen.
always been fascinated by stories of eugenics because I really didn't believe that people could be that cold blooded.
And
And
then
the
you
more like,
literally
well, no, I mean, I got like I started watching and everything, and I was just like, for years I would like watch all these documentaries and like private films that people made and whatever, and it's like it blew me away, and I was like, oh well, hopefully, I honestly believed as like a race, like as a human race, we had gotten beyond that, at least in
nope.
civilized countries, but nope, they just decided to do it on a much grander scale. They're like, fuck this, like one or two clinic things. Like, let's just throw it out there and see what happens. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
80% of people
And let's see what
allegedly
happens.
in some places.
Yep. Yep. In Minecraft, yeah.
No, literally, like that actually
No,
happened.
I
I
know.
mean,
But I don't
And
feel like
that
getting yelled at.
and that is my point of how dangerous it can be, because right now you're self-censoring of things that you know to be true, that you
Hmm.
want to enlighten other people in, and
But I know I'm going to get punished for it.
you have to speak around it, because you know that punishment is going to happen. You
Mhm.
know it's going to happen. You know in the back of your mind that they have control of you, your channel, what you want to say, what you want to do, and
you have
there's
control of your
nothing
mind.
that you can do about it
Say,
except
But go somewhere else.
submit. Even if you go
well,
somewhere else,
I
what's
did a
the
short of
guarantee that
that.
it's going to stay that way?
I did a whole short where I took what I wanted to say and I turned it into YouTube acceptable language. And it was not only like 3 times longer, but it was completely like illogical. You couldn't really follow it grammatically and like vocabulary based. It made sense, but to speak it was so awkward and like I just felt like I was like skipping around. And that was the point. I wanted people to hear. Listen, you see this easy kind of thing that I'm saying? This is what it's going to turn into. This is what they want us to do. And I just went into this whole thing and it
That's
was
where
so
they want to
long.
keep you.
Yeah. And like
That is the
freaking Div
point.
heard it. She was like, oh my God, that's so perfect. She was like, that's
It is.
exactly right.
It is. And it's dangerous. It is so dangerous because 90% of the world is never going to hear that.
Yep.
You've
And
just got
the
this
sad
small
part for me
percentage of
is
people.
it's becoming a lot more unconscious, I guess, that I do it. That I
Yes.
now substitute these, and I'm like, no, that's not what you wanted to say. Like, why did you let? Because it really does draw away from the impact of what I'm trying to say. Like, it's very distracting away from the point I'm making,
Yes.
and it's
Because you're tiptoeing around
yeah,
you're
because I'm not
tiptoeing
being
around like
authentic.
an abused wife.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what it feels like,
That's
and
all
that's
it
what I said.
is.
Hmm. That's what I
And
said. If
and
you listen to that
and you
short, I'm like,
know, now I've never been an abused wife,
I
but
have.
it
Are
makes
you
you
sure?
under I'm positive. It makes you understand what this person would go through with a very abusive person that has
Hmm.
absolute control over them and their ability to live, to survive, to continue to thrive,
Hmm.
and the pain that they have to go through. It's unbelievable that people don't see this, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Because if I started talking about what I really want to talk about,
Uh-huh.
what I really want to say, I would have Shelley's channel shut down.
Hmm.
And I don't
Yeah,
want to
let's
do that
So
to her
Shelley,
definitely not
because
do that.
like,
We like
to
Shelley.
be honest, so would Shelley.
yeah,
I
it
mean,
wouldn't be
so
it
would
wouldn't be
Darth.
appropriate.
Yeah, I know.
There would be so many people that'd be so pissed off at me for doing that.
Hmm.
And that's
And
why
you're
we
just being
we
your authentic self. Yeah.
and we have to tone it down. We cannot say what we want to say. And it doesn't matter what platform you're on. You think, "Oh, well, Rumble's going to let me say what I want to say." No, they're not.
I mean, for now, because they're
For
not
now
competitive
you
enough
got it.
Well,
in,
those are
yeah.
the commandments, and this is the church of YouTube.
Yes.
As
But
You'll get
I'm
sacrilegious
it.
as
You'll
that
get
sounds, it's true.
you will get to a point that Rumble is going to shut down that also. And as
Yep.
much as people,
Yeah.
and as much as I admire people saying, "Oh, this is totally platform," what do you think happened to Parlor?
Oh, I know.
They built their foundation on Amazon owned servers, and Amazon was like, "Hey, guess what? No." And then they shut them down, and when they finally were allowed to come back,
It's
everyone
too
had
late.
already moved on.
Exactly.
Mm,
And it'll happen with every single platform. It'll
I
happen with
mean,
every single thing because it is control.
they have
Those
complete.
who have control do not do not do anything except take from you. Think
Yeah,
about
they
your
don't give any
House of
power back. They just want
Representatives.
more. Yeah.
Think about how much money just in 2022 alone was spent on the Democrat and the Republican side just just for ads and to get people to vote for them. We're not
Mm,
talking, a couple 100,000. We're talking in the billions.
hmm.
If you have a concept of what a billion is, take 100 pennies and lay it out and realize that you have to have 100 times that amount just to hit 1,000. And once you start grasping that amount of cash, so you're talking about a billion, the difference between $1 million and $1 billion, just imagine doing that
99
999,000
million.
times of that
Mm,
$1 million. Whenever you're talking
that
about
is
the
a
amount
lot
of
of Lincoln faces.
whenever you think about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, these guys are billionaires. We're not talking millionaires. I'm a millionaire, okay, assholes. I became a millionaire like 4 years ago, and it is nothing. It is nothing in comparison to what these people have.
But the first million's always the hardest.
Uh, I didn't even notice it. It was my wife that called it. I was because I was just like,
Oh,
I was talking about. I was like,
Ethan
oh, it'd
has
be nice
millions.
one day to be a millionaire. She was like, you realize you are a millionaire. I was like, oh, I guess I am. And
Oh,
it's
I can
it's
have
only
millions.
it's only because of investments,
hmm.
Right.
and like if I was to actually die unexpectedly and everything was cashed out, my wife would receive about $1 million, probably more than that by now. But it's not that much.
It's
It
really
really
not.
is not that much. I couldn't quit working right now. If I actually quit working, my wife quit working, we would be able to live in poverty for the rest of our
Yeah,
lives.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Seriously.
they could
No,
you
I
could
know.
take your $1 million and move to Mexico and live like the king in Mexico, but
Maybe
you're
there, but in
living
the
in
United
Mexico.
States,
Yeah,
that's nothing,
no, it's not.
because
Mm-mm.
we've got another what, you know, 30, 40 years. You know how
Mm,
fast that goes? That, you know, your mortgage, any sort of payments that you've got to make, food, clothing, that goes so quick.
Taxes, landscaping, things that
I
break,
mean, I hate to break it to you, you got about
acts of God.
if if you're lucky, you got about 10 years left. This whole country's gonna go to shit so fast.
Exactly,
He's like, we got
exactly.
10 years left. Spend your fucking money now.
Spend your
Like,
money, enjoy it.
fuck's
Throw,
I
sake.
mean,
throw.
do you
How about
do you
this?
not?
You just throw half of that million towards me, and I'll make good use of it for you. How's
Nah,
that?
I don't have I only got about 10 years too, and I got my own money that I need to spend.
No, but and it is not that I'm trying to show off. It's just like, oh, you realize that that's a small amount of money,
Mm-hmm.
I
and
mean, that's relative because some people will never see, like the majority of people actually will never see that kind of wealth in their lifetime. I mean,
Yeah, I'll
if
never
you
see
think
that kind of
about,
wealth.
oh yeah, it's a small amount of money for a
yeah, but
U.S.
that's
citizen,
but
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 90% of the world will
if
never
you
see
would
that kind
take
of
it
money.
if you take this back 10 years, I was in debt over $100,000.
Mm,
Jesus.
you've done well.
Yes,
You
very
know,
well.
Very, very
Very
good.
quickly.
So it's a matter of how much you save, how much you don't spend, the things that you cut out of your life, the things that
Oh
you
yeah.
don't do, the grind that you're doing, the grift, you're
The
busting
time
your ass.
value of your, or the dollar value of your time. The time
Exactly.
value of money, yeah.
But am I any happier than I was 10 years ago? No, I'm not.
I
I
mean,
feel the same.
you seem pretty happy.
I
He's just
am.
a happy guy.
I'm just saying that I would not be any happier if I was still $100,000 in debt. I enjoy my life. I enjoy the people
I
that I'm around.
mean,
I've got really great friends. I've got great family. I mean, outside of my immediate family, my wife's family has become my family, and those
they
things mean
say
more to me than any amount of money.
they say money can't buy happiness,
No,
but
it
I would
doesn't.
rather be sad in a Ferrari than sad on a bicycle.
Yes, absolutely.
Just saying.
Always, always, always.
But I've had money and it was a lot of problems for me. Because
It can be.
I could never judge if somebody was being like authentic with me or if they were after like an easy ride. So it was just
And
like,
that's
oh,
I
one
mean,
that's
what does that have to do with money?
well,
ha ha ha.
and I'm seeing Benjamin Myers.
Sorry,
I
Ha.
I
that was
love
very
that so much. Cigs and booze are all I need, because that was
yes.
my motto in my 20s. That was literally my motto. Is like, just give me a roof over my head, cigarettes and booze, and I am good to go for the rest of my life. And then I'll tell you what, whenever 40 hits, you're going, why in the fuck did I ever start smoking? Why do I
Mhm.
drink so much? And god
Yeah.
damn it, I don't have a roof over my fucking head because I drank and smoked it all the fuck away. I agree with you. It's a good concept and it's fun, but I will tell you what,
For a
I
short amount of
enjoy
time.
it is very limited. I mean, I've been on vacation some of the most beautiful places in the world, and I will tell you what, I would spend that money all the fuck over again. Although
Oh yeah.
the amount of money that I spent could easily have bought myself a brand new car. Well,
Oh,
back
But
in
then
the
you would
time.
just have a car and you wouldn't have all those memories.
mhm.
Exactly.
And
That I
and,
got
and
to
you
spend with my
yeah,
wife in a
yeah.
place that I've never been to before. Oh, it's so, you know, if you focus on one particular thing in your entire life, and just one particular thing that you want to do, that you want to see, whether it be watching a SpaceX launch, or you want to go to an just throwing
Elon
this out there, or you want to see a foreign country.
I want to
If you
climb Kilimanjaro.
Well, that's up to you, you sick bastard.
Yes, I am deranged. This sounds like fun to me.
Well, you if this is something that you truly want to do, you have to set that goal and know that every single one of those goals are completely achievable. And all you have to do is just go, this is my Kilimanjaro fund, and
Uh,
I'm going to set this money aside every week until I hit that spot, and it will stack up so fast you never spend that money except for that hike up Kilimanjaro. That's it. That's all it takes, is that dedication to go. It does not matter what it takes. I will cut out drinking, smoking, doing drugs, whatever I need to do. I will give up so much because this actually means so much to me
Mhm.
that I want to experience this one thing, that I will give up everything. Like I said, I gave up eating a decent meal for 6 months just so I could get my eyes fixed so I would never have to wear glasses again. It's a
But
simple
it's worth it.
process. It
It's worth it.
is it? To me it was. Now to somebody else they may
It
go,
depends
yeah,
on your
I don't care.
priorities. It also depends on how fucked up your eyesight is.
No, it's pretty fucked up. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
We're talking about bottle bottom lenses. They were pretty
Oh
bad.
yeah, my eyes are -7 and -7.25.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it was
they're bad.
worse than that.
I have glaucoma in
But
the one.
but it
That's new.
was it was something that I focused on. And men, women, it doesn't matter. You focus on an object to actually achieve it. And we're not
Mhm.
talking about taking control of somebody else. It's like, I'm going to focus on this woman and she will become mine and we will be together forever. That is horrible,
Do
bad
you hear
thinking.
that, Darth?
Darth,
did
it's
you
not
hear
going to
that,
happen.
Benjamin?
You,
He's literally in chat saying he cut it all out for his exes. Now they're
yeah,
all exes and don't care there.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucked
You
up.
find you find the thing that you want to do because it only matters to you. It doesn't matter to anybody else. That goal that you're trying to achieve, and you set a path to achieve it, and nothing gets in the way of doing it. It's being laser focused, finding it, and you don't need some asshole like Andrew Tate, or I think that's what his name, whatever, Eliza Blue. You don't need all of these cults of personality to tell you where to get it from. You do it for yourself. You don't have to spend any money to me to get me to tell you how to do it, because you're the only one that is in control of your own destiny. You are in control of where you want to be, where you want to end, where your feet are going to land. And sometimes they don't land where you expect them to land. Trust me,
Almost never.
if you would ask me 25 years ago if I would be here doing what I'm doing now, I would have told you, no, I am I'm drinking booze, I'm smoking cigarettes, I got a roof
Mhm.
over my head. That was my outlook on life. I had no goal, no plan. I was just drifting along like every other Gen X motherfucker out there.
Useless
Hello.
ass generation.
Yeah, absolutely. I did not give a shit. I was just like, I'm fine. I'm good. Nobody's looking out for me but me. I'm just going to chill.
Mhm.
And then what happened? Something changed. Somebody lit a fire up under my ass, and I said, okay, it's time to do something a little bit more. I mean, I was happy playing music, being a mediocre musician. I mean, I can play. I'm
I don't want to
good.
interrupt you, but I need to go pee. So you talk to Darth, and I'll be right back.
I'm
Okay.
listening.
I'll be right back. Good.
Yeah. It's funny that you call me a kid when I'm still older than you, Ben, and I always will be. You're literally like 5 years younger than me.
It is one of those big
I love you though. He's like my
contentions.
big little brother.
It is a big contention that I ran into being young and stupid. And I mean, I have no qualms about the fun times that I had being young, being stupid. As I got older, there's a time you come up with that realization that yeah, the party is over, that you've got to do a lot more to better yourself. Had I tried doing some of this stuff in my 20s, good lord, I would be a multimillionaire. But I never stepped out of it because I was like, this is good. Life is good. I didn't have mom and dad to back me up. You know, I don't know about all these other folks,
Oh,
but I never had that. Whenever I left home at 16, that was it. That was done. There was no calling home. Go, oh, I sort of like fucked up and my credit sucks and everything went to shit. Mom, dad, can you take care of me? Can you help me? There was none of that shit. I was on my own,
it was just go be homeless.
pretty much. There was no calling home. There was none of that.
Oh, oh, damn. Well, that's awful. I actually have great folks, so they've bailed
No,
my ass out a couple of times.
exactly. And that's man. I wish sometimes I had that.
Yeah,
I mean, I
it's
know that
definitely nice.
I
It's
know
not
that
something that I would like today. I would feel very embarrassed, but
right. Well, there wasn't even a chance for me to feel embarrassed.
yeah,
It was just like it's
it's
over.
awful.
It's
Yeah,
like it's
16
yeah. No,
and
I went
disassociated. Like,
I
do you
went
even?
I went I went in the military at 16.
Oh, you went in the military at
I
16.
went in the military at
Gay.
16. Whenever I got out at 19, I was still on my own. I was paying my own taxes. I was taking care of myself. Nobody was claiming me.
You
I didn't
always
have
gotta pay
insurance.
taxes.
I didn't have insurance. I basically was, live fast, die young, leave a great corpse. That was my motto. Horrible rock and roll idea.
It just sounds fun in theory until it catches all the way up to you.
And until you hit 53 and you realize you have a hard time standing up for a long period of time because everything hurts.
Yeah.
Because, you decided to, ride a bicycle or run down the side of Hollywood Mountain. Yeah, I've done that. It's a pretty
Benjamin
stupid.
would like to know what branch of the military you were in, because Benjamin was also a military lad himself.
I went in the Army National Guard. I went
So
in the
he
Army
pretended to
National
go
Guard.
into the military.
They wouldn't let me go any further than that. Yes, absolutely. But yes, National Guard. I enlisted in the National Guard at 15. At 16, I was in because I snapped my leg in two right before I was supposed to go to basic, so it
Oof.
delayed it a year, well, almost a year.
Yeah.
And then from 16 to 19, I did my 4 years. I still had another 4 years to do, 6 years permanent. And because I couldn't get to my E5, well, sergeant, they wouldn't allow me to bypass the current sergeant that they had because that's the way the military works. There's not a slot for you. I
Seniority
transferred
thing.
units, ended up in an infantry unit because I was a mechanic 63 Bravo. Ended up in an infantry unit, and I realized that I miss making money, so I moved back to New Mexico. Went back to my old unit, asked for a discharge, and I was informed that I still had another 2 years to go. At that point in time, I was making close to $120,000 a year, working in pipeline construction, and the weekends really put a cramp in it because whenever you're working close to 90 hours a week, you can really rake in the bucks.
Yeah.
Trust me, it rolls in pretty quick. Overtime is awesome.
And then you go ahead and attempt to kill yourself on those days off.
Yes.
With fun. With fun, mind
So
you.
you get those couple of days
The
off in
lovely
the in
thought to
the
come back in on.
oh, thank you.
Oh, I forgot to say
Oh,
Minecraft
I don't care.
allegedly
I don't.
or
No,
I don't care.
so
somehow
I rolled back
allegedly.
out for I still had 2 more years. I basically would show up to roll call, and during roll call they would ask if I was here. I'd ask if my discharge papers were available. They would tell me no, and I would tell them then no, I'm not here. But because I
Oh,
showed up,
shoot.
it kept me from being considered AWOL. And after about 3 months of that, I was called into the captain's office, which happened to be the commander of that particular unit. And he asked me what my problem was. I asked him why I hadn't made E5, and I was completely qualified for it. I was doing the work of an E5, but not receiving the pay for it. And that I wanted to become a full time military because I didn't want to be this part-time weekend warrior. You can become full-time National Guard, which is pays a lot better. He said that that wouldn't be available because of my age, and I basically told him, well, then give me my fucking discharge papers, which he promptly wrote. They busted me down to back down to a private. I was an E4 at the time, which would have been a specialist, or in certain cases corporal, but I was considered a specialist. I got busted down to a private, with just basically the mosquito wings
Shitty
and
E1.
E1. Yes, and they gave me a general discharge. And
Oof.
after my 4 years ended, I was given a honorable discharge.
Oh,
So it was able to be converted over. Um, my
mean,
unit was
'cause
actually on standby during the first Gulf War. After I got that discharge, I could have still been called back in. So that would have really sucked. But luckily, they didn't call the Chaparral unit back in, so I didn't have to worry about it. And it only lasted for a couple of hours and put us into the brink of fucking insanity for the next fucking 30 years after that, of
Oh, of
people
course.
that just love to have fucking wars over little pieces of fucking
Mm-hmm.
property that are about the size of fucking Maryland. They're horrible fucking people, and I hate war, and I think people are shit. So
Here, here.
how do I really feel about the military? They can suck
Don't
my
hold back.
cock. They
I
can
know.
totally just blow me off. I really don't fucking care. And I think that everyone that served in the military has done their absolute duty and should be treated with the most honor and respect. But as
Agreed.
far as the military as a whole, they can blow me.
yeah, it's
They
the
like that.
structure of the system, and again, we come all the way back full circle to it's a cult of personality that if you're not that type of person, you're not going to make it.
I went from being like 120 pounds and 5'6" or something like that to being like 165 pounds and 5'9" while I was in the military. And then whenever I
So
got out of the
manlet,
military, huh?
so manlet.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
dude. I had a Golden Gloves boxer actually train me to get me bulk up from that 120 pounds. Where,
Yep.
yeah, you didn't mess with me. By the time I got out of the military, I was pretty stacked. And
Oh,
then I still completed my growth spurt at 19. I was still growing, and I ended up hitting 6 foot somewhere around
So
22.
many jokes I could make.
you need to make
Mm.
all the jokes. That's why we're here.
No, 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 no.
No, she's just getting turned on right now by my sexy voice.
That's
I
me. There you
mean,
go.
And see, Benjamin, he was in for 6 years.
I'm kind of getting turned on by your sexy voice too, Shizzy. So it's the whole package.
I can't help it. It happens.
I mean, you,
He likes
you, you,
it.
you, both,
He's like,
you, you,
talk to me,
you
daddy.
you both have a sex voice. It's a whole problem. I do not have the sexy voice. I have the dumb sounding voice in the room.
Come on,
No,
dog. You can do it.
just be
Do
yourself.
it for
Be yourself.
me.
I am myself.
Oh, do
See,
it.
that's not bad.
Oh,
You just calm down, relax, and don't ever stress out how
Just
you
deep
sound.
throat it.
Don't think about it.
so
There you go, deep throat.
literally,
That's how Shelly works it. So
Yeah, that's how I got that down. I don't do anything half-ass. It's whole ass or not at all.
oh geez, Ben, that sucks. 6'3"
What
and
happened?
135 pounds. Oh man.
uh,
Yeah, we had guys. We had this guy we called Tree. He was like 6'7", and he was. I literally swear about 135 pounds. He was so tall and so skinny, and then he got like
Yeah.
clocked in the back of the head on graduation night. Like the night before graduation, he got clocked in the back of the head. Someone sliced his head open with the flashlight, put a scar down his head from the top of his scalp down halfway down his back. And you know the
Jesus.
first person that they jumped on and started freaking out about, yelling and flipping out, was this poor white boy from Alabama.
Why?
Why? Because he looked like he was part of the KKK. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and he just fit
Uh,
the profile. And you know who
okay,
did
so
it?
we have actually officially streamed all the way through Frog's show.
oh
Hey,
shit.
Frog's in the
Did we
Hey,
chat. Hi,
really?
Frog.
Frog. Yeah,
Hi,
he's here
Frog.
now.
I'm sorry, Frog. Don't be with me,
Hey,
Frog.
Frog. Sorry about that, buddy.
Shit, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it turns out it was another guy pulling guard duty that was like trying to bang another guy and got busted. And so
Oof, gay?
he was real gay. And so he jumped him and like knocked the fuck out of him. Yeah, he got discharged. We had a staff sergeant get like completely, no, it was a staff sergeant. No, it was actually a sergeant first class that got like booted out of being in a drill sergeant position because his little deal was he would go into the female dorm because when during school you have males on the third floor, females on the second floor, males on the first floor, and he was going on the second floor and telling the females, "I'll tell you what, I will give you an off base pass. All you have to do is meet up with me at a hotel room." Be fine if he did it to one, but he did it to about seven. They all turned his
Oh,
ass
damn.
in, and they hauled his ass out in front of the rest of the unit and stripped him of his rank and hauled him out
Court
off with
martial.
MPs. Oh no, court martial would be too good. What they do with a situation like that,
They call it a training accident.
they no
Really now?
no no they strip you of your rank, so you
Mm.
go from being E5 down to a private, and once they do that, you're forced to serve the rest of your term, however long you signed up for, and you're never going to pass that rank. You're always going to be E1. That means you're going to get the pay of an E1. And if you leave, oh my God, they will lock your ass up in Leavenworth and they will just let you sit there for the rest
Yeah,
of your term.
that's when you get the court martial.
No, it's not a court martial. That's prison. They don't court
Oh,
martial you for that. They just lock your ass up and say you're going to serve your time. And then
yeah.
after you served your term and you've paid all that, then they'll give you a court martial just to really shove the needle in a little bit deeper. They don't, everyone says, oh, the military, male, hoo ha, misogyny. No, military never played with that shit at all. They frowned upon it really hard. It was the people inside the military that they would, they would tear apart. Do bad things. Bad things.
Bad things. We don't like bad things.
Don't like bad things, Daddy. Daddy, don't hit me with
Don't
that
like bad
belt.
things.
Don't make me bleed.
Daddy, don't make me bleed. Okay.
No, I said,
He's a real
Daddy,
dark
don't
bear.
hit me with that belt. Daddy,
I know,
don't make
but
wait.
I just left that part out. It's,
Yeah, you're
fair
you're
use.
horrible. You're horrible,
I had to
Shelly.
transform it.
You're horrible.
Fair use. I had to transform it.
I had to transform you little son of a buck.
Oh, good God.
Good Lord.
Did Cool Frog leave? I sent him a link so that he could just sit here and be daddy.
I mean, he's probably got to do some cool sleeping, but
That's probably
I
what
know,
I
but
need
he
to
likes
be
to do
doing.
it to me. He fucking sends me a link at 1 a.m, and I'm like, oh, all right, I'll jump on for like a minute. And then
yeah, 5
28
hours
hours
later,
later,
28 hours later, my bad.
28
Yeah.
hours later, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, jeez.
Well, Shelly, for me, it is 3:00 in the morning. I have to be back
It
up in
is.
about
Same for
3
me. I'm
hours.
Jersey.
I know you're in Jersey.
Yeah,
Same
we're
for
all
me.
on that Eastern time.
Yeah, we're about to hit that 7-hour mark.
Yep.
Are
All
we
right,
really?
Cool Frog, you're off the hook.
Lord. So we should probably end this. Or if you guys want to continue on, that's
I had
fine.
a great time. Did you enjoy your time on panel?
Absolutely.
I served my time well.
Look at this. He shows
Look,
up.
there he is.
He's
comes
going to
just to
drag us. He's
tuck us
going to
in.
drag us through,
Frog,
isn't he?
it's going to keep us another 2 hours. Hi,
What
Frog.
the hell? I'm
Hi,
going to keep
buddy.
you up for another few hours?
At least. I
Get close to
mean,
your microphone or yell or something.
oh, me or him?
No, not you. I hear you just fine.
Okay.
Oh, I hear
worry.
you just fine. She's like, Cool Frog, I can't hear you. Speak up.
Exactly.
He's probably a tired frog. It's late for him. It's like 1 in the morning in his universe, not 3.
For us, it's early.
Oh,
For
Heidi.
Frog, it's late.
Oh, Winning was on the show? Did you bring him with you?
Hold on a second.
Hi, Heidi.
Hello.
He said, hold on a second, held his breath. What happened?
He muted himself.
Yeah, he's gonna fill you up.
It's because I'm talking. I was talking to Winning real quick because he's still sitting in my back room. We just ended.
See, I told you, Shelly, he's gonna fill you up.
Mm-hmm. Every man tells me that, but sometimes I'm just disappointed. And I'm only 5'3". It's so tiny.
It's just so tiny.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I may not have done a lot of exercises in my life, but Kegels every day. So let's know the value of what you're exercising.
Then you get Winning Reality.
Trade on key play. He's like, let's go get him. Let me get him.
Winning.
Winning.
Hi, Winning.
One.
Hello, all. How's it going?
Going good.
Well,
Good.
well.
We were just talking about how horrible the military industrial complex is.
How
He's
what?
lying. We were talking about
what?
Kegels.
Kegel? I believe that.
That was definitely a thing too.
Yeah, but whenever you combine those two, the Kegels, how important they are, and the military industrial complex is trying to destroy us all, it all makes sense.
Oh,
It does.
this is the Matrix.
Follow the rabbit.
Either one of them want to fuck you. So yeah, squeeze you dry for every drop.
Oh, shut up, Andrea. It's 3:10 a.m. also in Biodome number 3 in Akron, Ohio.
So we were actually just talking about something before you came over here. Did you guys catch the
Talk about the industrial
alley oop?
industrial complex.
Did you guys catch the alley oop going on today?
No.
No.
Divinity to Alyssa. It was like I called her a clip of the quartering.
Oh, the quartering thing, yeah, with Farron.
Yeah, like watching
catch
Divinity Said's clip of Farron. I don't know. I got about like a minute and 28 seconds into it, so I didn't see the rest of it. But it's funny. I thought the one part was funny. It's he included herself in fighting for truth. like, oh really?
Oh,
What truth is
Dude.
it? The truth of the
found
rumor
it.
mill.
I found it hilarious because Divinity told me that this had happened. So
Yep.
because I'm not a subscriber of Farron's at all, I went and did a YouTube search, and literally like the third video on a Farron balanced YouTube search is Divinity's, and then it's Alyssa's right behind it.
Right?
Nice.
Wow.
The alley oop.
Nice.
Get
The
wrecked.
1-2.
Get
The 1-2.
wrecked. God.
I might be able to.
How long is the
I don't know.
video?
It's not very
It's
long.
12 minutes and 39 seconds.
No.
Well, and
I'm down to
Shelley,
watch
I mean,
it.
this
it's a
this is
YouTube
I
video,
haven't
right?
actually seen it.
this is what I
Yep.
was talking about. You can
is.
find the fakers everywhere, and that is certain
Oh, yeah.
people out there that you know
She definitely fake.
they're just riding that grift as far as they possibly can, and it's
Yep.
kudos to her for doing it.
I mean,
Kudos to her
I'll
for
definitely
doing it.
watch the documentary she said she's making about this
Absolutely.
person. I'll definitely watch that.
Sounds
I think that's
great.
Oh,
already
I'll watch
out.
it.
I think that's already out.
Yeah.
Is it?
Because that was
Part
like
of
the
it.
second result in the part one.
No.
But as far as where her energy's focused, it's like finding the truth and stuff. I don't see that much.
Yeah.
Maybe
No.
that's what she wants to do, but doesn't do it.
Yeah,
I have
no.
no idea that she'll make a very compelling video. Because
Well,
that's
she'll make a
her
compelling video using everybody else's
it's gonna-
content.
but it'll compelling. Drama driven. Who's keeping an eye on the chat? Dark?
It's
I am.
supposed to be
I'm
me,
always watching chat.
but now
Dark.
Frog's here, so I don't have to look so closely. Plus, my Discord is blowing up.
Oh yeah, Frog has the ultimate power in my streams. Mhm.
Oh, he's
He goes changes my friggin' name.
An
Changes my
administrator.
name, changes the title, he moves us around.
Yes,
Also
I am
for
an
me in
administrator to
chat.
this channel,
Gotcha.
so I have the abilities to
power.
do quite a right.
My
I
level
have
of
some
trust for me
abilities
is
to
very
do
hard
quite
to
a
do.
bit.
So you could literally remove me from the stream.
I could literally
Because
ban
godlike
you from.
or is it?
Don't do that. That
That
would be gay.
I'm not
Kelly
going.
would probably not appreciate that at all. But
I wouldn't do
it's good to
majority
know.
of any of it without letting her know first.
But no,
don't
I
care
mean,
what
you
you
could
do,
just
as long
remove me
as I
from
don't
the
get
stream for
heated.
the
You go
lulz.
and pick up a couple subscribers, go ahead.
But yeah,
Yeah, I know.
for shits
I
and
know.
giggles, I can just be like, later.
Yeah, I know. Just set me up to be some mealer. That's great.
Adios, muchachos.
Well, it's so funny because
If you really want to get even with me, you can
What's
just go
up,
on his
Heidi?
name and badmouth somebody.
both Shelly and I were doing the stream,
Heidi's
and she was
here.
like, "Do you mind if bring in Darth?" I was like, "Oh, why would I mind if you bring in Darth? Bring in that asshole! Come on, bring him on!" So, brought in Darth, and then we go another 2 hours.
Yeah.
Hey Heidi. Hey,
Well,
Heidi.
yeah, I was like, well, we've had like
3
4.5
hours
hours together.
actually.
I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
I lost track of time like hours ago.
I thought you were 4 hours in when I got here.
Andrew's
We're
been
7 hours
around.
in now.
No, I meant me and him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys have been on for 7, so.
You got to be careful because Shelly, she likes to go hard, rough, and long.
Mm.
So if
Uh-huh.
you're
She'll wear
not
you
up
out.
for it, if you're not up for
Oh,
it,
yeah, that's
Oh.
me.
she's going to wear you
Dang.
out.
First time I ever
That's
streamed with
me.
Shelly was 9 hours and 43 minutes.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say she was only after 9.
Baby, your stamina was breathtaking. He even took a
We went for almost
2 of us at
24
once.
hours yesterday. You damn right.
Yes, you did.
Every time I want to
Yeah.
like Farron,
And
she
I'm
does
pregnant.
something else retarded.
Absolutely. Well, how else would you have? How else would you have the Lao cow?
But I was about to say, I think she made Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
I think it's official.
Did she really?
Full circle
Holy shit,
back
what do they call
to
her?
hardwood.
Because they can't call her Farron Balance.
I mean,
They had it made up
we tried
names for her.
to.
Far from balanced.
No, you can call her Fart and
Fat
Bark.
and Baron. Fat and
Fart
Baron.
and Bark.
Fairly unbalanced.
We love Fat and Baron. Let's just
Fat and
not.
belching. There you go. Fart and belching. That's what it
But she's not a lol cow because we
She's the
weighed
T-bag
her,
queen.
and it turns out that she's so damn big that she's a LO elephant.
Lollifant.
The elephant, yes.
Oh, that's right. She's a lollifant. That's so
Lollifant.
cool.
What they call it? They call it a
It's
little
actually
cow because it just keeps
It's
giving
vaguely
milk. Right?
insulting, but it's kind of cute.
Oh, does it keep? Oh, can you keep milking it? Is that why it's a lol cow? I didn't realize about that.
Yeah,
There
that's
was
what it's about.
So hard to watch someone
I
tell a
ain't going near those
bold-faced
udders
lie.
if you paid me.
How long did we talk? Damn near 8 hours?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is this a private conversation that's going on in your chat, or is this something that you guys are...
No, they
I
just.
mean, I've had a
They,
bunch of really long conversations with Mr. Benjamin. That's why the running joke between him and I is, do you want to have a short chat? And what we mean by short is 3-hour minimum.
Mhm. Yeah, it was the same for me. It was an 8-hour conversation.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
and it's
Yep.
what Benjamin was saying. She says the right things until she don't.
Remember
And
that time that I was gone for like 2 days? It's because of them. Him and Outpost.
Oh,
What does that say?
Yeah, I'm always wary. I'm always wary of people like Farron. They've got a lot of connections inside, but some of it is fake. It was no different than what I would run into in California, where you had these girls that would say, "Oh yeah, I know so and so. I've got the in with so and so." It's like, but do you really?
No sorries allowed.
stuff your sorries in the sack.
I tell him
We
that
don't
all the time. He
apologize
never
for shit.
apologized to me.
We
Never
don't
apologized.
apologize for shit around here. That's why I don't say the F slur
I
anymore.
apologize for 1919. Sorry. Yes.
But you'll
that. I like
you'll
that.
find
Good personal rule for you.
you will find people just like this person right here. Here you go. There you go. You'll find people like me, and I will cuck you to death. I will make sure that all goes to me. Come join my seminal order.
All I'm
Join
going to
me.
say is Eliza Blue. So what?
Remove
She
that
needed the
word
money.
from your vocabulary. That 5-letter S word is wrong. Should never exist. Get it out of there.
Yeah, shut up, Ben. Sorry. Sorry, it's no sack, bro.
Sorry your art sucked. I loved your art. Oh my god,
Yeah.
I've told you I loved
I mean, you're
Check up.
Dependosaurus Rex, the
and don't
artist.
sorry. Ah. Oh. Yeah, that's why I first started talking to you, for your art.
Aww.
I mean, it wasn't for your personality. All you were posting were pictures. No, he didn't say it was
It wasn't for your looks either. That's
Well,
right.
okay.
I hate to tell you guys this.
You got my attention.
Ben is somewhat of an N-word F slur in Nick's vocals, allegedly.
Was that like a nerd fucker? What?
N-word, the N-word, and the F slur.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it.
I will get you.
A nerd shitter? What?
Yes, no,
Said
that.
N.
Yes, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go with the nerd fucker. Actually, he is a nerdy fuck. I'm not. I'm not gonna deny that.
I'm not gonna buy into it. I don't believe that.
So glad I went to pee before. Oh,
Well, Heidi, it would take more than just a finger to put on her. She needs more than that. Cobwebs need scrubbing. Sorry, that's just bad. I'm horrible. I'm a horrible person. I can't help it.
just take the Empire State Building and just use it like a tampon.
Well, there's a reason
sure
why she was in
There's
Washington.
room.
It might have been for the, monument.
Yeah. George Washington Mars Monument. It's not anymore.
Oh, she's
I don't even want to
she's
think about that. That's disgusting.
she's looking for a place. Think about this. How old is she? She's what,
36,
30s?
she says.
Well,
She's got to be over
okay.
40. No, she's
No,
got to be
no,
over
no,
40.
no, no, no. So imagine this. She's 36. And
Yes.
what are her prospects?
Dyer. I'll take Dyer for 500.
There you go. She could be
That's why I love you.
35. It doesn't matter. She is in dire need, because if she doesn't get healthy,
Not it.
She's in dire straits.
she's got less than 6 months to get her ass in shape. Like, get on that fucking treadmill, get off of YouTube.
That ain't gonna happen.
Exactly. Well, I'm just pointing it out here. Get off of YouTube, get on that treadmill,
Solid.
start dropping those pounds, stop eating the
Get
Cocoa
off the
Puffs in the
chocolate
morning.
cake. Get
Yeah,
off the chocolate cake.
give up the chocolate cake, give up
And
those,
the booze.
White Claws or whatever you're drinking,
Way
and
too much booze.
say, oh, you know what? If I want a man, a real man to take care of me, then I got to make myself
Does
available,
not.
because I'm sure
No
there's
more
guys,
double bread sandwiches.
I'm sure there's guys that would be more than happy to roll her down the aisle, because some guys like William, they're totally into the chubbies.
Yeah, but he said 250 plus. He didn't say
Oh.
4,700 pounds.
Well, 250 plus, but also you're talking about
also
someone that's
for-
she might be 5'9" and 250 plus. 250 plus, whenever you're only like 4'2", is not going to do you really well. I mean, whenever your height matches your weight, it is not a good idea. That tends to sort of turn guys off a little bit there.
Unless you want to be the next Mrs. X Kool-Aid.
Yes.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, even Kool-Aid, you roll it in
Jesus
the
Christ.
flour, you can find a wet spot. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying that I'm not trying to be too harsh.
I feel
Although
so
yes,
at home
I
right
can't
now.
help it.
Yeah.
So my point is, she is running up on a time limit. That time limit
Oh
is
no, I'm
gonna
here for
run
it.
out.
Go ahead.
She's gonna run out. She's gonna run out. And whenever she does, she's gonna go, oh, geez, woe is me.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what happened?
Moose?
Ever seen
You ever
obese
see an
midget?
obese
Yes.
midget?
Yes, I have. Wow.
I've never seen a skinny midget. That's the difference.
Jack Black. You know what I'm talking about?
Think about how useful a skinny midget could be, though.
Jack
I mean,
Black.
you could fit in between bars and slide out of tight to reach places. You sit him up in the vent.
See, this is winning. He went right for the life of crime. Right for it.
Yes. Why not?
Do not pull.
I'm just saying, man, that's an interesting point. A skinny midget could be really useful. You probably would want one of those on your team somehow. They don't eat a lot. Probably the hardest part about hanging out with them is having to give them a ride to go pick them up. But other than that, shoot, I could, hey, let's put the stick on it. Throw the stick in there.
Here, just here, climb on my backpack. I'll throw you in. We'll go.
Call him Twig.
There you go.
Twig, get up that vent.
Oh, you
Call
can
around there and let me in.
those kayak things for the top. Fit right in it.
No, like Jack Black. I met Jack Black. He's just like 5 foot nothing, and he's like,
oh Jesus,
he looks like a midget. He really does. He does.
He reminds me of a munchkin. That's what always bothered me.
I was so surprised how small he was. But everything that he plays, he always looks like he's really like this bigger guy and fat. And I was just like, he's really not that fat. Whenever I met him, of course. But I was like, he's more stocky than anything. But he's got some really good music.
But, if you've seen the video, LawTube is getting weird. Night.
Sorry, I
Was
think
it?
you said
I think it's
but I
round
couldn't stop.
one. The round one, night 3, right? That has the Ricada doing the Weird Al Yankovic song, "Tacky." You watch that part of the video, or watch the whole thing because it's great. It's actually one of the best ones of the series. If you watch that video, you'll see the part where Kurt comes in. And he starts running down the hall and clicking his heels and doing all that stuff. That's actually Jack Black.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like he gets some air on those clicks, man. Those heel clicks, he gets some air. It's true.
I don't agree with Jack Black's politics, but as far as his humor, it's so much fun. So
Heidi, hit me up somehow at Cool Frog almost everywhere, like Twitter, or Discord, or something. Let's get you to come on to the early show.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
we'll see
yeah.
if
Oh
you
my
can
God! If
get-
you had her and Kay at
Come
the
on
same
the
time,
early show
holy
with Kay.
That's what I'm saying. We need to get a couple of you to actually show up. A couple of you that are actually like
Get
welcome to
Andrea
really
in the
into
mix
this
too.
particular
bashing.
subject to come and give us a bunch of good sound bites. Because
Synopsises and stuff.
Mhm. Go ahead. It could be an old hen party, so right? Not old
Telling
hens,
you,
just a good old hen.
get a hold-
Divinity hit those
Heidi,
clicks,
are you
and they were
not?
just
Seriously,
like
I think you
hammered
already
out.
are part of my Discord. Are you not?
Yeah, I will say that Divinity's clips
she
were
is.
pretty freaking awesome. I enjoyed every single one of those.
Yeah, she's actually hilarious and a woman. It's strange.
Yes.
I don't get it, but I mean, you know what? I'm with it.
Yeah.
Kay got hammered earlier.
Farron bots attacking. Oh, jeez.
Oof. Watch out for the Lollifants.
Well, and even you gotta look at this. Shelley had Jessica Reloaded on here.
Uh-huh.
She comes rolling in here and it's just like, hey everybody, it's so chill. I mean, I've been on Cool Frog stream and he's had Joe Neerman show up, and Joe Neerman is just like, oh, this is so much fun. And, he's like real people.
I mean, we have a blast.
I know.
Everybody wants to come have a blast with us. Like we're the actual cool kids out of all the really nerdy bastards on the internet.
I'm like the nerdy bastard. I always was.
But you're like the cool kid of the nerdy bastards.
I fully accept my nerdhood.
Oh yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not as nerdy as was Outpost Nerd. Now he's totally
Nobody
nerd.
is really as nerdy as Nerd. That's why his name is Outpost Nerd.
Nobody can hit that level of nerd. I'm telling you, it was so awesome. Just seeing him, it was just like, so much fun.
I can match him one for one. It's great.
Oh, I couldn't, not even
what
close.
What the hell was that?
That is why your name is Talking Trash and Nerdy
It
Shit.
sounded like a fucking donkey. Cool Frog, what are you doing?
I'm doing nothing.
It's a nerd laugh. Come on, Revenge of the Nerds.
All right, because his captain's really far away.
Nope, it's all just you.
Oh God, I haven't seen that movie in forever. Revenge of the Nerds. God, I gotta watch that. If that came out now, they'd like have a fit.
They don't even make that shit anymore.
Like
you can't do that today.
No, you can't make those kind of movies.
They wouldn't be allowed. Can't have that. Can't have amazing movies. Come on.
Well, they could do it, but the nerds would have to be trans, and then they could keep Lamar. Lamar could stay.
Oh God.
Okay. Oh no, and then one of them would have to be a map for the little boy.
Oh.
That would be your modern day
be a
Revenge of the Woke.
Maps belong on the wall.
Jesus. That's your frat. Here's your house. Burn it down. That's all. End of problem.
Heidi, are
So-
you interested? If I
Are you just
if I
gonna
come and
come on
find you,
stream
are
with
you
us?
interested in
I know,
joining
I
me
could-
tomorrow? We'll talk about all this. We'll actually
Yeah.
we'll talk about Farron.
Do you have a headset?
Ooh.
Oh God, yes. Headset.
Gotta learn to ask the qualifying questions up front.
Some of those, yeah. I mean,
I hate you so much right now. Oh, God. Has Alyssa Clips done any new ones?
I don't
where is
know.
Alyssa?
Winning. You
She
usually
was
are
like
up all the time.
she was working on a video last time I talked to her.
Alyssa
Well,
did
choose-
the Alyssa did the video.
Give me
of
or send her a link.
the quartering,
Give me one, I'll send it to her.
God, you have to
reacting to
You know how to get it.
Lollifant.
his video.
The Lollifant.
Yeah, of the elephant criticizing the quartering like he's fatter than her or something.
Dude, the
Jesus.
quartering is like
Yeah, I want-
6 foot
How long is
4,
that?
6'5" something.
Yeah, he's some sort of giant.
It's like you put this into perspective. It's like, yeah, Farron, young child that was given those childish little aspirations as a child. I knew a child star. Okay, the child star became an old woman, and whenever that old woman hit, her peak ripe age of like 8 or 9, she was no longer a child star anymore. She got replaced by somebody else, and she lived the rest of her
Computer.
entire life as that 7-year-old child. It is a horrible place to be in. You want that fame,
Who
you
was
want that
this?
you want that love. No, I can't even talk about her because she was only famous in Georgia, and she only did like a short period of time. Yes, you do not want to be
Whose
that
theme
star.
music is that?
That would be Winning.
Yeah, you really know.
Winning.
Winning's
Winning's got
theme
some
music?
music. He's got some music in the background.
I didn't realize Winning had theme music. This is so
And,
cool.
and more
Sad.
than
It's sad piano music. Sad song for the sad story.
So,
and
so Heidi,
here's the
None of
thing.
you all used to listen to the radio.
I will say this.
you don't need a lot. You really don't. I did this show, whatever, last week. Saturday, I was at work, and I joined this show, and while I was at work, it's really not that hard. You don't need a lot.
You
No,
don't need your ankle to run your mouth.
Right.
Well,
Keep-
unless you
keep
want to put your
yourself
foot in your mouth
elevated.
like
Don't be
I do.
afraid, Heidi. If you really
Grab your phone. You hit
Make
the
us not,
link
like,
that I
pull her out
sent
like
you.
that.
You don't need the headset. You don't need the microphone to start off with. It's not something that it's something that you grow into once you actually figure out that it's something that you like to do.
If you happen
You
to
need a camera
have
so you can
one, though,
sign. Because if you don't have a microphone, we won't be able to hear you.
Well, I mean, if you're on your phone, there's a built-in microphone.
that's true.
So I'm saying
Like,
you can
just
do it
use
from your phone. It's not something that's unheard of.
Yeah,
That's
you
how I
just
started.
Just
And
don't
it's-
stick your face right up on it. Like make sure you're like a couple feet back, or at least way back.
Right. I mean,
unless you
phones-
want
If you
us to
only see your
speak.
head and your lips, you're too close.
Phones
Yeah.
are not like they used to be. You should be able to actually hold your
Still
phones
helpful.
almost, a foot, 3 feet in front of you. You hear everything just fine with a pair of headphones. You'd be surprised what you can actually get to work
Yeah,
to actually come join us. So if it's something that you're interested in joining, we'll pray for your foot, and you can, like I said, you don't need this huge setup.
Yes, definitely speedy recovery vibes for the sprain of the ankle, and yeah, it's the internet in 2023. Literally, Even Joe Neerman can do it.
Yes. And he's total boomer, so
He's complete boomers.
he's a worse boomer than I am. I mean, I had to get Cool Frog to actually say, "Hey, here's how you do this." Oh, that's how I make mods. I had no idea. I'm an
I
idiot.
think Frog had to explain a lot of this to Joe too.
And the worst part is I worked on computers for a long time, but I'm still an idiot with this stuff.
Oh man, don't let it get to you.
I can do
They
it
have
on
like
my
little
phone.
head switches and little things here and there.
Yep. It's
But,
super
yeah,
simple to
we'll
do it
get
on
it.
your phone.
At first, it was a little new to me too.
I'll send you a link.
Hold on fast.
You go and you click on it, go
all
straight to
kinds
your
of
phone.
things I can do. Kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah.
Like I do things like this. I can sit back, right?
Yep.
And like move to the side. Yeah. See, not that hard.
Well, I actually started figuring out OBS, and then once I realized on OBS I couldn't get any people on my thing, it'd be very limited. I was like, well, I'm not going to hook up like Zoom to get all this shit happening. Let me just, do StreamYard. I mean, OBS is pretty awesome because I had so much more freedom of,
It is pretty awesome if you can get it to work for you.
Yes. I was like, oh, this is cool. And there's some of those things I wish they had in StreamYard, but they don't. I'm like, well, that sucks. God damn it.
Yeah. And the only thing that I like the StreamYard for is this.
Yes.
Is the group setting. It's easier to do. Now, I mean, we could do it in an OBS type of form and get this many people in there. And I've watched people, I've joined people that have actually done it through OBS, such as Grimm's Bar, and actually, figuring it out how to actually use Discord, get the sound to come over to your OBS.
If you use like a Discord or a Zoom, you can get more than the 10 people you can get on StreamYard. You can get a lot.
Right. You can get 20 people in a room easily.
It's a whole problem.
Discord has a limit of
100 people in a room.
But you get 20 people in a room, and I've seen what it looks like with 10 people in a room. You get 20 people in a room. It is
even when you hit 6.
I have been.
You know what? It's like you get the right 20 people in the room, right? And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about you get the right 20 in the room. They'll just be complete mayhem. Then you just sit back and watch, get some popcorn. Throw old Josh in there. You put Rando in there. You throw Crystal in there. You throw just keep naming them off, right? Just put all of them in there. Just send them all invites in one night and say very special meeting. Come meet Nick Ricada.
Right? Get the Lollifant in there.
Right?
You get
have
the
them all show up. We'll let Dog Hideous host it. He could be in there just to razzle them up. It's like, okay, we'll get them we'll all send them like some corn liquor before, and then it'll just be like the hit of the year. It'll be the best show we've ever seen.
Just imagine having 20 people and then getting the Lollifant in there and Eliza Clips and Definity in there.
I mean,
and then just popcorn all night long.
And then at the right moment, Darth will introduce the topic of Monograph and then just let them all go. And then we'll say, dude, they're talking about you over there, right?
Yes, I'm just going to sit back.
God. Oh, the pain, the suffering.
Yeah. Imagine my position. I have to host this. this. I don't even know what to call this. Like
the devil wears a tuxedo.
Yes.
At that point, you just start inviting everybody in.
I mean, I'm just going to post the link in chat at that point.
Exactly. We're going to pack this sucker in. We'll give it out to some of the old school roles and send them in there.
Well, let's put it this way.
Or just
I can
some of the brightest personalities on the internet. Just never know.
Get over 100 people because the company that I work for, I have Ring Central. I can get over 100 people in one room.
Perfect, man. I want them to be so small that the little avatar, they're all just like perfect squares squished up against each other. It looks like a grid, like it looks like
Yes,
graph paper, like like
and
you had in class.
everybody
all the
talking
graph
all at
paper.
once. Oh, that'd be so glorious. And then you get Elon to come.
Okay, now we're gonna sing "We Are the World." Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Controlled disaster. That's a
This is the way we take it off the rails.
Oh, my cat is done with me. She just walked
It's
away.
like, what is wrong with you? You
that
crazy.
sounds like cancer. 6, maybe 9
Yeah.
at best.
She's like, well, I need a new master. This bitch is cracked.
There you go. How's that one?
Ching ching.
There's a duck in between a bunch of sheep.
Random ass duck.
I've heard of duck, duck, goose, but not cheap, sheep, duck, cheap, sheep, duck, cheap, sheep, duck. Duck, goose.
37 sheep.
That's
and
one
a
of the
horse-
ones you asked.
And a
Hey, what does a goose
horse-sized
sound like?
duck.
So, wife and I, while we were in France, we were staying at this place that they had, their own like little farm or whatever, and of course they had this donkey, not unlike what I have in my avatar right there. So we were walking along, and if you've ever seen on a ship, like those old ships, those big tubes that come out of the ship that look like they're basically for air and stuff like that, but you'll see them
They
on
look
some
like
of the old
periscopes.
Yeah, but they're huge. They're the diameter
Yeah,
of them
I know.
are just enormous. So
Indy
we
hid
walked
in Indiana Jones.
So we walk past this mule and, give it a little pat or whatever. And then we walk over to this thing and I was like, oh, I wonder what's down here. And I was like, oh my gosh, you ought to see down here. My wife sticks her head in this thing. And about that time, that mule let out the bay of just like, rah! And she just about jumped out of her skin. Her heart stopped and she wet herself. And I just lost it. I lost it. It was just so funny that she stuck her head in there, and because her head was in there, it echoed, and she just about she just jumped out of her skin. I'm such a horrible husband, but it was so goddamn funny.
You said she wet herself.
She wet herself. Wow, that was just minimal. I mean, it wasn't even like a dribble. It was like,
That ain't pee.
He said she had a big gulp before that.
Oh yeah.
For whatever reason, my mind went to a donkey standing inside a phone booth trying to make a phone call.
Hold on, let me type that into AI real quick, and we'll make a picture of it.
That would have been glorious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, she stuck her head inside that tube, and the donkey literally was probably about 500 or 600 feet away, but it sounded like a banshee screaming. If you've never heard one bay like that, it was like a roar. She was like, "What in the?"
They're so
she jumps
funny
out of that.
when they do it.
Oh my god!
They do that lip thing where they show all their teeth and like.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
Donkeys
why I
are
changed this. Donkeys are awesome. Donkeys are awesome. They're such asses.
Keep coyotes away.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not horsing around. Did you find it?
Yes.
Winning?
I'm working on it. Won't take long
Okay,
now.
throw it up there.
Yeah, you get them with that bay though. It's awesome.
Sure, haha.
Mhm.
But the ones I knew were people's asses, so they called for attention.
And scritches. Yeah, little scritches. They love it behind the ears.
It's weird.
They're pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
I mean, if you ever need to haul anything,
Oh. Well, there you go. You can haul me, baby. I'm Eliza Murphy.
Oh, Jesus.
friend's donkey has a beer each night.
That's not bad.
Did you say Farron's donkey? Oh, friend's donkey. I was like, Farron has a donkey? That explains a lot.
It
I
explains
guess
the
it
ass.
just wasn't doing it.
It explains
Yeah.
the ass.
Buddy was tired.
Somebody needs a show.
$5.
Hey, what's happening, Holmes? ¿Qué pasa?
Hey, Holmes, what's happening?
Órale.
¿Qué pasa? Órale, vato.
Órale, my beaners. I love beaners. They're funny. Who's that one? Carlos Mencia. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese.
Bad things.
That's your excuse for everything.
Bad thing is gross. You
It keeps working.
stuck in the ding dong.
He doesn't go for new material. Bad things is grass seeds get stuck in the ding dong. What? How did grass seeds get stuck in your ding dong?
I don't
And
know.
why do you have a ding dong? By your name, I would think you don't have a ding dong.
Yeah, right?
Although
Heidi.
these days, I can't fucking tell.
Heidi.
You
12
drop
o'clock.
drop it on the ground. He's talking about the hostess treat.
Ah.
Oh.
12 o'clock, Mountain Standard Time. The
Say it
early
again.
show.
Say it again.
12 o'clock, noon, Mountain Standard Time. So, 2 o'clock.
2 p.m.
2
Eastern
o'clock
time.
for those that can't figure anything out from there.
2 o'clock Eastern.
Oh.
Nobody cares about mountain time. That's not real.
Yeah, I know. Like, I keep trying to tell him this.
I totally live here. So, but yeah,
All 17 of you.
noon, Mountain Standard Time.
2 o'clock
That's
Eastern.
what time. That's every day that it's supposed to start. Now, like this morning, I kind of woke up a little late. I wasn't up until 12:30. We didn't get going until almost 1. So I mean, there's always things that happen when it comes to the internet. You just never know. But yeah,
Children. That's what they're called.
I was looking for you, and having issues finding you. And then I was thinking about it. Heidi. We want Heidi. Too many Heidis? Is that the Heidi that's you?
This is my Heidi, the one that I did the
Idaho. That
Heidi,
song?
Heidi.
Oh, y'all sure do smell nice and flowery like.
No, that's it. It's Minnie the Moocher. Very old song.
Howdy, howdy,
It's not copyright. Public domain.
Heidi, the 2 o'clock Eastern, we go for like 5, maybe 6 hours, depending
Don't
on the
oversell
day.
yourself.
Sometimes 7.
It's not
As
been
long as you're there
unknown
to
to
give
go
them
to 8.
hand.
Just saying, we go for a period of time. You don't have to show up early. You don't have to show up on time. You show up when it's best for you.
Whole Frog is making the hard sell on this one, man.
He really is.
It's
Heidi,
really,
I'm just trying to give Heidi
Please.
something.
Please come. Please.
If you're afraid to go on by yourself, I'll go on with you. And I'll just
Everything
stay
will go
nice and
better.
There you go.
From here on out.
There you go. T3 said that she'll be there.
just remember, Heidi, you will not be coming by yourself.
I'm gonna hold your hand.
We'll all come together.
I'm always
Right
coming
now.
by myself.
Over
Cooming.
Sorry, that was late.
If you don't want a whole bunch of people, you just want a small room. You can pick
Don't come there.
if you want a
to
short
show up with you.
and small room, you got Cool Frog. He's short. He's cool.
I'm not short.
He is not short.
No, he's not short. I'm giving a hard time to Cool Frog.
Not short.
Not
It's
short.
Trying not
Nerd's
to
the one that's short.
Say the natural progression of insult because it's cool.
I'm not short. I'm very tall.
I swear to God, I'm longer than that.
You can swear to God, but I mean, if he's the only one on your side, you got problems.
My knees are always
I can't
bent.
hear him confirm.
Heidi, take care of your.
What'd you say? It reaches your knees,
Yes.
Lenny?
I was doing an impression. No, that was not me.
Wrap it down and around the other side of the
Oh wait, what'd you
ankle.
say? Yeah.
Does not reach my knees. I am
If you
normal.
wrap
damn
it
it.
the wrong way, it ends on the wrong side of the
It's
foot,
hard.
and then you have to really watch yourself to
Oh,
not,
is it?
you know,
This just got spicier.
bang it into things. So when you wrap it down and around your leg, you go over the top and around the back side. So that way, where it ends on the inside, so you don't kick it as often.
I have so many questions, and I'm going to refrain from asking any of them. Oh my God!
Well, you know that the Cool Frog was just saying he's not that short.
It's not like
You broke my brain, dog. You broke my brain.
Wait a
Oh,
minute,
good
you said you're
God.
taller
Oh,
than
good
that.
God.
Says you got to wrap
Taller
it
than
around. You wrap it around your leg and make
Mhm.
sure you cross it over the right way, so that way you're not kicking it around. Dude, that's your thing.
It's got to also end up on the inside. I was certain I heard that. It's got to end up on the inside so you don't kick it around.
Yeah, you don't want to kick it around. It's gonna hurt.
Jesus Christ!
I'm no
Fucking-
donkey getting
fucking
my
depressing
moose
man.
booty.
That had to be his
I'm a
problem.
high class
That's the
moose.
only reason that bitch freaking married him.
He's a high class moose.
Freaking Mr. Fantastic.
all right. So I'll just send it to you DMs. Go Frog.
What are you gonna do?
You know what?
You forgot it. You forgot what I was doing. I was finding something for us.
Oh, you're finding something first. Again, Heidi. Too many Heidis? Is that you? If that's you, I'm going to send you a friend request.
Too many Heidis. Knocking up my door.
Too many Heidis.
You ever had a too many Heidi problem? I had a next door neighbor named Heidi in college.
I never had a problem with anybody named Heidi.
Not me neither.
Unless they're a ginger.
Although I'm gonna be very
those are
weird
even
if I
fun.
ever get to see her.
on the blue late at night.
Because I
drunk.
see like a grown woman with pigtails. I like it.
Oh, okay. So
Heidi, 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 ho.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, they should be in your DMs.
Talking me. Stop it.
There you go.
there you go.
Go Frog.
So
Oh,
donkeys in the phone booth.
I got another one.
Donkeys.
Should we put somebody in there with them? I think I have an
I gotta
idea.
make that bigger because I want to see it.
I think
Oh,
my
Jesus
thought was
Christ,
closer
it's
to
I think you should put Yoda in there with the donkey.
Yeah, see those ones. No, I wasn't thinking real life. I was
Oh
thinking
my
cartoonish like these.
Oh, jeez.
Yoda's
Which
not
one?
real
I
life.
like
Yoda's real
this
life?
one. I like this one down here in the bottom.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. I like that. Okay.
I like the bottom right hand
corner.
corner one.
Yeah,
That's pretty
that's a
cool.
good one.
Give me a couple minutes. I'll get
That's
right on.
kind of how I imagined it was like that.
Oh my
I
god.
will make things good.
I didn't know Yoda was real life.
Oh, now
That's news to me.
Andrea, that is pretty funny. So look at what Andrea said. Just look at it.
Somebody want to read it to
Farron.
me?
Yep,
Farron
that's me.
in with the donkey.
The Farron
In a
in
phone-
the donk.
Farron's
In
not
the
well
phone.
known
I
enough for
would
the
like
AI to
to
know
see
what a fair and balanced
thing
is.
comes up.
But it could be. We could make a representation of it. It might be
An
like
elephant.
a balanced beam that's like
You
this
put an
bear on it.
elephant and a donkey in a phone booth.
We're not
Just
talking about
make a
politics.
pig in a blonde wig.
No, I wasn't talking about politics. A lolliphant.
You didn't get the joke then.
Oh yeah, she's an elephant. I forgot.
The joke was, oh, look, it's Democrat mascots.
Oh, that's true. That is true. Of course, it's 3:00 in the morning and 4:00 in the morning. Jesus.
But she leans that way.
I'm just on the other side of the city.
It's only 4:00 in the morning. Stop it.
Yeah, it's only 4:00 in the
4
morning.
o'clock in the morning.
I will be
4 o'clock in the
sleeping here
morning.
shortly, and I'll be back up in an hour, so I can draft about 50 varmints that I have to mail out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up this late.
No, it's all good. I've got like some time to do it. It's not that they have to be all sent out tomorrow. I just have to start drafting, and once I get the first one done, it's just pretty much cakewalk. But I have to wait for the title reports to come in on them. So once those
That
title
sounds like
reports
a
come
lot
in,
of work.
no, because the title reports come in, I read through the title report. I see if there's any other lien holders besides the person that we're going to actually send the varmint to. And then I create the varmint notice, and those varmints get sent out to each and every person that's on that title report that needs to be sent to. So
Cool.
it's
Better
simple.
you than me, though. Better you.
Oh, once you've done like one varmint, the next one is easier. I do those all day long and get paid good money to do them. So it's called work, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I used to do it all the time.
Work,
Now
yes.
I do this.
It keeps turning.
Which is work, but
It keeps
if I
turning
were
the
a
donkey
donkey
into.
who could handle her gorge, now there's a
Oh, it's gone.
You want to tell
wonky.
about poor woman? Her mic's going in and out.
I don't know if she can hear us though.
that's me.
Yeah. We hear you jumping in and out. You've turned into a robot.
I can hear you.
Yes. We can hear you, but you're getting that robot
It's
thing.
not
going on.
us.
No, it's our computer. That's all it is. She knows.
No, it's
It
mine.
happens.
Well, she went and muted me.
I know.
Like, it's not me.
No.
I know better.
Wow, you guys are so cruel to the Pharaoh elephant, whatever, Lollifant.
Lollifant.
That is so
Miss
cruel.
Piggy with Fern Fest.
I mean, I was so not unsurprisingly shocked whenever she showed up on, I think it was Nick's stream without makeup. I was like, oh, okay.
And then she fell back and she did this, exactly this. Showed everyone
Yeah.
her cord.
Ugh.
Yes.
Blech.
I was like, ooh. She's like, I don't care. There's cobwebs in there anyway. I was like, honey, those aren't cobwebs. That's like,
No.
It's like you're
Those are
growing bread in
friction
there or
burn.
something. It's like you're growing bread in there or something.
Disgusting.
Sorry, I'm bad.
That's
I know.
disgusting.
Hey, some guys like to eat
You
bread.
could say
Not me.
that's the yeast of her problems.
Some people like to eat bread. Others like to eat cereal. No one likes to eat this shit.
And nobody likes
There you go. Tell you a really, really horrible story.
At least I'll be in
So,
good company.
one of my buddies
Shit.
worked at this
Darth
bar,
fell asleep.
and there would be this guy that would come in to work there, and
He's muted.
they would ask him, "Can you hear me?"
I'm not asleep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Hey, Bears. What's up, brother?
Everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Still going. 8 hours in.
We're gonna be this group that's gonna make as opposed to doing 24. We're gonna be doing like 48-hour streams.
I mean,
Fuck that
we're just
72.
between
Fuck you.
the different
72.
channels, we'll just have a constant stream going somewhere at all times forever. Somebody will be doing some sort of like 10-hour
Perma-stream.
stream, and then the minute like it's like, okay, I gotta tap
They'll
out,
just
tap
they'll
in
be
someone
jumping
else's.
channel to channel.
Yep, just go from channel to channel, be on 24/7.
It's like people will go to sleep and wake up and like, oh my God, you guys are still going. What happened?
Yes,
I know.
longevity.
I know.
You just have to be like the two people, the one person that owns the account, and the other person that you make your manager. Those two people have access, and you just have to
There's
have
already a
one of-
hierarchy forming.
Have one of them, always be there. So they try to sleep opposite. They'd only hang out with each other for 2-3 hours at the beginning or end of a shift or something.
Well, I know that Aussie tried doing like a 24-hour live stream and they shut him down after 6 hours.
No, he was doing that himself.
Oh, was he?
Really?
Taking breaks?
Well, because the YouTube editor only allows you to edit at the 6-hour mark.
Gotcha. So he was just bundling them all together.
Yeah. He did 4 6-hour streams. So I was thinking about it, and because I really don't care, whatever. I do like 3 8-hours to hit the 24, as opposed to doing 4 6. You hit that third 6-hour stream, and you'd be like okay, one to go. You're like, dang it. Whereas you doing 3 8s, it's not gonna feel as bad.
Well, and as much as everybody is ranting and raving about Rumble, how great it is, I see a lot of errors in it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like,
Rumble's
for one, you don't get the pop-out chat like I can get here.
Yeah, but it's kind of like criticizing an elementary school kid. It's still maturing.
I only take one real big issue with Rumble. Like, the best thing is obviously you can say what you want for now.
Yes.
But the issue that I have is Rumble kind of did platform in reverse. They are spending more money paying shills to promote their platform than they are spending making the platform better. Like, put some money into
That's called good business right there.
Isn't
It's
it?
called
Like,
smart. Hell yeah, dude. You invest in what's going to be longevity. It's evergreen stuff, right? And then they can build around it as it is. But if they can bring people in there, just them, even with their stuff subpar, or not up to par, or not up to the YouTube standard, they're killing it, man.
So winning, because I'm sure you know about this. Think about the Grateful Dead. What did the Grateful Dead do that was the most awesome marketing ever?
Told people to do drugs and listen to their music.
No, no. Their best
So it gave
marketing.
acid away for free. The acid
what
party.
the best
The acid
marketing.
parties.
No. What they would
That-
do is they would tell people,
Okay, law.
we want you to record us. We're not
Oh,
going
yeah,
to
free-
stop anybody from recording.
Trading tapes. Yeah, trading tapes.
And
They let tapers in.
video recordings, and all that you have to do is just record the hell out of it, spread it around to people, and the word of mouth got around because Grateful Dead sucked. I mean, they really sucked. They were not great musicians. They were just a long-winded.
You
could
are
not
crazy,
recognize-
dude. You need to back that up right now.
They
No,
could.
No, Crispin,
could not-
dude, get out of here, man. What instrument do you play? Pull it out right now. What instrument are you playing? You're talking
Play
about
bass.
Jerry Garcia?
Jerry Garcia, come
We're
on.
like he turned. What are you talking about, dude?
We're talking
Jerry
about
Garcia's a
long-
great guitar player. He's a phenomenal mandolin player.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
knew the moment.
He's a
that Shelly
banjo
said
player.
that he was
No,
gonna go
Dude's a
off.
agree.
full-on
I
musician
agree.
of the
They're
highest
wonderful
caliber.
musicians.
Because he was a druggy hippie, he didn't get the big
No.
record deal.
No, that's
you
not
know, he
what I'm
wanted to do
talking
something
about.
different.
No, they did
Share.
better than getting a big drug.
Share.
Getting a big record deal. So
Who gives a fuck about a big record deal? They had the Grateful Dead army marching behind them everywhere they went, dude. They retired multi-billionaires
That's what
and
I'm
kept
talking
all
about.
of
That's
their
what I'm talking
originals.
about.
They owned all their own
That's what I'm
music.
talking about.
20-word
Yeah.
sentences only.
Yeah.
20-word
I
sentences only.
said they
One-
are
one at a
better.
time.
They were better businessmen than they were musicians.
It says it's
And-
someone who doesn't play. Okay, got you.
I do play. Yes, I do.
You said he
Well, dude, what are you playing?
I play bass.
You play bass player.
Bass player. I can play guitar. I can play
I'm a guitar
drums.
player. I'm just giving you a
I
hard
can
time.
play guitar. I can play drums.
Nobody comes to see the bass player though.
Well,
No,
look
they
at
don't.
that.
No, they
You
don't.
know,
That's
it's
the
the-
expert.
these are music sayings. These are music industry sayings.
No. So
I'm testing this. I'm testing to see if you know.
Boys did
and
not
I'm
make me
not
come
I'm
over
not
there.
I'm not shitting on the Grateful Dead. What I'm saying is they
Sounds like
as much no, not at all. What I'm saying
Okay.
is they were better businessmen than they were musicians because the way they marketed
Hey,
themselves
expert.
was
dude, they weren't. This
unbelievable.
is the joke. This is the joke. They weren't businessmen. They had people that did it for them. They're great
Exactly.
hirers. They hired great businessmen. They're great
Managers.
at HR.
Yes, absolutely, which always impressed me. Always.
So they had a
impressed
hell of a tour manager. Great
Everybody
tour
say
manager.
hello to the expert.
The expert says Grateful Dead was
Hey,
awful.
expert.
Winning. Okay.
Hi,
Yeah, but this is
expert.
a guy that probably listens to the radio and it's like, oh, what's the new hit song?
No.
Benjamin Myers
Yeah,
says
but dude,
Grateful
people
Dead
say
and
that without
Neil
any musical
Diamond are the
inclination. Though
most
they have a
overrated bitches
they have
ever.
a bias, a bias because of the stereotype of the hippie. I get it.
No, it
And,
wasn't,
and
it
see,
wasn't even
the
that.
thing about it
I
is
just
people don't understand improv and how it's played, and the fact
I
that these
do.
people are literally painting a new picture in live time in front of you every night they're playing. That's the beauty of improv jam. You know?
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons
the
why I
artist
like
music.
widespread panic so much.
Hell
I mean,
yeah, dude! They're doing it every night.
I've met Kofi and O'Teal, and both of the O'Teal.
Dude,
is-
I've worked for those dudes, man. Those are my boys. What are you talking about, man?
Kofi, I was impressed.
I know the band those guys all came from. I've worked for that band. I mean, I've done their stage and stuff.
Oh, really? You know what? We've probably run into each other, and you just don't know it.
You just don't know it.
No, I'm
That's just
serious.
what- that's just
Nobody knows.
so
it.
like
I'm the mystery. I can see your face.
cheese mo right there. I like the secret. The fuck?
Well, even if you saw
Don't
my
just
face,
tire
you
me
probably
out.
wouldn't even know me because I'm much heavier than what I used to look like. I can name a few people that you would go, oh, I know who that is. I could
Go ahead.
name off Kenny Cresswell.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Hopefully here for you
I'm gonna
tomorrow,
Get
Heidi.
down and
I
elevate.
hope you feel
Oh my
better.
God, back to Heidi. Go.
And you know
Yes,
who Kenny-
elevate. And if you elevate, hold and have
We
a
pay
friend
attention
over,
to
you'll feel
everybody.
much better.
and
not
you know
just
what you know who Kenny Cresswell is and what company that he owns.
Ooh.
You also probably know, let's see, Good Cell,
You could tell.
We
which
just
Surprise.
stuff
built
that
a
we
bunch
should
of
know that we
B3
just don't know.
organs.
No,
No.
how about let me name a few.
When-
How about Ice Stubblefield? Like Stubblefield, Grant Green Jr. We're talking crew. We're talking players.
These are people that build the equipment. And as far as
okay, let's go. Let's meet in the middle. How about best amp guy in town? Jeff
best
Dacus.
amp guy in town?
Yeah, best amp and studio. One of the best studios you go to, but underground studio. Like not a lot of people know that this is a studio where a lot of shit gets done. But it's not.
Well,
it's not.
Change the parameters. Make them up.
Well, because I mean, you've got the you've got Stankonia, which is right over by them. I know because Tinsley Ellis did a bunch of work over there.
There we go. Now we hit money right there. Tinsley Ellis.
Yes.
Yep. Worked with him many times.
Yes. Now see
awesome
Tinsley.
Great player.
Tinsley
Great player.
used to come over
Winning, be nice. He's been on my stream for 8 hours. Poor dude hasn't slept at all.
You know, Tinsley used to come out to North Side to hang out and play quite a bit.
Yeah, 8-hour stream.
Tinsley's awesome.
Yeah, he gave it
He's
to
a
me
great
for
guy.
8 hours. It was
Yes,
glorious.
he is.
He's a great guy.
And now your old tag team in.
Ask him next time he comes over. Ask him about the typhoon in Jacksonville. And ask him about that typhoon in Jacksonville.
Definitely.
We were playing that outdoor venue.
You know what the best part about it? You know what the best part about all that is?
What's that?
I can just sit here and just be like, just simply just be, it's just us. Simple as that.
No, like I said, Winning and I probably know each other, and we've run into each other quite a few times. Just
I don't know.
I was like thinking the opposite.
You're different side of the city, man.
We're so into it. I was like, we could leave and just leave them here. They wouldn't.
All right. I tell you what. Let's do this instead. This is the last of it. We'll let everybody
lead to them arguing over the underground Georgia music scene.
We're not. We're trying to figure out where we've been and who we know.
I mean, you're not arguing. This is a fascinating story.
They're trying to figure out if they're
when
blood
your
sisters.
Yes.
Okay. They want to
It's
make
very
sure they
interesting.
didn't do the same group.
oh, I guarantee we've probably done the same groupies. There's lots of groupies here in Georgia, so that's not an
Shared
abnormal.
STDs all around.
No, I always wrap that stuff up.
Well, okay.
You better wrap it
Venues.
twice.
When you go to see local music, within the last, let's say, 10 years or 5, whatever, but probably 10. Good 10. There's the scene travels. You know what I mean?
Well, you got Tabernacle, you got 40 Watt, you've got. It just depends on whether you're going to be in Atlanta.
You're going bigger, all right? Those are easy.
Played quite a bit over with Colonel Bruce over at God damn it, what was that name of that place? It was over off Roswell Road.
Brandy House.
Yeah, Brandy House. God. Yeah.
So you know Bobby Lee and Ted Pecchio.
Yes.
Those cats. Yeah, that place had an interesting history. And then there's Ancient Harmony with Shell Stamp. There's some other bands, man. So you've seen me play at some point.
More than likely, yes. And you probably see me play also. That's why I'm sort of laughing. And you probably were just like, yeah, dude is not that impressive of a player.
Oh, come on. No. Actually, bass players are great if they show up and don't cause any trouble.
Yeah, that was me. That was always me.
That's the ones I like. No, actually, one of my best buds is a bass player, and we played in bands together and stuff like that. So he's still out there playing. He's still out there running around right now.
So have you ever done the 500 songs for kids?
Yep.
Yeah, that was fun. Let me just name off one song. Freebird.
Trash.
At 500 songs for kids.
It was. Yep.
That was me.
No, I didn't get which one. They've had like 25 of them, man.
we did it. The band I was in did it for 4 years straight. From the very first.
We did like maybe 2 or 3 of those, maybe at best.
Yeah, we
Smithville
stopped
Bar,
after
right?
a while.
Another great venue.
What does it say?
Yes.
Moss what?
Yeah, we did the first one that was spread out between Variety Playhouse and everywhere else over in Little Five, and then the next year they did just Smith's Old Bar.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. The dude who ran that was, what was his name? Josh something.
Yeah,
Why does
Josh,
he
I
have
used to
on
bring
the-
it into the Honda dealership that I worked at. He used to come in there all the time to get his van worked on. I ran into him. I was like, oh, how's it going? He was like, oh, still doing the same stuff. Yeah, he's a cool cat. He's a really cool cat.
Right on.
Look at the look of
Yeah. Yeah. I've
terror
seen him
on that
forever.
donkey face.
No, like I said, we probably run into each other and we'd be like, oh, yeah, I've seen you before. You would know, Kenny Cresswell from Avatar Events Group.
Nope. I don't know. That doesn't ring a bell.
Moonshine Backline.
He
Doesn't ring a bell. The
Vinny's not going to give up anybody that he could possibly know, because he's just not going to do it.
Not doing it.
No, I've said it.
That's
I've said
what
a
it
bunch
is.
of
No,
times.
he said quite a few.
But there, yeah. Nobody knows where I'm at right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're
He's like, you ain't figuring me out.
no, and I don't need to figure Winning out. He's local to me. We're in the same state. He's just right up the road from me. So, and we're
No,
all,
and
we're all,
not only that, but I see. I got an underground bass player now. So
exactly.
even if I ever decide I wanted to do something, I can send him some music and he can pop out a bass line for me.
Absolutely. Easy peasy. You got my email address. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it'll be a
I
while.
love making these love
Don't worry
matches.
about it.
My guitar's not even set up right now. It's just like
My bass is hanging out behind me. I've got like several of them. Depends on what I'm in the mood for. But it gets a little difficult with the arthritis and the carpal tunnel and tendonitis. But hey, old age sets in.
yeah. Yeah. I hear you, man.
I'm sorry, we didn't mean to take over your show, Shelley.
I don't give a shit. You know that.
She's still looking at this picture.
Yeah,
I
Hey.
cannot take my eyes off this picture. What's
You
with
like
the lip?
you love the lip, don't you?
I
You know-
just can't.
Yeah, you've never seen her up close.
It kind of
Really
looks
up close?
like Jeff,
It's the wraparound. It's the wraparound lips.
but I mean, cover the long hair, make that lip into a mustache. Like, look at the shape. It looks like Jeff. Legal vices.
Oh no,
You can see it once you see it.
that's so funny.
Yeah.
But doesn't it? It looks just like her. And that donkey looks terrified. I feel bad for a cartoon animal. And his legs will never hold her. Look how little they are.
Moose Maneuver says it's Jeff post transition.
Could you imagine if that's not the shape of his mustache? That's the shape of his lip. We don't know.
Vice Squad.
I would think that if Jeff shaved it off, you probably would not even recognize him.
No, I don't think he'd recognize him. I think he's had that thing for a very fucking long time. What's with the something about Mary hair? Because I'm loving it.
I asked it. I don't
Good
know. I
point.
just said this. I said blonde. That's all I said.
Kind of looks like a swan.
You said blonde,
Or
and
like
it
a Loch Ness
gave
monster.
you an overweight.
No,
It
I
does.
said
Look, that looks like Nessie. That middle strand, the one that's sticking up the highest, that looks like Nessie. The Loch Ness monster.
There you go. It's
Nobody has ever
It's
actually
Nessie and Messy.
been able to, nobody's been able to photograph Nessie. Isn't that weird?
as the mustache
know.
man.
Oh,
I don't see it.
original conspiracy theory.
Just change the whole upper lip and the tooth
I think the Loch Ness
Like
monster,
cover
just
it
like
up with just a
Bigfoot,
big
is blurry.
mustache.
Yeah, blurry. It's just blurry.
Oh, that's a tooth.
Yes, it's blurry.
I thought that was like jism.
There's a
Sorry.
white center in there.
Well, I can see it now that you said it, but before it just looked like jism hanging.
Yeah, there's a white center, but yeah, on this side that lip still kind of hangs enough. Whereas if you actually cover all of it with the tooth with hair, because you're gonna you know whatever. If you have a mustache, your top, you don't see your top lip, and you don't see your teeth.
Unless you're a rabbit.
Weird. Well, I mean, I guess
It is kind of rabbit-like.
it's got some weird something that's going on.
Well, I mean, it looks like it needs whiskers on that one side that sticks out. Like if you put whiskers, it would actually. Oh, maybe she's a furry.
Moose maneuver. They didn't like your ghosts and hands clapping. Weird. On the YouTube side, apparently they did like the hands clapping, but not. Is that a seal?
Yeah,
It's not a
that's a
ghost.
seal.
seal clap.
Seal.
Seal clap. Arf, arf, arf. See, seal clap. Arf, arf, arf. Right under.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
See,
perfect.
I do all sorts of animal sounds.
I needed at least one more person to actually sound like that, dog, for me to actually quite get there. Darth?
Monkey noises, really?
No, steel noises.
No, there were seal noises.
Yeah, I'm not doing seal noises.
And then the
Yeah,
dolphin.
you gotta be careful because you know
Let's see.
that's the wild one right there.
That's
She's
me.
a wild
I told you I
animal.
used to love. I
Careful.
used to pass the principal's office and do that. He never knew who was doing it. It would drove him
Blame it on
absolutely
the kids.
ape shit. No, I just fucking go around the corner and he was like, who is that? Couldn't go after me. He was stuck on the phone usually. But we were friends. I like to talk. That monkey is a work of art. I love how terrified it looks. Somebody has to caption it though. What is she saying that he has that look on his face? Mom, I met this really great guy. He's a bit of an ass, but you know, he's really yeah, I can see that.
Dad, I think I'm
I'm give him
pregnant.
the ride of his life. I'm gonna break his back. Yeah.
Mom, I'm 39 years old. My eggs are about dried up. I really love him.
Yeehaw.
Mom, you said to revive my eggs. I need donkey. That's the same as goat milk or goat milk and donkey milk. What? Why does she
Why would
look
you be
so
milking a
little?
dog?
Why would you be milking anything? Somebody somewhere said, hey, let me pull on this and see what happens. It all started somewhere. Somebody had that idea. Went, I wonder what comes out of that.
I found a new animal on the
taste
side
it.
of the road. Can I bring it home?
So
Ask the damn guy that. Say, who first milked the cow? Watch the answer be utterly disappointing. I smoked 2 blunts in the last hour and a half. Oh my god.
So check this out.
Oh,
Look what I put up there.
head.
You can pull this one back up, but check this out right here. So this little toy right here is about the size of, I don't know, your thumb. It's pretty small. And what it does is it makes a really annoying sound like a beep or
Sure.
a twerk. Just a really soft noise.
Just a regular buzzer with a 2032
And it
button
only
cell battery. Not a
it
lot
o-
there.
it only does like this noise every 30 seconds or so.
Oh, okay.
And
Got a
it's
pulse.
completely random, and you put it like around someone's computer, like not
Oh,
near it,
Jesus
but
Christ.
That one looks like that's got a little button on the front of it, so you'd be able to
yes.
actually turn it on and off.
Yes. So you turn it on and like imagine it's just completely random. Like one time it's 30 seconds, another time it's 2 minutes. And it's like having one of those annoying like fire alarms where it just goes tweet.
So
And
I
then
think Darth Vader was on and off of mute then? Or not that annoying?
yeah, get one of these things. I will tell you, they're like $11. If you really want to drive
Oh, honey,
someone
did you
up
send
the
me
wall,
pictures on Discord? Because if you sent them on Discord, I'll see them when the stream is over. Discord kind of fucks up my mic. My
She
whole
must have
thing,
Discord
actually.
open.
yeah, those little noisemakers are a blast. If you ever get one, you can get a couple of them for like $10, and you put them like in random places, just to watch people go nuts, trying to figure out.
Because I used to manage Radio Shack, whatever. You'd get kids that would come in and buy those particular pieces to build that,
Uh-huh.
and then you just giggle at them when you'd see what they're actually building, because you just knew what they were getting at or whatever, and you just kind of you give them a smile and they're like, "Teacher," and they're like, "Huh? You getting your teacher? Or you getting it? You getting a parent?" And they're like,
I don't know what
and
you're talking about.
they just give you a big smile or whatever, and you'd be like, "So,
Yeah.
do you got the soldering iron? You got the solder that you need? You ask them all the other questions to go along with it, and just be surprised when they're like, "How did you know I needed all this other stuff?" And it's like, do you have do you have this? Do you have that? Like, I have a better board that would actually work better for that, and give them the smaller one.
Yes.
They're like, oh, like, yeah, see how that you set this here, this here. They're like, oh, okay. And like, you just kind of look at them kind of silly or whatever as you're showing them, explaining them how to actually do it correctly. And you're
Yep.
like, no, you do have the tools to do this. And they're like, yeah. You're like, all right, here you go. And you'd sell them all the pieces or whatever.
Next
Every
day
once
they're
in
in
a
there.
while, next day they're back. A couple days later or whatever, they finally get it put together, and they're like, "It's not working." And you can see them like looking at it, trying to figure out why it's not working. Go pull out the soldering iron, take a good look at it, fix it for them. Be like, "Yeah, that should work." Pop a battery in there. They're like, like make a little rumble noise or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, you got it."
we took one of the guys that we worked for, the manager of the place, and one of the guys posed naked in his toolbox. So he climbed up inside the toolbox, and this was not a small man. We're talking about someone that was probably about 6'3" and about 800 pounds. This guy was so huge. He crawled up and did a naked pose, and they posted this on his screen because he didn't know enough about computers to figure out how to get it off of there.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, it was glorious to behold, because he would just cuss everywhere. And then we would post random ones of those same of that same picture, like you have it scrolling through as a screensaver and crap like that.
Oof.
Oh, so much fun. Nothing like having a very large man naked scrolling across your boss's screen.
Yeah, no, I don't think there is anything like that.
Mechanics are awful
I
people.
literally can't think of one thing.
Horrible shit.
You have borked Shelly again.
Later, Benjamin.
Delicious nuts.
Well, somebody has to.
You got jokes.
Oh, so much fun.
Oh,
Always, always. We are a good time, damn it.
we do have all the fun.
We do.
Even if
We
we
do.
gotta
We do.
have
We
to
do that.
sleep.
Yes. Homie has to
would-
get some sleep here because he's got to be up in less than
15
an hour.
minutes.
Be like, by the time I go to the bathroom and I make it to the bedroom and I lay down,
I have to wake up.
I might get 15 minutes before my wife's shaking me. What are you doing? Let's go.
Why are you asleep?
Evil women.
My lovely wife.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they wonderful? Aren't they wonderful? Just appreciated.
Listen, it all depends on how she wakes you up. I had a very good way of waking them up, so I mean, never complain.
That's very true.
She's not gonna wake him up like that.
There's definitely different ways to waking people up.
That's the best way to wake a man up. Shit.
Don't be
I
mean.
mean,
Somebody went on.
do you know how she's likely to
there was
wake
a
him up?
whole
She's
thing
likely to
saying that
climb on
every-
top of the dresser and drop like a Macho Man Randy Savage style elbow right in his junk.
Are you awake
I'm
now?
did that.
And then she's
But-
gonna look look at him like Clint Eastwood and go, "Do you hear what I'm talking, punk? Punk."
Oh my god, who are you talking about? Because I know you're not talking about me.
No, we're talking about
can't
Cool
talk
Frog's
about
wife.
Yeah. Cool Frog getting
Oh.
WWE'd by
She's
his
always
lady.
like what, 3.5 feet tall?
Huh?
How tall is your wife? She's like 3.5 feet tall, right?
No, she's 5'6".
5'6". Oh,
5'6",
I didn't expect
110.
that. Every time I picture you, I picture like a little pygmy next to you. And then
She's
Pepper.
like, she's tiny.
Yeah,
Like you said, 5'6", like 110. She's
tiny.
tiny. She's got like, no.
Yeah, 5'6", 110. That's
Is your what,
skinny
Frog?
tiny.
5'11"?
5'11", about 220. About 40
Why not?
pounds overweight.
5'11".
Fat.
Yeah, I am.
He's a fat.
Are you really 5'11"?
Yeah.
Mm,
5'11" and a quarter.
Everybody is 5'11" except for the in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm just straight up 6 foot. Like I told Shelly, she goes, "Well, how tall are you?" I was like 5'12".
4'23".
4'23".
Yes, that's
Yes.
just my way to distract you from the fact that I'm not 6 feet tall.
No, I mean it's. I am sure by the time that I hit my next decade that I will probably be 5'11", because we men tend to shrink. So
What do you think we don't?
I just beat you
5'4".
to it. That's
yes, that's all.
Mhm.
Fucking always in competition, Frog. Always in competition.
For shrinkage?
No,
It's a shrinking contest.
we
Don't play.
never compete for
it's in
shrinkage.
the pool.
I didn't voice do that.
That was not me. That was Frog.
Yeah,
Frog's
that's a
got
little bit difficult. Weren't you supposed to
He's
be
like,
going
just-
to bed?
So you know that was
Benjamin?
not me.
That was not me.
Who's going?
No, I'm 6 foot. My wife is 5. I don't know, 5 foot something. Definitely shorter than me, but
Vague that up for me.
yeah, I mean,
5'11".
That's why he doesn't have kids.
what?
What?
Huh? No,
Wait,
He
what?
doesn't even know how tall she is. Needs
5'3".
Oh.
She's
Needs to
5'3".
examine that body a little bit closer.
No, she's 5'3".
Mm.
She might.
Yeah. So I'm 6'205", I believe, something like that. So yeah,
So,
I've
He
got
walks
some weight to
walks
lose.
5
every
foot
day.
12.
That's why he's a little trimmer.
Yeah, if I could get a little bit more exercise and maybe a little more trim. It's a struggle.
Fat.
You know, they say
Yeah.
just doing push-ups alone changes your body, the way it's shaped, how how you feel. And
The
they
only
say
problem,
by the time you hit 1,000, it's not doing 1,000 at one time, because it's your first day you're gonna hit maybe 10, maybe. Next day
Well,
you
if you
might hit
can't,
another
if,
10. By the
if
time
you
you get
can't
to
do
the
20,
Or like it'll be my face hitting the floor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. By the time you hit the end of the week, or whatever, you might be able to get it to 15, right? So the next week, by the
that would
time
be nice. I wish I could do push-ups. I really do, but
you could
because
get
my
yourself up.
shoulder is completely blown out, I can't do push-ups.
Oh, see that's I
It
have an issue
sucks.
with the right hand. So it's like
Ah,
getting
God,
down
I'm
on the
so
hand or
wrong with
whatever.
that broken people.
Oh
yes.
yeah.
So why don't you just do planks?
I feel like I
They-
should go do push-ups just because none of you can.
I do
You
planks. I do
probably-
planks in the middle of the night.
I usually will do sit-ups and run
Just
because
fall fucking asleep.
I would think that's when you'd want to do a push-up.
Now that's just inappropriate.
Planks is useless if you're just gonna stand there. Jesus.
Shelly,
Ugh.
it's not
What?
all about her pleasure.
It's never about her pleasure. Who are you lying to?
Shrunk to 6 foot. I miss 6'3", says Benjamin.
Yeah, but he had his body broken in the military, like really badly. Like
He's right though. Moose says
Oh, then
6 foot
yeah.
can't safely fit in a lot of exotic cars like Lambos, even Mazda, Miata, maybe not even all Miatas. No, yeah, being 6 foot really sucks because there's a lot of cars I can't sit in. And I'm not like enormously tall. I'm not like 6'8" or some crap like that, or 7 foot. Just straight up 6 foot, but still small cars. Man, it is a tight fit. It is a tight fit, and you put some extra
Like
pounds
trying to
and
fit
really
in
difficult.
a shoe with wheels.
Yes.
a roller skate. That's a shoe with wheels, right? It's a roller skate.
I mean, let's put it this way: working on Honda cars is difficult.
Oh,
Working on Honda cars was difficult because those Honda cars are very small. Like the vans were, decent size in the pilots, but you start working on like the CRVs and crap like that, and you just get cramped up in there, and it's really small and tight.
I bet it was.
It was always
You know
small
what's
and
funny?
tight.
In the gas station, when I was really like young, guess what was the perfect thing for me to work on that? That's why they used to make me work on it. You know those big like
The guy
delivery
pumping
trucks?
gas. Oh, sorry. What?
No, I was young. Remember that. I
Okay.
was like 10. So, but no, the big tractor trailers, because the guys
Yeah.
had to climb into the front of it to work on the engine and shit, and they didn't fit in there. Like, you literally had to climb up into the thing and like go down. You had to lower yourself into the engine bay, and
Yeah.
they didn't fit because they were too fat, so they made me do it.
Yeah, when I worked
It
on
was
vans
great
and
because it
stuff
was
like that,
roomy for me.
Those are some tight spots.
These are
Like doing a
meat trucks.
yes.
These were like the
And
1970s meat trucks. So, yeah,
yeah, those are a beast
very
ordered
old
on.
fashioned.
I didn't like those too much. Did not like those too much.
No, my father hated those because he hated having to climb down in them. So whenever you get me to do it, he was like, "Yay, I'll buy you whatever you want." Okay, all right. Just tell me what to do.
I want a new fairy princess dress. Yeah, but the last one is coated in grease. That's okay. I'm a mechanic.
Yeah. My mother hated putting dresses on me because I always was covered in grease. Always. If it wasn't from working in the station, it was from the damn dogs. You know, those security junkyard dogs? They love me.
Just crawl through exhaust pipe.
Just crawl up the exhaust pipe and hang a right.
Daddy loves you.
Whatever. You're lucky that don't fucking trigger me. That's why I made my own, so that doesn't trigger me.
And then look at who comes walking in. Y'all are machines.
That's right.
Hi, divvy.
What are you doing,
Infinity? You could always come in here and show us how a machine works.
Right?
Oh, hi, Div. Welcome back.
I've been getting gangbanged.
That woke him up.
Here. Why don't you jump on him?
You teach you how a machine works. Dishwasher?
Dishes
Ooh.
almost killed her. Yeah, that's true. She was washing. Did she just
was
now finish?
She
You
was
know I know how
washing
to make voodoo dolls, right?
Has she been washing dishes this whole time? Nah.
Yeah, so I was
Infinity.
going to make a voodoo doll of you and make you do dishes.
It might be a good thing because my dishes might then get done.
Ooh.
She just needs to look at that picture that you had pulled up earlier. She'll get it.
So is that why my right hip has been bothering me? Making voodoo dolls?
You lost me.
That might be.
Oh, I was like, what the? You know
dolls.
I'm stoned. Why are you fucking with me, frog?
What you doing, Div?
Yeah, no, I haven't made a voodoo doll of you yet. But I mean, it's very easy to do. I have potatoes, I have cloth, I have everything.
You don't have my hair.
I don't need it. I have your picture.
What?
Technology is wonderful. You just update a spell. You can do that, you know?
Divinity Scissor
Learn to
Fingers
improvise.
strikes again.
Oh,
What happened?
Divinity's so vicious. She's going after the lol elephant.
She's going after the elephant again. Divinity
Who's
Scissor
gonna
Fingers
therapy
strikes
care?
back. Again.
Maybe you need to sit back for a few minutes and reflect.
Ooh.
Or get your ass in here and have some fun.
Yeah, you
Come in
life
here, have
choices.
some fun, think about what you're doing, and go back at it for full force.
Yeah, take a break. Hang out with us. Don't be gay. Give me a reason to be awake, not falling asleep listening to these guys talk about literally everything and nothing.
She literally said I should upload all of it.
Oh.
She said that?
I'm gonna
Oh,
do
guess
it
what?
live because
Abracadabra.
she's pretty woman.
We're whamming.
Woman.
But you know, the only problem is if you did, she would probably copyright strike you.
So she's gonna do it. Like, she's been copyright struck by Farron before. This ain't new.
Got receipts.
Yes. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that.
If she copyright strikes her after doing the whole thing on everybody being censored, Jesus.
Yeah.
But she is that stupid.
It's funny.
Yes.
It's funny videos
NCH Video Pad Pro.
Laugh.
That's
Yes.
it. That's that same one that Grim uses. Yep. There's a lot of people that like that one. That one seems to be one of the better ones. Winnie, don't you do you use? You use something else. You have Apple crap.
What? They use what?
Winning uses Microsoft Paint.
They
to do
use
all his
they
video
use
work.
NCH Video Pad Pro, but I'm like, oh wait, never mind. You don't use something like that because you use Apple shit.
I don't use exclusively Apple stuff. Like, for
Unless
editing, I do.
Paint.
Yeah, for editing, I do.
But yeah, everybody else uses. PC users have the tendency to use this one.
I've been hearing, actually, as far as PC editing, high-end editing, that the DaVinci stuff is like taken over.
Yes. I have such a hard time doing the video editing. It just so much time. I'd rather just live stream.
I'm 100% with you on that one, Shizzy. Like, trying to make a video versus just doing a live stream. Well, I mean, Divinity Scissorfingers over here will put like 72 hours into a 40-minute video. Something stupid like that.
But I'm impressed by it. It's just
It is,
like
yeah.
whenever I
I don't have
a ton of work.
fortitude for that. I openly admit I do not have the stamina for that.
Yeah.
My
Moose
attention span is way
maneuver. I see you
too
there.
short.
Try the NCH Video Pad Pro. You might actually like it. It's not as heavy on the PC. It's actually decent. You might actually be able to use it with your laptop without an issue.
Yeah, I'm always impressed by people's skills of editing and being able to put in like the little clips for their videos, and I'm just like, damn it, I just need to get that skill.
Oh my
down.
god, the shit that this one does. Oh my god,
Winning.
the shit that winning does.
Winning does a lot.
Yes,
it's very impressive,
and they're hilarious.
Yes.
I mean, you don't usually get that. You get like, they're either funny or they're good quality. He does both. And
well, I think he's also got it down where it would take me it would take me 72 hours to do what he could probably do in like 10-15 minutes. It's just like, yeah, got this.
No, not really. Winning is very a perfectionist. I've ever seen his work. It's very a perfectionist.
Yeah, no, he'll take down a whole fucking video for one little fuck up.
Well, that's what I'm saying is he can do it quick. Once you get your pattern down and you know where all the tools are at and what you're doing, it goes by so smooth. No different than music editing. I just don't have the patience for it. Like anytime that I ever recorded, I would try to get it done in one take. I think the last album that I recorded on, I did all my bass lines in one take. I didn't. I take that back. There was one song that I had to go back and redo, just because I didn't realize the bass was out of key, because I couldn't hear the bass. It was just the guitar I was listening to and playing the strings. I was a half step out. It was horrible.
Good for you, man. Tuning's important.
Yeah.
Somebody realizes that.
Yes. It sucked so bad. I was like, I listened back to it. I was like, what is wrong with that? It's not what it should sound like, because I couldn't hear the bass through the headphones. It's like, all right, something's wrong here. And so I went and picked up the bass and put it on the tuner. I was like, oh, everything's out. Son of a bitch. Tuned it up, played it again, done. Just all the mistakes and all the horrible bad things that I would do got recorded in one shot. So I
be a bear, be grizzly.
So seems as though Moose
Oh
Maneuver.
shit! What happened?
Oh, nothing's wrong. I went to Moose Maneuver's page, channel, 437 subscribers.
What?
Looks like he does some clip editing stuff.
And it didn't even promote his channel ever at all at any point. What the?
Well, no,
I think
I've
Blender's free, isn't it?
just met this guy within the last day, and that's
I
what I'm
thought
like.
I thought he's been around for at least 2 days. Come on, grift correctly. Like
2
you
days.
open with the grift.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just like this guy's kind of new around here, whatever. And, it seems fairly interesting. Does some clip stuff or whatever. It has its own ways of doing things, and has its own following.
Nice.
Moose Maneuver.
Go to channel.
We'll
I love
What kind of
it.
maneuver? A moose maneuver. Ow.
do this here real quick, and throw this right here. So
Are you gonna do this?
channel, yep, that channel I just threw up in there in live chat.
Follow Moose Manure.
Go follow Moose Maneuver.
I
Moose,
said
if you
Moose
have
Manure.
the abilities and the wants, come join us on the early show
Absolutely.
and promote your channel even further.
Look at poking my audience.
Have some fun with us. And check
This is what he does. This is how he got me.
This is how you get roped into doing YouTube, even though you're already doing YouTube. So it's not.
Oh, we're just gonna invite you to come around. You
Yes.
catch a different style of community.
We
You run
have all
into
the
people
fun.
like Divinity said, and a couple of these other clip editors like WinningReality and Grimm's Bar. You'd be surprised what kind of information that you can actually get from these guys when it comes to the stuff that you're doing. Divinity ain't got
Every
time
one
to
of them
watch
has like
people.
some sort of specialty that you want to pick about.
All right.
Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, Moose Maneuver. Actually, I was trying to remember how I knew your name. I came across you the other night when I was doing my rabbit hole digging research. This is a word of advice. You may want to take Monograph's name out of your descriptions. Like, don't tag him in them unless you want to, end up on his list. So be careful with
You
that.
just need the list.
If you say it doesn't matter, it's cool. But just let you know, he's looking to fill the list up with people. That's the thing, and so he doesn't really care as long as he can cite some kind of, thing. So there you go.
Monograph has the thing for.
But actually, I liked your one. I liked your one video. The one, the nay one. That was pretty good. I like that.
I didn't get a chance to look at it all. I just put it up and I'm like, oh, he's got something going here. And I seen LawTube, I seen Fair, and I seen a couple other things. But yeah, now that you say that name,
I comb deep in catacombs of YouTube. I've been to the bottom and I've walked around and I've come back and I've gone
either
back
way,
down there and walked around.
we got you a couple subs. You're up to now 440. There you go. There you go, brother.
I'll pick.
Get you an audience. Get you a solid audience. People that will actually watch your stuff.
I mean, look at Divinity. She'd get all kinds of subs. Just
6,000 plus.
Yeah.
Right.
I tell you what, you can know a lot of people, but if the algorithm doesn't put you in suggested,
it's Divinity said. Yeah.
He's getting good views. Like he got like 4.4K on his Fair and Balanced one.
Dude, that's awesome.
Oh wait, let's go look and see if his channel has more views.
This is like what's
Fair's whole channel.
I can't.
I'm curious.
I shouldn't laugh because my channel has
he got 6.3K on the Crowder one.
He's got 165,000, so not quite. Joined October 19th, 2021, so he's only been doing for a couple of years.
Doesn't mean he started then. Could have just had the channel and then started later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
His first video was 11 months ago.
I opened my channel like 2006.
So 165,000 views in less than a year. That's
My first
pretty
channel
impressive.
was like 2000 something. I don't know. It's been so damn long. And I did one video and I was like, I don't get this. I'm too stupid for this. I have a life to live. Why am I going to fuck with YouTube? This ain't going to go nowhere. This ain't going to do nothing. That was my outlook on it. And I just sort of left it there and then started watching some of these crazy fucks. And next thing you know, I'm doing this kind of stuff. I've been up for what? Oh, Jesus Christ.
like a
24
month.
hours straight now?
Oh, today, yes.
How many hours?
At least a whole day.
Yeah, I was up at 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday.
Yep.
I haven't been to sleep since.
I think I saw you in memes chat yesterday morning.
Yes.
Yes. I haven't been to sleep since either. I mean, there was a nap, so technically that's a lie.
Oh, I haven't napped at all. So
Napping's the best.
I did a bunch of work in the morning while I was watching meme, and I would get in there and chat a little bit, and I watched a little bit of the other stuff, and then was on Cool Frogs for a little bit, and yeah, just it'll get you good.
Trapped in the live stream.
But having fun.
I mean, that's why you trapped, because you're having fun. If you wasn't having fun, you probably wouldn't be here. At least not for 9 straight hours on this stream alone.
Streams at 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning. This is like us all going together to a diner. This is the last late cup of coffee.
This is where I was at whenever I was touring. It would be 5 o'clock in the morning, grabbing a cup of coffee, and then going back to the room. 9 o'clock, maybe fall asleep, get back up at like noon, 1 o'clock, go set up for another show.
Huh?
But not this tired. I'm so tired right now.
I'm sorry.
No, not even.
Go to sleep.
I was gonna say, you can go to bed. Like,
He's like, now
no law against it.
Yes.
Well, now it's 5 in the morning. You might as well just stay up.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's going to happen. But I'll have to go get some coffee so I can thoroughly wake up.
Man, thing to say.
No, it is. I will go and brew some coffee, and then
no coffee in the world is strong enough to keep me up after.
Nope.
Oh no, I'll be up.
I'm going to bed.
I'll be up. I've got a list of. I've got a list of a lot of bombs that gotta be done.
I just nailed.
Suck it down, Shelly. Suck it down. Choke on it, woman. Choke. Sorry, that's so bad.
That's twice in one night. It's a banner night for me. Why is that so bad? I don't give a fuck.
Oh, we're having fun. Come on.
It takes a lot more than that to offend me.
Yes.
So they say you gotta.
Come on, dude. You're not that old. You just sometimes you act like a 80-year-old. Going to bed at like 7 o'clock in the afternoon.
Not that old? Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm over half a decade.
Old person's young things. Ooh, div hits where it hurts.
Div has that
3 nights without caffeine when I were in 20s. Yes. In my 20s? Absolutely.
Why is he still in the chat? Get in here.
Hmm.
Let's hear about your new hit video. We were actually talking about it earlier.
Oh,
You missed all that.
Moose Knuckle?
Ooh, Moose?
Divinity.
Yeah, get Div and Moose Knuckle in
Oh,
here.
Divinity. I'm like,
I mean,
who are we talking about?
Oh, wait, Divinity has a link, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. I sent her one.
I figured she would have one.
how do we get a hold of
I
Moose?
sent her one before I even started because I was afraid I wouldn't have a voice.
Oh,
At Cool Frog on Twitter? Or
cocaine. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea, except I wouldn't know where to find any right now.
Oh, I know where to find it. I just choose not to. That's the problem.
That too. I mean, I could find
I'm
it.
gonna
you can
hold
at
you to
least
that, Moose.
set up a contact form somewhere, Moose. You on Twitter or something? You on? I know that you'll be back. I know that you'll come back and watch us, but being that we're talking to you right now, we can just like kind of set up
If you
another
have
way
Twitter,
of
you can
talking
find
to
me
you.
at Twitter at the same name.
Twitter, right?
Yeah.
At Cool Frog, at Talking Trash and Truth.
Divinity,
you on Twitter?
I'm not old person.
Moose
Yeah, I'm
Maneuver.
there. I'm there under the same name also. So
So there you go. So for now,
It throws me off when people have a different name on Twitter than on YouTube. I get so confused. I'm just why do you do
close.
that?
the funny part is if you type in Moose, the first thing that comes up is Moose Knuckle.
Moose
No.
Knuckle.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I knew it too.
Oh,
Moose Maneuver. The moose is loose. I just followed you.
There it is. No,
He's your
it's not the Moose is loose.
He
It's
is
Moose
your
Maneuver.
He is your chicken. How loose.
The Moose Maneuver.
Yeah, the Moose.
Moose Maneuver. Moose Knuckle.
I'm telling you, that's the first. If you type in search Twitter and type in Moose, the first thing that pops up is Moose Knuckle.
I mean, you come around here, you might actually pick up a nickname. You have to let us if you don't let us know if you don't like it.
Yeah.
What, MK?
No, don't do that. You don't want to tell them that you don't like it because they will make sure that that's what they call you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, don't ask Izzy Jizzslut about that.
Jizzy Whiz Slut.
Izzy Jizzslut.
Izzy Jizz
Get it right.
Izzy
I love
Jizz
that.
Nut.
Izzy Jizzslut. I don't know. You tell me.
Is he a Jizz Slut? I don't know. Tell me. I did like that name that your child came up with for the animal.
You name it.
Yep. And that's what its name is. You name it.
Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. You name it. Okay, Dot.
Definitely.
What?
Don't take
Its
too
name.
much seriously.
You name it. Dot.
You name it.
No.
You name it.
Fred. No.
George.
No, you name it.
You name
Better
it.
not be my child. I will kill him.
Could you imagine somebody actually naming their child You Name It?
Yeah, no.
No, but I have known a mother that was so cruel to her children whenever she gave birth to them. She named one of them Pisanya. She named the other one Shitanya.
Shitanya. Oh, this is happening.
I joke not.
What was the
And
last name?
Oh, look,
and
it's
of,
the AI.
I don't know. This was something
It
that
has to
one of
be Face.
my wife had to
Is
deal
it-
with
The
because it
last
was
name has to be Face. Otherwise, it's not funny.
no.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't.
if your last name is Face, like FASE. Oh
Yeah.
dear.
Well, there was here in Marietta for the longest time. There was a chiropractor. His name was Richard Head. I joke not.
Nice.
Dr.
Big head.
Richard Head. He was a chiropractor.
Dickhead. Dr.
Yep.
Dickhead. and
Dr.
Dr.
Dickhead.
Hey, how long
Dickhead.
have you lived in Marietta?
I lived in Marietta for a short period of time, probably about 2 years before I moved.
Okay.
So I'm not. I haven't been in Marietta in years. I even going to Marietta, I stay away from it like the plague.
Yeah.
Anything in Cobb County is dangerous.
It's the AI.
Mm-hmm. It is.
What's up,
No, it's
Melissa
been that way.
Jane? How you doing,
It's
dude?
been that way forever.
One
People
of
now are
the
crazy.
AIs.
Melissa Jane is here.
Yes.
Hi,
Melissa
honey.
Jane has come.
There's something in the water over on that over there, man.
It's the Chattahoochee. You got those. You got the Chattahoochee brownfish. That man, those things are deadly.
Yeah, man.
It's not that bad.
Y'all are
Lake
gross.
Lanier is worse. Lake Lanier is worse.
God, that's such a boys' room now.
Yeah, there was a TV news anchor out at Lake Lanier that was out on his houseboat, and she mysteriously drowned.
Mm.
Famous like news anchor, and I can't remember who that was. I think he worked for NBC or something like that. And she was a little bit loud, rambunctious. She got drunk one night and then just woke up the next morning and they found her on the shore across from where they were at. Pretty rough.
Yeah. Well, dude, there's also been like decapitations out there.
Oh God.
Yeah. Like like people like crossing water skiing or I forget what it was. There was some like kids out on a boat or something like that, and they went through some kind of went fast past this line, and someone had their head up.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that
Yeah.
9 hours minus
Nine.
add 9 hours? Subtract 9 hours, add a day. How that works to get to Australia time.
I have
How that was?
no idea. I don't know how Australia works.
I mean, it's 5:09 in Biodome 3,
It
Akron,
doesn't
Ohio.
exist.
AM. Wake up, AI.
MAF. Jesus.
No sleep till broken. My mind went to Brooklyn.
Oh, that's what it was.
Ooh,
It was Arian.
Beastie Boys.
Yep.
It was Bruce Arian.
Oh, you name it. Oh, I said Una Melt.
That's what I was trying to
like,
remember.
what the fuck? Oh, it's hilarious.
That's too bad.
Look at, why are we all surrounding Winning like he's like he looks like Oz right
Where's
now, like the
Entourage?
wizard. Look at it. He looks like the great and powerful Oz in the middle. And we're
Just an
just all
idea.
just around him.
I'm just a thought in your mind.
I'm just a good idea. I'm just a good idea. That's all I am.
He's just shuffling us around.
Oh, he added to that. Just a good idea.
Just
That's
kind
not
of
open
switch it
to
up.
interpretation.
Switch it up a little bit sometimes, you know.
I still
know
think
you want
mine,
Some people are
Maybe
scared of
about
winning.
shit.
yeah, I still think mine looks funny.
Scared of winning?
Oh,
Some people are
Why? It's so sweet.
because they're afraid of winning. I don't know.
I don't
They just don't
understand.
want to. They're self-savvy, you know.
I mean, they're like losing too
That's the way the
much.
world goes. They're just afraid if they win, they wouldn't know what to do. More
They're
people
like
keep
lazy.
there's
themselves
no
from
going
winning
back
than
from something.
anything else. More people keep themselves from winning than YouTube.
Yes.
I kind of want to make him a shirt that says "I'm the big win," or just "big win"
No, how about for the big win?
Or just a picture of Charlie Sheen
on
winning.
all fours for the big win. There you go.
No, Charlie Sheen does not represent my brand. What are you talking about?
Damn it. But he's winning. Like, he's
Oh,
by
God.
winning, actually.
Yeah,
He's
you can
winning
say
in an
weird
alternate
things.
universe.
Doesn't mean
It's
it's
not
true.
Yeah.
He bangs 7-gram racks and finishes them. That's how he
Yeah.
rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
That's
definitely
rough.
want them.
He just looks like he's been brought back to life too many times. He does. He looks like his skin is. He's got so many breast capillaries. He's gross. He looks beat up.
I expected to lose some from the last few days of whateverness because of one particular person. But 12?
You lost 12 subs?
Yeah, I'm down to 1,007. I was at
It happened.
1,019. I was at 1,019.
Will they yank your
You better get
monetization
that
if you fall
back.
under 1,000?
Don't even stress it because
No.
you'll log out, you'll get on tomorrow, and you'll see that you've got like another 28 back on or some crap like that. It's like I was on the other day, and I think it was up to 71, and now it might have dropped down again. I'm just like, yeah, I don't even stress it.
No, no, right? You don't, and you really shouldn't. But
No.
you look at them. So it's like from the January 11th to January 13th, I went from 1,011 to 1,003. It jumped back up to 1,015 the day that Good Logic come around, and I kind of jumped up and around, stayed up, we got all the way up to 1,019 on the 28th, and now today's the 1st. So it's like I went down to 1,017 by the end of the 29th. The end of the 30th, I was at 1,009, and now on the 1st, I'm at 1,007. So it's just another one of those little humps, whatever. It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll go back up, and it'll go back down, and it'll go back up. It's just as long as when it goes up and over where it was last time. So that when it goes back down, it's a little bit higher than where the low was the last time it was through or whatever. So you just kind of the continuous nonstop YouTube battle.
It's going to keep you around 1,000, so it keeps you, like nervous and shit, just to fuck with you.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even stress it. I just don't
never
even look
never
at
really
it.
do. But you always, I always look.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've looked a couple of
at?
times. Like I'll look maybe once a week or something like that, and go, "Oh, I got more subs." And somebody will say, "Oh, you've got more subs than you had last time." I'm like, "Oh, cool. I appreciate it."
You do a channel.
I'm just more focused
You guys
on
were
getting good content.
You guys kept an audience to yourselves tonight. It was kind of fun to actually see. While I ran mine, that there were people that were actually here, as opposed to just sitting over. Because like you can see the difference where people actually were. You go and you look around and you're like, oh, there's a couple people there. There's a couple people there.
Yeah, everybody was just hanging out now.
There's thousands hanging over at Nick Ricada because they're like, oh, it's Nick Ricada.
Yeah,
it's Ricada.
Yeah,
it's what are you gonna do?
I haven't even looked in on his streams tonight.
I'll like this morning I jumped into meme stream for a little bit, watched it, and I watched a little bit of Legal Vices, and then it was just like I've got work to do, so I was like completely logged off. I think I jumped on Legal Vices a couple of times throughout the day, I just don't have time, you know, doing my own stuff, and just don't have time to follow other people.
Right, exactly. There's this. It's strange how running your own show, everything really does change, and what you're watching,
Yep.
what you're doing, what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you don't want to be like ripping people off, kind of thing. That was one thing I was worried about. It's like, oh, I got this great idea, and I go to do it, and it was like, and then you look, and there's like 20 other people doing it. I was like, oh, you sons of bitches.
Well, you're not the only one with great ideas, but that doesn't mean you can't do it too. Like, nobody owns the topic of the day.
No, I'm not talking about them owning the topic. It just it's one of those where it's like somebody's already doing this, and it just seems like it's going to get oversaturated really quick.
Yeah, that does happen.
Unless I'm just like really like stoked on it, and if it's something that's like I'll sort of cover this. It's like name one person from Lawtooth that has actually covered the whole antifreeze retrial.
The best advice right there from
At
Divinity.
1.75. What did Divinity said?
No, and it was I wanted to really cover the Murdaugh trial because I found it interesting.
Yeah, just do
and then oh my god, it was just watching it. Everybody is like, oh, this is so boring. This is so horrible.
Divinity
So slow.
said,
and I was like, I feel so much better that I did the little antifreeze one, and I do it 1.75 speed, so I'm zipping through it. Which reminds me, they'll probably be coming out with a verdict, and I haven't even covered closing arguments, but I'm not worried about it because I had too much fun doing it.
My get up and go got up and went. Yep.
Did it.
Jay Robine.
I hit the wall.
Yeah, see, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I had never heard of J. Robine Law until Divinity said.
Yeah. And
I just heard about it myself within the last week.
Who is that?
Some new lawyer guy.
He's getting popular.
Cool.
Apparently he's getting popular with the peeps. Might be somebody interesting to check out, I guess. I don't know. Maybe.
I'm kind of blow it out for now.
Right?
Like I need a little break.
Yeah. And that's
like I really do.
Once I got
their drama too fucking much for me.
Well, once I got to a certain point on this, I was just like, all right, I'm in deep enough that I can handle going through this particular one. But streaming a live trial,
alternate,
nope,
mm-hmm.
Nope.
He's got 6.2K.
No, I love the live trials. It's just I'm talking about
she's talking about
most of the
Steph Lucky,
stuff. I've been skipping.
The one that used to be mod for Kurt.
Yep.
Oh,
she's
Loki's
fun, but
Lair.
Yeah, Maleficent's Lair. Yes. Yep.
Right? Or Maleficent Lair, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Divinity is right. You just do your own stuff and enjoy. Meet people that you enjoy doing stuff with. And
what? I can't hear her. She said what? I can't hear
her. What, Divinity?
Yeah, she's had an invite for a while. It's kind of rude not to come on in and say hey.
Divinity's chat lurking.
But I want to get this done. And you're being distracted already, so just come and join us for a few moments. Reflect on what you're actually doing. You'll do a better job. You know you will.
One of us.
And you know we're right.
One of us. She knows that if she comes in here, she's not going to leave.
Yeah, she's smart. Don't do it, Divinity. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Don't undo it. Come on.
One of us.
Because what happens is, in one night turns into another, and another, and another. I know how it goes. I just disappear. I don't even get it. I don't even go in chat and talk to anybody when I'm working on shit. I'm just like, I'll just.
I noticed.
Even if I think about it, I think about it, I'll zone out. I'll look up. It's like 4 hours later. I'm like, holy shit. Okay, I missed that one. Maybe I'll pop in real quick. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. 4 hours later. Oh shit. I missed it again.
One of us. One
So
of
like
us.
Frog was on my side for a minute and then blam. What? Divinity, I'm always on your side.
Yeah, everyone's on your team. Divinity. Top it. Old scissor fingers.
Good Lord.
No, listen,
Scissor fingers.
Divinity has 82 sides.
Okay.
Lady and gentlemen,
You
No.
can't spell divinity without divide. You can just divide in half, and half of her can come in here, and half of her keep working. So,
got to
Oh,
go.
Jesus. Learn to multitask.
Stop it, Shizzy.
Alright,
Oh, buddy,
Shizzy.
you lie to
Thank you
me.
for joining me, Shizzy, and have a wonderful stream. I enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
Oh, that's a
Was it good
fact.
for you?
If y'all haven't checked out Shizzy Wisnot, what are you
Yes.
doing?
Not checking out Shizzy
Yes,
Wisnot.
you'll find his link in the description.
It's there somewhere.
I thank you
Go to
very,
my
very
link
much for
tree.
coming on here and spending 9.5, some odd hours with me. It was
my
a good time.
pleasure.
Had a really,
It was a good time. Good
I really enjoyed our
conversations.
talk. It was
Yeah, Shizzy's good company.
I try to be not too annoying.
Everybody here is actually good company ever since I became decent company. Allegedly.
funny
Occasionally.
how that happened.
In Minecraft.
All right,
indecent
y'all.
company.
Yes, indecent company.
Lady.
That's a much more accurate statement.
You need some help with that,
We'll
dude.
keep you, Shizzy. You got to either jump out or tell me to kick you out.
Peace, y'all.
Late.
Take bye-bye.
Oh,
And
he
then
really
there
did it.
were 4.
And then there were 4, but there should be 5. Where's Divinity? Damn it.
Just the 4 of us.
Since we're getting ready to take a
So
mental
Divinity,
health break, come on in.
click the link.
So,
Click the link and one of us.
come on. Come on, Div.
One of us. One of us.
You know you want to.
Div.
You can come in here, you can de-stress for a few minutes, you can think about
Oh
what
wow.
it is you're doing.
I can't really talk too much about this, but I just saw this. Actually, this is from 2 days ago. But evidently, YouTube pulled down the Veritas video. I'm just
I
getting,
heard
I'm just getting
something.
into this.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
heard
they
something
updated
about
it.
that.
Well, everybody else did a YouTube of Project Veritas. They get their stuff actually removed. I did my Project Veritas where?
Rumble.
Rumble.
Yep.
Um,
And it's still there.
Yep. You can. People still saw it. People still hear it. Everybody knows about it. You can pull it down, but you can't pull it out.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it. It's the internet.
YouTube needs its butt kicked, man. It's time to kick its
Yeah.
butt. It's like there's a pile of things that are just
She
like
got turned
glaring,
on when
you know.
you said pull it out.
No, she said she got pulled out. She got turned on when I
he
said
said
don't
you
pull it
can't
out.
pull it out.
Yeah,
I was
can't
like,
pull it out.
ow. 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 Oh, God. I hate you so much.
It's too deep and wrapped into.
What?
Can't do it. No, it really does. I mean, there's a whole pile of things that are just spell corruption all the way up and down the line. I mean, like blaring things that are undeniable. Just take some motivation, man. Where's the motivation and one freaking, know-it-all lawyer that'll do it for mostly pro bono. I mean, I know it'd be great, but to get all this, you can get some of the payout from the lawsuit. Just do it. Be the hero. Be the one. You'll have 1 million people behind you. Why not? I know you're listening. But I mean, really, where's the brave lawyer who's ready to step up? They all want us to come watch them and and have a good old time learning the law. But just one, it takes one good one just to step up. and then we can go because there's so much evidence all the way. You could hit them with 4 different things right now, probably 5 or more. But the three big ones are staring us in the face. You know, the hypocrisy angle. There's like the hypocrisy. There's the abuse of copyright law. That's easy.
I mean,
Those are two major ones right there. And then you just have that the last one we were talking about. So I mean, there's 3. It's all this is like it should be enough to like either put them out of business or cause them to be broken up or sold or cause Google to have to sell it. I don't know, do something. But it's really criminal, and it's such a machine now. And there's so much different kinds of content on it that we can't really stop it, right? It has to be everything. When things get too big, it has to be a voluntary. You're not gonna like this one, T3, but it has to be a voluntary withdrawal.
Not a forced withdrawal.
Well, I mean, it's like
you can't tell it to remove itself. You have to
What
wait
does
for
the
it to remove
statement
it has
mean?
to be in the best interest, like you sober up right in the middle or something.
What does let me get snacks
It's
mean?
funny
No
that you
way.
said that I wouldn't enjoy that because until you said T3, I had just been listening to the cadence of your voice, but not the words. It was very soothing.
That's really easy to do.
Bless
That's
you.
cool. They're still sinking in.
Very,
It's
very easy.
subliminal. It's subliminal at that point,
Okay, that's
You're
fine.
still
It's
getting all the information.
cool.
You wake up tomorrow, loving me even more and more and more every day. That's it.
I love you more every day.
It works good. It works good.
Look, I love you a
Now,
little bit more now.
It's already working.
Aw,
The
look at all this
Yeah.
adorable love going on here.
I hope there's someone out
You
there in
missed
the
the whole
audience.
joke. Ah.
I'm sorry, I'm very easily distracted right now.
By what?
Ben
Squirrel?
in my Discord DMs.
Oh
He
no.
was supposed to be going to sleep, but he's not doing that. Damn it, Benjamin.
Is he all right?
I mean, just wordy.
You gotta go talk to him,
Just
I mean,
wordy.
I am talking
Or
to
just
him.
stay here and mute yourself.
Or
Tell
share
him
the
I said to go to
conversation.
sleep and have sweet dreams. I'll talk to him
Yeah.
tomorrow. So now, what is this about voluntarily withdrawing? Or
No, I just said
voluntary withdrawal? Is that what you said?
it has to be in its best interest to stop.
What are we
it, so you
withdrawing?
can't-
Because I have no money, so you better be talking about the dick.
You have to let him complete himself before he can actually withdraw.
No, I'm talking about YouTube itself stopping its criminal behavior.
By going the way of the MySpace.
By realizing that it's in their best interest to do it.
Yes, or you
Has
can
to be
go
the-
the way of the
Yeah, I
MySpace.
don't. From a business point of view, it's so stupid the way they treat like the creators. I don't get it. Instead of promoting them to make them, because they already have the big accounts, so they're not going to get that much bigger. They're definitely not going to decline. Why don't you get more of the little guys and make it so that you have more and more and more of these bigger accounts? Doesn't it make
Because
sense
they
to
don't-
stockpile your big accounts and grow
Because
them
they don't need
wanna-
the
rather
money.
than just focus
and
on 3?
It's not about the money, it's about the message.
It's about the
Yeah.
power. It's about
It's the
power.
message.
Because when you
fuck
have all the money in the world,
mission.
the only thing
Message.
left is power. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Does anybody else? Everybody else get that? Yeah.
It's
that's
a weird
really,
kind of power.
every
to
time,
have, though,
every
'cause
time
it's
you,
more annoying
every time you
than
find yourself
anything.
asking or trying to make sense out of it in a monetary sense when you're up at that level, just remember,
Mhm.
power equals money. It's the other way around. People think it's the other. People think it's in reverse. It's actually the other way around. And power is more valuable than money. So every time people are like, "Well, they would never do that because think of all the money they would lose." Nah, they already have. They're doing it for power, or they already have enough power. They don't care. It's just like that's what it is. It's like because think about it. If you had all the money in the world, right? Would you care about money?
Mm-hmm.
Would you care if you lost $1 million or 2 or 10 or whatever? Would you care? No. You care that you stayed on top and had enough power to make money or do anything you wanted to, and basically change the tide of things. You know, they've obviously were able to shift the power of in communication, right? They're able to shift the power of language and control it, inform it, and make people that are against censorship censor themselves, like actively. You know, that's
Yep.
Oh my God,
that's
we were talking
power.
about this tonight.
That's
Yeah.
power.
Shizzy, that the self-editing is just, like I said, it's becoming so normalized to
natural.
us. We're
Yep.
automatically doing it just so that we don't get punished.
Yep.
Like that's
Yep.
the
We've been
condition.
well
We
trained.
literally are that chicken that gets zapped, touches our butt.
Yep. And because we know that this is the place you got to make it to get it anywhere else, really. I mean, or you just got to have a miracle or some kind of really niche kind of thing that gets
Mhm.
happen. Because like, look, you go on Rumble, right? Now, I don't know if this is just because I sync over, but the sync overs don't make they don't get any views hardly sometimes. But you know, it's just like that. Why? So what's the incentive to work harder at Rumble or anything like that? You know, it's like the same video on that platform gets 20 or 2 to 20 views maybe, and the ones over on this side get like in the hundreds until YouTube decides to take them out of the freaking people's view. But sometimes they get in the thousands and it just gets it overrides. But you know. It's like they want me to wake up in the morning and say, "Why am I doing this?" and like quit. That's what they want. And I'm hard headed.
Yep.
And I don't like getting pushed around.
It's a
So
good
I
way to
don't.
be.
And that usually helps me outlast whatever it is. So.
Be
But
tenacious.
I haven't doing exactly very but I try to use it in a good way, and the only thing
You
it
use
really
your powers
causes
for
harm.
good.
Yeah, only person it really causes harm to is me. So,
It's you.
but that is the
I know
nature of
that feeling
tenacity.
so well.
It's the nature of tenacity. You can push yourself further and further than you physically really should be able to do. Or physically or
Hmm.
mentally able to do. You can actually do that beyond the points that most people would say. It's not. That's the thing. And
Yeah, when
they
most people are like oatmeal. Their brains are oatmeal.
right.
You're like, I got another 6 hours in me. I'm good.
Push through.
Oh, are we
Pay the
doing another
dues.
6 hours?
Sleep on the
I
floor.
don't know if I can do that.
Who make it? Got to keep
I'm
showing up.
very, very tired.
No, that was a hypothetical, Darth.
Oh, okay.
That was purely
I thought he was
purely
going
a
to take this out to
hypothetical.
a 15-hour stream, and I'm like, wait, what?
No.
It's like I'm about to go to the liquor
No.
store.
I'm going to go to sleep. Get that. Like, y'all have fun. You'll still be here when I wake up. If you do another 6 hours. Yeah.
Well,
You keep mentioning sleeping. I'm like, God damn it. Shut up.
I mean, sorry.
I mean, the early show comes on in 8 hours.
It does.
Oh, I don't care, baby.
When
When is your early show?
2 your time?
Yeah, it's 2-hour time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mhm.
Noon in Frogland.
Well, you've been on so many times. Now you're on morning, afternoon, and night. It's like, what the fuck? Like you have a
He has
3-time a day
messed
show.
up
You
the
like
balance of
correct
the
lunch and
entire
dinner.
I was-
universe.
For whatever reason, as myself and Winning Reality are sitting there finishing up Stick with Cool Frog, he's like, it'd be interesting if we could go raid him. And I'm like, oh, we could if we wanted to. And he's like, huh? I'm like, here you go. And I said, there's the link. And I was getting ready to come over as I see that you messaging me with a link, and I'm like, I don't need a link. The hell? What should do that for? Go pop us both in here real quick. Be like, what's up?
Frog doesn't
I
need the
didn't
link. He takes the link.
He makes it his
Only
own.
here.
I
Only
own
here.
you, bitch.
Okay. Sounds fun. Oh my lord.
Hey,
Oh,
Divinity
it's
said
Divinity
hi.
said.
I succumb to your peer pressure.
We got you.
All right.
I like to think it was our animal magnetism.
No,
Uh-oh.
I believe it was me.
I do actually think the frog actually wins this one.
Well, let's find out. Divinity, who was it that convinced you to come here?
Well, I laughed out loud when Winnie goes, "What did Divinity say? I didn't hear her." I'm like, "You're so clever, you little bastard." So it was really all of it. I was like, okay. You know what it was? It was like you're going to keep going. You're going to look up. It's going to be 4 hours later. You'll have missed everything. If you don't stop, you never stop. So I'm like, all right. And so I was like, just one more thing, and and now I'm here. I didn't get snacks because I did my other one thing.
Oh,
There you go. See, it feels good to step away for a second.
I did 2 of them, so
it really does.
I'm super stoned.
I'm caught in the hole, man.
I've been doing those since I got here.
I've heard them. I know. I've been wanting to smoke with you guys. I'm about to do it now.
Good. About time.
Sucks because I kind of have to like make this. I don't have to. I guess I don't have to do shit. Is this song already loaded? Oh, is Jesus with me or what? I mean, that's a damn miracle. February 1st, miracle.
He turned the empty bowl into kind bud.
Yeah, he's put Mary by my side, and she's with me always.
The kind.
Oh wow.
The missing book of the Bible. The Acts of Mary Jane.
Thank you for joining us with Cough AMSR.
That was good.
I got my
We'll have 8 hours of continuous coughing.
There you
That's what
go.
we were talking about the other night. That came up the other night, didn't it?
My turn. Shit.
I mean,
There we go.
rookie shit.
Tonight, the raspy phlegm coughing. Let's see. Soothing pleasure. Help you sleep.
Yeah, but like, take a poll. What's better, tadpole screams or Darth coughing?
Tadpole
for real.
That's not even a
Well, you can sync them up perfectly. You'd have the
No,
the
but I
ultimate.
did think of this grift today when they were talking. I think Darth Hideous was like trying to totally be like, "Yeah, sign up for the fucking frog show and you can hear all the screams." I'm like, nah. The grift is, how much would it take to get him to stop? For 200 bones, I bet Cool Frog hits that damn mute button. If we get like, maybe the day starts at we're only $10 in. I can't mute my son. Maybe when we can all contribute and every day we hit that goal. And yeah, I mean, I'm in for that.
Well, you can turn the background
for a daily $3
voice mod back on and move up closer and turn it down. And say, yeah, I did that. Give me $200.
Bam, that's true. Do it. Trick us all. No, he's super cute. But it's definitely like
a lot sometimes.
Oh well, it's a lot, but he's still only 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's really only sometimes that it's a lot. Like the occasional.
I thought about interviewing my kid.
Oh,
sometimes they're very timely.
You should definitely do that.
Yeah, sometimes they're very timely, and what sucks for you, Frog.
Because of you, Frog.
Well, I think what sucks for Frog is that we all laugh. We're like, "Oh, perfect timing, Frog." He laughs, and well, now you have a 3-year-old who goes, "Oh, that worked," and now he's like, "Let me do the scream again." It's like, okay, wait, you didn't. It's only funny one time, or you know what I mean? Like, poor kid and poor Cool Frog, because it's fun for us. We're like, okay, now stop it. It's you can't turn it off. He's a little bad.
Right. You're like, oh, that was funny. Perfect timing.
Expected 100 times.
And yeah, then he's like, I can do it 7,000 times while running. No.
Yes, that's when it becomes
and
a
then
lot.
because I want to run in a circle, right here. So I'm going to
And-
remove everything off the top of the bed so that way I can run the server right there. So, all the
My son
blankets,
told me.
all the sheets, all the pillows need to be removed.
My son told me yesterday, he was like, I'm so glad you're a YouTuber. I'm like, wait, why? He's like, because some kids, they don't get a YouTuber for a mom, and you are. Thank you. I'm like, aw, what a
Yeah.
weird guy.
That boy is adorable.
Yeah, he thinks about stuff, I
That's
suppose.
sweet. It is cool though. I mean, to these kids, it's really cool.
I went and I
My
told
son
my
was
other
like,
kid, I'm
"Oh,
like, dude,
all right."
I just hit 6,000 subs. And he just looked at me. I'm like, isn't that cool?
Oh yeah,
And he's like,
congratulations!
"Mhm." Yeah, he's not, well, he's 15, going on, I don't know. What's the grumpiest number for a guy?
80.
He's going on that. 80.
80.
He's 15 going on 80. Yeah. And so we just kind of, And
He's
I'm like, you
sitting on
don't
his
think it's
balls every
cool?
time
Is
he
that
sits
not?
down, kind of move.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because it's like right now because he's going through puberty, blah blah blah, doing his own shit. There's like glimpses of my little boy that I remember and miss. And tonight wasn't one of those nights, but still, I was like, wait a minute. Do you think that 6,000 subs is not a lot? And he looked at me. He goes, "It's good." I'm like, okay. It's hard, dude. It's really hard, and people will hate you. The more you get, the more hate you get.
Well, that's just
Mhm.
the nature of having more eyes on you. Like you're
I
going to
know.
get
I
people
know.
that are
It makes
haters.
sense.
Well, that's why my hate
It does make.
it stayed very even.
And
It
you
stayed
also
very even.
peddle some hate of your own.
I could not
so
break out of this.
I don't peddle hate. I'm a news reporter
Peddle.
who
I know you're a
reports the
journalist.
news. I am
You're
a
a journalist.
Discovery News Network.
Discovery
Oh.
News, yes.
You're the local news.
This guy must be young.
Yeah, he must be young. Seriously, because 40 is when men start getting ripe. They're starting to fucking chill.
Is that so?
That's true. You're
Mhm.
getting there, Darth Idiot.
Is
Oh,
is that
dear.
true?
Oh dear.
How
Cool Frog,
sounds
maybe you were
awful.
premature
I feel
frog.
like
I
the
don't know.
midlife crisis
I don't know how old
comes in
Winning
around like
is.
35,
Winning, are you 50
right?
yet?
Around 35.
Maybe.
For women?
No,
Women.
for men.
Are
They
you
start getting
50
that midlife crisis
for
after 5.
women?
A midlife crisis for a man, I think, is
I
as
would
much
know. I
later.
never had a midlife crisis. I was busy having
Yeah.
children. Like I couldn't
I
concentrate.
mean, that
I
could have
didn't
been
have
it.
that kind of time.
Well,
Oops, midlife crisis passed me by.
I'm gonna have to do the math on my deathbed and figure out if I had a midlife crisis. I don't know. Not
If you don't
sure.
know
I
where you're
mean,
My
going to find
best
the midpoint
advice
of
for
your
you:
life until
if
you
I make
find
it
the
to
end of it.
60, then I
don't
didn't.
imagine 40 being that midlife.
If I make it to 80, I sure as shit had a midlife crisis.
Just,
But if I make it to
hold
60,
off.
I did not.
Right.
Hold off. You just never know.
I
Life
think
can
if
be
you were
nice and
wild
lengthy
as a
for you.
teenager, you won't have a midlife crisis.
I
It's the
think your
ones that like
extremely successful
they
YouTube
started
career
out
is
at
your midlife crisis.
40, like kind of like
You're right.
oh gosh.
Anybody who has a YouTube channel is their whole crisis.
I mean, yeah, you could
Actually,
just take the
no,
word
that's
mid
not
out.
true.
and
I
just
should
call
take
it your
that
life
back.
I mean,
crisis.
this is like my
Anyone who
mental
has a
health state.
Discord server.
Oh, a Discord server? Yeah, that's for gays. There's 3 of the 5 people in here have Discord servers.
I know, and that's the problem. Really, if you're on Discord for any amount of your time, you might be the problem in most of society.
Oh,
That being
that's
said,
true.
if
The experts
What?
Discord is pretty
you want a
wholesome.
Discord link, you can come to this one.
No, dude. See, that's messed up. You're like, you pay me $2.99, I'll ruin the rest of your life.
Yeah, I mean,
Dude. I didn't mean to hate on Discord like that. Do you own stock or something? Okay, listen, I smoked a lot of pot. Like how long have I been here? I'm sorry,
10
didn't mean
minutes.
to
I hate
make jokes that
Discord.
was
You all
only
know
might be
I hate
funny to me.
Discord.
What word?
Discord.
Oh, Discord. I thought she said this word.
Yeah, I thought that
I
too for a
find
second.
it
And I
useful.
realized she said, I hate Discord.
Yeah, I find it useful to transfer stuff from my phone to my
With
PC. Like
advantages.
it's really useful. I don't social media, so I like having like a messenger of forums. I think that's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
And it's like a grown-up version of like I don't know. I like it in principle. I just fucking hate it in practice. It's ridiculous.
course.
People got too much access, all this bullshit. They know when you're fucking typing. I'm like, I can't get away. I can't fucking get away.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a lot for somebody who likes to like not be seen. I mean, that
Doesn't
sounds stupid because I have a
Discord
channel,
have
but
data
sometimes
leaks?
I like.
For a lurker.
Doesn't Discord have probably? I mean, I haven't
Doesn't
heard about
everywhere
that.
have data leaks?
A lot of stuff does, but
I mean, you can always
Yeah.
put yourself on invisible.
But they can still see
yeah,
when
a
you're
lot.
typing, even if you're not invisible.
That's true. In a lot of cases, that's true. But invisible to me, I don't know. I feel bad being on Fake Idol.
Yeah, we all know you're not on Idle. You might as well just put up the big red "Do Not Disturb."
That seems so rude. I'm like, not. I mean, you can disturb me, but I'm here, but not here. You know, it's a lot. It's a game. It's a fucking mental game.
Yeah, trying to focus on doing your other stuff and not getting sucked into the black hole of Discord.
I know, and I'm blaming Discord because I don't have any self-control. Whatever.
Hmm.
That sounds about right.
What are you gonna do? There's a lot of fun people to talk to on Discord. No,
Yeah.
no, there really isn't, is there?
I mean, there are.
I
There are a few of my friends who I know strictly because of Discord. I don't even interact with them on YouTube. I barely see him. Sometimes I'll see him in there are certain chats. I'm like, holy shit, there's that person. But I met him from Discord and I always see them there.
Huh.
And I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I do
isn't
appreciate them.
uncool. Aw.
Plus, I'm
let's
in a
see.
Flat Earth Discord. That's a really cool. And you can go any time of day and there's 24-hour live chat.
Oh, it must be fascinating.
Yeah, but it's
It
for
is.
flat
That's why I
earthards.
always have such great arguments, in my
I'll
opinion,
in.
for you.
Jesus, dude.
Dude,
That's
they
like
are.
this
Okay,
fine
listen,
tuning to
best
bad
argument.
arguments.
Can I give you the best argument? Hold on. I'm the
Oh, yes,
loser.
please.
I'm always on green. No one talks to me anyway. Oh,
Oh,
Melissa,
the
Jane,
AI.
Melissa,
if
we
you,
must not have ever
I'm,
messaged each
I
other.
love the AI. So anytime
Aw.
you feel the need that you want to come join us, talk to us, whatever, however,
No. She's
more
saying
than
you
welcome.
guys never hit her up.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm going to start throwing invites.
Kufo's like,
at you.
well, I'm a. The frog is drinking the water, folks.
Mm-hmm.
The water with the chemicals in it?
Let me give Winning my flat Earth thing.
Argument.
It's not an argument. I heard this.
I'm gonna give her a ticket to Antarctica.
No. You can't. You only have to get to talk about the one I tell you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. So, in order to have pressure, you have to have a container, like gas pressure, right? Or any kind of pressure, right?
Mhm.
So then how do we have pressure here unless we are enclosed?
Ozone layer.
The ozone layer?
Yeah.
What's the ozone layer? I'm Googling it.
Oh my God.
Well, what's it fucking made out of? That's what I'm asking you. You can't just give me the name. You might as well told me rainbow's made out of shit, asshole. I'm asking you what the ozone layer is made out of.
Ozone. It's made out of ozone.
It's just called ozone? It's the stratosphere that absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet radiation. So it's part of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a gas. So how does that gas exist unless it's in a container?
Why does it have to be in a container? That's just
because it's
it
pressurized.
could be pressure. Pressure itself could keep it there.
What?
Gravitational pull.
Right.
Gravitational
it's a
pull
gas.
is now making the pressure.
Gas has weight.
It's not any one thing.
I mean,
all those
Jupiter
things.
is allegedly made entirely of gas, so
It is. Saturn as well.
yeah, I mean,
That's why they call it gas giants.
yep.
Because you have to ignore the fact they're there though for this argument to work.
Wait a minute. No.
Space isn't real. That's what.
No, space is real. It's just not empty. And it really isn't empty.
This is a whole new spin on the flat earth I've never heard though.
Well, Isn't that
Because
part
you have
of
to have
it?
you, no. You have to not believe in space for flat to work.
No,
That's the
there's
way, because
fucking
that's why
space.
most people
There's
get
just
into it.
not all
Start
this
with
outer
the
space
moon
shit.
landing.
There's no outer space, but there is something between us and other stuff that's like outside of our atmosphere. But that's because there's a firmament. But there's still a space out there. It's just not empty. So there's no vacuum of it.
No,
Well,
they don't believe in space.
how
They
could
don't.
there
You
be a
don't.
vacuum?
You haven't been listening well on that channel.
Fuck them. I know. Well, I haven't been there in a minute because you guys been keeping
Okay.
me real busy, and Farron done with all of her bullshit, and my real life been getting super, super busy.
It's
But
starting to wear off a little bit.
I know I don't know what they say about. I don't know what they say when they get to this part, but I'm pretty
Oh
sure
no.
it's what I said. And
So
even who cares what
Moose
they
is
say?
with
What
us.
I'm saying is this new theory.
Moose is with us. Gravity, gas has mass.
The new
Yeah.
gravity.
Helium is so light it escapes the atmosphere constantly, but the rust is heavy enough to stick to Earth unless the sun fucks around with strong flare. I mean,
Yeah.
would have to actually get him to actually come in and explain
Did it go
himself.
up? Helium is so light it escapes our atmosphere constantly, but the rest is heavy enough to stick to Earth unless the sun fucks around with the strong flare. What?
Yeah, like it could blow it. A strong flare from the sun
Yeah.
could blow it out. But we're talking like, coronal mass ejection and direct hit, right?
Yeah,
A
that
lot
would
of it
be.
is blocked out. But
And so the theory is that it's just heavy. So that's why one goes down and one goes up. That would make sense.
that's what, yeah.
But there's pressure, so it seems like in order for that to happen, there has to be a container for the pressure.
Look, yeah, well, it forms its own container because of outer space being
kind of like water can form
vacuum,
its own
the vacuum. But then they're going to say, well, a vacuum. No, it's a different kind of. It's the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but how could that be a vacuum? And I'm asking that one legitimately because I don't understand that in real life.
Well, I'm not. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not a scientist, and it's not my specialty. I can only tell you what I've heard. So
I guess I could Google it. That's not as fun. I'd rather get a scientist in here.
But that's the whole trick of the flat Earth is they try to make people believe that they're scientists. I mean, they do. Like you could. Oh, I'm good at computers, so I know. Obviously, I know physics and science. It's like, no. There's people who have spent their life and dedicated it to it the way that I've dedicated my life to other things, and they're experts in that. I'm experts in this. And that's the whole thing. That's why it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. The people who are really bought into it are under the Dunning-Kruger effect, meaning they think because they're good at one thing, they're really good at exceptional at one thing, say computers. That means they can figure anything out because they think they're smart. But that's the trick. The way you get out of it is understanding that the work and effort that you've put into your craft, someone else has put that into science, and that's why they know it so well, and that's why we can defer to experts on this, right? But they don't want to believe that.
Experts are allowed to be wrong, and then there's all these theories they're allowed to just have.
The expert wrong?
It's not just
they started. The Earth was flat to start, and they were like, "Oh, we're wrong." And they're like, "All right, well now we've got it right." And they're like, "Well, the Earth is this shape." Like,
that's not how
you don't know. You weren't there either.
Right? This anecdotal stuff, man. Well,
I don't care. I still want to figure out how there's possibly a vacuum of space. Doesn't mean.
Don't worry. I think in our lifetime we'll be able to do.
This would be the perfect time for that Spaceballs clip.
Like
that's why literally winning
the first flat earther trip to outer space.
Listen. Well, okay. I don't know about all that, but when
I
gave you an argument, you said that's not how flat earthers argue. And now who cares how flat earthers argue? What I'm saying is this is how it works in my theory of everything. And that's why I think we're a donut. Actually, no one really talks about that.
Moose. That's exactly where I was going.
With
Moose,
jelly filling.
Exactly.
I'm not sure about
it's hollow.
the hollow thing, but
no, that's part of the donut. Yeah, it's
called?
flat, round, hollow, all the things.
Down.
You get everything in this.
Just keep digging.
Oh, because you've been to the core? How about we've never gone more than 8 miles?
That probably explains why.
The donut theory sounds so tasty and delicious.
Lava filled, yum. Magma. It's magma
gold.
Filled, actually.
There's diamonds. Haven't you played Minecraft?
With a limestone layer too. It's like, I have. A little
that word, that four-letter word that starts with an N, that word That
Four-letter
word
word is
technically,
Isn't that
you
neat?
have to really seriously watch your use of that word on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have
Oh,
that 4-letter word.
too bad the
Yahtzees. Yahtzees.
Oh god, on the moon.
Yahtzees.
they took over the inner earth. Damn it.
Oh yeah. It's bad down there. Everybody's marching in similar uniforms. It's like,
Whoa.
yeah, we had
It's like
some.
a Lovecraft
I think we had some of your
story.
server mates stop by the other day. they
Wait, you
didn't
did?
do very well. Yeah, they didn't do very well. They were trying to. It was one guy, and he tried to sock puppet with a female account, and we looked at it. We're like, it's the same person. It's like, that's so funny. They took off after that, but it was funny.
Oops. Well,
They came in and told themselves they loved them.
oh no.
It was bad.
I
But
mean,
funny.
I don't they gave me permission to like post in their live chat thing because I was sharing something. They were like, "Do you have a channel? Share your channel." And so I was able to like share my channel. I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit,
Like,
now I
don't
can
worry,
go
we'll
there."
be there. They'll be there all the time arguing about flat Earth with people while you're trying to talk about what Farron did last or like next. It's
I don't care. I
Oh,
think it's
geez.
fun. I would prefer people that
It
want
runs people off.
it bother.
runs
I
people off.
don't care. Then run off. If somebody thinking about something like you guys will talk about
What's off topic?
birds not
you know?
being real.
It's off
Everything in
topic.
fucking chat is off topic. If someone wants to talk about it, that's their topic. There's allowed to be multiple topics in chat.
Well, there's
And
people
you
that
can
show
just
up to
block
actually
a
discuss the
person.
topic.
That's literally the only way chat
You could
works.
block a
Right.
person.
What do you mean birds aren't real?
I'm just saying, man. They
Exactly. We can
swarm.
talk about
They
that all day
swarm.
long. Or a lot
I've-
of weird shit that's not real. I think it's just a really fun thought experiment to see how mad people get like right away. And I think I've heard experts say this, and I don't know. To
That's
me,
still
I'm like,
like rugby
ooh.
ball Earth.
Does it at
Why-
the end of
why
the day,
troll your
it
own
doesn't
channel,
matter.
though?
What do you mean
Why
by
troll
troll
your
your
own
own channel?
Well, you say it's funny to see how mad they get, and that's a troll. I mean, that's
It's
what a
funny
troll
to
does.
see how mad people. It's just like I used to think it was funny to see how mad somebody would get if I said I voted for Donald Trump. I'm not trolling them. I just think it's funny. That's like, whoa, you're really fucking invested in this Earth shit. And I'm like, I don't care what shape it is. That's why, like, why would we care? It could change tomorrow and it wouldn't matter. Gravity, you could even call it a whole different name. You could call
Okay,
weed
how
a
about
different
this?
thing and it would still get you high.
Well, it's kind of like this. It makes people stupid, right? And
You
stupid
think
people make
that?
a stupid
It makes
society. No,
people
it
think. It
does.
makes people think outside the
No,
box.
you watch.
I know.
You see perfectly sane people completely abandon logic.
They go,
I
you know
mean,
what? I didn't pay enough
that's-
attention when I was 9 or 10, and I don't even understand the solar system shit. And at least they're looking into something instead of going, yeah,
but they're
I believe
not.
it.
No, they're
That's
not
better
looking
than
into
half
it.
of the people that don't even use their brain. They are.
But
They've
they're
got these
not looking
arguments that
into
you
it.
couldn't even answer tonight. You made
That's not looking into it.
your
That's
answer was
arguing with people.
because the words that they've already told me. You
No.
can't.
I said I'm not an expert. See, these people think they are. I know what I am. I'm not trying to pretend I'm something else. And that's the thing. And that's the problem. And they get distracted and it becomes a sidetrack. And so, what's the mission of this whole movement, anyways? What are they trying to do at the end? What's the big thing they're
You know
heading
what?
towards? Well, how are they going to get there?
This is what I
You know,
hoped.
what's
This is what I used to hope it was. This is what I thought it was originally. If you're really asking that question genuinely, I think they think there's some truth hidden that has to do with like. Now, bear with me here. I could be butchering this. Please, God, don't come here, flat earthers.
He's like, I'm not. He goes, leave me out of this. I didn't start this.
I might be starting some. This might be bullshit, but this is what I used to think. I used to think that. I used to think that Tesla's.
He's like, you know, free will now.
Nikola Tesla, the real Tesla, that his stuff was hidden from us because he figured out how to use this space that we have for electricity, and it had something to do with understanding the shape of the earth and how magnetic fields work and all of this stuff that they've now been able to obfuscate. And that's how could we have never had the idea again? Because we can't come to us without the right information. Now, these are theories, and I think that they're fun to think about, and it brings together two separate worlds for me. So I'm like on board 1,000%, or not 1,000%. Again, I'm actually, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me the shape of the earth. It's funny to me how it matters. Like, why would it matter unless you're a pilot or something?
Humanity matters.
Of course, humanity matters. So you know that we have a government, at least in part, that will lie to us about a lot of shit. Why is this one thing you're like, never this? Why?
Because it's not true, and it's like easy to prove.
It doesn't matter.
It's easy to prove by looking
Using
at the
their words
arguments that are
and
coming
logic,
at you.
it's
You know why?
easy, and their
No,
theories, it's
that's
easy. Yes,
dude.
yes.
No. The flat Earth, the whole argument doesn't exist without the globe model. You take the globe model away, they don't have anything to go by because they're using the same science the freaking the smart people with the globe model created. I mean, believe me, I'm suspicious about a lot of things too. But their whole premise is it
But
all
the
starts with the
science
fake
doesn't
moon landing.
necessarily have to
It
change.
all
That's
starts
what I'm
with the fake moon
saying.
landing, dude. I'm telling you.
The
Every
fake
single one of
moon
them.
landing.
That's how
Yeah.
they get into it. That's how they get into it.
I did
I've
hear
watched
about that
people go
being
down
fake.
See, it's not fake,
How do you know? You were there. Tell me the truth.
dude.
Do you remember
seriously.
it from TV?
Really think about it. No, it
I
wasn't fake.
did think about it. Like
It wasn't
how
fake, dude.
How old do you think he is?
Why would they put
don't
this
know.
giant
I'm trying to
production
give it a
on?
comment.
See what I'm saying? Now you
What
have
do you
to
mean
think.
why?
Now you
To
have say
win the
this,
fucking space race.
to win this. There's no space. See,
It's
they
a
don't think there's
narrative,
a space.
dipshit. I'm not saying my narrative.
What
I'm
narrative?
saying
Why are
there.
you gonna
Why
win a
would
race
they
that's
do
not
it?
there? Why are you gonna win a race that's not there? For what?
What do
To
you mean
control
again
that
with
upper
Russia?
filament?
What race? What space race wasn't there?
What are you talking about? Like, why would you win a race to nowhere?
We're going to the moon. Don't you know who Kennedy was?
But if you don't believe that it exists, why do you think that people are going to run a race?
I believe. It doesn't matter what I believe. You're mixing two narratives to make your shit make sense. What I'm saying is,
No, I'm not.
the reason
I'm using
that the government would lie
I'm
is
saying you as
because the
general.
government was in a space race with another
For
government.
what? Space doesn't exist. You're saying that
To
space
them,
doesn't
it
exist.
exists in their stupid narrative because they get money for funding for their fucking programs. Are you kidding me right now?
Okay, so it's about
There's no
money.
money involved and power involved in this.
You're saying it's about money.
It's got to be something.
Money and power for what? They don't go to space because they're faking
What do you mean?
space.
They're getting it in their programs for anything else, to do anything else.
That's ridiculous, man. You're saying that they're wasting all this time and effort and involving millions of people around the world, millions
of people have bought the lie, but it doesn't take that many to buy the lie. More people knew about Watergate than have ever gone to space.
I mean, what? Why don't they just do something more productive? I mean, seriously, for money or this for that? They launch all these fake rockets up there just for money, and they bounce off.
Yeah, they've done a lot of shit for money and power.
That's not. You don't need to do that. They can already control people's minds. Why the hell would they need a goddamn fake space?
How would
Just
they
say
control
what it is
their
and
minds?
say that they were divine rulers of it, handed down from the filament god himself, and they could just make a little image of him and say that's him. Why not do that? That's easier. You could have everybody can think in that within a generation. Easily. If they would put their minds to it, they could do it. So why would they worry about a fake space race? Just use what you got. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, if it was a real thing, all that happened. Then all this millions of people who worked on it and went to school for it and actually studied for all this shit that we don't know about. that those are the people that helped all that happen. And it's for real. And it did happen. But that's what I'm saying. What's the goal of the flat earth? What is their ultimate goal? What's the ultimate goal?
The secrets that are son of a
and how do they accomplish that? By going in on YouTube and arguing with people in comments?
No, I got to argue with you because you're smart enough to figure it out. I just got to get you off the government's teat. State
No,
aid.
I debunked this 10 years ago. I debunked this 10 years ago, dude. It's easy. The arguments they have are circular. You can't even debunk it tonight. I can't. I just did. The
atmosphere is the atmosphere because the atmosphere creates the atmosphere. And I don't know about space. They don't tell me that.
I never said any of that. That's you trying to make it right. It's not true. I'm sorry.
The atmosphere's the atmosphere.
We were all here.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd say. Actually, yeah. It's like rhetoric right there. Stop stealing.
It's ozone layer.
Lack of gravity. It's like, why does a whole? I was waiting for her to say, well, how does
the quartering called Farron a snake?
He did. Is that not hilarious? You want me to share that with you right this moment? Let me share my screen. Hold on.
She's like, yeah, I got that right here, by the way.
I was doing work before winning.
On stone, so maybe I'm not reading this shit right.
Oh wait, I didn't even open it. God, let me get my mind right. Present, share again.
No, I was just deprogramming it. It'll work. Watch.
That's
I
the
don't
only
think
thing I
so.
could think of the other day.
It will.
Yeah, probably.
It's the little seeds. She didn't catch on.
You're gonna catch them. They're gonna grow in your sleep tonight. Don't dream. Don't you let your brain work together. It'll be the end of it for you.
Yep.
Pineal gland will
totally
decalcify. You wake up in the morning like
Yes.
divinity. I never thought I was gonna fucking say this, but this shit is
I haven't had
donut.
fluoride in my house in 10 years,
It's a,
but yeah,
it's a
it'll
maple
do
bar. You was wrong about it being a jelly filled. It's a maple bar with sprinkles.
Imagine
Do you see
on a
this?
1 hour live stream where you accept super chats an apology when she has my actual cell phone number and has been texting me all day about being a ride or die friend.
Yeah,
Why
he
does
watched her apology and said,
I'm gonna need some backstory because no clue what this is about.
Okay.
What happened? Don't forget, I spent one whole day with Frog and then another day sleeping, so I'm completely out of the loop. Completely out of the loop. There we go. I couldn't get the words out.
Farron should be editing, but she has to make the record clear. Yesterday, I was on a 4-hour editing stream and started talking to my audience directly. A few in chat said that the quartering never thanked people for helping him. Then came the infamous rant, which, okay, listen, I don't want to read all this. She's fucking retarded. She's basically repeating her stupid lie. This is the same thing her apology video says, and I can just tell you that without reading her dumb words. So, did you know that I made a video? Okay, so I woke up this morning. People were like, bro, Farron is spiraling. I'm like, wait, what? And then like she's acting like a bitch and saying she's sober. I was like, wait, what? Oh, that's interesting.
Spiraling? Spiraling.
Manic, spiraling. I don't know. There were a lot of words for it. Acting a fool. Farron was acting a fool. I was like, wow, okay, well, it took like...
Can't wait to see your videos.
It took a while because I heard about a bunch of it, right? I heard she said this about this person. I heard this and that. But
do you actually have video or?
Girl, I heard
it all. But I'm not gonna make a whole video on shit that I heard. So it took me like all day to allegedly get a video.
Honor, hearsay.
Do you even have?
Do I have what?
Do you have the video of him actually saying, "Are you kidding me"?
Yeah, he streamed it today on his stream. He was angry at her for acting that way. I didn't put it in my video. Holy crap, I'm just realizing I didn't put it in my video. See, this is why I'm never done. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay, here, real quick. Just because I've seen this earlier, and if you actually look really close, you look at something that's really cool here. We're going to look at this real fast. Do you see what channel is behind you here, right?
Behind who? What are you saying?
This the video that he's actually watching. This is your actual video.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he says my name sort of at one point, but it's like that's why I hit 6,000 subs, is because it just wasn't happening. What you were saying is going on with your channel was going on with mine. It's like 6 up, 4 down, 12 up, 16 down. You know, it was like every day there was just this weird little fluctuation that isn't normal considering most, you know, there's a lot of months to compare it to. Anyways, so I made this video of Farron after I got all those things this morning. That video that you saw there, I made it because when I heard her actual video, I was like, what the fuck? She called out the quartering for this? I just couldn't believe it. And so I pieced that one to the side and I made the video and I put it out.
I actually watched it on stream mid-show yesterday.
Right, I heard you guys watch it, and then I got messages from a couple people again, like around dinner time, and they were like, it was about the quartering, and it linked to his stream, but I didn't know what that was about either. And then I realized somebody said he's playing your video, and I was like, oh no, my heart just sank. I had full ass anxiety. I was like, no. And all I can remember is how it ends. I'm like, fuck, why did you end it by saying mad because the clout won't chase you back? fuck? Why did you should be more professional. You should say subscribe to Divinity Said. He's got 1 million subs and now you're fucking just being a baby about shit. I'm like, okay, it figures. So anyways, he plays the video and it makes him mad, which understandably makes him mad because fuck you. I went to his Twitter before I posted and saw that there was even a spot where he was talking about Tim Pool and how Farron should cover it and go get him girls tagged her and everything. And I'm like, oh, she didn't realize but that's your fault. You call yourself an investigative journalism. You're journalist. You're 0 for 6 on call outs. You're terrible making up stories, making up lies. Okay. So he says, whatever, she's a snake, I'm not dealing with her. And ends his stream, makes a tweet about the snake thing. And she makes an apology video. And she's like, I'm sorry, because first of all, she goes, I just want to, we should, hold on. How do did I upload this? Channel content. Please say I uploaded this. No, I didn't. Damn it. Well, she goes, number one, I'm sorry. I didn't think somebody would upload this because it was behind a paywall. I'm like, really hurting. Number one, sorry, I didn't think you'd see this. I'm like, damn, Farron, that's not a great apology. And number two, I wish this Clips channel wouldn't have done this because this is her fault. I'm like, really? You're like, sorry you saw it. I was just thinking out loud. It was just the shittiest apology ever. But she did say, like, I'm an asshole. No, she said I made her look like an asshole.
She
I'm like, no, you are an asshole. No, she was being a complete asshole. And you know what's fucked? Before this one, which I didn't, there's just so much to post that I don't know if somebody has a voodoo doll of me and they're spinning me around or something because there's so much Farron content I don't want to post about her. She's like, she gets all these clicks from me. I'm bitch, I don't want to post about you. I don't. But there's this clip that happened before the quartering.
Why are you even bending to her opinion? If you want to post about her,
my people on my channel don't like it either. And that's why she's so fucking wrong about, she has to post me. No one likes it. They don't mind the drama clicks. Most of these clicks aren't coming from people who are my subs. They hate it. They're like, bitch, move on. No one cares. Just like you guys. Darth Udis like, fucking stop talking about Farron. I'm like, well, like it's literally still happening. So,
but it's literally getting me so many clicks. Why would I stop?
And not even that, but she's a hypocritical bitch. She's literally calling people out for abusing power. And she, within 2 weeks ago, was doing this to me. Send me a lawyer send me a cease and desist letter threatening me with lawyers, illegal DMCA claim on my channel, sending people en masse to try to cancel me, spreading lies that I created, just everything you can think of. And you're trying to champion that you're the fucking hero of a movement that you have shit on for the last literal 2 weeks? I don't think so. Not today, bitch.
She's a leader of nothing, man.
She's
like,
she's
gross. Seriously,
the problem with that mentality winning.
She worked at a news station. So fucking what?
Yeah, but
she's not about solutions. She's about stirring up shit. Seriously, what's her solution? What's her big solution?
That's the type of person that you don't want people following because they're bullshit. And how do people know they're bullshit unless the people they're bullshit to say something? No one says something, and so they get away with it. She got 1,000 subs in the last week because she's scripting off of this. And it's like, oh, and that's fine. I hope she
got drama subs. She got drama subs. You know, these aren't people that are going to do anything.
She's getting Eliza Blue subs and championing that movement. That's why I said that, because she's trying to champion a movement that she is not part of.
What movement?
I just told
none of those subs are going to matter at all if she winds up getting yeeted.
You have to start asking questions like, what movement do you think?
That's what I just told you.
Yeah. What movement? What's the name of it?
Is kind of
anti-censorship.
Oh, she's really?
Yes, exactly what I'm saying. Even though she just DMCA struck me, even though she's doing all of these censorship bullshits, she's saying that the reason that Eliza Blue, the reason it's a problem is because of the censorship, because Eliza has put out all these copyright claims to get her videos taken down because she's embarrassed of them now. I'm like, literally, Farron, you just did that 2 weeks ago. What are you saying right now? What? And so no, she's
fat and mad.
Here's the thing: she doesn't understand where the root of this issue came from. That's exactly what I'm working on right now. I mean, I'm coming across as I'm working on what I'm doing, But I'm seeing
When was
where it
that?
came from. I know exactly where it came from. She ain't working on the solution.
This
Actually,
is
actually,
seriously.
you want to know what? You want to know what? I had the solution, and I actually was going to offer it to her. I actually have it. I have all the evidence. I have everything you
Let me ask you a
need to
question.
make
This
this
is
point.
literally
Can I
14
ask you-
minutes ago that
No,
she put
no,
this.
really, seriously.
Let me ask you a serious question though. Do
No, I'm
you
seriously for 2
Farron
seconds.
out
Look at
of
the
this?
fucking
Wait,
screen.
Frog,
Okay, I'm
see
your
in a different
attention.
I'm in a
Wait,
different
wait.
screen right now. I can't look at it, so I was going to
I'm
talk.
looking at
Can
it.
I ask Winning a real quick question
Yeah.
though? Do you think you could like whatever advice you thought you could give Farron? Do you think you could give that advice to and it would be useful? It wouldn't be a waste of your time to Amber Heard?
It's a decent
What? That's
question.
funny.
I was not expecting that name.
I
Swallowed
wasn't
my-
either, dude. That's hilarious. I
That is a decent question, actually, Dave.
why don't I just give it to my ex?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I think you're
She
dealing
wouldn't
with
listen to
somebody who had
anybody.
exactly.
No. Yeah. No, I agree. There's definitely the qualities are there, but yeah, she's definitely got those qualities. I hear what you're saying. More on the
Okay, let me go.
malignant or histrionic level, but
Farron, the hate has been
less
thrown.
the COVID. But yeah, you
That's
can
fine.
see it. You can
The
see
hit
it when
has
she
been
gets
thrown
drunk.
at me and trying at the same time, working hard to get things done as quickly
There
as
it is.
possible. Mental health is more important.
Oh, I owe
3:52
somebody
a.m.
$10. I
It's-
said she'd
it's
never
now-
play that card.
It's now 4:17.
What the?
She seriously just put this up with
It's
25 minutes ago.
6:17, but yes.
The hate.
Right,
Get
but this is my screen, so that's what I'm saying. This is the difference between this is like 25 minutes ago that she seriously posted this. 25 minutes ago.
You know how far back this cancel culture flagging stuff goes? It goes back way over a decade. Like this isn't new. None of this stuff's new. These techniques, they were perfected by other people a long time ago. These are just people that are utilizing the advantage that this has given them, the people that want to actually censor. They and control people through this way. They want to dominate and bully, right? This groundwork was laid a long time ago. And honestly, man, I'm telling you, I've seen other people that have gone down the same path that I have with this information come to the same conclusion. And I'm saying it lightly in a sense, right? Because it's almost too crazy and to be true. And there's no way to know whether it's true unless you're on the inside of it. But honestly, when you look at the big picture and you take all of history into consideration with this, and you see the players that built up this whole momentum with this type of behavior online and how they still exist on YouTube today and how their videos from way back when that are supposed to not be there are, you start to really think that it's really just a criminal organization here, and they're basically not legitimate. I mean, in a sense, it's crazy to think about it, but it's like, man, you almost don't have any other conclusions when you get to the bottom of the rabbit hole. You're like, well, how can this possibly just be sliding by for so long? How could this possibly be happening that these channels that, shouldn't get struck do, and the ones that should be gone aren't? It's like, well, how does that work? And why is there nothing that you can do about it? It's just nuts when you actually understand the bulk of information, the bulk of channels that are still in existence that got numerous hundreds of channels wiped out, gone, right? How does that happen? It doesn't make any sense. Like my story doesn't go that far in this part of it, but that's going to be the next one perhaps, is that, that big exposure, there's no one individual that's the focus of it, but the entire root of this thing, and it's out there for anybody to see. It's still there. It's amazing. It blows my mind. It's like when you think about how much censorship has come from that information, all the way up, all the way through, and the things that we suffer from today all came from that root, all of it, and the ability and the knowledge, all that shit. It all came from there. So what she's doing, and Liza Blue picking on the new person, that ain't gonna do shit. Ain't gonna do shit. She's a symptom of a deeper problem that has to be addressed in a different way. And it ain't by just blabbing your mouth on the internet. That's what people have been doing for 15 years. You got to do more than that. You got to get people together, and you got to actually take action, and you got to be loud when you do it. You can't be soft. You can't be quiet. You got to make it the main thing everybody talks about, and you got to be there. You got to show up. And what I'm talking about is just like how many people have been affected by this. Got to stop hiding and start talking together. Get a big class action lawsuit or just a big media campaign to blow it out of the water, where nobody was like, we're not talking about anything but this until it's done. Like, this is the biggest story that's out there. We're not talking about anything else because you've been ripping off people for a decade and you've been enabling predators, right? And we got all the evidence we ever needed for that on your own system. And if you want to do something, get rid of it. If not, we can just look at the backups, man. Got those too. It's real simple. It's the thing that everybody wants to ignore. It's right there in front of us, So, okay, write another documentary and, hope it gets a lot of views, but that ain't going to solve the problem. You ain't the leader of nothing. You're the leader of the Get Clicks Club, That's what it is. So, you want to make a difference?
Yeah.
Go for the jugular, go for the root, pull the root out. Good luck. You need a lot of people. It's not a one man or one woman show to get that done. You're not going to be standing on the steps getting a medal from the president one day, right? It ain't going to happen. It's just it's I'm telling you, man, it's so ingrained that you have to get inside the organization and get their records and know who's doing what, pull out names, get names. It's more than just Susan. It's a whole network of people in there making this thing, enabling this stuff, right? From the guy who writes the goddamn algorithm, right, to the support person who decides whether or not
that's a bigger conspiracy than not going to the moon.
It's not a big conspiracy. It's actually happening. It's evidence there.
I'm saying.
Do you know the difference between derivative content and transformative content? Do you know the difference legally? You should.
I don't know.
You should. It affects all of us, right? You got hit with that too, right? So it's how they get away with the copyright claims. It's how they get away with all this other shit because the rules are bent, right? There's a reason that when you speak out and you have a stance against establishment and corruption, that your channel doesn't do well, no matter what kind of content it is. It's done, right? They silence you, and there's a little someone wrote a program that puts a score on you or something and throws you into the segment where you are just like expected to sit there, feel sorry for yourself, and just go away, right? That's what they want. That was intentional. So why would you do something like that, right? If not to favor somebody else. And then you have the copyright thing where they're actually calling transformative content derivative content, and they're giving you no ability to know what it is or to do anything about it. And they put all the power in the other guy's hand, the big corporations' hands, the BMI's hands, all those groups that make the claims. And they're breaking the law every time they do it. All right, get off the toilet. They're breaking the law every time they do it. Every time. And they're stealing money. And every time our subs disappear, they're stealing money. They're breaking the law. Every time our subs disappear. They do it. We all know they do it. We all talk about it. What are we doing about it? It's
well, look how look how expensive it was to buy a whole company and now to expose the corruption within that company. Like,
no doubt, right? You have to go that far, huh?
It's and then to become the corruption in that company.
One lawyer that wants to be a hero, that'll step up and take on the job. Come on, we got a whole law tube here. One of you guys.
It's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars though to fight such a big
don't you think if one person said we're going to go do this, and they had a following like some of these guys do, but that we couldn't all get behind and push that number up for them, GoFundMe's, or we could just internal kind of, we'll figure out a way. But I mean, we just need to know there's a way. Who's and you got to have the one who has the knowledge to do the job. That's not me. That's not you. That's
probably Sharon. More like the mini, because you're talking about going inside of ABC or Alphabet or all of
not going inside legally. Yeah. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You want to look inside of their algorithms. Yeah, right. You know,
Dude, we got evidence.
expensive.
We got evidence to already just take them on other things. You know, there's enough. I told you, there's enough evidence on their own system about what they're doing that's breaking their own rules, own laws, and the copyright stuff they're doing, and the stuff with the subs they're doing. That's breaking contract law. I mean, dude, hey, Monty may be doing this shitty way, right, and for himself, but if he is right, they don't give a shit about us, and he is right. The only way to take him, really, to hit him is to hit him where it hurts, and you got to take the money, right? So if you go after the money, we don't really care about that as much as we care about change. We want change. So you get a big fine and say change it, and we don't collect. You know, you kind of got to have some leverage against these guys. But the evidence, they're so confident, they're so cocky. All the shit's still on their servers. I mean, just go dig up Sandy Hooks as a hoax right now. See how many videos come up.
Yeah, right.
Dude, you'll learn the whole background. Go do it. They're all out there. There's millions. There's videos harassing parents right there. I'll tell you who all harassed the parents. They're still on YouTube. Caliber hitter. Go find them. Go find them. That dude did more. That dude was like
I
leading
watched
it.
his videos already.
Yeah. Well, guess what? He's still there. He's got some stuff going on too, right? All these guys have a history. They're still on. They're making money. They're monetized. They make more money on YouTube than I do. You know, I don't make anything.
Right.
None, zero. It costs me money. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're getting ripped off to favor, you know, predators and like scum and like people that cause harm to other people for joy for
And
themselves.
Darth Hideous.
Because they think they know more than they do. They think they got the whole thing figured out because, you know, everything they're like just like the flat earth thing. That's why I think that's important, and that you really should live in truth, right? Value truth above being right, and you'll get there. But that's the same thing that they've done. I mean, dude, it's all there. It goes all the way back. It goes back so far. But everything they've done has led to the censorship we have now. Everything we deal with, this whole thing with you and Farron wouldn't be happening if these guys hadn't had their way and still be existing for this long. If it would got cut off back then, people would have been like, hell no, we're not going to put up with it. And you know, we had held old YouTube to a high standard and understood that, hey, look, free speech is important, but keeping people from abusing it is just as important, right? And that.
Wait a minute. Did you just do that to yourself?
Way to blow up a good speech there, buddy.
Oh.
Well,
Way
Brock
to do
did
that.
it.
That was like my best speech of the day. That was it.
I was enjoying
That
that.
That was the one, and I cut him off right in between. It's like,
Yeah,
damn you.
Doesn't want free speech. Get it? Let the
I'm open
scum
to
win.
that video. I should have uploaded this already. But listen, did I already tell you what she said about Lauren Chen? Do you know who that is?
No,
Roaming millennial.
but tell me.
Wait a minute.
Before
Say
she
more?
was, before she was Lauren Chen, that's what she used to go by. Roaming millennial. I don't know why she ever changed to using her actual name, but maybe she wants people to take her seriously as a urinalist.
Oh shit, is that what has to happen eventually? I ain't gonna use my name. I'm gonna be called Divinity Esquire forever. Dr. Divinity Esquire.
Divinity Scissor Fingers.
Yeah, Dr. Divinity Scissorfinger Esquire.
Yes.
What am I doing again? What's this
Definitely.
video even called? Did I save it? Oh god damn it. You guys the reason I didn't join you is because I was gonna smoke too much weeds if I did. Forget even where I was. Oh, I think it's this. I think it's called this. I better check. I'm gonna here's the problem. She's like, here's the thing. She didn't play the end of it. I really wish she would have played the end of it, because at the end, you would have seen that I was trying to stroke Jeremy and give him reach around, and she didn't even show that. So, and I'm like, what, bitch, the fucking end is boring. You end up waffling back and forth like a fucking idiot.
Did you just shrink? Did you just shrink? I think you just shrunk. You might want to check it out. Or did you just eat like
What are
suck
you
in some
smoking?
helium?
Can I have some?
Wait a minute.
So your voice got higher and faster, like it was like on like fast forward or something. Like, it was weird.
That was my Farron.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Damn good
Trilly?
impression. Did it sound a lot like Nancy Grace?
It sounded like it had like some kind of like effect on it. Did you like use a voice one?
Seriously, that's how Farron sounds. And if you don't understand what a journalist sounds like, have you even been to Washington, D.C.?
That is a perfect
Only
Farron
7
impression.
times. That's not enough, I know.
I'm not. I don't got enough chin for it, but
That was
I'm pretty
good.
much
I
nailing it.
actually thought
Yeah.
like it's like you sped up.
No, I forgot what I was talking about. Next.
Jeremy?
She looks terrible.
Where's the fucking thank you?
Are you serious?
Yes. Yes. Where are you guys? Where are we hearing this?
Jeremy?
Yes. Is this Alyssa's channel?
Where's the fucking thank you?
I think Alyssa might have
Are you
clipped this.
serious?
Yeah, she did.
You should go to Alyssa's and watch it.
Yeah.
She looks like
That's my
hammered
Discord.
dog shit.
Divinita
Bro.
and Alyssa.
You thought she looked bad there? You should
Clipception.
see her
Holy
apology.
That was put up on my Discord
She looks
by
good.
the 3 beers.
And that's funny. Go to Alyssa's channel. I know you got the tech. Clickety clack.
Alyssa's channel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, but I thought
Yeah, it's
she.
on there.
There
It
you
is.
go.
I was watching her earlier.
Booyah.
That's how I found out about it actually.
Who's Alyssa?
What? Did we summon her just now? She's,
Oh,
let's
she's
check Discord.
Winning was trying to get her to come join us earlier.
He's quite the pusher.
5 hours ago.
No, I just invited.
That's what all the girls say.
Pretty fly for a white guy. Actually, I don't believe Winning is white based on his avatar.
Yeah. I don't appreciate you.
He's definitely
Your
mostly
racism?
green.
But then you did say you had long hair, and now I'm trying hard to picture what I was thinking before. It's weird. Oh, like
So, show this. So it does say Divinity Sense clip. So she shouts you out on it.
Huh.
Clipception.
Why would Farron be pissed at me? She's been texting me all day. Wait, Farron thinks you should be thanking
dude.
her
iPods.
for you not being banned anymore? What? Somebody send me that link. Uh-oh. This doesn't look good.
Call me aggressive. Call it a crazy Tuesday morning. I've seen it for way too long. I have an I team, an investigative team here. Not that we're all in
She has
DC,
ice cream?
but we're all together. And we're
Is
all
this just
working
me or
towards
she
a
gained
common
like
Just
20
getting ice
goal.
cream.
pounds in the last 4 days? She's
Dude.
even fatter now than she was yesterday.
She looks like a crack addict. Look,
And you wonder
her
why
eyes.
she's saying that about me.
On
I thought-
butter, though.
She's when she put
the
that
dark
thing in her hair.
fucking circles and like the
You should have heard the
red
stream.
eyes and oh my god. I want to
But
hear.
we're all together. And we're all working towards a common goal of finding out the truth. None of us are getting paid. None of us. We are working harder than any fucking I team
She's
that
talking
I've
about
ever
team.
worked on before.
Sorry.
I team. Oh yeah. But you guys aren't working that hard.
Which I team is that?
The
Who's
You
taking
team
don't
of-
care of
tell
your work?
people to
Are
send
you
the
seriously
way.
What are you
paying
doing?
people to
They
do
did.
this stuff?
No, it's
No, they're
literally
saying
just the
not-
team of
I bet you I
I.
could
And
outwork that
Frank
whole
is out
team,
there
dude.
doing all the work.
I mean, because if she's paying somebody to do this stuff to get
Yeah.
footage, I'll just watch what she's doing.
She
and
just
that's what I cover the
now
next day.
said. She literally just said, "We are all working together. None of us are getting paid."
I mean,
None of us are
I
either.
mean, I haven't.
Because you get super
Yeah.
chats, right?
You get more. You're getting paid more than I am. I don't
I know.
understand why.
Same here.
I mean, There are thousands
For YouTube, that is.
people
not- 'cause
watching this
you
in
don't,
there
you don't have a
today.
job.
She
So.
got paid.
Day
She's
job,
getting
you
paid
ain't
more,
beat me
right?
on that, baby.
Mhm.
Sorry about the
Beat me on
language.
that.
And we're not
Somebody pull up that social blade. See how much she's actually getting, supposedly.
How much
I
she
know
not
it's
getting paid?
I know
How much she didn't get paid during her apology stream?
right. I know it's not always accurate, but you know, at the same time.
getting paid.
So it's about money?
I'm done. I am
Okay.
done.
She quits again.
Done.
I like the way you put.
Laziest
What does it say?
people on
Karen
this
speaks
fucking
for what?
planet, and I can
That's
tell
Just
you
getting
Karen's speak for him.
started.
Just yeah.
are political fucking pundits. You
Divinity
want to know
is
why?
fucking
They
hilarious.
literally copy.
I
and
had to
paste
put this
words
in there because this is how
from
she leads
real
into
hard
talking about
fucking
him. She
people.
tries to say
Uh-oh.
that chat does it in her
I'm
apology, but you
35.
see
I
it
got
here.
nothing
Oh, I
fucking
can't
left
hear
to
a
lose,
fucking thing.
folks.
Why do you
I mean,
That's it. Yeah, go for
Sorry.
it, Farron.
he
Tell everybody
put
off.
his
Tell them
mouse
Rewind a
off.
over
little
the
bit.
like button 3 times and didn't click on it. He moved himself around the subscribe button a couple times and didn't click on it. What's his
He's
problem?
mad. There's nothing in his body right now that wants him to like anything.
But
Oh,
But he
he's
doesn't
not a
subscribe to
robot.
Divinity said.
T3's over there trying to think of a joke as fast. It's like, wow, no.
I'm
Wait,
sorry,
no,
you
that-
can't hear this.
that
I
won't work.
forget that
That's
you
not
haven't
gonna
heard it.
work.
But what I was trying to say, you should go back. Yeah. What I was trying to say is in her apology, she's going to say that
Mhm.
she looked down at chat and chat said something about Jeremy and she was just like, well, and then she goes on this rant, but she doesn't. At the end of the video, she just hop into chat. Chat ends up roasting her. She ends up just quitting eventually. She doesn't go on to do the next thing. It's kind of funny. I don't know why she is begging me to post it. It's fucking boring and also lame. And she looks worse than she looks here. But so sorry, I'm gonna mute myself so I don't fuck this up again.
No, no,
you're
you
doing
talk.
great.
No, I really will talk over it because I know it and I'm
That's
rude.
what you're
Sorry.
supposed to do.
You're supposed to have fair use. Unless
From real
you're a copyright
hard
yourself.
fucking.
I mean, she's fair use in her own stuff. So
She's
I know.
not.
Damn, I heard someone took a screenshot. I heard that.
of somebody else doing her thing and her stuff.
You heard the screenshot?
Oh yeah,
That's funny.
I know. I know how to listen to it. It's like I'm not trying to listen to it. I just know the sound so well.
Yeah.
I do plenty of screenshots.
I had to
Moose
cut a different
maneuver.
one
You
out.
just never know. You could come join us sometime if you
They literally copy and paste
hit me
work
up.
from real hard working people.
Uh-oh.
There it is.
I'm 35. I got nothing fucking left to lose, folks.
Why do you talk like
Nothing
this?
in
left
trouble.
to lose. I
Sorry
give
about
a
the language.
fuck.
She's 35 now?
I'm 35. I don't have
36.
any children.
She was 34
I
yesterday.
don't
And
have
then
any children.
To
I don't.
believe in.
36.
Nobody
Well,
likes
without
me.
you.
I'm pretty
I
sure
have
she's
I'm
no
glad you paused it
37.
here.
I have no
and
prospective
she's calling Eliza
husbands.
out on not
Thank
knowing her
you.
age.
I
Thank
won't
you.
even go open my legs for
I'm just saying
somebody
that's a
other
little
than the whole
critical.
internet.
Thank you. That's exactly my point. And you know, yeah, that's exactly my point. I'm glad you said that.
Well,
I mean, it's not just the censorship shit then. It's the whole fact that she's
You
just
should
like
hear her at the
lying.
beginning of this. She went in on Eliza for over an hour. It was crazy. And then she's going to go on her documentary and be like, I'm unbiased news reporter coming in from wherever the fuck I live.
Oh,
Blah,
no.
blah, blah. Brick
At
wall.
the end of her trailer.
Anyways.
I didn't want to do this. We didn't want to do this. We really didn't. I was like, what? Bitch, you were there with fucking bells on.
You-
Your
Let me
ass
tell you
was on
something right now,
fire.
Farron.
You fucking moved so fast.
We're at 10 and a half hours. I'm not going to be giving any codes to the enemy, but let me tell you something. As somebody who identifies with the community that's like hating on all everyone, listen, I almost got really personal with myself just now. I didn't want to do that. If she believes in what she's reporting on, I'm backtracking. If she believes in what she's reporting on, then at the end of that documentary, the thing you say is, we're glad we did this. This community deserves better than this. And there are people out there that should have this role that aren't this. You're not sorry not wanted to do this. You absolutely want to call people out who do this shit.
I mean, you kind of
Yeah.
caught my
All day.
attention
We
with
didn't
you
wanna
wanting to
do
play with
this.
yourself.
But that
What'd you
don't
say?
you see she's elevating herself by saying that? Like that's her little like virtue signal to her audience. seconds. Like,
Oh yeah.
we didn't
That's
want to
why.
do this. You're making me lower my standards to come
Why do
down
you think
here
she says
and
shit like
investigate you. Yeah.
yeah, or divinity hates all women? I'm like, you're literally called out like 5 women this month. You're arguing with 3 today. You're putting
she's
that on her
trying
because
to pull the feminist on you.
it's a feather in her hat. This is feminism. It's disgusting. This is what feminism looks like right now. Exactly what
Disgusting.
modern fucking women do. Play it, Farron. You want to
Yep.
fucking show him what feminist looks like? Roll tape.
Do this.
Fucking left to lose, folks.
Why do you talk
Which
like
is why
this?
you got dead eggs.
Sorry about the language.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Maybe I should have bleeped it out now.
But I mean, here's one thing that I will say. And I don't mean any fucking drama.
Yes, you do.
I mean zero
That's what I
fucking
would've said.
drama.
Why do you talk like this?
But I do mean this when I say.
It's like so uncool, man.
So, how is it that how do we get the Gordon to come around?
I mean, he's busy trying to
I'll make a funny video. Does I ever get out of this whole rabbit hole?
Jeremy, if you listen to
his
this,
whole
here,
chat was like, I thought you didn't do drama. Let's not do this. This is retarded. She is ridiculous. And he was like, yeah, I'm never talking about this again. So I can't imagine he gives a shit.
Yeah.
She played the mental health card. Like everyone's supposed to back away now.
Yeah, you go on, make a damn fool of yourself again.
She also said she got a kidney transplant 2 weeks ago, so she'd be lying.
What?
You didn't hear her say that?
She had a kidney when? Like
When
recently?
She got a kidney
rehab in the psych ward.
transplant on like January 8th. When she was definitely not in rehab or psych ward, exactly.
Oh.
Oh, dear God.
Well,
hurts your brain, right? You got a brain freeze by these words.
Come on, now this is legitimate stuff.
You can definitely recover from
This
a
is
kidney
top
transplant
quality
that fast.
urinalism.
How'd she get one that fast?
Oh, everybody loves her.
She stole one from someone in Mexico. Oh shit, she went to China.
Max Muir.
Someone check on Naomi Park, man. Does she have her liver?
Get
She's a problem.
buy two get one free. Kidney, pancreas, and liver.
Yeah, she had the triple combo. She triple
Jeremy?
Jeremy, this is your mother.
Where's the fucking thank you?
Are you serious? Bro. She's been texting me all.
All right. This is I can see what
Where's
happened.
my fucking apology?
Look
I
at his
DM'd him like
face
2
is
months ago.
great.
And he's a psycho.
Bro.
Bro.
Is a 5-second bro.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
She's fucking serious. That's the crazy thing. She
Your
believes this
1.6
bullshit.
million viewers.
Oh my god.
Where's the fucking thank you?
You realize
Are you serious?
this is going out to a possible audience of both Ricada, Joe, and like Mindset and Vices combined. She wanted to be known. Oh, she's gonna be.
Oh, you're gonna be
She's
known.
gonna be.
You just made
Not
yourself
for anything
very,
good.
very well known. Divinity, get
Yep.
ready for that next bump.
Yep.
I
Where's
mean,
the
I wish I would have made this
fucking
video
thing?
funny or something.
Farron's gonna make you a millionaire.
No, you made it just fine. You made it just fine because you got a reaction.
Should I change my
video
name to Mrs. Beast?
from the cornering?
What's she do next?
I'm gonna give away all my money. I swear to God, if I make $1 million, I'm giving it all away because that's the secret. That's why he does it. The secret to having more money is give that shit away. I
Okay,
swear,
give it
because
to
it's
me.
lack mentality that makes you not. I will.
Yeah, good. I need it.
I can use some.
I'm gonna give it
I
to
do
all of you
mean this
guys,
when
but I'm
I
gonna make
say.
you do challenges. I'm like Mrs. Beast. You're gonna have to fucking
Jeremy?
earn it.
I'll
You're
do
gonna
it.
have to do owling and
Great.
planking and all those weird
Where's
things that
the
went on.
fucking thank
Oh
you?
come on.
Are you
Something better than that.
serious?
I know. I'll think of something better. But
I
I'm
love
kind of
this
like,
reaction.
hey, I might make you
Just
guys die
reaction.
She's
yesterday
gonna
to
send
go
me
on.
she's gonna send me to Antarctica. I'm gonna throw like a report in from there.
Yes, I'll make you explore for me. That's hilarious. I'm gonna make you get to the ice wall and climb over.
Yeah, but I have to take 2 unsuspecting flat earthers with me.
Yes, that's such a good.
You
Oh
said
my
we were
gosh.
going to a free trip to Argentina.
I'm like, I can't
Now we're
stop.
gonna fly into the ice wall. Ah!
That's a wonderful idea because I could afford all the planes and everything if I was a Mrs.
Oh,
Beast.
that's when
level.
we make 10 million.
Easy.
We give people what they want to see for a long time.
Oh my god, the whole world wants to see that, and yeah, that's a
Okay.
great idea.
Okay,
Go.
it's going to take us a while to get through this 12 minutes.
Jeremy,
We have time.
where's the fucking thank you?
Are you serious?
Whoa.
Bro. She's been texting me all day about how
It wouldn't
she's
take
a
12
ride
minutes
or
if you didn't go
die
back so
girl.
far.
I'm dead fucking serious. She's a clout goblin.
Oh, a clout.
Oh my
There's a
Yeah,
couple
Alyssa's
people
the
that
real
can sit in
MVP
that
because I didn't
seat.
even hear that.
I mean, she's
I didn't even hear that.
she's clearly not a pea goblin.
Oh, clout goblin forever. Well, that's why. I mean, whew.
That's so good.
Oh no, this is why I don't work with other YouTubers.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, sorry,
texted
Cool
me
Frog.
at-
He's not coming on. He's not gonna be.
guess
It won't
what?
work,
That's guess so.
Aaron ruined it for you.
Damn it, she ruins everything.
Stupid Fern.
Typical older
Stupid
sister.
Lollicent.
Can't trust a
12
clout
p.m.
goblin.
at night and said, I'm not kidding you.
I'm deleting this entry song
Texted
right
me
now.
at 12 p.m.
Wait,
at
listen.
night and said, I'm not kidding you. I'm from Chicago. I ride or die. What Tim Pool is doing because we trumped him in the story. Frick him. I made it very clear on Twitter that you already
Frick.
came forward and said you messed up. Anytime, let me
Jeremy
know if you
doesn't
need
like
Twitter backup.
Yeah, it's him. Okay.
That's him.
I wasn't
love
sure
that
if she was
voice.
putting on a mask and saying that.
Said you messed up. Anytime, let me know if you need Twitter backup. Oh, Farron. She texted me 5 more times. Trust me, I'm journalism. And also,
She's the journalism? She's the journalism?
It's the journalism.
I'm the
Didn't know
science.
she was
I'm
damn
the journalism.
Trust
Trust me,
me.
I'm the journalism.
I am
He's usually
journalism.
not this brutal, so she must have really pissed him off.
Well, how fucking dare she? She's used him, and to his face, she's nice, and to behind her back, behind the paywall, she thinks she can say whatever the fuck she wants.
That's
He'll never say
I
it.
don't think
what
so.
I
That's
told
not
him
how
she
you
was
get to
gonna
treat
do.
people. But this is my fault.
I told him that the night that he
Definitely.
dropped the
You
first
make it seem like he
video
was
about the
already
Twitter
on the-
files, and she was all up his fucking ass crack.
Quite an ass crack it is.
Oh my god.
I'm journalism.
But I
Sure.
DM'd him and I was like,
Also,
dude,
to make it
not
seem
like
like
I
he
know
was
this
already
chick.
on this.
You do not want to open
Farron,
that door.
this is a
Farron.
very terrible look. Dude, this is why I don't work with YouTubers. Maybe it gets better. Maybe it
He's so
gets
full
better.
of shit.
Hold on.
Yes, yes.
Where is
we'll
the
get
thing?
back.
Yeah, it'll get better.
She must have been fucking hammered. I'm
No.
journalism.
She's been sober for 12 days. She says it on the same stream.
She
Bullshit.
has to be. If she just got
She's
this
sipping
brand
her
new,
water through a tiny black straw.
or if she's got this brand new liver, pancreas, whatever, triple whatever
Kidney.
it
The
is,
combo kit.
whatever it is that she actually got. If that's the
I'm
case,
journalism.
she can't drink. There's a lot of things that
That's
she
why she's so
really
bitchy, man. Someone get her a
can't do.
drink.
My side hurts with
She looks
I'm
angry.
Oh,
journalism.
she well.
The cringe
She
is
can't
giving me
technically
pancreatitis.
do it. If she could really hurt
My
herself
name
by
is
drinking.
Todd.
I'm the journalism.
Thank you.
But she certainly ain't smoking.
All of us.
Dude, if you
went
think
to
she had a
bat for you.
transplant, I have a bridge
Put our
to sell you.
hashtags on the line. That all of this
Hashtags on the line.
quartering error, hashtags on the line. That all of this shit quartering error, the Camelot is still banned.
I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm never talking to another YouTuber again.
Oh no.
Great.
Oh,
Pro streams are just crushed
I just
one
wanna-
by one.
That wasn't the goal.
I thought I'd still
Whoa.
have a chance.
Aye.
Guys,
Wait.
writing a nice email.
Fat and bad.
Yay.
Be like I only randomly do things on YouTube.
How about Rumble? Oh, hey, there you go.
Andrew,
I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a Rumbler.
You want to go local exclusive? Okay.
Out of seat, out of teeth.
I'll go pull a mindset and I'll go beg for the stream key. Just go live stream whenever I want.
This is so embarrassing for her. Dude, every time I let one of these people in, Carla, look good looking out. This is so sad.
Yellow Flash is still banned. You're back.
Who's calling?
Where's the thank
she's
you?
Great leader.
Career women.
Where's the thank you? Why does she deserve a thank you for anything?
Mucho gracias,
She
Terran lady.
actually
Mucho gracias, Terran lady.
she actually ever done anything?
No more other
I would think.
Thank you for saving.
Thank you for saving.
You know who she needs? She needs Josh on demand. Where's he? Where's Omega Josh? Omega Josh needs to be side by side with her. He needs to be on the I
Say his
team.
name too many times, he might just show up.
Yeah.
Josh, you need to be on the I team. They need somebody who is an expert in freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And
Oh my gosh, you freaking nailed it just now. Whoa.
No,
He is a free speech expert.
Where's
Yes.
the thank
Nobody fights harder for free
You're
speech than
welcome.
Omega Josh.
Feel your
Hobgoblin,
animalism.
Jesus.
No, Clout Goblin is
Clout
similar.
Goblin?
Same family.
Subject for
Same
cancellation.
genus.
Am I
I know
ready?
man.
Subject for cancellation.
Hey, you be nice to the journalism.
Her hair
now.
looked good tonight though.
She kind of looks
I
like
get-
Andy on right there.
I want him to win Senate. I'm voting for him.
No. Danny
Same
on has a
schnoz.
much larger overbite.
Yeah, but the schnoz is drawing my attention.
I don't know. Okay, let's just move on.
That overbite looks very dangerous. Be afraid to go near that.
She could eat an apple through a chain link fence.
You're definitely gonna get some teeth.
Open a door in handcuffs.
You're definitely
Door
hitting
in
teeth.
hand.
You're getting teeth no matter what. There's
Wait a
no way
minute.
you
I
can
gotta
go
figure
in
that
there
one out.
with not hitting some teeth.
Wait. I don't think I want to know. Come on, push play.
I mean, if you flipped her over, you could rest your nuts inside the overbite.
Whoa! I missed. Holy shit! Late night school frog is a different.
We need to keep,
I
we
like
need to keep
Miss
Frog
Danny.
up late.
Please do not disrespect her in front of my company. Clip that.
Discovery News Network.
I'm not with them.
On her own channel.
Wait a minute.
Flash
Why does
is
it look like
still
my
banned.
channel?
Huh?
Oh, because I shared something maybe? Why am I at the top like it is my channel?
No, this is
Just go with it. Just roll with it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
It's T3 chat.
Oh, I don't give a
T3's
shit
channel.
what
that one.
position you're in.
It
He
sounded
just
fun,
wants me
didn't
to
it?
Be on top of him. See?
Between
Everywhere he
you.
goes.
Giggity.
Okay.
Darth is like, how dare you put winning between us?
You know?
I mean, I can separate you both.
I mean, how dare you put T3 in between me and
Yeah.
Frog?
Hold on, just wait a few more minutes.
You're back. Where's the thank you?
Oh my
Is that
gosh.
why you were doing it? So I would thank you?
You come back right away and start putting out the Twitter files.
What's with the
Where's
chicken
the
pecking
thank you for everybody that supported you. That's where I start having fucking problems.
Yeah,
You mean like in every one of my videos that I've said thank you?
Oh, I can do a chicken.
I'm fucking angry right now. It's hilarious. I mean, it's funny. And she did keep trying to slide into live streams. Oh, the ultimate betrayal.
I didn't know he called her out for that either.
I don't care how big or small you are. I want support. I live on loyalty. And if I see somebody that doesn't have loyalty, I'm gonna have big
Is that a flavor of ice
problems.
cream?
Just
We
asking.
all have loyalty with that.
Loyalty programs.
So much.
That's a pizza topping where she's from.
Oh,
Can I get extra loyalty? And a side of loyalty? Doggy bag me some loyalty. It's gonna be a long night. I'm gonna eat my feelings.
Let's send her a bottle of loyalty vodka or whatever.
You don't have to call me out for everything that I am.
I think it's definitely a brand of vodka or some kind of like.
She's
maybe
sober.
aroma.
She's sober. How dare you? That's Nancy Grace.
Oh, it's not alcoholic vodka.
Oh, she's drunk off Foster's. Australian for dumb bitch. Oh, I get it confused. I'm
I've
sorry.
been trying to figure out who she
Don't tell the
reminded me
Aussies.
of.
Don't-
She's gonna
go on for like 45 minutes.
dramatically
She
lose
looks
some
like
weight.
Droopy. Remember Droopy, the like deputy dog?
No,
Divinity.
Remember
about
him?
Trying to
I
I
heard
kill me?
do. I do.
Nice.
Think about
That's
this.
what she looks like.
I'm gonna look it
Look
up.
at her eyes.
You
Look at them.
seriously think about this for a
I'll
second.
draw it.
If she had some kind of surgery, what surgery would she actually have had that she's
The
going
one
to
she
try
needs,
passing
vaginal
off?
rejuvenation.
Vaginal.
She got her head
Yeah,
removed out of her ass?
You beat me to it. You beat me to
No,
it.
she got her stomach stapled.
Okay, I'll go with ass lift.
No, I saw it.
There you go. And bleaching.
You could still see it.
She needs nether bleaching. I saw a lot darker
still see
like
what?
skin than I should have.
Oh, it could be a nipple alignment.
No,
nipple
she would.
alignment?
I bet she got her
Yeah, they do
stomach
this now. Get
stapled.
in there.
No, why would
She
you say
stapled
that?
her
Stapled
stomach
to
so it wasn't.
what? There's so much of it.
Well, it's like like
to shrink
sometimes
it so that way when
when
you
the headlights
eat, you
get knocked
don't eat
out
as much.
of
No,
alignment.
she did not do that.
No.
She would have come back skinny. They come back skinny.
That's what
You
I'm
lose
saying.
like 50
didn't.
pounds right in the
I'm
hospital.
sorry, she was looking a little skinnier than the last.
Her face looks good. Her gunk. I think we should maybe call it gunk. Her gunt is still there. I see your fupa from this angle.
I am on the
You put it
bottom.
away.
I see the jowls.
I know. I'm looking at Droopy, but I don't want to make fun of her because you know what? We're all.
I
gonna
see the
turn
ravages
into
of
this.
time.
How's
I
that
don't give
dark?
a fuck. I'll droop as long as it's natural. I'm not putting myself on fucking national
I
TV.
know that's true. That's fair.
I'm not
I
going
should find a cool
drunkenly on
picture
a
of him.
stream.
I find a cool picture of him. Oh, here we go.
There's some
This
people
way,
around.
people don't think we're like picking on Farron or something. Let me show who.
No, this is all parody.
Okay, hit play.
Loyalty, I'm gonna have big fucking problems. We all had loyalty with that one.
What do I owe you?
And I have yet to see a thank you to all the subs, everybody that was out there
Bring her on stream and give her a medal.
pushing for him, pushing free the quartering, pushing all of that stuff.
Got nothing out of it.
It would have been funny if he'd have just been like, "Thank you, everyone except Farron."
Droopy dog.
Oof,
Perfect.
That's Farron.
it is.
Oh, hold on. Which screen am I in right now?
That doesn't look like an LOL elephant though.
Okay, this is the screen I'm in. Tell me if you can see that I'm typing. This is.
You can. You're typing.
You guys can't.
Yep. Dilbert.
That's not it. What's the little fat guy from the cartoons?
The little
Which
fat
one?
guy.
Garfield.
No,
Oh,
he's a guy. Comic guy.
Oh,
this is
the Family Guy?
No, from graphic novels.
Graphic
Just gonna find a
novels? That's not
different guy.
television.
no. What? Graphic novel.
You know, comic books.
Well,
Anyways,
Oh,
play your
fat-
video. I'm doing other shit now.
The fat guy from the comic
Let me
book.
get out of this.
Kingpin?
No, I thought it was Dilbert. I'm wrong.
Dilbert's not fat.
I know.
I of course said multiple times like,
Oh, I know you do. I know who it is.
Who?
Ziggy.
You know,
No, I used to give him a hard time about this. I
couldn't
it's
have done
from
this
it's from the
without.
Peacemaker, and it's the guy that it's the dude. Have you ever watched Peacemaker, the one with John Cena? There's a dude, there's a super there's a hero that's in the. He's not really a hero. He's just part of the team, but he's the dude. He looks just like the quarter. Every time I see that show, I think about him. It's what's his name? God, I said it so many times I forgot it. I'll figure it out in 1 second though. Oh God, yeah, that it's a simple
Google
name.
it up.
It's because I am on it. See, Peacemaker.
Push play.
You ever see the intro to Peacemaker? It's hilarious.
The quartering and
I always
yellow
want to do like a.
flash sound really similar.
Mm-hmm.
Is she drunk? Is that what it
There it is. That's the bingo moment.
Oh my god!
Is she drunk?
Why is the answer always
There he
yes?
is. Okay, look.
That's
I'm gonna
glorious.
post it, but I don't think you're gonna be able to play this one live. But I'm just posting it in the private chat so people can watch it on their own. And just when you see this guy come in and start dancing, you're gonna be like, dude, that's totally the quartering. I'm sorry. It's so funny, man. I really want to do a deep fake of this with him in there. I was gonna put him in all the law. He's gonna be like the random person in the law tube sphere. And like Nick would be up front, and then at the end you have like Attorney Tom run and jump on his shoulder. You gotta see it. It's hilarious.
I couldn't have done this.
Coming at you.
Is she drunk? Is that what it is?
No.
Better turn it without the drunk
come on,
lady.
dude.
She's just a bitch, and so it turns out.
Thank you.
To who? You?
All right, it's in the private chat.
Everyone.
And that's where I really, really question this fucking movement.
What movement? I'm not a part of it.
What is it? Is it really for not censorship? Because for me, it is. I don't want censorship at all. Or is it the fucking grift?
It's for the grift.
It's always the grift.
Hours putting together a thread to try and get everyone else.
What's up with this whole commercial?
Oh my god, I'm so perturbed right now.
That's funny.
Like,
Dude,
this woman.
That was perfect.
Oh, she could listen to me fair and balanced.
You should hear what she said about Jesus. Oh,
Okay.
I don't. There's just too many clips.
Let's see. I put out a viral Twitter thread, my most popular thread ever, viewed by
no one.
Over 1 million people.
Whoa.
Over 1 million people saw this Twitter thread, and the whole
I was just saw
freaking
her boobs.
point of this thread was to prove that these other people were innocent. At the end of my thread, the entire purpose of the thread, a tweet with 5,000 freaking likes. I think at the very least, I have proven to @Elon Musk that Eliza Blue is abusing her connections. The creators who were falsely deplatformed due to these lies should be immediately reinstated. The whole point of this thread I spent all morning doing was to make an ironclad case to unban the creators that were banned.
She has no concept of
That
what.
wasn't good enough. Not good enough.
Were you really making a stand?
Needed to
Or
be
did
about
it
Aaron.
put you in the fucking spotlight? Because I feel like we should all be in this together.
I have 1.5 million
I love the
subscribers.
faces she makes. Like,
I
yep,
didn't
owned
need
you,
this.
nailed it.
Oh, she's a
so
giant in her
smug.
mind.
I'm so angry.
At one point,
She's
she's
so
like,
smug.
Legit.
she gets mad at Eliza for posting a gladiator meme and that says, "Are you not entertained?"
I don't
And she's
know
like,
about a
"Why would she post
misunderstanding.
that?"
She's legitimately pissed that I didn't give her a shout out. That's what this is. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah. No, you're not
Together.
wrong.
And
Nope.
we should all be
No lie
She looks
detected.
like such
on
a
each other's
little
streams,
bit.
talking to each other,
Why?
doing this, doing that.
Oh man.
You know, like granted, Brittany is in the middle of a fucking Texas snowstorm, so this is not about Brittany. But I just feel like there should be a lot more
I'm sure Brittany's very glad she
out
said that.
there as far
Thank
as
God, leave me out of
camaraderie.
this.
Yep, like
Versus,
don't
you
do
know,
me, bitch.
Here's the Eliza Blue files. Like what? Like none of us fucking helped you put that together?
Nope.
She's
None of us? a whole fucking community of people. You know, I just don't like. I don't like the me aspect. And maybe
Oh my god!
maybe that's fucking YouTube, and maybe I'm not cut
I
out
love
for it.
him.
Maybe that's fucking me. But you know what? I just don't
nailed it.
like that. I don't like that. I
That
don't
sounds
like
an
that.
awful lot like Eliza Blue.
And I'm not saying that I don't like Jeremy, but I'm just saying like I feel like that like there should be people fucking
start
supported
walking
you
it back.
myself.
Walking
We
it back.
supported you.
That's your MO.
What?
And so many. And
I'm sorry. Did any of my viewers demand I give you a personal thank you?
the only reason that I'm fucking saying this is because so many people messaged me and they were like, "What the fuck is
Is she gonna
Jeremy
cry?
thanking us?"
No, nobody messaged her.
Who?
Nobody.
Who?
Exactly.
I've never
Good
met her
question.
before, but I'm never gonna have her on my stream again. Question: did you use her stuff? How would I know? Literally, how would I know? How does somebody know when they see a video on Twitter if it was originally created by that tweeter? She's mad about my Twitter thread and not
That's
giving her a
not
bunch
funny.
of followers is what she's mad about.
Exactly.
Farron was defending Jeremy just a few hours ago. Yeah, well, she's grifting off of me, which is how the system works. And I 100% support it. 100%. 100%. I didn't make her feel special enough, I think. Yeah. I think that's probably it. Wow, that was really a really embarrassing clip. But you know what? That's fine. How many smaller YouTubers made videos that all did the same work as her and aren't crying? Yeah, I mean,
This guy really
everybody
don't like
uses
her.
everybody's research. That's just the way it works. You know, Farron wouldn't even have a story if, the story wouldn't even exist if Brittany didn't first bring it to light and get banned, or that Mendango guy, or, or like myself sacrificing my Twitter account for it. Like,
She
I just,
knucking futs. Yes,
I
she
just
is.
want to clap back. I just want to upload that. I just want to upload that video and feel like, haven't you been texting me all day about how you're ride or die? You're ride or die, and then you.
She said the same shit to me.
No, make no mistake about
You're
it.
the only
She's
one
not upset that
that's been there for me, and then she blamed a story on me. I'm like, wow, you're fucking crazy.
Because narcissists don't change the playbook.
Nope.
They never
Thank her.
deviate from script.
She's upset that I didn't
Yeah, you stopped enabling her.
tell people to go.
Now you're free.
Mm-hmm.
You're not
It
playing my
doesn't feel
game
free.
anymore. You're the
It
enemy.
doesn't feel free at all.
Oh no. This is free. It's free as it gets. No, it's fine. She's gonna burn herself out.
Her.
Yeah.
She's upset that I didn't tell people to go follow her accounts or something. First of all, I've never demanded a thank you from people. This whole news story, by the way, she's
Look at who's that news piece?
gaining a lot of relevance.
Trauma
To be fair,
monster.
Divinity
The
said
fuck is
edited
this?
Undeserved relevance.
To be fair, Divinity said edited a clip.
Yeah, there you go.
This is
Oh,
drama
Divinity does.
monster.
No, I thought she
Oh,
meant,
that's got to be
yeah.
one of
My
Farron's
opinion.
supporters.
Huh.
There's a
A
little
drama
context.
monster.
Is it possible Facebook didn't see
No,
your
Farron
Farron
Balance.
Balance. We both jumped on it. Boomer. Come on, let's go.
She doesn't deserve to have
I'm gonna
initials
kick
like
your
that.
ass. It's time for
She doesn't.
zoomies.
clip.
Fucking cat.
And she is a drama monster, in my opinion. There is a little
Ooh.
context. It is possible Facebook users didn't see your thank you video.
He even said
I mean, I
Facebook.
don't.
You said Facebook too.
It's Fat Book, please.
Because that's traditionally Facebook. I think it could be Fat Book for a night though.
Full of butter.
No, I don't. If anybody who expects, it's not a good look. It's not a good look for, somebody who's like, I'm a serious reporter. I'm hammered drunk.
I'm
and
joined
Yes.
already.
burning bridges.
Oh
But I
shit!
wouldn't know anything
Because
about
that's
that.
what good
Bizarre
journalism
that Quarter
is.
Pounder is railing on Farron, who has not been asking for thanks. Really?
Watch this.
It's a fucking thank you. Where is the thank you?
Wow,
She's
that
not
was
asking. That's
excellent.
not
clip.
asking. That's not
I
asking.
literally nailed exactly where it was in the video.
Freaking using the force,
Dude, I
man.
don't have any time for that. Just when you think a story ends, proof here comes some more content. I love the internet. I'm not gonna make a video and try to destroy a tiny YouTuber. That's not cool.
Who calls her tiny?
It's so too nice.
But I'm certainly not gonna be,
Who calls her tiny?
two-faced.
That's probably the only time she hears that.
So
Joe.
now I'm.
All right.
you
So,
know,
what was her "I'm sorry" video? Did you clip that one?
I did. I mean, it was.
not ready.
No, I put it on. I just had to.
Oh, bring it up.
Let me pull this window out. Okay.
This is fucking entertaining as hell.
Present, share screen, share
Having a
audio.
watch party of Divinity
No.
Said videos.
Extended clip. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, well, I can't see you guys now. That's gay. I wonder if you can hear it. Tell me. Well, let me turn it down before it.
Turn it back up.
Yep.
Yeah, turn it back up.
Can you hear it?
Kind of.
No. It's like
Turn up your
Okay.
system, your own personal system audio. Yeah,
Oh
yourself way
boy,
up. Yeah.
it's all the way up.
Oh, really?
I've done fucked something up today.
good job.
I know.
I'll count on you.
Well, no, I'm gonna have to. Can I just give somebody this link then? I don't want to watch the whole thing. We only have to watch the
Just
first
send it
like
over
5
here.
minutes. Okay, let me put it on unlisted.
Yeah. It's getting old and its eggs are dying. Nerd, I completely agree.
Wait, Nerd is here too?
Nerd is here and Adriana are now here
Hey,
too.
just
What's
look
up, Adriana?
Hi guys.
Good morning.
Andrew.
Let's get
extended clip. Okay.
welcome to the morning show.
Yeah, welcome to the early show.
Welcome
Or
to
the
another
We're on
late show.
with Talking Truth and the
Long
Wacky Breakfast
stint.
Bunch.
Oh god.
Because it's fun. So you should go. You should stop probably sharing this.
Oh wait, why?
Well, show your back room.
Oh,
It's like showing
okay.
a naked butt.
Thank
Well,
you.
look. I mean,
Did you already stop sharing it for me?
some
Thank
of
you.
us,
I was
some
like,
of us
I
might
don't.
not care to see that, but some of us might really actually enjoy it.
That's right.
Oh lord.
What are you looking at me for? Morning, rabbit.
Unlisted.
Up, rabbit. Rabbit.
Save. Okay. Now I'll give you this link. Her apology was 40 minutes, but it was literally just the first 5 minutes on repeat every way she could think to say it, and mostly with just the same words. It was weird. Okay,
Yeah.
there's the link.
Okay.
Good morning, rabbits. Good to see you.
Hi, rabbit.
Good morning, rabbit.
Rabbit.
Good morning,
rabbit.
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 I got a rabbit one.
Okay, stop sharing. That's what I was supposed to do. What's happening?
It's Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
That's
I
so
know that.
loud.
I thought Grim was here.
Oh shit.
Grim is. I'm pretty sure he would watch all the old cartoons. Saturday morning. All right.
So just the first 5 minutes, huh?
I just woke up at my computer from editing all day.
and all night.
Poor
And
thing.
saw
Someone give her some
what
cocaine.
had unfolded via a clip that was made. Not shocked that the clip was made and taken out of context, because usually the channel that clips me does this. But I wanted to talk about it, and I wanted to
Yeah,
apologize
bitch.
to Jeremy.
Is she
So
fucking real?
She's a
last night, I
bad
think it was
clipper.
around.
She's a misclipper.
Sounds like she needs a couple more people to
Reorder
start
every
clipping.
fucking
This
clip
like
in
she
that
says.
previous video, and she's still drunk and disorderly.
Hey,
Like, what the
Winning,
fuck?
if you want to distract yourself for a short bit, you can start clipping Fair and Balanced for a short bit, and then
But
She's
only
really
ever
like
out of
she's
context.
really like she's really asking to be part of the League of Injustice. I've been looking to change it,
Really?
but I don't
Like, oh my
she's
god.
pushing it, man.
Well,
The
you,
fucking
Yeah, she has the
balls
power
on
of
this bitch.
the power of hypocrisy. You know.
Oh, denial is not just a river in Egypt.
Around 4 or 5 a.m. I wanted
Hey,
to live
laid
stream
on
kind
I got
of like
laid
what
on
I
the river of
did
Egypt.
last time, where I was
X
editing
that out.
all
did.
night,
Why don't you take
and
those glasses off so we
was
can see the
talking to
damage?
chat, was recording music and stuff like that. And I think the chat had kind of said something in regards to, like, oh, aren't you disappointed that the quartering's not thanking enough people or something like that?
So somebody got to you?
Out of lack of sleep,
This isn't true. It's not
talking
true.
with the
Never
chat,
happened.
thinking out
Well, you know
loud.
how they were going.
I kind of went on a rant and was just kind of like, oh, like, why
Don't
aren't
you
you
think
thanking
Nikita
us?
doesn't
And
thank you enough?
why
Or Kita
aren't
doesn't
you,
thank you
about
enough,
the
Farron.
movement? And no.
Say something.
I wasn't necessarily saying,
I'll fix it.
you should thank me. I was more saying, like, thank the movement and stuff like that. And
Jesus,
the
I
point
didn't
that
even
I want to
crop
make
But
is
you
that
are
I
the
was
movement
thinking out
for
loud. It was
everything.
5 o'clock in the
She's a
morning, and I
movement
hadn't
now,
seen
right?
all the
The
stuff that
alpha
was
and the
unfolding.
omega.
And
I know,
looked like
right?
an ass. I looked like he hadn't done anything, and when he has done so much for the movement,
I'll show you,
I
Kay.
know he is
The movement.
The movement.
It's the
extremely
movement.
adamant. I want to say that one just off the bat, I'm sorry. I did not expect this just random rant that I was having with my chat to be clipped. 2, I'm sorry.
You were
Are
talking
you
directly
serious?
to him. You're talking directly to him.
They're a public audience.
You're all stupid.
It's not my chat. They're your audience.
It's the crowd.
And they are
man.
other people's audiences as well.
Oh, what the hell?
Does she really? That's not like she's not talking to Dear Diary. These are actual people.
Don't.
I don't-
Here's a hint. Don't get
Does she
online.
think they're
if
going
you
to
don't wanna
all
talk
keep
to
her
people.
secrets?
I mean,
Definitely not one of them.
I think
you'd be
some
surprised.
people. I think some people
Not
watch
fam.
Farron just to report back.
I do think
That's what
some of them
happens.
do.
That's what happens eventually to the locals. That's what happens to them.
But it's easy
People
for
just
a
watch
spy
them
to just
with a
go
freak
into
out.
her chat and just lay low. She thinks
No,
everybody
Rabbit.
naturally is there for her because they love
That's
her because
funny,
she's the
dude.
best.
Does Moose's avatar look like ovaries and like
Yes.
woman parts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Rabbit said she's a hero in her own mind. At one point in this video, if we were to watch the whole thing, she actually does a thing about she is the hero. She sings it.
Is this about divinity?
She
This is-
sings it.
Yeah.
Stop.
I mean,
Play
I
it.
don't clip it. Here's
We
the thing.
have to see it.
Sorry,
She-
the clip was made.
Oh, you're
and
messing up.
Frankly, I
This
think
isn't-
it was
hold on,
shitty
pause it.
that it was.
So Adriana said, is this about divinity? So she's apologizing to the quartering for being a giant, what do you call her again? Clout goblin? Yeah. And so this is her apologizing to him by saying it's my fault
Yes, it's Divinity's fault.
because of my scissor fingers.
So sorry, Divinity made me do
Come on,
that.
let's see what Amber Heard has to say.
She's making me do it again.
She's trying to hand me her safety scissors and I ain't using them. There's no
This
safety
just random
here.
rant that I was having with my chat to be clipped. 2, I'm sorry the clip was made, and
Where do you think you
frankly
are?
I think it was kind of
Odyssey?
shitty that it was, because it puts a fracture in this whole like movement that we're trying to get going.
That's gonna annoy the hell out of me.
What
They-
movement?
What?
What movement?
The bowel movement she's having right now in her pants.
The move.
The bowel movement she clearly hasn't had. That's probably why she was in the hospital.
It's called
FOS.
it's called a stampede down here.
I mean, was I involved in this movement? I want to know.
Move.
Not if you didn't
You
thank
really
her.
want to be involved in her movement?
Move.
That's
That's
gross. The
Where's Maddie? I need a.
you need a vice cabinet commissioner. Right
Yeah,
now.
if there's
But
exactly,
it is what
finally.
it is. It's a clip channel, and that's kind of what they do. Again, it was just thinking out
Still
loud.
more
Big time
accurate
reporter
reporting
like
than
her.
you.
Just thinking out loud.
I
How was your
didn't do my due
apology to say it? I
diligence.
was just thinking out loud. Like that was just my outside voice. I'm sorry. I
was
do
just
think those
thinking out
things, but I
loud,
just
yelling
accidentally
at the
said them.
camera. Yelling
Not an
directly at
apology.
the camera. In my best annoyed, I wish I was a wife voice.
So everybody now remember, this isn't her fault. It's not
Divinity's fault.
Quartering's fault. It's not Divinity's fault for being scissors. It's your fault for being the audience.
Yes, it's my fault.
Oh hell yeah! Her chat did the.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a shame.
It's just thinking out loud.
I hope you guys have learned your lesson.
I
I
didn't do
doubt
my
it.
due diligence to see that he
I
had
doubt it.
done a
Yeah.
huge thank you stream and all
You
that.
never do
I
your
did
due
not see
diligence.
that.
Stupid.
It's and mind you, this was just it's like a 6-hour video where I'm just talking about everything, and now
Good God.
it's members only, so they're going behind my paywall.
Bitch, you don't lie on my name.
Again, not right, not true. Anybody can watch you without having to pay for it.
Mhm.
It's just the people that are in
They're
your
going behind my
chat.
payroll. She makes it sound like this is some like
You
Weird.
hacked her. You're hacking her. How can you do that? Oh my
How
God.
could you spy on her and invade her privacy?
How could you
when
watch her
she's talking
channel?
to 3,000
I'm just
people she has no clue
having a
who they are?
private moment of truth with the people who send me money. Can't a girl just be a girl?
Oh, cool.
But again, the part that I'm really disappointed in is it doesn't show that I come full
Whoa.
circle.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
we don't wanna see
praise
that.
Jeremy.
Yeah, no.
That's
quite
the
a
part
She's
that
never.
I
That's her
get
problem.
annoyed
She's got
with.
blue
That's
ovaries.
what
Quite
channels are designed to do.
The bitch needs to come.
Long pause of disappointment.
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
the part that I get really annoyed with, because that's what clip channels are designed to do, to start drama, to start infighting, and that's where I'm really upset.
What?
Because again, it doesn't show that I
Really?
come full
I'm doing it
circle.
wrong.
Well, I'm
I'm
halfway
totally
there.
doing it wrong.
Three
Three
beers
beers.
is here.
No comprende ni sleep.
If we're going to sleep.
No,
Why
we're
would
not
we
going
go to sleep at 4 a.m? How did I just miss 4:20 when I was reading chat? I just disregarded the time,
Oh
just
my
like
God.
I was
that.
like,
Now the
4:20,
whole
like,
day's
that
gonna
was
be
a long time ago.
Chronic tardiness.
It's
dude.
7:30 in the morning here.
Chronic tardiness.
Chronic
I miss,
tardiness.
I missed mine by 4 minutes. So
Okay.
maybe
Dad,
it's just
would
a
you shut
thing.
the hell
We're
up?
supposed to miss it all by 4
Well,
minutes.
it's definitely holding back
All
the
right.
movement that you guys can't get your damn 420s right. I mean, how are we
Yeah,
supposed to get anything done?
clean up the movement, guys. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
gotta
you didn't
get
even
it
say thank
together.
you for parents keeping it together for us
I
while
was
we
too
learn how to
stoned to
get
notice.
420 at the right time. That is the
It
movement.
doesn't show that I end up thanking Jeremy profusely. And then at the end of it too, I say how we need to stay united and stick together.
Happy
Yeah.
And what does this do?
Ish.
Highlights that you're not part of that.
And it sucks because
You're
it's
not
taken
about
out of
that.
context. I look
looks
like an asshole because
It's taken out of context.
I don't know.
Is
Again,
No.
How do you take
let's see the original.
any of that
kidding.
out of context?
It's
Well,
pretty
listen to what
obvious
she
that-
says.
Words
Yeah.
together.
She says that. Well, you'll hear it. You'll hear it.
I'm just ranting with my audience, which is just something that I've been doing during my editing sessions. And
Don't make them public.
I have no excuse other than I'm sorry. And the
I can give you a
reason,
few more.
and here's the thing, is that by the end of it, I thank Jeremy profusely, and then I see that he's getting attacked
It's
by
really
Tim
sobering
Pool on
up.
Twitter, and immediately I went into like fight mode and was like, "No, screw you, Tim Pool," That's
Oh
not
my
cool.
God, he was just kidding.
And I texted Jeremy and I was like, hey, I'm ride or die. Like, whatever you need, I'm here for
Tim
you.
Pool's
Like, I literally didn't
smelly
think
pirate
anything
hooker.
of the rant because at the end, I
It's
was
over,
going on and
Farron.
on about
Just stop.
how, you know, much
It's over.
I thank him
Just go.
because what he did was
Oh
awesome.
my God, the savior complex.
Aaron, you're so full of shit. It was streamed live. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I was live streaming.
And I keep hearing my ex. I was like,
Yeah.
that's what I say. Shut up.
Like,
I mean,
You
that's
know
what
your
I
tricks.
mean.
They don't work.
I've been live streaming all day long.
Again, I'm just kind of, you know, with my audience, I sometimes, you know, just will say what I'm feeling and all that other stuff. But again, like I just wish that
this
it would have showed at the end where I am profusely thanking him and everybody else and saying, all right, let's stand together. You know, I shouldn't, you know, it shouldn't be about the thank yous. It shouldn't be about this. My thought process, you can literally see my my lack of sleep thought process.
See
And it
your
just
lack
Your
of
sucks
lack
that,
of
like,
thought process.
Oh, she didn't get enough sleep. Okay, all's forgiven. All's
Nope.
forgiven. No, you have no
Yep,
accountability,
it's all
no
good.
responsibility. It's
Yep,
fine.
no
that one
problem.
time I was
I
drunk.
didn't
This
realize
other
you didn't go
time
to
my
bed on
mom
time.
was there. This time I
Yeah.
didn't have my nap.
Yeah.
Your fault.
There's
Last time I
there's a
didn't have a
logical explanation for all
kidney.
this.
You know.
Oh, that's right. She just got her kidney replaced.
Mm-hmm.
I guess her
She's
sister's
a
the one that gave it to her.
drunk ass.
You got to get it from a relative, don't you?
Maybe
But you
that's
keep
what
the
she's on.
same-
Maybe she's on morphine.
You stole your sister's kidney?
That would make her act.
It's like she hasn't been around. Has anybody seen her sister? She's got these new
No.
kidneys.
She doesn't. Oh my God.
Isn't
She's in a
this?
bathtub in
Aaron
Vegas.
got her sister's kidney. She stole it from her one night.
Do,
She
Just-
do we
hired
this
Max
is
know
Bear
where
to cut it
hands
out in
on
the bathtub
Titus?
full of ice.
Oh dear.
Oh shit.
Is this her locals
knew it.
that she's talking on?
She said, "Come on, bitch, we're gonna."
I don't know. It's like YouTube.
What about
Ask her mega
Steel
fan to clip her
Magnolias?
without her permission.
I'm clipping it on YouTube, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
As
I
in not
assume-
locals.
I assume this is what her YouTube looks like. I don't know.
She's
We're almost done.
streaming
Now
on
there's
YouTube
okay.
the last couple of days.
now even Eliza Blue can
We're
get
gonna-
away
we're gonna
with
watch
out
it
of
again when we're
context
done.
excuse.
Do you hear what she says here?
I guess.
Go back. Go back.
What?
Fracture. Now even Eliza Blue can get away with an out of context excuse. Yeah, I guess.
You're fucking up the movement.
Cloud chasing's a hell of a drug. I just wish that the clip showed the rest of it. I don't like the me aspect. And maybe that's fucking YouTube, and maybe I'm not cut
Okay,
out for
pause
it. Maybe that's
She's fucking
fucking
YouTube.
me.
You can scroll your mouse across
That's a
most
good
of this on the bottom. This is just the part that I cut out. This is the end of it where she goes through. I don't know if you guys want to see. I wouldn't do.
Play that line again. What did she say? She said maybe it was like a song. It was like a song lyric. I think it was the best thing she said all night. What was it? It was like the last thing you just played, like the tail end of it. Maybe I'm fucking you too.
I just wish that the
Maybe
clip
it's
showed
fucking
the
me.
rest of it. I don't like the me aspect. And maybe that's fucking YouTube, and maybe I'm not cut out for it. Maybe that's fucking me.
Did her head
But
just
you
get
know what?
bigger?
There you go.
I just don't
Maybe it's a country
like
song.
that.
It's a country
I
song. It's a
don't
country
like
song. I
that.
hear it. Maybe it's fucking YouTube.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just fucking me. I don't think they do that F word.
I can't remember the words again. Oh,
She's lewd country.
it's a country
Anyways,
song.
this
I
is a
heard it.
really long nonsense. If you go towards the end, keep going. I'll tell you when to stop.
But we want all friends
There's
live.
going to be more words that show up on her right. Okay, now go back a little bit. Yeah, start here.
The
rest is just her bullshitting, and I don't know why she felt like that was.
Sorry.
She doesn't. She's an idiot.
I mean, so now we all have to remember, though, that's exactly what we're all doing. Is we're all doing the same thing. We're getting on the internet. We're talking to each other, sharing our thoughts, our feelings, and our opinions on weird, strange topics. Obviously, we're not doing exactly what she's doing. But that's exactly what we're doing is something similar, right?
Maybe we should. Maybe this is what we should be doing. We should be doing that. Like I'm gonna make a video right now, and I'll just spin a wheel, and I'll just say, okay, one of y'all did not thank me enough for absolutely nothing.
It was
make
me.
sure make sure my portion's a little bit larger than the others.
Oh my god, this is genius! I just got it. I just got it.
It
This is a
was me
genius
that
thing.
didn't thank you enough.
Oh,
Sorry
I
about
knew
that,
it.
Ronnie.
I knew it was one of you. I could tell.
So sorry, so sorry. Thank you
Okay,
so much, Winning. Thank you so much.
You're not supposed to apologize. You're supposed to deny it.
This is going to clear up once and
Jesus.
for all if she was fired. This I left in for
Oh
Kay.
God, Kay.
Oh, good.
She literally put out a video to announce that she was fired, then turned around and called everyone a liar who said that and threatened to sue them. Yes, she was fired. Not sure she was ever hired. Hey, you little bitch. All right.
Sound like Josh for a second.
Mm-hmm.
She's actually prettier when she doesn't have a whole ton of makeup on.
Way prettier, but she just has to get rid of those bags on her eyes. But she's, like,
she's
been up for a long time. She's pretty.
How in the hell is she gonna do that?
Well,
Sleep.
Stick it in her mouth.
Oh,
take all that makeup and eat it, girl.
Right, Kay. Here we go. You want to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the fucking truth. So help you fucking God.
Why did she have to be talking like that? What the?
Because she doesn't.
Let's deal with a country song.
It's a foreign concept to her. This truth thing.
Yeah.
Country song. Thank you, fucking God. Yes, sir. Maybe I ain't just lucky.
It's
not
there.
for me.
There's going to be a country
He's
song come on
making a Guinea
of
accent.
Winning Reality within the next week,
Me.
featuring Fair and Balance.
No, that's her pretending to be a Goomba. She's like, you want to know? Like, she wants to talk like she's from where I'm at. Fucking
Oh yeah,
bitch.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I ain't rating the Bruce
She's
Springsteen
Italian.
songs. You can forget that.
Oh, because
Yeah,
she's
no,
from
fucking Guinea, like,
Not for
Chicago.
me.
She's trying
Yeah,
to
those
get her
people aren't
Chicago to come out. Is that what's going
We
on?
fucking shipped Huff out there to fucking get rid of him.
I don't know. We're about to hear
Capone.
what happened.
Capone.
Okay, here we go. You want to know the truth, the whole
Yes, I do.
truth, and nothing but the fucking truth. So help you fucking
I
God.
thought that's what we were trying to do. What's the movement
We'll
about?
get in there. Don't you pause it again.
No, Fern, keep lying.
I was hired to be a DC correspondent here in DC. I was here for less than about a month and a half. And what happened is there was a lot of budgeting problems with the startup. There was a manager that kind of tried to blame it on me and act like that was the reason that I was getting fired was because of like the lack of work that I was doing. And then you found out that it was kind of the lack of budget.
Almost
lack
there.
of talent. Lack of talent. A little bit of that.
So you're still let go.
Underperformance.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
You're still let go. Okay.
Yeah.
Fired. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Because again, everybody's at will.
Take this job and shove
She
it.
thinks that
I
will
ain't
is illegal.
working here no more.
So
Well, apparently, yeah, it's illegal to
basically what
fire
happened in the
someone
end
and
of it
hire
all
someone for
was
cheaper.
that I talked to the VP and he was like, hey, I'm going to give you a reference. I thought you were doing amazing work. It's just that there's clearly things that we over budgeted that we clearly are not ready for. And I was like, not a problem. Whenever the hell you're ready to jump start again, give me a call. So whenever they're ready to go, I'm ready to go with them. And that's it.
We
left
will,
on
and
great
don't hold your
terms,
breath.
and that was it.
They
There's no unity or
they
strength.
didn't budget in a narrow enough
And let me tell you, like, let me say this.
angle camera
I feel like there are some people that are very, very
clean
united.
it.
But again, like,
We don't have to keep watching that. I just wanted to see the part about. Now you guys know that's in her own words with not an edit. That's her story about how she lost her job. And tell me again how I got it wrong, because I don't get it. Andrea said, insecure people use foul language all the time as a deflection of what they lack in knowledge. And I actually think that is a thing that's an old wives' tale at this point. It will get to your biodome eventually, but supposedly people that use foul language have a higher grasp of
trust
language, but
or-
what they can't do is figure out their feelings quick enough. So they go to the curses because I can't remember why.
Seems as though Moose
that
Maneuver
sounds
has
like some
an
like
idea.
flat Earth stuff.
Up to
I think
you don't like
I've
to
only heard it's the people that want to curse.
You like
that
to
say
believe
that.
in the old wives' tale shit. Okay, you're gonna lose reality here again.
The old one. No, I'm definitely winning. Yeah.
Divinity and winning round 2.
Hey,
What the heck?
Hey,
Moose,
actually,
Moose, do
I'm
you
gonna
use
introduce you to
Discord?
my alter ego. Ladies and
What did you
gentlemen,
say?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
here he
introduce you
comes,
to
the
my
Rastafarian.
I'm gonna introduce you to my alter ego.
Okay.
Meet taking reality. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
I just take it.
In the what?
Taking reality.
I take it from you.
Oof.
you. Take
You
it from the
just
bad
take
guys.
You
and give
just
it to
took
us.
over the whole
All
screen.
right.
Woo.
Oh wait, you take it and like
Hey,
keep
baby.
it, or you just take it and like
Well, I don't try to win it. I take it. Difference.
Just take it and then roll over and go back
I
to
take
sleep.
it. My other side is just he's optimistic. I just realistic. This is my taking reality mode. Just take it. Get tired of waiting to win.
it. So I just take the W.
Yeah, winning's a long process.
Fucking cat.
Yeah, so she's like, put the whole video in. So I'm like, all right, here it is. Only the first 5 minutes matter. But I don't understand why somebody who has concocted a story is also going to call for the video to be put out. That's gonna look bad for you because what you said isn't what happened.
It never seems to be that way, does it?
And she can't say I edited this time because I just put it out all her dumb shit in the everything. It's just that end of the video where she's talking about him again. It's like, okay, here it is.
And people just keep coming back for it. They keep coming back for more. Give it to me. Give me more. Oh shit. It's getting light out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Already.
He's like,
What time is it?
he's like,
Time to
have
fire up
three-
the old waffle iron.
he's like, oh, it's
11
7:30
and
in
a
the
half
morning.
hours.
Yeah.
Time to eat.
I'm
Time to
hungry.
go
Or
to bed.
Shelly.
Time to go to
Come
bed.
on over to
I
Shelly's
fell
Omelet
asleep
Bar.
once on the stream.
Today's special. Dig that dead eggs.
I allegedly fell asleep once on the stream too.
And I was like, fuck, I didn't mute myself before I fell asleep. Shit.
At least you didn't snore.
Yeah, for once, right? Sitting up is not a good breathing thing for me. Anyway.
You know,
Thanks
I
for
could help.
hanging out. What happened?
Hey, cool, Frank. You know, I could help. I could help out Farron with her wording. I could, I have some interesting talents here that I could actually
Why is she
help
gonna
her
rub
out.
your voodoo doll?
I could put words, actually put words in her mouth. I can actually put words in her mouth.
You can put words in her mouth. You gonna write on your dick?
Well, it would be like a
No.
training aid. It would be like a training aid. It's like trying to help her see this is what you look like when you say the right things. Like I'm kind of helping some other people out with that right now. Some of our favorite cast of characters. We're gonna have a whole new thing going on real soon.
All
It's gonna be kinda
right.
fun. Oh yeah, it's gonna get good. It's about to get real
More
good.
content.
It's about to go
Hold
next
my
level.
pocket school.
Oh yeah.
Oh
He's like, we're
dear.
about to turn this bitch.
The days
up.
the days of refacing are getting ready to like accelerate to a new level of body facing.
Oh damn. Going down for real. Well, tomorrow ought to be an interesting day.
Oh god. I don't know how many more
It's national.
interesting days
It's
I can
National
take.
Drama Day. Tomorrow's actually National Drama, and today is
Oh,
National
wow.
Drama Day.
Are you
That's
serious?
convenient. That's convenient.
That's why we're doing an all-day
Damn,
stream,
God.
and all we're talking about is drama. No, just kidding.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Just joking.
All right, so
But we
Cool Frog, you're on Med Court tonight.
No, that's Divinity.
Or Divinity's on Med Court tonight.
I have to tell him that I can't show he asked me if I want to be on his show, and he said he starts at 4 my time. I'm like, 4 not gonna work, but I haven't messaged him back yet. I got to do that.
Just be late.
Well, I figured he has other things to talk about, so I can join him
Mm-hmm.
a little later or whatever. Because you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do, is because there's so much shit that I don't want to put on my channel, but I don't want to just be the only one that sees it. So maybe the stuff that I don't want to put on, I'll just save to stream with him. That's a good idea.
Brilliant idea. Except for all the stuff that you streamed here.
Well, I'm not putting out that video that you see here. Sorry, not sorry. I don't think I'm putting that out. We'll see. It's so boring. It's 25 minutes. So boring. Who's gonna want to watch it?
I'll watch it.
Anyone who might believe Farron.
I don't like 10-minute
Farron
videos
herself.
because then I gotta constantly find something new. I like a good half-hour video. That's nice. Half hour to 45 minutes is my like sweet spot.
Ugh, gross.
You're an ass.
But at least it's not her apologizing or doing all of the weird. I mean,
she's still gross.
She is gross, but it's not as hard to sit through as her fake apology or her like slandering people. I mean, she is kind of. She's just, you
know, calling the mighty Scissor Fingers a meth head.
No,
like that kind of slandering.
Not this time, yeah. Goddamn. I'm so glad that I posted that video. Oh, Shelly's gonna fall back asleep, but I'm so glad I posted that video this morning of her for copyright stuff, because it's 2 minutes. It's so digestible. You know? So it's like you don't have to go far in my channel to find out what exactly she just did to me. I don't just not like her. I have a reason.
Right.
You did see Moose Maneuver wanted to. He says, "Let me spice it up, that bullshit for you." He wants some of that footage on that Farron.
Oh, hell yeah! Is that what you're saying? I'll just give you the link.
What do you want?
Pretty sure that's what he was looking at because we were.
I'm glad you caught that, because I read that and I didn't. I just figured I missed something.
What are you talking about? I just said it. But
you did? Well, I didn't hear you.
No, I said if you want me to help you out with that video, make it spicy and
Oh, well, I don't want to put it on my channel. I thought Moose was saying he'd put it on his channel, which is at least it'll live somewhere. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to fucking feel like she's wrong about, I just want to post videos of her. No, I really don't. I want to nothing you. But I'm not going to nothing you at the expense of other people getting tricked by you. Nice fucking try.
So you want to know how the old school did that? They made another channel and they just would throw a bunch of videos up on that channel.
Yeah, my new channel's called Moose Maneuver.
Totally not associated with you at all. That's an old school trick right there.
I got a second channel called Moose Maneuver. I'm doing pretty all right. I'm halfway to 1,000. Just go subscribe to me.
Yeah, it'll just name it something like Fair Unbalanced and then put like 5 videos of her on it and just leave it.
Ew.
I mean, that's. I tell you, I'm just saying that's how they used to do it. I'm not telling you to do it.
Yeah. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to give it to somebody and have them do it. It makes,
Get one of your set heads.
My that's not a thing. That's not gonna be a thing.
You don't have any Divinity Sims?
No.
What?
Just a bunch of underdogs.
Wait, hold on. There's one right here. I see one. I see one right here. He's got some balls of steel. Let's go ahead. There you go. It's probably already done by now. Actually, it could be done.
It looks like Moose Maneuver's got to take off. Just throwing a couple things up in there, whatever that have been blocked, saying that he's got things to do and got to go. You have a good one. Check you later, dude.
Yes, sir. Can you?
What?
What just happened?
The hell's that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. No, ma'am. No, sir. I wouldn't need it all. Okay, let's let Shelly go to bed. We gotta stop talking.
It's so neat. Sure is neat.
Is that what happens?
She wants to go to sleep.
You see y'all back on the early show in about 6 hours, 15 minutes.
Oh my Lord.
I
Take you
need
to Taco
sleep.
Bell. Anything you want. The sky's the limit.
Thank you for having me,
I'd
Shelly.
like to take you to Taco
Thank
Bell.
you for coming by. You know when I love when you stop by.
Thank
I'm
you
glad
for
I could
coming
argue
to make
butter.
it entertaining.
I'll take you out to make up for it. I'd like to take you to Taco Bell. You can have anything you want. The sky's the limit. Isn't that neat? Sure is neat. I eagerly await your response.
Oh, man.
Sincerely yours, Montegrappa.
Wow, why is he reading it like that? Sincerely yours,
Montegray.
Montegray. Yeah.
I can't.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
At least he has manners, I guess.
Who, Happy Monty?
I mean, yeah.
What
three
happened one
beers
day
to a-
is a free accident.
That's cool.
Montegraph got split in half.
Good old Montegord.
That's the day that the internet was saved and Happy Monty was born.
Three beers. 3 beers. I seen you were in my locals. Do you want? I'll give you a code. You can join the chat. If you're interested in, let me know.
I'm at that weird stage where do I just fall asleep for a couple hours? I should.
You should probably have a nap, yes. But
I have nothing planned for today, so once I fall asleep, that's where I'm staying, I hope.
Okay.
I'll get you something, 3 beers.
I still can't sleep for more than like 4 hours, so we'll probably still be back up long before
I know,
the
but I go there
early
hopeful,
show.
you know? I go to sleep hopeful that tonight's the night I'll sleep like 5-6 hours straight. It'll be great. Yeah, it never happens, but I still hope for it.
I mean, there's
No,
nothing wrong with that, I guess.
Like I said, even a clock is right twice a day. Even a broke.
I think we should interview a chiropractor, Shelly. Let's put our feelers out. We'll interview a chiropractor and have him teach me how to get rid of this. I have some
dude,
kind of
you're in
pain
luck.
from sitting.
You're in luck. There's a chiropractor that's been emailing you nonstop.
Who?
Trying to break her back?
It's the one from Minnesota, Mr. Nimmers.
He's a chiropractor?
Oh yeah.
I don't like how he said that.
Yeah.
Sure is. Sure is.
He said, oh yeah.
It sure is. I stick it in all day long. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think chiropractors do this. If your chiropractor sticks something in you, Cool Frog, don't ever go back to that man.
Yeah, that's my chiropractor.
Yeah, chiropractor.
Not necessary.
I go to girls. I only go to the ladies.
Well, if your chiropractor sticks something in you, don't go back to that lady.
Yeah.
They say it's a guy chiropractor. You're like, nah. They say it's a guy.
An endopeg is not a
You say,
chiropractic
nah.
device.
Always
That's a
get
damn
a woman.
baldo, sir.
Doesn't matter how big she is. Always
Put
get
this
a
one.
woman.
Why? Just
Wait,
put-
what? I think I missed something.
Put on a layer over that table.
Randy is having his own little fantasy over there. He's like, put this on Goldie over that
I'm
table.
doing comedy, dude. I'm doing comedy.
But didn't Cool Frog say he doesn't care how big she is?
And I'm taking that, lady.
Wait a minute.
Does size always matter?
Wait, the
Yes.
chiropractor?
Yeah.
Yes.
You think chiropractor?
Very honest. Yes, it does.
Always.
Getting sold on the most advanced devices. It's like,
If you're not denting my cervix, don't even fucking knock on my door.
Oh boy.
I don't
Oh,
know.
dear.
Hands.
Who is he doing comedy to? Does anybody know?
So, he's selling us devices.
I'm doing the chiropractor that I'm doing.
You're
Cool
doing the
Frog.
chiropractor. Does that mean
Okay,
it's
listen.
free?
He deserves it after what he did to Cool Frog.
You're trying too hard.
What are you doing to the chiropractor, man?
What is that? What sounds
Something from the
like
comedy divinity.
yeah, oh, pop it hard.
You're supposed to let the chiropractor do to you, not the other way around.
I love
This
it
is
when
bad.
you
Wait,
make the
wait a minute.
noise. Make the noise.
It is
Crack.
default.
ASMR. Wait, I can't do it.
Well, because when you go to the
Crack
No.
chiropractor,
knuckle.
you're
Go ahead.
supposed to relax. You're not
Oh.
supposed to be all tense. You're supposed to relax.
I hate
So that
it.
when they move you and they twist you and they do the things that they do, they know where the
That's
muscles
why.
and what's going where. And you're all
Yeah,
tense.
no, that's why I don't.
You gotta get the endo peg in there really tight, like nice and snug.
You let them
Yeah,
grab
no,
you.
I'm way
Let them hug
too
you.
tense for that.
Ooh.
Let them wrap their boobs around your hip.
He's talking to you, Winning.
I'll take the motorboat. Wait, that's not what I need.
It's improv. See, you take a little something that someone says, you improv on it, and then you pass it around. You're supposed to not blow the joke by like
no.
calling people out. Just improv. It's like the Mighty Wind crew, or what is it? The Mighty Wind, or they did Dog Show.
This
and
is
they
the
did,
first time we did it.
Waiting
I don't know
for
how to do it yet.
Waiting for Guffman. All those movies were done improv.
Or were they black and white? Is this from your childhood?
No, it's Waiting for Guffman,
Were they talkies?
A Mighty Wind,
Talkies.
and
Oh my
Dog
gosh.
Show.
Okay,
Yeah,
pause.
best in show. Best
Pause,
in show.
Winning.
Yeah.
I'm pausing. I wish I had a real pause. Okay. Did you know that talkies were called talkies, but movies were called movies because they move? That blew my fucking mind when I learned that. I'm like, oh, we're going to the movie. Now when I say it, it has a whole different meaning. Like,
Right.
It's a
what a silly thing to think of it. It's a movie and like
It's
instead of a
well, it's
talkie.
moving pictures. Moving pictures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short for moving pictures.
Yeah, movie. Super cute. Unpause.
Well, I think we all learned a lot here today. I think.
Oh, dear. Did we ever?
Divinity has godlike powers now.
That
She's
was
pausing
lower.
and unpausing a live Winning Reality. Oh god.
Wait a minute, where you get that
The
remote?
AI is getting smarter.
I'm looking up that quote. I only remembered half of it.
He's such a dork. I gotta win this reality before you take off. Hold on. Don't you end this stream, Shelly. I gotta win reality real quick. I'm on the goods. Asking Jeeves.
No, I'm just looking up
I
the
mean-
Don't
sound
sound nothing
I only
like
got half of it.
I know.
I
That's
think
fine.
if we go for another 6
His
minutes,
avatar
it'll
does.
actually be a new record for longest stream.
What do you know about that man? You don't know his voice. Do you know what he had for dinner?
Yeah.
biscuits and
Whoa.
gravy.
Mm. Wait, is
You
that's
kiss my
breakfast.
grits.
Yeah, I never had grits still. What?
I'm insulted her. She's like, oh wait, I've never had grits still.
Yeah, I still haven't.
Grits are good, but they gotta be
They
done
sound
right.
like, you know what? They sound like grape nuts. You know that cereal?
Oh yeah.
It's
It
kind of
sounds
like
like
if
that would
grape
They still make
nuts
that? That stuff is
and
awful.
oatmeal fucked and had a baby. A little bit.
Whoa.
Like if grape
Wait.
nuts and oatmeal had a baby, that's kind of what grits reminds me of, like the texture.
Ugh. That's different. wait, oatmeal like the little flat circle thing?
Have you never eaten oatmeal?
I have. I
You've
just want
never
to make
eaten
sure we're
oatmeal,
talking
have
about the same thing. I mean, yeah.
Porridge. You know what porridge is?
But what if it's not the same? Okay, I'm gonna Google it up and send you and see if it's the same thing. Because there's
grits?
oatmeal and then there's like it's something else.
Farina?
See what I'm saying? You guys got different
Well,
shit. I never even heard that one before.
well,
But it's
wheat.
like cream of wheat. Yes, thank you.
Yes, cream of wheat is
When-
Farina.
I was
with
just gonna
cocoa
say tasty
blend.
wheat.
Okay, so if we're talking, then yes, of course I've had oatmeal.
Have you?
Hasn't
You are
everyone had
literally
oatmeal?
getting indignant about it after you had to look it up.
Well, I didn't know if you were calling it the right thing.
Oh, I know what you mean.
And I remember the quote.
I was going to show you
For
a
you.
picture and verify, and then you said you knew what cream of wheat was. I was like, well, then she
Yeah.
knows. So I can't imagine what a grape nut mixed with oatmeal actually is. I could only picture it if it was cream of wheat.
Annoying.
Disgusting.
It does sound pretty annoying, truthfully.
Yeah.
I said that's what the
Disgusting.
texture feels like to me. That's the closest I can describe it. Grits, you have to have them to understand. You do.
And they have
And
to
they're
be
called that because
basically
they're
pure
gritty?
cheese.
Whoa, wait a
No, they're
minute.
not gritty.
No,
Wait, what?
super creamy, cheesy.
Yeah, super, super creamy.
Yeah, super cheesy, delicious.
What?
I don't know
Are
why
they really
they're called grits. Somebody came
cheesy?
up. I don't know.
Mom,
Wait.
Ground into
Nope.
talcum
Wait a
salt.
Here we
minute.
go.
Is
I
it
don't know.
really
you can put
cheese?
grits in almost anything.
Now,
Is it-
when
I'm
you guys
so-
ever watch Alice? Remember Alice? That
Mhm.
that
Yes,
sitcom about the
Margaret.
waitresses?
No.
Okay, now what was
Oh.
she talking about when she said her grits? Which one
Well,
was? What was she
you
talking
know.
about?
Kiss my grits?
Yeah, what was she wanting you to kiss when she said "kiss my grits"?
Well, my mother told me it was her ass, and I never actually thought about it after that. That was good
That's what
enough
I would
for
assume
me.
it was.
Like kiss my
Her
grits,
grits?
kiss my
Yeah.
ass.
What is it?
Oh, really think about it. Think about it again.
Wait, I thought.
I mean,
I mean,
unless she's got a yeast infection, no.
What's her grits? Her
That's the I
tits?
was thinking just on there. But
Kiss my
It
grits,
can't be
kiss
that.
my tits,
Kiss my cook.
the vagina.
kiss my grits, kiss my crap,
Porridge made
whatever.
from boiled cornmeal. So this is cornmeal. Grits are porridge made from boiled corn.
Put your dick in, turn me out. Go ahead.
If grits aren't done correctly,
So
they're
it's not
awful.
cheese.
Oh, they're terrible.
That's
Ugh.
the correct way to do it is with a shitload of cheese, but
Oh, cheese. Like, okay, I see what you're saying.
you add the cheese to the grits. Yes, that's the way. And a lot of it too, because you're gonna need it. Makes it
I'm
better.
down for that.
I can't
Same with
unsee
pizza.
the mechanical asshole, the robot asshole. I just can't unsee it.
Oh, my robot butthole.
No, yeah, no, you're robot assholes. For some reason, I'm stoned enough that I keep thinking it's going to contract, and I know it's not.
Mm-mm. Never changes.
Kiss my cornmeal.
Kiss my
Did we ever
cornmeal.
learn what her grits were?
What?
Did we ever learn what her grits really were?
Well, it was a polite way of saying "f you," and it was a spin on "kiss my ass."
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Weird flex, but all right.
Well, we've sure had a great time today, and I think we've all learned something.
Yeah, if we ever
Learned
do a Friendsgiving,
you can't
start
have
with
a
green
movement
grits.
if you're the bowel movement.
John's the pavement. The
movement is in the
Sometimes
bowels.
people are part of a movement, and really, it's just the bowel movement. They don't realize it.
Oof.
If you're
They should,
sliding
she's
into
always
home,
been foolish.
fair and balanced. And if you look
And
great,
then you
big
say,
turd,
"And
fair
I've
balanced.
learned," and I've learned.
Oh,
Then
What
you
have
get some
I
good
learned?
music behind it. You know.
We've learned that fair and balanced knows no bounds. She has no ethics. And she really just is useless. And she will burn every bridge that she ever crosses. Poor thing.
Yeah.
She
And
was
she's
once
still
a
getting fatter.
The key takeaway I learned today that the leader of the Eliza Blue takedown movement for anti-censorship is actually a DMCA cuck who sent me a cease and desist letter and tried to bully me.
Hypocrite! She's a hypocrite.
Anyone else learn anything today?
What'd you learn today, Cool Frog? We're gonna skip Winning for now. He's playing music.
What did I learn today?
Wakey, wakey,
I learned that a 24-hour stream is gonna be so and that anything that comes out of Winning Reality is ridiculous. I can't handle half of the stuff. He just doesn't realize that trying to play music over the top of me isn't gonna work.
It did though.
It's not gonna work.
It definitely worked.
It's not. You notice it's not
It
working.
won't because he has mod abilities. Like he has admin abilities.
So like I can actually mute him.
I just learned
Sounded good with it until you went there.
Copyright frog.
No, it's not.
Copyright
It's not.
frog.
Censorship frog.
I made sure it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
That was funny.
So, Beers hit up general Discord as well as anybody else.
General Discord.
Thursday, you're gonna want to be there anyway. Pick up the
Conspiracy
free
music
locals
concert.
promo code for the month of February. Has unlimited uses, so anybody that's going to join us Thursday to watch that will actually have a code.
What?
They can actually get in and they can actually talk to us because we're gonna watch YouTube
On
through
locals.
locals. So we
What's
will all
happening on
be
YouTube on Thursday that you want to watch?
conspiracy music.
Oh, is it? Oh shit!
His traveling roadshow is
That's the
Thursday.
second already.
Mhm.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
It's coming up. So
February,
so
guys.
I know Beers was
Okay.
sitting in my locals today when because I'm like, okay, I gotta remember locals. Use the locals, and I actually put it so that the Rumble was actually being streamed through locals, and you could actually hold conversations in the locals because I know that there's just a couple people that enjoy that as a place to actually go. So they need to check that out.
Will it still be on YouTube?
Take the free month while you can. You know, I mean,
Is it still going to be on YouTube?
yeah,
Okay.
but we're gonna watch it in locals, and of course you're invited. You know, because I believe you.
they're still gonna watch on
If you're
YouTube.
not,
Kind of old and I'm against change.
I'm against
Very
doing weird
boomer.
things.
New things.
What if I